Chapter 1. Haibara Paradise. Haibara Paradise. Lin Yuan sat on a bench, staring blankly at the frigid waters of the Taoyuan River. His emotions were in turmoil. He had traversed dimensions. Once an ordinary high school student, Lin Yuan was no stranger to the concept of transmigration, having perused countless web novels over the years. As an orphan, he had no ties to anchor him. However, he now faced both good news and bad news. The good news was that he had become the heir to a financial company. The bad news was that this company was located in Mihua Town. Yes, that Mihua Town, where even passing dogs would receive a few slaps before they could leave. Sigh. Survival was no easy task, Lin Yuan lamented. After organizing his memories, he gleaned more information. The original owner shared his name and age, residing at 220 Mihua Town, directly across from Dr. Agasa's house. His father was Chinese, and his mother was Japanese. In his youth, burdened by despair, he had come to Mihua Town to establish a financial company, only to perish in a car accident a month ago along with his wife. The original owner had succumbed to despondency for a month before ultimately taking his own life by jumping into the river, granting Lin Yuan this opportunity to transmigrate. So, should I flee from Mihua? Lin Yuan mused, wiping the moisture from his damp hair. The most critical aspect, now, was to survive. Although he identified as Chinese, which might exempt him from Kagoro's jurisdiction, Lin Yuan dared not gamble on that, especially with the pervasive shadowy organization lurking about they might decide to rob him one day. The thought of this dark organization only solidified Lin Yuan's resolve to leave Mihua, knowing that departing did not preclude a return. Though Detective Conan had been serialized for over 20 years, the plot had only unfolded over a mere 6 months. He could easily return a year later, by which time the dark organization might be eradicated, and he could once again see the youthful icon. Hey. With a newfound determination, Lin Yuan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and prepared to head back to pack his belongings. Just as he stood, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing his breath to quicken. He hastily sat back down, and the dizziness gradually subsided. A cool breeze swept by, raising goosebumps on his skin. Wrapping his damp clothing around him, Lin Yuan decided to take a moment to rest. There was no need to rush. Meanwhile, at the exit of the amusement park's haunted house, 3 diminutive figures passed by, future members of the young detective gang. Ayumi led the way, still brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "That was super fun. I want to go back to the haunted house again." Not a chance. Ayumi, that's really bad for the heart, Jinna quickly rejected, clutching his chest in evident fear. "Yeah, let's just go home," Mitsuhiko added, trembling slightly. "Jinta, you're so big yet so timid," Ayumi chided, rolling her eyes at Jinta before pointing to a nearby roller coaster, conceding, "How about we ride the roller coaster instead? That should be fine, right?" Jinta glanced at the towering roller coaster, fear evident in his expression as he hesitated. "But Ayumi, we only have enough money left for transportation home. We can't afford to ride the roller coaster." "Not a problem. Leave it to me," Ayumi exclaimed excitedly, waving off the concern and darting towards the roller coaster. "Gur." A rumble from Jinta's stomach prompted both Ayumi and Mitsuhiko to turn their gazes toward him. Scratching his head, Jinta chuckled sheepishly. "Sorry, that was my stomach growling." "Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit hungry too," Mitsuhiko admitted, patting his own stomach and seizing the opportunity to suggest, "Ayumi, how about we head home for a meal?" "All right," then Ayumi replied, slightly crestfallen, as it seemed they had indeed played for too long. Unaware of Ayumi's disappointment, Mitsuhiko felt a secret thrill at avoiding the roller coaster, while Jinta was already dreaming about devouring several servings of eel rice upon their return. On their way back, Ayumi noticed a peculiar figure and rushed forward. "Big brother, you can't hog an entire bench by yourself. Are you in some kind of trouble?" Lin Yuan, lost in thought while gazing at the sky, snapped back to reality at the sound of her voice. Upon looking up, he saw a charming girl adorned with a hairpin, accompanied by a chubby boy and a slender boy. Recognizing this distinctive trio, Lin Yuan immediately identified them as the young detective gang. Surveying the area, he noticed many others were indeed looking for seats, and having laid down due to his dizziness, he had attracted quite a bit of attention. Realizing his previous posture was rather unseemly, Lin Yuan quickly stood up, gently ruffling Ayumi's hair with a smile. "Little one, imperfectly fine. Thank you for your concern. As a token of my gratitude, how about I treat you all to a meal?" Lin Yuan maintained a calm exterior, though internally he was bursting with excitement, his gestures becoming more animated. It was simply too surreal to encounter characters from an anime in the real world. Ayumi, oblivious to his inner turmoil, beamed and replied, "I knew you would treat us to a meal." Jinta and Mitsuhiko also shared in the joy, quickly casting aside any lingering displeasure from the haunted house. "All right, what would you like to eat?" Lin Yuan withdrew his hand, realizing that continuing to pat would be deemed inappropriate. Ayumi exclaimed, "Sushi." Jinta chimed in, "Eel rice." Mitsuhiko added, "French cuisine." "Very well, let's go for sushi." With a grand gesture, Lin Yuan made his decision. Having only heard one voice as for the other two, he thought, were they even there? He had heard nothing from them. Though Jinta and Mitsuhiko would not get their desired dishes, they had no objections, grateful for the opportunity to eat without spending their own money. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to escort the trio to the sushi shop, he felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched. Scanning the surroundings, he sought to identify the source of the gaze. "Big brother, let's hurry to eat." "All right." Having failed to spot the observer, Lin Yuan shrugged it off, as he was already intent on leaving Mihua and felt no need to dwell on it. Beside the roller coaster, two figures came to a halt. "Shinichi, why did you stop?" Muri Ran inquired, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Kudo Shinichi, who had come to a sudden halt. "Nothing," Kudo Shinichi replied, silently relieved, for the person he had been observing was Lin Yuan. Kudo Shinichi recognized Lin Yuan, and he had been the one to investigate the car accident involving Lin Yuan's parents, not as the perpetrator, but at the behest of Officer Megier, to ascertain whether it was an accident. Since then, Kudo Shinichi had kept a close watch on Lin Yuan, rarely leaving his home, and whenever he did see him, he appeared desolate and expressionless signs of impending suicide. "So he's given up now," Kudo Shinichi murmured to himself, feeling a weight lift as he watched Lin Yuan laughing and chatting with the children. "Shinichi, did you run into someone you know? Should we go say hello?" Muri Ran asked uncertainly, glancing at Lin Yuan as he walked away. "No, I think we shouldn't disturb him." Kudo Shinichi smiled mysteriously, pleased that he had potentially averted a suicide case. "All right then," Muri Ran replied, somewhat dejected, as she had hoped Shinichi would introduce her to his friends. However, she quickly regained her composure, reminding herself that today was their date, and Shinichi had yet to mention anything about Holmes. How delightful! Speaking of what makes Holmes so exceptional. Oblivious to Muri Ran's feelings, Kudo Shinichi began to discuss Holmes once more. Trailing behind him, Muri Ran lowered her head in disappointment. She had been so eager for this date. Yet why couldn't he understand her feelings? Chapter 2. The Roller Coaster. "All right, you three enjoy your sushi. Big brother has some matters to attend to." After escorting the trio to the sushi restaurant and ordering 4 children's sets, Lin Yuan took his leave. Having encountered the trio, Lin Yuan had resolved that since he was already here, he must meet the legendary Shinigami elementary student. After all, he was planning to depart from Mihua, and as a noble transmigrator, once he left Mihua, he could easily lead a life akin to that of a wealthy tycoon, leaving behind no memory of the little detective Conan. According to the plot he recalled, it was highly likely that he would run into Kudo Shinichi near the roller coaster. As Ayumi watched Lin Yuan's departing figure, a twinge of disappointment filled her heart. She still didn't know the big brother's name. At that moment, in the waiting area of the roller coaster, Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran boarded the ride in sequence. Just as the next group was about to board, a rough voice interrupted them. "Step aside. We were here first." 2 men clad in black pushed through the crowd, making their way to the roller coaster. "You." One of the individuals who had been cut in line attempted to protest, but was halted by their companions. "They look intimidating, let's just let it go." These 2 men in black were none other than the exemplary members of the black organization Jin and his loyal subordinate, Vodka. Jin and Vodka took their seats at the rear of the roller coaster, which quickly filled up and began its ascent. As the roller coaster climbed to its highest point, a woman in the front row absent-mindedly touched the necklace around her neck, while Kudo Shinichi in the second row continued to discuss homes, and a couple in the third row were lost in a kiss. Though the girl was rummaging through her bag for something, Ai in the last row, Vodka felt a twinge of hesitation as he finally mustered the courage to voice a lingering doubt. Brother, why are we riding this roller coaster? Jin remained silent, subconsciously reaching for a cigarette, only to realize that the safety bar of the roller coaster impeded his movement, prompting him to abandon the idea. Observing Jin's actions, Vodka's mind was thrown into turmoil, recalling how his brother would always take him for a spin before every mission. Did his brother perhaps harbor such thoughts towards him? Was he about to propose with a ring just now? Instinctively, Vodka tightened his legs and shifted slightly to the side. Jin, oblivious to Vodka's subtle movements, would not have offered an explanation even if he had noticed that was simply his nature. Today, their task was a routine one for the distillery, extorting a president. At this moment, Jin's attention was drawn to a corner of the amusement park, the designated location for their upcoming transaction. It had long been Jin's habit to thoroughly survey the terrain and plan an escape route in the event of a failed mission before each transaction. From the apex of the roller coaster, one could clearly see the entirety of the Dorobigia amusement park. As the roller coaster plunged into a dark tunnel, a shaft of radiant light burst forth upon emerging into the open once more. The man in the third row had seemingly lost his head. Once the roller coaster came to a halt, the professional alarmist, Ranmuri, rushed to report the incident, while Shinichi Kudo detained the crowd, setting off on his own to seek clues. Officer Megure arrived almost instantly, followed closely by Lin Yuan, who was among the onlookers. In just a few minutes, Officer Megure can arrive so swiftly? Watching Officer Megure in the crowd, Lin Yuan couldn't help but scoff. Recalling the anime, it seemed that whenever a case arose within Officer Megure's jurisdiction, regardless of its size, he would always personally intervene and arrive in the blink of an eye. It was hard not to suspect that Officer Megure and Shinichi Kudo were involved in some clandestine dealings, with a transaction partner potentially swapping to Kogoro Muri, or even Conan. Meanwhile, Ranmuri stood nearby, arms crossed, her body trembling slightly, her gaze filled with anxiety as she searched for Shinichi Kudo's figure. Shinichi Kudo truly lives up to his reputation as a straightforward man in this situation. He leaves Ran all alone to chase after clues. Lin Yuan mused internally, making no move to comfort her, as they were not well acquainted. In his memories, although the original persona knew Shinichi Kudo, he had never encountered Ranmuri. Finally, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted toward the corner where Jin and Vodka were situated. Is that Jin and Vodka? Sensing the chilling aura emanating from the two, Lin Yuan shuddered slightly. Previously, while watching Conan, he had felt indifferent, even considering Jin to be rather cool. But now, confronted with Jin, particularly the aura that screamed, "Keep your distance," Lin Yuan instantly lost that sentiment, contemplating that once he gained the means, he would certainly aid Ai Haibara in eliminating Jin, as Ai Haibara was his favorite character. Jin lit a cigarette, growing increasingly impatient, when suddenly an ominous sensation washed over him. His cold eyes scanned the surroundings, seeking the source of that feeling. If one were to say that his caution was a cultivated habit, then this innate ability to sense danger was a gift he was born with, a talent that had seen him through one crisis after another. "Brother, what's wrong?" Vodka noticed Jin's unusual demeanor and inquired softly. Tasks of this nature were routine for them. They had completed this same mission thrice already, even with their eyes closed. Why was his brother suddenly so cautious? Could it be that his earlier suspicions were true? Nothing, Jin replied tersely, having no intention of elaborating. The dangerous feeling had vanished as quickly as it had arrived, almost as if it were an illusion. Yet, even if it were real, Jin remained unconcerned at worst. He could call in an Apache and unleash a barrage upon the amusement park. With his brother remaining tight-lipped, Vodka dared not press further, redirecting his focus to Officer Megure. "It's merely an accident. We have other matters to attend to and cannot afford to linger. Let me go at once." Vodka's tone was exceedingly brazen, showing no regard for Officer Megure. Officer Megure rubbed his chin, looking somewhat troubled. The investigation into the case had only just begun, with no leads to follow. Officer, this is a homicide, and the murderer is one of the individuals on the same roller coaster. Therefore, none of you can leave. A sudden voice cut through the crowd, capturing everyone's attention. Officer Megur's heart soared with delight. He had a lead. Brother Kudo, is what you say true? Officer Megur inquired, his tone noticeably lighter. Ah, it's that famous high school detective, Shinichi Kudo, the savior of the police. Shinichi Kudo's identity elicited gasps from the onlookers, even Jin displaying a peculiar expression. Shinichi Kudo and Officer Megur began to analyze the layout around the roller coaster. Vodka, watching Shinichi Kudo being surrounded by admirers, felt a surge of displeasure. In his eyes, his brother was the eternal center of attention. So he whispered, "Brother, do you know who the murderer is?" Jin took a drag from his cigarette and retorted, "What? Do you wish to earn a good citizen award?" Chastised by his brother, Vodka dared not retort, redirecting his ire towards Shinichi Kudo, exclaiming, "Could you hurry up? We don't have time for a game of deduction." Kudo Shinichi was feigning indifference while engaging in his deductions when he was abruptly interrupted, causing a flicker of annoyance to cross his face. As he turned his head, he found himself locked in a gaze with Jin, whose icy stare sent a chill down his spine. What sort of gaze was this? It glimmered with a frigid light, conveying a complete disregard for human life. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kudo Shinichi's brow. Chapter 3, Transformation. Lin Yuan paid little attention to the aftermath of the roller coaster incident and had already departed after the appearance of Kudo Shinichi. At the exit of the Dorobic Park, Lin Yuan suddenly halted, feeling an inexplicable sense of frustration. Is it truly necessary to leave in such a dejected manner? What is this fear that lingers? Why does a sense of reluctance wash over me? Is Jin observing someone? Is he watching an insignificant insect? Or is it me? Yet, what can I do? I am merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. My predecessors, I have brought shame upon you. Gazing at the nearby exit, with each step forward, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of loss, as if stepping outside would mean relinquishing something of great significance. It felt akin to a narrative-driven game. Arriving at a pivotal choice that could alter the outcome. Perhaps it is best to stay a little longer. Jin may not even be watching me. And I might still catch a glimpse of the shrunken Conan. Lin Yuan concocted an excuse to persuade herself that sense of loss was indeed unbearable. As she turned, a black sedan passed by on the road outside, its backseat occupied by a shadowy figure with chestnut hair. After meandering through the Dorobica amusement park for quite some time, she finally caught sight of Shinichi Kudo and Ran Muri. At that moment, Shinichi acknowledged the approaching figure clad in black and exchanged a brief greeting with Ran before following suit. Lin Yuan maintained her distance, gradually making her way toward the direction in which Shinichi had departed. Several minutes later, she concealed herself in the shadows of a corner, watching as Jin struck with his baton. After waiting for an additional stretch of time to ensure the coast was clear, Lin Yuan finally emerged. Why had it taken so long? Why had she not shrunk yet? Lin Yuan crouched beside Kudo Shinichi, his attention entirely focused on him, oblivious to the two shadowy figures emerging from the dim corner. Suddenly, a familiar wave of dizziness engulfed him, and he collapsed, barely clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness. To his dismay, he realized he was being followed. How infuriating. "Brother, allow me to eliminate him," Vodka exclaimed, drawing a handgun from his coat, poised to shoot. Jin interjected, taking the gun from him. "Didn't we just discuss this? The police are still patrolling the room. Discharging a firearm is out of the question." Vodka chuckled, producing another object from his pocket. "Brother, I nearly forgot. I brought a silencer." Jin took the silencer, skillfully affixing it before raising the handgun, aiming at Lin Yuan's head. However, he reconsidered. Firing a gun would inevitably leave behind evidence. Better to use poison. After all, such toxins are undetectable in the corpse. Ultimately, Jin retracted the handgun, his cautious nature compelling him to avoid any trace of evidence. After deftly administering the poison, he vanished into the darkness. Watching the two figures disappear, Lin Yuan was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness before succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed, and when Lin Yuan finally opened his eyes, regaining awareness, he felt fortunate indeed. Observing the oversized clothing draping over him, he realized he had shrunk, just like Kudo Shinichi. Though he had escaped death, Lin Yuan had firmly etched Jin and Vodka into his memory. When the opportunity arose, he would ensure Jin, and that wretched Vodka, would pay for their deeds. "Are you two all right?" Two patrolling officers noticed the unusual scene and approached with concern. "Officer, we are fine," Lin Yuan replied. Lin Yuan feigned the voice of a child, preparing to deceive, for it was not yet time to reveal the truth. "Is everything truly all right?" The police officer gestured towards the still motionless figure of Kudo Shinichi on the ground and urged his fellow officers, "Hurry, call for an ambulance. Quickly, summon an ambulance." Lin Yuan immediately halted the police's actions and explained, "He is my younger brother. He secretly ran out because he did not wish to go to the hospital." As she spoke, she gently roused the still unconscious Kudo Shinichi, saying, "Brother, we must hurry back. Mother will be worried." After uttering these words, She grasped the bewildered Kudo Shinichi, who had just regained consciousness, and they departed. Were they truly unscathed? One could only hope. What if something were to happen? Should one feign ignorance? Very well, then. On 2nd Avenue, Kudo Shinichi, regaining his senses, gazed around at the surroundings that felt both familiar and foreign. His curiosity piqued as they seemed to have grown considerably larger. What are you doing here, Lin Yuan? He inquired, recalling the events that transpired before his fainting spell. Like you, I was knocked unconscious by those 2 men in black, Lin Yuan replied. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan replied, having shrunk in size. It was inconceivable for a child to part ways with the popcorn. The original plan had to be discarded. Being smaller now presented an opportunity to join the young detective corps, eagerly awaiting the appearance of Haibara Ai. How delightful. Moreover, the young detective corps often engaged in reckless adventures yet consistently escaped unscathed. With the knowledge of Shinichi Kudo's true identity, one had already become a pivotal character in the narrative. It is widely acknowledged that central figures rarely encounter peril. Thus, I have firmly decided to cling to the formidable Conan. By the way, let us hasten to inform Officer Magyar. Those 2 individuals in black may not have ventured far. Shinichi Kudo urged urgently. Lin Yuan held down Kudo Shinichi, pointing at the adjacent glass display window, and remarked, Kudo, have you not noticed our peculiar situation? Kudo Shinichi gazed at the glass window, where 2 diminutive silhouettes were reflected. Have we shrunk? He questioned in disbelief, performing several gestures in front of the window before coming to accept this startling reality. Watching Kudo Shinichi's comical antics, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Conan's appearance was undeniably more endearing, unlike the self-important demeanor of Kudo Shinichi. It must be that potion that has caused our bodies to shrink. Do you know any scientists who might assist in creating an antidote? Lin Yuan stepped forward, poised to advance the narrative. Next, all he had to do was to visit Dr. Agasa's residence and persistently impose himself there, awaiting the arrival of Haibara Ai to commence their blissful cohabitation. Dr. Agasa. Surely, Dr. Agasa would be able to concoct an antidote. As Shinichi Kudo contemplated Dr. Agasa, he prepared to depart. However, before leaving, he mischievously made a few grimaces at the window display. Kudo, hurry up. It's about to rain, as Lin Yuan urged from behind. The 2 finally made their way to Dr. Agasa's residence. Upon arriving at Dr. Agasa's doorstep, Kudo lamented, it's all your fault for walking so slowly. We've gotten quite drenched in the rain. Lin Yuan shook off the raindrops clinging to her clothes, unable to suppress her complaints. On the way back, a light drizzle had fallen, yet Kudo Shinichi appeared completely unperturbed, meandering slowly, lost in his thoughts. Kudo Shinichi, oblivious to the situation, stood on tiptoe in an attempt to reach the doorbell, only to realize he was too short. Consequently, he began to climb up along the door. Lin Yuan, why don't you give it a try and see if you can reach the doorbell? Kudo Shinichi found himself stuck against the door, forced to seek assistance. Lin Yuan waved his hands and remarked, we have both shrunk in size, and I am nearly as tall as you. If you cannot reach the doorbell, how could I possibly manage it? We cannot simply stand here exchanging idle banter. Kudo Shinichi twisted his body, realizing that he was becoming increasingly wedged. And in a moment of despair, he cried out, Dr. Agasa, please come out quickly. At that instant, as if responding to his plea, an explosion resonated nearby, and a large hole was blasted through the surrounding wall, from which Dr. Agasa tumbled forth. With Dr. Agasa's assistance, Kudo Shinichi successfully descended from the door, and through deductive reasoning, he affirmed his own identity. Upon entering Dr. Agasa's residence, Kudo Shinichi and Dr. Agasa engaged in a conversation, the subject of which remained unknown to Lin Yuan, who instead wandered around the room. Chapter 4. Ranmuri. Dr. Agasa's home was spacious, with the most striking feature being the large circular bar counter. Encircling it were seats that could accommodate a dozen or more individuals, and the center was cluttered with numerous kitchen utensils, all coated in a thick layer of dust, suggesting they had not been utilized in quite some time. After a brief exploration, Lin Yuan's interest waned. There was little to admire in a bachelor-esque abode. Just then, he spotted Ranmuri hesitating at the entrance, seemingly uncertain about her purpose. Grabbing a towel, he dashed outside. After parting ways with Kudo Shinichi, a sense of foreboding enveloped Ranmuri. Upon returning home, she anxiously attempted to reach Kudo Shinichi by phone, but to no avail. Concerned, she decided to check if he had returned, only to find herself ringing the doorbell repeatedly without a response. Torn between the desire to inquire with Dr. Agasa and the late hour, she hesitated, uncertain whether to press the doorbell. Come in quickly, Sister Ran. Without waiting for Mao Lilan to respond, Lin Yuan took her hand and began to walk back. Observing Lin Yuan's familiarity, Xiaolan curiously inquired, Hey there, young one, do you know me? After a brief pause, Lin Yuan replied, My name is Lin Yuan. I am the child of a relative of Dr. Agasa. He has spoken of you. Mao Lilan, without any doubt, asked, By the way, young one, is Dr. Agasa at home? Have you seen an older brother who is similar in age to my sister? Lin Yuan did not respond but tugged at Mao Lilan's clothing, saying, Sister Lilan, could you please crouch down for a moment? Mao Lilan, unsure of Lin Yuan's intentions yet not inclined to refuse, gracefully complied and crouched down. Lin Yuan took out a towel and gently dried Mao Lilan's damp hair. Sister Xiaolan, remember to bring an umbrella when it rains. Otherwise, you might catch a cold. In that instant, Mao Lilan felt her heart soften. The concern of a stranger often has the power to breach one's defenses. Of course, it would have been even better if they hadn't mentioned something as alarming as a skull instead of hair. Ah, it's Xiaolan. Just then, Dr. Agasa and Kudo Shinichi emerged, and upon seeing Mao Lilan, they hurriedly concealed Kudo Shinichi behind them. Dr. Agasa, have you seen Shinichi? Why is no one answering his home phone? Mao Lilan immediately inquired upon spotting Dr. Agasa. The doctor stammered, well, he was just here a moment ago. At that moment, Kudo Shinichi, hidden behind, noticed Dr. Agasa's reading glasses and thought they might be of use, so he quickly put them on. Bang! Kudo Shinichi, unable to adjust to the reading glasses, bumped his head against a nearby table. Upon hearing the noise, Mao Lilan approached. Is someone here? Hearing the approaching footsteps, Kudo Shinichi was startled and hurriedly removed the lenses from the glasses before putting them back on. It's just a shy child. Hey, can you turn around, please? Mao Lilan turned Kudo Shinichi around and was instantly captivated, exclaiming, this child is so adorable. With that, she embraced Kudo Shinichi warmly. Lin originally intended to assist in providing an explanation, yet upon witnessing Kudo Shinichi's expression of sheer enjoyment, he promptly abandoned the notion. Ugh, how base. Dr. Agasa. Who is this child? Mao Liran inquired, turning her head. Dr. Agasa stammered in response, he is the child of a distant relative of mine. So, you are akin to Lin, then? Mao Liran leaned forward slightly and asked, what is the name of such a shy child? At this, Kudo Shinichi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Spotting a nearby detective novel, he replied, Conan, my name is Idagawa Conan, and this is Idagawa Lin Yuan. My younger brother. Idagawa, such an intriguing name. Mao Liran expressed her curiosity. The surname Idagawa is already quite rare, and Conan certainly bears a name of foreign origin. While Idagawa Lin Yuan seems more like a combination of two surnames, it is because my father is an admirer of Conan Doyle, and my mother is a fan of Lin Yuan Huime. Hence the choice of such names. Kudo Shinichi, now known as Conan, casually fabricated the origin of their names. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Conan, you certainly speak without hesitation. Turning to Xiaolan, he inquired, would it be possible for you to foster these two children at your home for a while? Before Dr. Agasa could finish his sentence, Conan leaped forward, intent on voicing his opposition, only to be silenced by Dr. Agasa, who covered his mouth. These children are in need of care as their relatives are hospitalized due to an unfortunate incident. However, I am merely a bachelor and lack the capacity to look after them. Dr. Agasa's words of refusal prompted Lin Yuan to question. Why then did you take in Xiao Ai without a second thought? Yes, it is indeed possible, but I must first consult with my father, Xiaolan replied without hesitation. Muri readily agreed. After a brief exchange of words between Dr. Agasa and Conan, they successfully persuaded Conan. Dr. Agasa, I wish to stay. Lin Yuan declined without a moment's hesitation. If he were to go to the Muri Detective Agency, how could their plans for cohabitation possibly proceed? Lin Yuan. Do you dislike your sister? Ran Muri knelt before him, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance, as if she would burst into tears at any moment. No. It's not that, Sister Xiaolan. It's Conan. Conan always bullies me, makes me eat leftovers, forces me to wear old clothes, and even snatches my pocket money. In a childlike tone, Lin Yuan blinked her eyes, which were glistening with tears. Is that so? Mao Lilan, no longer the gentle figure she once was, glared furiously at Conan. Startled, Conan quickly retorted, he is deceiving you. Mao Lilan observed the two of them. Conan had changed into his childhood attire, resembling an adorable little boy, though the old glasses of Dr. Agasa seemed somewhat out of place. Lin Yuan, however, appeared slightly worse for wear. Having been downcast for a month, and even after shrinking, bore the signs of severe malnutrition, still clad in her pre-shrink clothing. Although her beauty paled in comparison to Conan's, her watery eyes held a captivating allure. It was evident that Lin Yuan resembled an abused child, filled with rage. Mao Lilan's eyes blazed, causing Conan to shrink back. Was it merely an act of cuteness? I can do that too, Sister Xiaolan. It was Mom who asked me to do this. After speaking, Conan blinked innocently, yet he could not muster a single tear. Mao Lilan yearned to believe him, but the disparity between them was too great to lend any credence to his words. After lecturing Conan for quite some time, Xiaolan eventually took his hand and approached Lin Yuan, saying, Sister has already spoken to Conan. Don't worry, after moving in with me, he will no longer bully you. Ignoring Conan's grimace of resentment, Lin Yuan continued to feign fear. Sister Xiaolan at Lin Yuan's endearing protest, Mao Lilan relinquished her earlier intentions, yet resolutely vowed to educate Conan properly and bring Lin Yuan to live with her soon. Conan departed, his demeanor far from serene, grinding his teeth in anger. A gentleman never forgets an insult. I shall come to exact my revenge tomorrow. This thought lingered in his mind, yet upon returning home, he promptly abandoned the notion. That very night, Xiaolan and Conan shared a bubble bath together. Chapter 5. Enrollment. On the first night after my journey through time, I found myself unable to sleep. The tranquil night often stirs boundless musings within one, prompting introspection about life, aspirations, and the essence of existence. Having traversed the initial exhilaration of this new reality, I was left with a profound emptiness. In an entirely unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strangers, I succumbed to a sense of melancholy. Just before dawn, I finally drifted into a hazy slumber. Did Dr. Agasa engage in any peculiar activities last night? What is the matter, Shinichi? Are you still harboring doubts about him? It just feels odd. Even though I've known him for a long time, the coincidence is too striking. Ha ha ha, Shinichi, don't overthink it. I feel as if I gained an additional grandson. Awakened by a soft murmur of conversation, Lin Yuan opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. Conan was hunched over a round table, engrossed in writing something, while Dr. Agasa tinkered with an unknown invention beside him, their conversation flowing back and forth. Lin Yuan. You're awake. Hurry and wash up. Conan has brought you breakfast, made by Xiaolan. Dr. Agasa quietly reminded her upon noticing her wakefulness. Lin Yuan nodded silently and walked towards the sink. Beside the basin stood a small stool for convenience. Lin Yuan stepped onto it, just able to reach the countertop, where new toiletries were placed, the time of their purchase unknown. Why are you so kind to me? After completing her morning routine, Lin Yuan cupped a handful of cool water in her hands, refreshing herself as she gazed into the mirror, murmuring to her reflection. She had overheard the conversation between Dr. Agasa and Conan just moments earlier. Why was she not filled with the same doubts as Conan, accustomed to this world rife with malice? Lin Yuan found herself at a loss on how to confront the kindness of others. Taking a seat at the dining table, she inhaled the enticing aroma of the food, her stomach betraying her with an audible growl. The meal was exquisitely prepared, featuring a bowl of rice, a beautifully fried fish, a sunny-side-up egg, a selection of vegetables, and a bowl of miso soup. She began to eat heartily, though for some inexplicable reason, her nose felt slightly tinged with sorrow. Conan, what are you writing? Lin Yuan approached the circular platform with curiosity and inquired. Just as Conan finished writing, he displayed the document. An enrollment application for TN Elementary School? Indeed. I believe that group of dark-clad individuals is surely searching for us everywhere, so we must blend in with ordinary people. By the way, I have already filled out your application. Remember to attend school tomorrow. Conan briefly assessed the current situation and deemed attending school to be of utmost importance. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, not refusing, as it was indeed part of the original plan that one must attend school to join the young detective corps. By the way, Dr. Agasa, I think I shall return home. It would certainly be a bother for you otherwise. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he departed without waiting for Dr. Agasa's response. On one hand, he was uncertain about how to interact with Dr. Agasa. It would have been preferable if Dr. Agasa harbored suspicions akin to Conan's. On the other hand, neither Dr. Agasa nor Lin Yuan possessed culinary skills, leading them to a likely diet of instant noodles for all 3 meals. Although consuming instant noodles at home was the same, there remained a distinction between self-preparation and reliance on another. Across from Dr. Agasa's residence stood a 2-story detached villa, which was Lin Yuan's original home. A sign for Lin's financial hung at the entrance, projecting an impression of unprofessionalism. Recalling from memory, he retrieved the house key from behind the sign. In the past, his father's financial company had thrived, aptly described as a financial empire. However, its decline remained shrouded in mystery. The company had transitioned from a standalone office building to their home, with only his father remaining as an employee. The layout of the house mirrored his recollections. The first floor comprised a living room, kitchen, study, and 4 bedrooms, each with an ensuite bathroom, exuding an air of luxury. The second floor housed the master bedroom alongside an expansive studio. Thus, I pondered, do I truly possess wealth? Lin Yuan gazed at a plethora of funds, bonds, and stock agreements, pondering deeply. Upon returning home, he promptly began to assess his assets. If these were converted into cash, it could likely amount to a figure with a multitude of zeros following the one. However, the predicament was that, in his current state, he was utterly incapable of liquidating them. Ultimately, Lin Yuan had to confront a sobering reality. The only cash at his disposal amounted to a mere 100,000 yen. I am the transfer student, Adagawa Conan. I look forward to your guidance. Upon completing his self-introduction, Lin Yuan returned to his seat as directed by the teacher, marking the formal conclusion of the entrance ceremony. During the break, a group of bold young girls gathered around Conan, evidently captivated by his presence. In stark contrast, Lin Yuan's corner remained notably tranquil, and he relished the peace, resting his head on the desk and closing his eyes in slumber. The previous night had brought him insomnia once more. After finally drifting off, he was plagued by nightmares of being pursued by Jin, leaving him even more fatigued. Among those young girls, one stood out, the little angel, Ayumi. Lin Yuan is so pitiful all alone, Ayumi thought to herself, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards him. She yearned to approach and greet him, yet was deterred by Lin Yuan's unapproachable demeanor. Undeterred, Ayumi decided to make her way through Conan's crowd, positioning herself beside him. Lin Yuan felt as though he was ensnared in a state of limbo, caught between wakefulness and slumber, uncertain whether he had truly drifted off. The school bell rang, a clarion call that revitalized him. He swiftly packed his bag and was about to depart when he was called by Bume. Lin Yuan, having just transferred here. You must feel quite shy. Allow me to be your friend, her melodious voice chimed in his ear. Lin Yuan nodded. For his initial intention had been to join the young detective corps. Really? I had thought you would be difficult to approach, Bume exclaimed with a hint of excitement, continuing. All right, let us also invite Conan to be our friend. Conan had already packed his bag and was on his way out, prompting the trio to hastily pursue him. With Lin Yuan trailing leisurely behind. Conan, let us return together. Bumei called out from a distance. I think not. Conan replied without a moment's hesitation, declining the invitation. Yuan Hai immediately grew displeased, retorting, You little rascal, how dare you disregard Bumei's words? Koyan interjected, Yuan Tai, must you be so brash? Enough of your prattling. Do you dare voice any complaints? Conan's remark ignited a quarrel between Yuan Tai and Koyan, allowing Conan to slip away unnoticed. Did none of you notice that Conan has already made his escape? Lin Yuan interjected, observing the squabbling trio. Yuan Tai scanned the surroundings, failing to spot Conan, and exclaimed, Conan is truly cunning, slipping away while we were distracted. I concur. Koyan nodded in agreement. As the two who had previously been at odds now united against their common foe. If you wish to befriend Conan, I can lead you to his home. Lin Yuan inquired with a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. Is that true? In an instant, Bumei's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed. I absolutely must become a good friend of Conan. I concur. Although Lin Yuan had never visited the Mori Detective Agency, he was aware that its location was in the 5th District and could easily find it by following the signposts. Chapter 6. The Idol's Murder in the Secret Room at the Mori Detective Agency. Ding-dong, the doorbell rang, and Ran Mori skillfully opened the door. Upon seeing the visitor, she exclaimed with excitement, Lin Yuan, what brings you to my sister's house? As she spoke, she attempted to embrace Lin Yuan, who deftly sidestepped her. Unfazed. Ran Mori then turned to the 3 small figures behind Lin Yuan and inquired, Are you all friends of Lin Yuan? Bumei nodded politely and replied, Sister Ran. We are here to play with Conan. Ran welcomed them inside and called out, Conan, your friends have come to visit. Conan, engrossed in a detective novel, peeked out and, upon spotting the 3 children, was instantly overwhelmed with exasperation. Ding-dong, the doorbell rang once more. Kagoro Mori, having just finished a can of beer, casually tossed it aside and opened the door, stating, The Mori Detective Agency is closed today. If you have business, please come back tomorrow. As he turned to shut the door, he suddenly recognized the visitor. Could it be Yoko Okino? Yes, I am here to ask for your assistance. Yoko Okino's cheerful voice chimed in. Kagoro Mori dashed into the room and re-emerged transformed. His stubble was gone, his hair impeccably styled, and he donned a sharp suit while delicately holding a rose to his nose. Truth be told, in this guise, Kagoro looked rather dashing. No wonder Eri Kisaki had taken a liking to him. What did you say? You were being stalked by an unknown individual? Kagoro exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table upon hearing Yoko's distressing news. Yoko Okino was his favorite celebrity. How could anyone dare to stalk her? Every time I return home, the furniture is rearranged, and I receive inexplicable photographs in the mail. I also get silent phone calls every day. It's truly terrifying. Yoko recounted her recent experiences, clearly distressed by the ordeal. If possible, I would like to request your assistance in conducting a discreet investigation, said the man standing behind Yoko, handing Kagoro a business card. Yamagishi Sakai, manager. Kagoro perused the card and replied, Very well, I shall take on this case. He then asked Yoko to provide her contact information and address, slyly requesting an autograph in return. Can I go too? I want to see what an idol's room looks like. Ran inquired excitedly. Absolutely not. You must not interfere with my work. Kagoro replied cheerfully, having agreed without a second thought. The manager scratched his head, pointing at the group of children with a hint of concern. But with so many children, wouldn't it be somewhat inconvenient? Lin Yuan took over the conversation and remarked, As you mentioned earlier, this is supposed to be a covert investigation. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to involve so many children in such a matter, right? The agent pondered for a moment, deeming the privacy of Yoko Okino to be of greater significance, and thus consented. Even if they were spotted later, no one would suspect they were investigating a case. Since one vehicle could not accommodate them all, the agent generously hailed a taxi. Ah, this is indeed the place. It truly lives up to being Yoko Okino's residence. Upon arrival, Uncle Mori gazed at the building in awe. The agent quickly scanned the surroundings and cautioned Uncle Mori to lower his voice, for her residence was a secret. Uncle Mori solemnly nodded and turned to earnestly request the others to maintain silence. The group entered the building, with the 3 children eagerly trailing behind Conan, their excitement palpable. Upon reaching the 25th floor, Yoko Okino produced her key and opened the door, inviting them inside. As she turned around, Yoko Okino was met with the sight of a lifeless body sprawled on the floor, prompting a piercing scream. Subsequently, the others lined up, each stepping forward to the doorway and letting out their own cries. Officer Megier arrived promptly, with the officers from the 1st Division conducting their investigation on the scene. Are you all right? Ran Mori gently inquired, glancing at the 3 children. Kagoro was too frightened to utter a word. Jinna fainted outright from shock, while only Ayumi appeared to be holding it together. Lin Yuan harbored no worries for them. After all, these 3 little ones were known for their reckless rush towards corpses in dire situations. After surveying the room and glancing at the lifeless body on the floor, Lin Yuan exited the room. He had no peculiar habits that would compel him to share a space with a corpse, which seemed quite reasonable. The officer stationed at the door did not intervene, recognizing that a mere child could not possibly be the perpetrator. Perched on the windowsill in the corridor, Lin Yuan reflected on the details of the case. Inside the room, Officer Megure adjusted his collar, remarking on the oppressive heat. Do you always set the air conditioning so high? He inquired. No, I shouldn't have left it running when I went out, replied Yoko, the assistant, hastily. That's peculiar, Officer Megure mused, clearly distracted, although lacking any solid evidence. Conan, however, remained diligent, crouched on the ground with a magnifying glass. Noting that there were damp marks surrounding the body and that the only chair was perfectly positioned, Ayumi had already regained her composure, squatting beside Conan and nodding her head. Though she did not fully understand, she felt that Conan's observations were quite astute. Under Ayumi's admiring gaze, Conan began to drift, momentarily forgetting that he was merely an elementary school student. Sensing the approach of Uncle Muri and Officer Megure from behind, Conan quickly admonished Ayumi, "You mustn't speak carelessly. Little ones can be a nuisance. Are you being polite?" Ayumi retorted. Uncle Muri, not one to coddle Conan, delivered a light whack to his head, exclaiming, "I think the nuisance here is you." Officer Megure turned to ask, "Do you know the victim?" The agent squinted, stating, "I can't see clearly. I need to get a bit closer." He then pushed Yoko towards the body, bending down and falling over in the process. What did he take? As the agent stumbled, he used his body to conceal something he had discreetly lifted from the victim's hand. Conan, being short, caught sight of the agent's subtle maneuver. "I'm sorry. I don't know this person." The agent hesitated, his hand trembling as he attempted to conceal the object in his pocket, only to find it empty. Observing this, Conan rushed forward and stepped on it, akin to spotting money on the street, inching over until he discovered it was a strand of hair. Officer Megure suspected it was a locked room mystery, concluding that the culprit was the room's occupant, promptly declaring Yoko as the murderer. "Case closed, time to clock out," he announced. "Do you have a backup key?" Conan asked with a sideways glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm, emphasizing the word backup. Yes, I have one at home." Ayumi chimed in enthusiastically. After a moment's hesitation, Yoko added, "Mr. Yamane has a spare key." Uncle Muri immediately pointed the finger at the agent, Yamane Sakai. The two suspects momentarily set aside their differences and began to debate. Frustrated, Conan decided to search for clues on his own. He discovered an earring beneath the sofa. Although he informed Officer Megure, Uncle Muri scolded him, "Children, go away." Exhausted, Conan retreated behind the sofa, recalling the voice modulator given to him by Professor Agasa. He then pretended to be a detective, guiding everyone to notice the earring. Chapter 7. Despair and Resentment. Yoko recognized the earring as belonging to Yuko Ikezawa, her competitor in the industry. Uncle Muri quickly shifted his suspicion towards Yuko. Now that the truth is clear, the culprit is Yuko Ikezawa. "Let us apprehend her," he directed, glancing at Officer Megure for affirmation. Officer Megure, exasperated, could only reply, "Please have her come here." Yuko arrived swiftly, appearing unperturbed by Officer Megure's inquiries. After exchanging a few words, she excused herself to the restroom. Observing her silhouette, Conan noted an uncanny resemblance to Yoko and pieced together a realization. "Listen, everyone," he began, but was interrupted by Uncle Muri, who was ready to deliver another light whack. Ayumi, ever the protector, leaped up and kicked Uncle Muri's knee, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Uncle Muri chased after Ayumi in a comedic frenzy. Yuko returned from the restroom, adeptly utilizing a statue on the table as a lighter. Conan immediately detected a flaw in Yuko's statements. Despite claiming it was her first visit, she displayed an intimate knowledge of the lighter's identity and the restroom's location. This time, Uncle Muri did not overlook Conan's words. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, Yuko confessed, "I did steal the key from the break room. And I have been here a few times, but I did not commit murder." Just as Uncle Muri was about to make a grand announcement, the investigator interjected. "The deceased is Akira Fujiwara, age 22, a graduate of Conan High School, currently employed at Kaku Red Trading. Isn't that the same high school that Yoko attended?" Uncle Muri, a fervent admirer of Yoko, was well aware of this fact, and all eyes turned towards her. "Mr. Yamane, I must apologize. I can no longer conceal this matter," Yoko said, bowing deeply. "He was my boyfriend from high school." Chaos erupted as everyone began to speculate. While the two suspects momentarily set aside their arguments, Conan found himself at a loss and resolved to revisit the clues. Suddenly, a depression in the floor caught his attention. The dampness from earlier had dried, revealing its outline. A flash of insight illuminated Conan's mind, and he devised a plan, leveraging Uncle Muri's identity to deduce the case. "I am not one to hold grudges. I usually retaliate immediately." He adjusted the ashtray on the coffee table and aimed it at Uncle Muri, inadvertently knocking the dazed Jinta unconscious once more. Fortunately, the outcome was fortuitous, as the ashtray rebounded off the wall and struck Uncle Muri, rendering him unconscious as well. Conan promptly utilized the voice modulator to mimic Uncle Muri's voice and began deducing, "This is a case of suicide. I killed myself." The victim had used ice to secure a knife in the floor's depression, then stood on a chair, falling backward onto the blade, while the air conditioning was set high to hasten the ice's melting. With the investigation concluded, the room was in the process of being tidied up. Yoko emerged from the room, her expression somewhat vacant, gazing out the window. "It's snowing," she remarked. "Indeed, it is snowing. It was so hot just yesterday." Lin Yuan gazed at the snowflakes descending from the sky, unable to suppress a remark about the peculiarity of the weather here. Observing Yoshiko Kano beside her, Lin Yuan realized that the suicide case had come to a close. Could it be that even the heavens could not bear witness to this misunderstanding? Yoshiko Kano turned her head and, upon noticing Lin Yuan leaning on the windowsill, offered a faint smile and a nod, remaining silent as she stared into the sky. Lost in thought. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan recalled a conspiracy theory she had read previously. The case still harbored numerous uncertainties. Foremost among them was the origin of the ice block that secured the knife. Furthermore, when Yuko Ikezawa was attacked, she surely would have cried out, why had the victim not hurt her? Additionally, the scandal unearthed by Yuko Ikezawa was particularly intriguing, as Yoshiko Kano had attended a program on the very day the incident occurred. Thus, Yoshiko Kano emerged as the true mastermind, manipulating Yuko Ikezawa's jealousy, Akira Fujii's affections, and Sakae Yamagishi's selfishness, ultimately resolving the entanglement with her ex-boyfriend. The scandals that were discovered would likely be concealed as evidence. One must possess immense courage and profound despair to reach the point of taking one's own life. Lin Yuan's words were not only a test for Yoko Kano, but also a reflection for himself. Wasn't his previous incarnation merely a fool who chose to end his own life? Shouldn't he reconsider his choice to become an idol? Yoko Kano's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if something were lodged in her throat. Lin Yuan chose not to offer solace, but rather to place his trust in her. He could not fathom that such a gentle girl could harbor such malevolence. Humanity is indeed a perplexing species. In the throes of love, some opt to let go, while others succumb to resentment. Those who are deprived may find liberation, yet others may choose destruction. Takajima Akira, in pursuit of Ayako Kishino's future, opted for separation, only to ultimately embrace resentment and destruction. Even in death, he sought to drag her down with him, ensuring that she would live the remainder of her days engulfed in guilt. Lin Yuan found himself at a loss for words, reluctant to pass judgment. He reached out to catch a snowflake, and began to hum a familiar tune, the theme song of Detective Conan. As the melody concluded, Yoko Okino's heart settled into tranquility. May I sing this song on today's program? It's entirely up to you. I must return home for dinner. I can accompany you in moments of sorrow. Yet the one who can walk beside you for eternity is yourself. Yoko Okino watched Lin Yuan's small figure depart, ultimately concealing her gratitude deep within her heart. How remarkable she is! Ran Muri exclaimed, observing Yoko's determined performance on the large screen in the shopping district, her eyes filled with admiration. Yet soon, her gaze fell, a solitary tear cascading down to land upon Conan's hand. Wiping the corner of her eye, Ran thought, if it were me, I would falter. I cannot be as resilient as Miss Yoko. Just the thought of Shinichi's absence leaves me restless throughout the night. The adept Ran could see the pain in her heart and decided to log into her main account that evening. Later that night, Lin Yuan sat at his desk, the day's events reminding him of something significant. Though I lack a golden finger, I possess nearly 30 years of advanced memories. He contemplated songs, novels, comics, and the potential to invest in fledgling companies. Let me start by writing, or rather, transcribing songs. This was a joyous endeavor, deserving of a reward, an all-nighter. Throughout the night, Lin Yuan compiled numerous songs, though only a handful proved truly usable. After all, he could recall most lyrics but was utterly helpless when it came to melodies. Yet, even with just a few, Lin Yuan felt a sense of contentment, recognizing this was merely the beginning, with countless opportunities for profit awaiting him. Chapter 8. The Establishment of the Young Detective League. Lin Yuan felt as though he had once again fallen into a peculiar state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness. Each time he closed his eyes, the diligent teacher would incessantly rouse him, ensnaring him in a bizarre cycle. When the class bell rang, the trio gathered together. Yesterday's case made it to the papers. Although it was somewhat terrifying, it was the first time I felt such a thrilling sensation. Bume exclaimed. Yuan-tai, equally exhilarated. Chimed in. It seems that befriending Conan was indeed the right decision. I can't wait for more adventures and excitement ahead. Guangyan nodded in agreement but then turned to Yuan-tai, teasingly saying, But Yuan-tai, I recall you were unconscious the whole time. Your courage is truly lacking. What? You dare mock me? Yuan-tai retorted, visibly annoyed. Were you not too frightened to utter a word? Stop arguing. This will lead to nowhere. Bume interjected, her face reflecting a sense of longing. Do you all remember our initial dream? At her words, Yuan-tai and Guangyan fell silent, lost in their memories, as if recalling something significant. Conan, however, sensed an ominous premonition and felt a throbbing headache coming on. Junior Detective Corps. The trio shouted in unison, striking a peculiar pose. Yuan-tai raised his hand and joyfully declared, from this day forth, the Junior Detective Corps is officially established. I, Kazumi Yuan-tai, shall serve as the leader. I concur. Bume and Guangyan readily agreed, for this had been their long-cherished dream. Conan, will you join the Junior Detective Corps? Bume eagerly inquired, moving closer to him. Just as Conan was about to decline, he noticed Yuan-tai's oversized fist descending toward him and hastily exclaimed, I'll join. By the way, Lin Yuan, would you like to join us as well? Bume turned to ask. At that moment, Lin Yuan was caught in a sleepy haze, his consciousness somewhat muddled, and he merely mumbled an affirmative. Bume, concerned, was about to clarify when the class bell rang, prompting her to return to her seat. Ding-ling-ling as the school bell signaled the end of the day, Lin Yuan instantly revived. After packing his bag, he recalled the earlier events. Has the storyline altered? Wasn't he the Junior Detective Corps formed only after discovering a treasure map? Did that mean I have indeed joined the Junior Detective Corps? It should count, I suppose. While still pondering, the trio eagerly approached a reluctant Conan. Lin Yuan, the Junior Detective Corps has just been established, and we must find a way to accept commissions. As the leader of the Detective Corps, Yuan I appeared quite responsible, already contemplating their first task. An hour later. Why haven't we received any commissions yet? Yuan I grumbled. Gazing at the empty shoe locker. What he referred to as accepting commissions involved writing a note of acceptance and affixing it to his locker, then waiting in place. I propose we read some detective novels instead, Conan suggested calmly, though internally he was elated. Indeed, they were merely elementary school students, their thoughts rather juvenile. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. He would not have to partake in their childish detective games. Lin Yuan gazed at the dejected trio and consoled them, saying, "The young detective corps has just been established. Once we gain some renown, numerous cases will surely come our way." The three little ones appeared disheartened, clearly lacking the appetite for the pastries, while Conan had already set his heart on the bookstore. Lin Yuan gazed at Conan and proposed, "Although we lack a commission, we could organize the inaugural activity of the Young Detective Corps to foster team cohesion and enhance our individual capabilities, thereby enabling us to tackle future assignments more effectively." The three youngsters immediately showed great interest, engaging in a spirited discussion. Conan suggested, "Let's read detective novels." Ayumi chimed in, "Let's explore a haunted house." Jenna exclaimed, "Let's feast on eel rice." Hayo added, "Let's catch a stag beetle." The trio, however, simultaneously disregarded Conan and began to bicker amongst themselves. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan remarked, "The Eastern Capital Art Museum will host an exhibition of world treasures today. I have heard that various treasures and even treasure maps will be on display." Treasures. Treasure maps. Riches. The three little ones exhibited a glint of avarice in their eyes and immediately resolved to venture to the Eastern Capital Art Museum. Clearly captivated by the allure of the treasures, they set off at once, with the trio leading the way, and even Conan followed with keen interest. At the entrance of the museum, Lin Yuan called out to the eager trio, "I propose we split into two groups, Step Mei and Conan in one group, and Yuan Tai and Mitsuhiko in the other. This will facilitate the cultivation of synergy." Initially, Yuan Tai and Mitsuhiko were somewhat reluctant. But upon catching sight of the dazzling array of treasures within, their concerns faded into insignificance. Even the begrudging Conan was spirited away by Step Mei, observing Conan's flustered retreat. Lin Yuan could not help but chuckle mischievously. Lin Yuan's actions are motivated by two factors. On one hand, he feels somewhat peculiar about Conan observing him closely these past few days, akin to a scientist scrutinizing a laboratory mouse, which provides an opportune moment for retribution. Yet, it appears that Conan is rather enjoying the attention. On the other hand, there is the matter of the maple leaf coins. After paying his tuition fees, Lin Yuan is left with merely 40,000 yen, forcing him to subsist on instant noodles. Acquiring these maple leaf coins would significantly enhance his financial situation. Lin Yuan recalled that the maple leaf gold coins were hidden in an abandoned building by the river, marked by neon lights. The detective team had walked the entire way, and the distance should not be far. Now that Conan was occupied with Ayumi, he could easily search the vicinity, even if he did not find anything. It would not matter. What was meant to be would be, and there were other ways to earn money. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan began to wander nearby, stopping by a convenience store to purchase gloves and shoe covers, ensuring that he left no fingerprints or footprints. After all, Conan was a stickler for details. If caught, Lin Yuan would be in a precarious situation and would no longer have to worry about earning a living. Fortune favored the diligent, and after an hour, Lin Yuan finally discovered the coveted maple leaf gold coins. Staring at the 4 large bags before him, he was engulfed in profound astonishment. They sparkled invitingly, growing more alluring with each glance. However, Lin Yuan soon faced a dilemma. He could not take all 4 bags. After stuffing 249 coins into his backpack, he weighed the load, estimating it to be about 10 pounds. After some contemplation, he added one more for good measure. 10 pounds was already the limit. His body was simply too weak. The original form had languished for a month, leaving him in a frail state. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to depart. Inside the art museum, Ayumi followed Conan like an adoring fan. Conan reveled in the admiration, enthusiastically introducing her to various exhibits. After exploring the entire museum, he suddenly remembered his task, to keep an eye on Lin Yuan. In Conan's view, there had been signs of suicidal tendencies in Lin Yuan prior to his transformation. Experiencing such a bizarre event only heightened the risk. He needed to keep a close watch to prevent any rash actions. "Ayumi, let us go find Lin Yuan and regroup." "It's time to head home," Conan said, beginning his search throughout the museum. Although Ayumi wished to linger longer with Conan, she obediently followed him. Chapter 9. Is Conan a gangster? Speaking of which, Monkey D. Luffy, in pursuit of fulfilling a promise made to Shanks, who had lost an arm saving him, was in front of a golden treasure map exhibit. Lin Yuan was narrating tales from One Piece, with Genta and Mitsuhiko listening intently. Observing this, Conan felt a bit relieved, pondering whether he had been overly concerned. Children would be children. It was clear they were captivated by such whimsical tales, yet he found detective novels far more intriguing. Seeing Ayumi also absorbed as a small listener, He felt a twinge of jealousy. Why had his little fan turned her allegiance? However, before long, Conan too became engrossed in the story. All right, it's getting late. We should head back. Lin Yuan paused at a critical juncture, eliciting a wave of dissatisfaction from the trio. Yet they had no alternative but to continue their stroll while engaging in animated discussions. I aspire to become the king of pirates, to uncover countless treasures and indulge in endless eel rice. Yuan Tai proclaimed, his hands cradling his head as he envisioned a life surrounded by delectable eel rice. Bumei shook her head in disapproval, remarking, Yuan Tai, the life of a pirate is far too violent, and treasure maps are often fabrications. We should aim to be renowned detectives. Hikaru nodded in agreement, envisioning the glimmer of admiration in Bumei's eyes once he achieved the status of a detective. A rather mischievous grin creeping onto his face. However, Conan disagreed with Bumei's perspective, enlightening them. In truth, there are still numerous treasures in this world, waiting to be discovered. With this assertion, Conan seamlessly integrated himself into the ranks of the young detective squad. At that moment, a gust of wind whisked a note across the ground, landing at Yuan Tai's feet. He picked it up, glancing at the peculiar symbols adorning the paper, unable to decipher them, and carelessly tossed it aside. Let us head to Lin Yuan's house and hear the rest of the story from him, he suggested. Conan, intrigued, attempted to retrieve the note but was pulled away by Yuan Tai. Nevertheless, he had already committed the contents of the note to memory. The bizarre drawings it contained were likely mere doodles from a child, and he dismissed it from his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, trailing behind, observed the scene with astonishment. Shouldn't they be following the clues on the note to search for treasure? Was his mere presence altering the narrative? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Those bandit groups were not to be trifled with, and in reality, unforeseen events could transpire. Moreover, even if they were to pursue treasure, Lin Yuan would concoct an excuse to withdraw, for it would be difficult to explain the coins concealed in his backpack. After their departure, 3 figures clad in black retrieved the note, scratching their heads in confusion. On the way back, Lin Yuan pondered the situation but ultimately led the trio to Professor Agasa's residence. With Conan and the young detective squad gathered, it seemed they were on the brink of filming an episode right at his home. Who could the deceased be besides himself? He decided to leave it to Professor Agasa, who had a fondness for children. Initially, the trio felt a bit apprehensive, as this was their first encounter with Professor Agasa. Sitting on the sofa, they behaved as if they were the perfect children from the tales of others. Professor Agasa, exuding warmth, welcomed them with an abundance of fruit juices and snacks. Quickly forging a bond with the trio, Lin Yuan took out several sheets of drawing paper, resolved to transform the tale of Wang Lufei into a comic. There seemed to be no similar comics in his memory, presenting yet another lucrative opportunity. As he unfolded the paper and began to sketch, he found his concentration elusive. It was not due to a forgotten plot, but rather the presence of Conan. Although Conan sat beside the trio, engrossed in the animated series of Kamen Rider, he occasionally cast furtive glances in Lin Yuan's direction, at times peering out the window towards the street across. Isn't that my home? What could possibly be captivating? A strange sensation washed over him. Was he perhaps surveying the area? Indeed, Conan outwardly appeared to be a mere child. No, a detective. Yet beneath that faade lay a cunning bandit, preying upon the affluent. He was continuously scrutinizing Lin Yuan, assessing his wealth, meticulously planning to gather a band of outlaws to punish this so-called unscrupulous capitalist. No, I am an upstanding citizen, Lin Yuan tentatively inquired. Conan, are you gazing out the window? What are you observing? Conan, taken aback, had been scrutinizing the layout of the Lin Yuan residence, contemplating the possibility of intervening should Lin Yuan indeed contemplate an act of self-harm. I am looking at the hole, yes, the one in Dr. Agasa's wall. The aperture is alarmingly large. Such a gaping hole poses a significant danger. Just as Conan was about to speak candidly, he realized that someone with suicidal thoughts should not be provoked, so he hastily concocted an excuse. A hole? Following the direction indicated by Conan's finger, Lin Yuan observed a section of the wall that had collapsed, a result of a mishap during one of Professor Agasa's experiments on the day everything shrank. This suggests a concern for Professor Agasa's safety, rather than an intent to scrutinize his own home. Indeed, in this modern age, how could one still encounter such archaic nuisances? Yet, why does Conan appear so distracted, his movements awkward, repeating phrases incessantly, and even snorting? He is not merely gazing through the hole. He is peering into his own residence. This cannot be, while the notion of such nuisances may seem far-fetched. It is wise to maintain a distance from Lin Yuan and Conan for the time being. Lin Yuan shifted his position slightly. Conan believed he had successfully concealed his actions. Yet his furtive little eyes occasionally glanced over. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky, and the 3 little ones, filled with reluctance, prepared to depart. Before leaving, they caught sight of Lin Yuan's manga and eagerly exclaimed that they wished to be the first to see it upon its completion. Lin Yuan, would you care to stay and share a meal? I have prepared instant noodles, invited Professor Agasa after the 3 had left. While the trio was delightful, they were merely someone else's children. Lin Yuan, however, was his nominal grandson. There was a certain comfort in having one's own kin around. Wait a moment. Was there a hidden agenda at play? In an instant, Hayakawa discerned the ruse. It was a ploy to divert his attention and plunder him completely. He could not fall for such a trick. Dr. Agasa, how could you become complicit in this? With pressing matters at hand, he declared, "I must take my leave." Without awaiting a response, Hayakawa swiftly gathered his belongings and vanished from sight. As he passed by the doorway, he furtively disconnected the power supply to Dr. Agasa's doorbell. Lacking a mobile phone, Conan could only reach Dr. Agasa through the landline, yet Uncle Muri was notoriously stingy and would never permit Conan to use it. As for a telephone booth, Conan couldn't even recall Dr. Agasa's address, let alone his phone number. However, Hayakawa overlooked one crucial detail. Conan was too short to reach the doorbell. Dr. Agasa, grinning, retracted his previous statements. This wretched grandson was no longer worth keeping. Upon returning home, he secured the doors and windows. Now was the time to reap the rewards. Lin Yuan wished to scatter gold coins across his bed, desiring to become a person reeking of wealth, or rather, the sin of gold. However, with immense joy comes profound sorrow. These coins were likely worth 10 million yen. Yet one cannot simply venture out and spend them. Moreover, the news had already broadcasted the event for an entire day, making it virtually impossible to utilize them. Should he seek the assistance of Dr. Agasa? Lin Yuan was suddenly struck by an idea. Dr. Agasa had numerous friends. Perhaps there was someone daring enough to take this batch of gold coins. However, upon recalling Conan, Lin Yuan quickly dismissed the thought. These gold coins would only become a hot potato, ultimately cast aside into a corner of the storage room. How disheartening. Let us stay up all night. After all, tomorrow is a day off. Meanwhile, Conan, on his way home, passed by a bookstore and remembered that he had yet to read the newly released detective novel. He immediately entered. While searching for the detective story, he inadvertently picked up an Italian dictionary. So, it truly was a treasure map. Observing the definition of oro, Conan instantly recalled the note he had seen earlier. It was already nighttime, and the neon riddle on the note was easily decipherable. Not just by Conan, but also by the three anxious men in black. With the three little ones absent, Conan unusually calmed down and promptly informed Officer Magyar. In the end, Officer Magyar apprehended the gang of robbers who were in the midst of dividing the spoils, while the mystery of the vanished 250 gold coins remained forever unsolved. Chapter 10. The Art Museum Incident at the Muri Detective Agency. Muri Ran shared a mysterious piece of news she had heard. A suit of armor at the Medieval Art Museum had moved on its own. Armor walking by itself? Conan listened to Rant's words with skepticism. This was the world of Conan, where supernatural beings could not possibly exist. Yet, Muri Ran was intrigued and exclaimed, "I heard 2 security guards saw it while patrolling at night. It sounds so interesting. Let us go check out the museum together." Upon hearing Ran's words, Conan chuckled, while Uncle Muri laughed heartily. This must be a fabrication by the museum. Given the current downturn in business, it was understandable. Indeed, Sister Ran. Such rumors can only fool elementary school students. Muri Ran frowned, interpreting this as a suggestion that she was childish. Suddenly, the corner of Uncle Muri's metal desk collapsed. Ran turned around, raised her fist, and kindly asked, "So, what do you say? Shall we go? I adore artworks. I want to go." "Me too, especially medieval art." Conan and Uncle Muri broke into a cold sweat and immediately agreed. "By the way, Conan, I have a task for you. Invite Lin Yuan to join us." "Can you manage that?" Ran waved her fist as if threatening, though in reality, her hand was just a bit sore. "I promise to complete the task." Conan vanished in an instant. Ding dong. The doorbell rang incessantly, jolting Lin Yuan awake from his dreams. Although he had planned to stay up all night, he had fallen asleep due to overwhelming sadness. However, he had had a nightmare involving Jin, filled with a tumultuous love-hate relationship, leaving him mentally exhausted. After yawning, he realized it was Conan at the door, and a sudden shock coursed through him. Did he find out I was home last night and choose not to act? Is he planning a direct assault now? What should I do? Should I open the door? After several rings of the doorbell without a response, Conan, worried something was amiss, retrieved a key from behind the sign of Lin's Finance. "See, Conan, I must tell you, we live in a society governed by law. If you feel threatened, just let me know. I'll help you find a solution. Do not resort to such extremes." Upon seeing Conan enter, Lin Yuan stumbled over his words, meekly stating, "Is that okay?" Conan, curious, wondered if Lin Yuan knew that Ran had threatened him into inviting him to the museum. "You're already aware." Conan's tone was somewhat grave, knowing Lin Yuan was a homebody who preferred not to venture out, so he decided to be indirect. "Yes." Lin Yuan slammed the table, only to realize he had raised his voice too high and quickly lowered it, whispering, "Rest assured, as long as you spare me, I will serve you in the future." "Very well, then come with me to the museum." Before arriving at the Medieval Art Museum, Lin Yuan felt dazed, as if he had misunderstood something. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Muri Ran once again invited him to stay at her home, but Lin Yuan brushed it off casually, and Ran did not press the matter further. Entering the museum, Muri Ran eagerly led the way, while Conan and Uncle Muri rolled their eyes and followed behind. If there were anything more tedious than accompanying a girl shopping, it would be accompanying her through an art museum. As for Lin Yuan, he lingered at the back, forced to engage while trying to recall the plot. "You really enjoy these paintings, don't you?" The curator, Mr. Okiai, appeared just on time, looking like a kind old man with squinty eyes, a slender frame, and a hunch. His bald head, cleaner than his chin, testified to his fondness for these artworks. What a pitiable old man. Watching Mr. Okiai converse with Muri Ran, Lin Yuan decided to lend a hand, hoping to see if he could alter the plot at will. May I ask, who are you? Ran inquired, snapping back to reality. Mr. Okiai slightly bowed and apologetically said, I'm sorry for the intrusion. I am the curator here. My name is Okiai. After exchanging greetings, Mr. Okiai was about to leave when he was startled by the actions of a nearby staff member. Tawada, how many times must I tell you? Do not touch these pieces without gloves. After reprimanding, he pointed to another staff member. Ida, I'm counting on you here. There were indeed very few people present. Though scarce, one still needed to take good care of these antiquities. A sudden voice shattered the somewhat discordant atmosphere. It was the owner, Mr. Monica, who had acquired the museum. Mr. Monica had initially promised to continue operating the museum, but shortly after the acquisition, he intended to transform it into a restaurant. Observing the domineering Mr. Monica, Lin Yuan's resolve to assist Mr. Okiai strengthened. After Mr. Okiai departed, Mori Ran guided the three around once more. After a tour, they arrived at a corridor marked with a no-entry sign. How strange, there should be another exhibition hall inside. Ran remarked, glancing at her travel brochure, her curiosity piqued. Uncle Muri, impatient, replied, forget about that. Let us take a detour and head home. Ran felt somewhat disappointed but had no other options. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan realized it was her moment to make an entrance. Sister Xiaolan, I need to use the restroom. The restroom? Let me check, Xiaolan replied. But before she could open the manual, Lin Yuan snatched it away. Sister Xiaolan, I can't wait any longer. You go explore elsewhere. I will find the restroom myself. Xiaolan. Hurry up, urged Uncle Maori, his voice echoing once more. All right then, just remember not to wander off. As she observed the group vanish around the corner, Lin Yuan disregarded the no-entry sign and proceeded inside. At the entrance of the Hell Exhibition Hall, Director Okiai had just dealt with Manager Monica, who was still quite flustered. Uncle Director, I can't find the restroom. Could you please draw the route for me in the guidebook? A panting Director Okiai was startled by the request. Children mustn't run around recklessly. He regained his previous amiable demeanor, squinting his eyes as he took the travel manual, preparing to sketch the route to the restroom. However, as the pen tip made contact with the page, Director Okiai felt another jolt of alarm. This child simply could not be left unattended. Uncle Director, is your pen broken? Here. Let me lend you mine. Hayashihara handed his pen to Director Okiai, casually taking away the broken ballpoint pen. As Director Okiai received the pen and regained his composure, he caught sight of Hayashihara's departing figure, recalling the restroom route that remained unsketched. With a wry smile, he shook his head, dismissing any thoughts of silencing him. Perfect. The evidence is now firmly in my grasp. Lin Yuan, filled with self-satisfaction, remained oblivious to the fact that he had narrowly escaped a brush with death. As for the matter of using the restroom, he was certainly not as frail as Conan, and besides, if he were to sketch anything in the manual, it would be easily uncovered by that relentless detective. Sister Xiaolan, here is your manual back. After Lin Yuan returned the manual, he discovered Conan and Uncle Muri slumped back to back, appearing utterly exhausted. Chapter 11. A distinct victim. Muri Ran took the manual, only to find that the previously placed no-entry sign had vanished. Ultimately, under the duress of dinner, everyone ventured inside together. The room was shrouded in darkness. Could it possibly harbor ghosts? Gazing into the dim exhibition hall, Muri Ran felt a twinge of trepidation, for ghosts were her greatest fear. Coupled with the ominous title of Hell Exhibition Hall, she sensed a foreboding presence. This is only natural. After all, this is the Exhibition Hall of Hell. Fearless, Conan strode ahead alone. In the exhibition hall, a painting titled Divine Punishment captured everyone's attention. Drip, drip. As Muri Ran contemplated the painting, an unbearable dripping sound pierced the silence. Turning her head, she let out a shriek. Ah! Amidst the wailing of sirens, Officer Megure arrived in an instant. What are you doing here again? Officer Megure's mood soured upon spotting Uncle Muri. Recently, his most reliable partner, Kudo, had vanished. Although he had replaced him with Muri, the differences between the two were stark. While Uncle Muri might eventually deduce the identity of the murderer, his earlier ramblings were quite exasperating. Uncle Muri, unperturbed, proudly declared, Officer, I have secured the scene. No one has touched the body. Officer Megure, suppressing his irritation, turned to inquire, so, did anyone witness the perpetrator? A staff member named Ijima pointed to a camera in the corner. That security camera should have captured the incident. Subsequently, everyone gathered around the monitor, while Lin Yuan pondered curiously, was there surveillance this early on? Did the hundreds of episodes that followed conveniently lack such oversight? Nonetheless, it made sense. Surveillance technology is exceedingly intelligent, clear when it needs to be and hazy when it does not, rendering it utterly ineffectual. This particular footage was no exception. Although it recorded the act of violence, the assailant, clad in armor, was virtually unrecognizable. Rinhara held no interest in the case. Matters of investigation were best left to Conan. Arriving at the entrance of the art museum, she sat upon the steps, momentarily engulfed in a sense of conflict, pondering whether her actions were indeed justified. Lin Yuan had always believed himself to be a person devoid of warmth. However, upon witnessing the condition of his boss, Zhenzhong, he found himself wavering. Surely, the man did not deserve such a fate, although he had not directly participated, by assisting the perpetrator in eliminating the evidence he had. In a certain sense, become an accomplice. What was he thinking? Was he being overly compassionate? Surely, he would be ridiculed for such sentiments. Shaking his head, he cast these thoughts aside, only to notice a middle-aged man standing at the door, his face etched with worry. Youngster, you just came out from there. Do you have any idea what transpired inside? Why are there so many police officers who won't let anyone in? The man hesitated for a long moment before approaching to inquire. A murder has occurred inside. It will likely be a while before anyone can enter, Lin Yuan replied. The man sighed deeply upon hearing this, reaching into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, only to remember the presence of the young boy and retract his hand. You truly are unfortunate, encountering a murder case, he remarked, sitting down on the steps. Noticing Lin Yuan's silence, he assumed the boy was merely startled by the incident. Ah. To be young is a blessing. Unlike me, burdened with immense pressure from all sides, supporting both the elderly and the young, unable to take a moment's rest. Yet, compared to our president, I suppose I am fortunate. Do you see? This art museum was purchased by the president. Yet it incurs losses daily and is on the brink of bankruptcy. To pay salaries, the museum has been mortgaged. Our president is always stern, with a volatile temperament. But we all understand. It is said he has contemplated suicide several times, ultimately deciding to convert the museum into a restaurant, hoping for a turnaround, lest we, like so many others, face starvation. Sighing, he continued, why am I burdening you with all this, young one? You should be cheerful. The middle-aged man rambled on incessantly. Is your president named Zhenjiang? Lin Yuan inquired. The man nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Do you know him? Could you please do me a favor and go inside to tell our president to return quickly? The bank is demanding payment again. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yuan nodded. Turning silently to re-enter the building, the police officers at the entrance promptly allowed him through, recognizing him as a companion of Kagaro Mori. Had he misjudged the situation? Lin Yuan hesitated at the threshold of the crime scene, uncertain of how to confront the loquacious uncle. His thoughts drifted to the previous case and to Yoko Chiechia. After that case concluded, Officer Magyar had left the office in high spirits. Conan had reveled in his success at solving yet another mystery. And Uncle Mori had been pleased with the prospect of another newspaper article, yet no one had cared for Yoko Chiechia, who had huddled by the window. Fragile and helpless, she was the one who bore the deepest sorrow. Such anguish. It evoked a profound sense of inevitable powerlessness. Meanwhile, the investigation had reached a critical juncture. The surveillance footage revealed that the victim had written down the name of the murderer before succumbing, yet Conan detected an anomaly. Only one clue remained. Restroom. I need to go to the restroom. He snatched the handbook from Rand's hands, darting back and forth in agitation before approaching Director Okiai. Uncle, where's the restroom? Could you please draw it on this for me? Startled, Director Okiai accepted the handbook and began to sketch. Conan's glasses glimmered with a white light. Everything was under control. Following the indicated path would lead him to the restroom. No, wait. What restroom? I am solving a case here. Why was this fellow's pen intact? Had my reasoning gone awry? As he gazed at the route drawn in the handbook, self-doubt began to creep in. Honestly, children are such a nuisance. Uncle Mori seized Conan and tossed him aside. This cannot be. This is impossible. Conan repeatedly flipped through the handbook, murmuring incessantly. After perusing the handbook dozens of times, he noticed an anomaly. One page bore the faint trace of a ballpoint pen, devoid of ink. The mark was minuscule, easily overlooked. Recalling that Lin Yuan had once taken the handbook and disappeared for a time, Conan formulated a bold hypothesis. But why would he do such a thing? Conan fell silent, remaining so until the case reached its conclusion. In the absence of Conan's involvement, Kawada was taken back to the precinct as a suspect. The atmosphere on the return journey was unnervingly strange. Not a word was spoken, and the silence was so profound that one could hear their own heartbeat. Conan, Lin Yuan. What is wrong with you? You have been silent since earlier. Rand finally broke the eerie stillness. It's nothing. I left something at the museum. Lin Yuan. Would you accompany me to retrieve it? As soon as Conan finished speaking, he grasped Lin Yuan's hand and departed. Lin Yuan. I am uncertain as to why you choose to shield Director Okiai, yet I cannot permit you to persist in your error. At the entrance of the art museum, Officer Muro made a return, and the individual in the police car transformed from Kawada into Director Okiai. Conan, what brings you back? Officer Muro inquired with a hint of curiosity, then continued. By the way, Director Okiai just turned himself in. However, he asked me to convey a message. Thank you. I'm sorry, quite peculiar. ISNT it. The police car escorting Director Okiai drove past, and with squinted eyes, he expressed, thank you, little detective, for granting me a moment to bid farewell to the museum. I apologize for involving you, young one. Conan, did you already know? Of course. I am a renowned detective. Then why didn't you call the police to apprehend me? What a jest. I am you, after all. Snot and all. Perhaps, in that moment, Conan truly lowered his guard. Chapter 12. Valentine's Day. It was yet another clear day. Lin Yuan tossed the comic he had drawn all night to Conan, then rested his head on the desk for a nap. Genta swiftly confiscated the comic, which then circulated among the three little ones. And only after they had finished did it reach Conan, who had no rights. After several days of effort, most teachers, save for a few exceptionally stubborn ones, had given up on Lin Yuan, who perpetually wore an expression of contrition before returning to slumber. Consequently, Lin Yuan's seat shifted from the front row to the back. He declared that he would continue to strive, for the corner seat by the window in the back row was his ultimate goal. Ding-ling. The school bell rang. And Lin Yuan promptly packed his bag, exclaiming, "Less than 2 seconds. I must keep striving." The 4 little ones gathered at Lin Yuan's desk and apart from Conan. They appeared rather dejected. "Everyone, please wait a moment," Ayumi suddenly called out, signaling for the others to approach. "Our young detective corps has been established for several days now. Yet we have yet to receive a case. We must devise a solution to this predicament." Upon hearing this, Jinna expressed his frustration. "It's all Conan's fault. Last time, I went alone to catch that bandit group. How outrageous." Jinta referred to the incident involving the maple leaf gold coins, where the young detective corps was supposed to capture the bandits together, but Lin Yuan's involvement led to Conan acting alone. However, it cannot solely be blamed on Conan. Ayumi quickly shielded Conan from criticism, then retrieved a stack of flyers from her bag. "The reason we haven't received any cases is that no one knows about the young detective corps, so let us distribute these flyers." "Will this truly be effective?" Hikaru questioned skeptically, though he could not conjure a better plan. "It will certainly work." Ayumi clenched her small fist in encouragement before starting to hand out the flyers. In total, there were over 100, and Lin Yuan received more than 20. "For any incidents, please entrust the young detective corps." The handwriting was neat, and the little cat drawn was quite adorable, indicating that Ayumi had put in considerable effort, yet the simplicity of the endeavor was hard to disguise. Lin Yuan felt somewhat speechless as he stopped the 3 eager little ones. The flyers were far too rudimentary to be distributed effectively. It seemed to be the consensus. As the trio sighed while gazing at the flyers, even the one responsible for writing them, Bume, nodded in agreement, observing their disappointment. Lin Yuan resolved to lend them a hand. He picked up one of the flyers. The front was completely filled with writing, leaving no room for further alterations. Fortunately, the back remained blank, offering a chance for redemption. "Watch me," he declared. Lin Yuan placed his backpack beneath him and began to draw on the flyer. Lin Yuan's artistic skills are not particularly remarkable, thus he opted for a minimalist approach, effortlessly sketching a few adorable figures on the flyer with just a few strokes. "Wow, how charming," exclaimed the 3 little ones in unison. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He had depicted the 5 members of the young detective corps, albeit without Lin Yuan himself and featuring Ai Haibara. "Well then, I'll leave everything to you," Jinna exclaimed, gathering the flyers from the others and throwing them all at once. There were over 100 in total, and it was estimated that it would take about an hour to complete the task. Conan showed little concern for the matter, engrossed in a detective novel. Hikaru also picked up a flyer, but after a brief attempt, he promptly chose to abandon it. Jinna had long envisioned a scenario where they received daily commissions. Only the meticulous Ayumi noticed the anomalies on the flyers. Although the final little figure bore a slight resemblance to Lin Yuan, Ayumi was certain that it was not him and resolutely made a decision in her heart. An hour later, they proclaimed, "No matter the difficulty, we can resolve it. Any issue can be entrusted to the young detective corps. Come quickly." The 3 young ones were diligently distributing the flyers. Despite the simplistic drawings created by Lin Yuan, the results remained rather unimpressive, aside from the children, who were attracted by the charming sketches. The busy adults exhibited no interest whatsoever. Lin Yuan leaned against the utility pole, basking in the sunlight and lost in thought. Beside him, Conan idly slacked off. "Conan, stop being lazy and come distribute the flyers," roared Yuan Tai, the group leader, unable to tolerate such indolence. Conan remained motionless, pondering why this fellow was exempt from the task. Lin Yuan had already contributed numerous illustrations. How could they continue to burden him? Clenching his fists, Yuan Tai strode towards Conan. As the approaching fist drew nearer, Conan reluctantly began to move. "Humph, it's merely a change of scenery for slacking off." Lin Yuan did not linger on the heartwarming scene, but instead noticed Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko nearby, being harassed by a burly figure. He swiftly concealed himself behind a utility pole to eavesdrop on their conversation. The burly man said, "Xiaolon, I am here to invite you to go on a date with me." It seemed that Conan's position was rather precarious. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. The sensation of watching others dig into her own territory while feeling utterly powerless was something that must be fully experienced by Conan. Lin Yuan found Conan, who was idly wasting time. "Old Conan, your wife has run off with someone." "What wife do I have?" Conan replied nonchalantly. But then a jolt of shock coursed through him. Ran. Could it be that she couldn't wait and has found another suitor? He quickly handed a flyer to a passing child and immediately followed Lin Yuan. Behind a slender utility pole, 2 individuals were discreetly concealed. Yuanzi inquired, "So, will Mr. Michikawa be attending the Valentine's Day party?" The burly man replied, "Of course. The party is being held at his house." "Ah, I want to go. I want to go." "Ran will be there too," Yuanzi exclaimed, her face brimming with infatuation, inadvertently committing Ran to attend as well. Conan felt an urge to intervene. Yet he was painfully aware of his limitations as an elementary school student, powerless to prevent his rival from departing. "Lin Yuan, I beg you, let us return together. You must convince Ran not to partake in that Valentine's Day party." With his rival gone, Conan resolved to pursue a more circuitous route, aiming to appeal to Ran directly. "Valentine's Day? Chocolate? Lin Yuan, are you listening?" This is a critical moment. Conan anxiously shook the dazed Lin Yuan. I understand. I understand. We'll make chocolate to persuade Sister Ran. Conan nodded in satisfaction, but just as they prepared to leave, Yumi, who had finished distributing the flyers, called out to them. Lin Yuan, this is for you. After handing a flyer to Lin Yuan, Yumi turned and walked away. What do I need a flyer for? Lin Yuan felt somewhat perplexed and curiously glanced at the flyer, only to discover that what was originally a simple sketch of 5 figures had now been altered with the addition of a small, crooked figure, transforming it into a depiction of 6 individuals, with the extra figure representing him. The wind was fierce, causing sand to invade his eyes. Conan, unable to discern clearly, wore a face full of mockery, as if to suggest the unfolding of a love letter scenario, while his own affairs could wait. He was determined to partake in the drama of others. Old Lin, allow me to offer my counsel. What does it say? He inquired eagerly. Come on, old Lin. Don't be stingy. Is it a love letter? Hey, why the sudden change in demeanor? Upon reaching the Muri Detective Agency, Conan finally ceased his playful wanderings in the metaphorical melon field. Chapter 13. Chocolate. As he opened the door, he found Xiaolan and Yuanzi seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation, while Uncle Muri, cradling a pillow, had succumbed to drunkenness, mumbling, I am a detective. Yuanzi rose from the sofa and remarked. So you are the 2 little rascals Xiaolan mentioned. Hello, big sister. Lin Yuan greeted politely, as it was their first encounter, and first impressions held great significance, especially since Yuanzi was quite affluent. She nudged Conan with her elbow, signaling him to speak, but Conan remained unresponsive, glaring at Yuanzi instead. After all, she was the one who influenced his sister, Ran, so how could he possibly afford her any kindness? Yuanzi, not want to back down, engaged in a fierce stare-down with him. As they drew closer, Ran intervened, separating Yuanzi and Conan, and initiated their introductions. So, you are the little freeloader, Conan. After the introductions, Yuanzi was the first to launch an attack on Conan, her tone decidedly unfriendly, clearly indicating her unfavorable impression of him. Conan thought to himself, Yuanzi, that insufferable woman. Yuanzi then turned to Lin Yuan, saying, you must be Lin Yuan. Don't worry, if Conan bothers you again, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Yuanzi had a favorable first impression of Lin Yuan, finding her to be a polite child, especially since Ran often spoke highly of her. Ran clasped her hands together, apologizing to Conan. It's all Yuanzi's assumptions. By the way, Dad, hurry up and wake up. She pushed Uncle Muri, but he remained unresponsive, still calling out for Yoshiko Naka. Ran's expression of apology deepened. Lin Yuan extracted a chocolate from his backpack and said, Here you go, Xiaolan. In recent days, aside from preparing lunch bento for Conan, Xiaolan had also been assisting Lin Yuan with his meals. Although he contemplated declining her help, the experience of consuming instant noodles thrice a day was far from pleasant. This chocolate was procured during his journey. While it may appear modest as a token of gratitude, Lin Yuan's current financial situation did not permit the purchase of a more lavish gift. As for why he chose chocolate, with Valentine's Day approaching, Lin Yuan wished to attempt making his own chocolate. However, lacking the skills to craft chocolate, he planned to create a variant by melting someone else's chocolate and reshaping it into his desired form. Surely that wouldn't be too difficult. He had purchased 2 pieces, one for Mao Lilan and one to transform into his creation. Perfect. Well, giving chocolate on Valentine's Day is so romantic. Yanzuko's exaggerated voice rang out again, teasingly proclaiming, Lin Yuan, do you have a crush on your Xiaolan sister? Indeed, I truly like Xiaolan. Lin Yuan responded in a childlike tone while silently glancing at Conan. This straightforward man had been toying with ambiguity yet had made no substantial progress. He needed a sense of urgency instilled in him. Conan, still grumbling about the meddlesome Yoko, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuan's words. Initially, he believed external forces were undermining him, but now it seemed both inside and outside were conspiring against him. Xiaolan accepted the chocolate without a second thought. To her, Lin Yuan seemed far too young, akin to a younger brother, incapable of comprehending matters of the heart. Well then, when you grow up, you must marry your sister. Xiaolan's words struck Conan like a hammer. Sai Xiaolan has forsaken me. I shall embrace a solitary existence until the end of my days. Yoko's lament flowed forth. And with a dramatic flair, she dashed to the old window. Oh heavens, life feels utterly meaningless. Observing Yoko winking incessantly at him and feigning a leap from the window, Lin Yuan could only smile in bemusement. Unless something unexpected occurred, they were on the 2nd floor. Barring a headfirst plunge, nothing disastrous would ensue. Sister Yoko, this is for you. Resigned, Lin Yuan handed over the chocolate meant for the fickle, knowing he could always procure more. Upon receiving the chocolate, Yoko's demeanor transformed instantly as she thumped her not-so-bountiful chest and proclaimed, From now on, I shall protect you. Your affairs are my affairs. Gazing at the boisterous Yoko, Lin Yuan couldn't help but speculate if the Suzuki family had mistakenly taken home the wrong child from the hospital. After a while, Yoko departed, needing to return to her chocolate making. Mao Lilan also entered the kitchen, and Lin Yuan fetched a small stool, dutifully standing nearby, perusing a book on chocolate making while occasionally stealing glances. Conan stood at the kitchen door, momentarily struck by the harmonious scene, reminiscent of an elderly couple cooking together. Am I the superfluous one? Oh no, why do I feel like I'm becoming a third wheel? Sister Lan, what are you making? Is it chocolate? Conan entered the kitchen, feigning ignorance. Xiaolon casually replied, tomorrow is the annual Valentine's Day. Lin Yuan, the annual event has arrived. Conan, we must take action. Are you perhaps planning to gift something to brother Shinichi? Conan inquired tentatively, apprehensive of an unfavorable response. Xiaolon lifted her gaze. Shinichi? Your words remind me of that fellow. Conan, you're finished. Lin Yuan, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Conan resolved to first deal with the individual undermining from within. Lin Yuan did not dwell on the matter for long before departing. He discreetly slipped the book into his backpack. Lin Yuan, do you truly have feelings for Xiaolon? Conan hesitated for quite some time before finally posing the question. His voice tinged with a certain heaviness. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that his affection for Sister Xiaolon had provoked Conan, this little rascal? No. That is absurd. There are no rascals here. I do indeed harbor feelings for Sister Xiaolon. But no, absolutely not. Conan's glasses gleamed with a fierce light as he nearly roared. Why not? Have you confessed your feelings to Sister Xiaolon? Aye, every time. Do you not abandon Sister Xiaolon at the scene of the crime? Aye, during your dates, do you not speak solely of Sherlock Holmes? Disregarding Sister Xiaolon's feelings entirely? Aye, if you continue down this path, I believe you are utterly unworthy of Sister Xiaolon, and at that time, I shall intervene. Lin Yuan's probing questions left Conan speechless, prompting him to reflect. Was I truly so detestable in the past? Is it possible that someone genuinely dislikes Sherlock Holmes? As he regained his composure, he realized that Lin Yuan had long since vanished from sight. While passing by a convenience store, Lin Yuan intended to purchase another chocolate bar, only to find the once overflowing shelves now utterly bare. Clearly, there were many who had the same inclination to indulge. Should I abandon the idea? After a moment of deliberation, Lin Yuan resolved that having come this far, he could not leave empty-handed. He would buy the ingredients to create his own. The convenience store was quite accommodating, offering a complete set of chocolate-making supplies, which he promptly purchased. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan decided to treat himself to a sumptuous dinner. High-quality ingredients require only the simplest of cooking methods. After a long day, Master Lin poured boiling water over the ingredients, and a bowl of instant noodles was ready in no time. Chapter 14. Shiho Mayano. As he waited for the noodles to cook, Lin Yuan entered the kitchen, only to discover that it had not been cleaned in over a month, and was now covered in dust. After more than an hour of scrubbing, the kitchen was transformed in an instant. Instant noodles, don't forget about me. Lin Yuan was wholly engrossed in the art of chocolate making, eagerly retrieving the ingredients and meticulously following the instructions from a borrowed book, step by step. Cocoa powder, cocoa butter, could this be it? In it went. Milk, how I adore milk, so nourishing. Let us add a generous amount. Sugar, perhaps not too much, for excessive consumption may lead to health issues. A modest quantity will suffice. After a flurry of activity, the chocolate was poured into molds. Now, all that remained was to wait for it to solidify. In truth, Lin Yuan was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts. If pressed, she could manage a meal that would not bring about immediate demise. Thus, while the chocolate was successfully crafted, the kitchen was left in disarray. After another hour spent cleaning, the chocolate was finally complete. Instant noodles. Does love truly fade? Has this chocolate undergone some transformation? Lin Yuan gazed at the rather grayish chocolate before him, feeling somewhat at a loss. It appeared evident that culinary endeavors were not his forte. Should he dare to taste it? He hesitated to offer it to others without sampling it first. Wait, why was he even contemplating this? Soon enough, Lin Yuan realized the crux of the matter. He was, after all, a singleton. Engaging in chocolate making was merely a frivolous pursuit. Yet here he was, genuinely perplexed. Alas, it was truly delicious. Lin Yuan gently took a bite, and a previously sorrowful expression transformed into a radiant smile. Although he had never tasted chocolate and was unaware of its true flavor, life, after all, is about finding joy amidst bitterness. As he savored a morsel, his stomach, which had not felt hunger moments before, began to protest. It dawned on him that he had neglected to have dinner. He hastily wrapped the chocolate, realizing it wouldn't suffice for his hunger, and longed instead for the comforting aroma of instant noodles that had simmered for 2.5 hours. Meanwhile, in a biological research laboratory in Mihua Town, Sherry was informed by Jin of an impending mission. He tossed a dossier before turning to leave. Vodka followed closely behind, inquiring whether they should keep an eye on her. Jin shook his head, citing recent budget constraints and the necessity of prioritizing other tasks. Sherry glanced at the documents on the table. A flicker of emotion graced her cold visage as the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Aside from her monthly meetings with her sister, her world was confined to this laboratory. It was her first time being permitted to leave this oppressive organization. And perhaps it was only during such moments that she felt truly alive. The dossier listed information about Shinichi Kudo, who had ingested a TX-4869 10 days prior, with his death remaining unconfirmed. Another entry read unknown, indicating that this individual had consumed the same substance alongside Kudo, and that confirming Kudo's death would simultaneously confirm this unknown demise. The instant noodles, after brewing for 2.5 hours, had proven toxic. Lin Yuan, who had just succumbed to slumber, suddenly dashed to the restroom. If one were to claim that some people are born in restrooms, Lin Yuan would consider himself among them. Each time he exited, An invisible force seemed to pull him back. Finally finished, he trembled as he stepped out of the restroom, his gaze landing on the just-risen sun outside the window, assuring him that he had indeed been occupied all night. A chill swept through, raising goosebumps on his skin. He realized he had forgotten to close the window he had opened while making chocolate the previous night. "Ah, autumn. How cold," he exclaimed, yearning for warmth and deciding to catch a few more hours of sleep. As he nestled into his blankets, Lin Yuan felt a wave of warmth envelop him, his face radiating heat. However, after an indeterminate duration, the doorbell rang, jolting him from his stupor. As he attempted to rise and answer the door, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he collapsed back down. After several rings elicited no response, Conan expertly retrieved a key from behind the Lin's finance sign. Having pondered the previous night, he concluded that he may have been somewhat mistaken and that Lin Yuan had no intention of competing for Rand's affections. Thus, he resolved to invite Lin Yuan to join him in causing a ruckus at the upcoming Valentine's Day party. "Lin Yuan, it's time to wake up," Conan called, only to realize something was amiss. Lin Yuan's cheeks were flushed, and upon sitting up, he weakly slumped back down. A touch to his forehead revealed a worrisome fever. "You have a fever? Come on, I'll take you to the hospital," he exclaimed, but Lin Yuan's groggy murmurs were indecipherable. Conan, contemplating the hospital visit alone, inquired, "Do you have any cold medicine at home?" Lin Yuan's incoherent responses left Conan perplexed, prompting him to ask if there was a need for a translator. "Hurry up and get up. I'll take you to Dr. Agasa for medicine." After several futile attempts to rouse him, Conan ultimately decided to seek Dr. Agasa's assistance. Upon reaching Dr. Agasa's residence, Conan knocked for an extended period with no reply. Glancing around to ensure he was alone, he climbed the door to ring the bell, as he was too short to reach it otherwise. Having been embarrassed by a previous entanglement with the door, he was reluctant to resort to this method again. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had already disconnected the doorbell, rendering Conan's efforts futile. Stuck in a dilemma between Rand and Lin Yuan, Conan hesitated briefly before departing, promising to return immediately after the Valentine's Day festivities. Meanwhile, Dr. Agasa, hearing a noise, dismissed it, noting that the doorbell had not rung. "Let us head to Columbus Restaurant for some spaghetti bolognese," he mused, regretting his decision to forego breakfast for the sake of engrossing online chats. When Lin Yuan finally awoke, night had fallen. Assessing his condition, he noted the persistent fever and weakness, though his mind remained clear. "I cannot go to the hospital, I have no money, and there are no medicines at home. I must venture out to purchase some." Resolutely, he extricated himself from the warmth of his blankets, compelled by reason to seek relief through medication. After a prolonged hesitation, he emerged from his room. The evening sky had darkened, and the temperature had dropped. With each step, Lin Yuan felt lightheaded and unstable, his body wavering as he stumbled forward, ultimately collapsing without knowing where he had fallen. A black sedan came to a halt outside Shinichi Kudo's residence. A figure clad in a white lab coat exited the vehicle, exuding an air of icy detachment. It was Sherry, dispatched to fulfill her mission. Accompanying her were two men in dark attire, one portly and menacing, the other leaner and seemingly benign. They were peripheral operatives tasked with monitoring Sherry, for the organization could not afford to grant her absolute freedom, even during her meetings with her sister. As Sherry approached the entrance, she noticed a small figure lying nearby. Without hesitation, she approached. The two men trailing her understood her character. Had it been gin or vodka, she would not have dared to act so freely. The leaner man attempted to intervene but was restrained by the stockier one, who, despite his confusion, was unwilling to defy his superior. Chapter 15. The disappearing chocolate. Sherry gazed at the diminutive figure, whose cheeks were flushed and body trembling. A high fever and severe malnutrition suggested a long history of mistreatment. As a biochemical scientist, she usually relied on her own concocted remedies for ailments. But without her medicine at hand, she felt helpless. Should I take him to the hospital? She pondered, quickly dismissing the impracticality of such an idea. The two men would not permit her to do so, and any further action could endanger the child. Gently, she scooped up the small figure, whose body shook uncontrollably, radiating heat like a little furnace. "What a pitiful child," she murmured. Shirley felt a pang of sympathy as she recalled her own experiences. Compared to her, this child was fortunate. At the very least, she did not have to worry about food and drink. Gently patting the child's back, the little one finally settled down in her arms. She yearned to assist this child, yet her capabilities were limited. Setting the child down at the neighbor's doorstep, she could only hope that the homeowner would discover him soon, lest he remain unnoticed. "I'm sorry, little one, but I am unable to ensure my own safety." As Shirley emerged from the home of Kudo Shinichi, she felt a sense of relief upon noticing that the shadow had vanished. Was this something the child had lost? Just as she was about to enter her vehicle, her peripheral vision caught sight of an object on the ground. She casually picked it up and tucked it into her pocket. When Lin Yuan awoke once more, she found herself at Professor Agasa's residence, her strength having returned somewhat, and her fever had subsided. "You are finally awake. Professor Agasa, come here," Conan called out, his eyes brimming with remorse. However, alongside this guilt, Conan was waving a half-eaten piece of chocolate before Lin Yuan, clearly displaying a sense of pride. During the day, Conan had not only received chocolate from Rand, but had also solved a murder case along the way. He was in high spirits, although a twinge of guilt lingered. Seeing that Lin Yuan was unharmed made it dissipate, leaving him eager to boast and dispel any lingering feelings Lin Yuan might have toward Ran. Conan, where did you get that chocolate? Lin Yuan inquired, compelled to engage with the tantalizing treat that danced before her eyes. It's making my head spin. This chocolate is a gift from Ran. We even shared the same piece. Conan recounted the moment of sharing the chocolate, his cheeks flushing with bashfulness. By the way, Lin Yuan, you did receive some chocolate, didn't you? I certainly did. Lin Yuan spoke, intending to retrieve the piece of chocolate she had made. But after searching her entire body, she could not find it. Panic ensued. You were anxious. Conan laughed heartily at the sight of Lin Yuan's feeble state, yet refrained from further teasing her, instead breaking off a small piece of chocolate residue. Here, take this. If it's not enough, I have more, Conan generously offered, provided she did not notice the remnant of chocolate. By the way, Professor Agasa, how did I end up at your house? Ignoring Conan's actions, Lin Yuan inquired while dressing. Professor Agasa poured a cup of hot water and chuckled amiably. I was just about to head out for dinner when I discovered you lying at my doorstep. So I brought you inside. How strange, Lin Yuan thought. I distinctly remember fainting not at Professor Agasa's doorstep. After putting on her clothes, Lin Yuan left without a backward glance. Dr. Agasa, I shall take my leave now. As for those remnants of chocolate, perhaps they can serve as sustenance for a dog. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan found herself once again entangled in a love-hate relationship with instant noodles, all the while reminiscing about the memories preceding her fainting spell. A warm sensation enveloped her, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. Was it the scent of white garments? No, it seemed more like a shade of brown, though her recollections were hazy. She was certain of that person's presence. And what of my chocolate? Did it fall away? Initially, Lin Yuan suspected a lapse in memory, yet upon returning home, it eluded her completely. Alas, no matter, consider it a gift for little Ai. After hastily finishing her instant noodles, Lin Yuan reclined on her bed. Despite having slept throughout the day, her cold showed no signs of improvement, and she felt quite unwell. Yet, lying in bed, slumber remained elusive, leaving her with a sense of emptiness. Having succumbed to illness today, she ought to replenish her nourishment. Lin Yuan devised a justification for herself, to put it simply. She was provoked by Conan's display of affection and now felt a profound loneliness, yearning for something to eat. After searching through the house, she found nothing but instant noodles and the remnants of the chocolate Conan had given her. Life ought to possess a sense of ritual. Lin Yuan held a knife in her left hand and a fork in her right, placing a piece of chocolate in the center. Ah, I feel so nourished. With a single bite, Lin Yuan savored the chocolate, satisfied, and returned to her slumber. As for feeding the dog, a single dog is still a dog. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Mihua Town Biolab, everything is normal today, reported the stout man respectfully, detailing the day's tasks. Jinzhou nodded slightly, signaling him to depart. The thin man, feeling somewhat resentful, began to file a minor complaint. Upon hearing it, Jinzhou's tone grew sharp. It was merely her pitiful compassion. Was such triviality worthy of a report? The thin man, unwilling to relent, was about to voice more when he met Jinzhou's icy gaze. Observing this, the stout man promptly pulled the thin man away. Jinzhou watched their departing figures, feeling quite satisfied, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He understood what should be said and what should remain unsaid, unlike others who burdened her with trivial matters. She contemplated whether she should assign him a formal code name. Shirley swiped her card to open a door, revealing her quarters within the organization. A bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, though small, it was complete, resembling a cozy little home. Save for the chilling surveillance camera. Sitting at the desk, a rare softness graced Shirley's otherwise cold visage as she gazed at a photograph of herself and her sister. Her eyes then turned to the calendar nearby, where a particular date was marked in red. Today, Valentine's Day. Sister today. Shirley touched the photo, recounting the day's events, and a playful smile broke forth when she mentioned rescuing a small child. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old girl. Her frosty exterior was but a facade concealing a warm heart. Shirley hesitated to call her sister, as their conversations were monitored by the organization. She didn't wish to trouble her sister or induce worry. As she removed her coat, she discovered an object tucked in her pocket. Recalling it was something she had picked up not long ago. Is this the child's lost item? Is it chocolate? Should I return it? Perhaps I will see him again. Gazing at the chocolate in her hand, a mischievous smile crept onto Shirley's face. Little one, consider this chocolate a token of gratitude for your rescue. With a gentle bite, she beamed with happiness, and upon noticing the calendar once more, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. So sweet. Chapter 16, Moonshadow Island. Though her cold had yet to fully subside, she insisted on accompanying me. A few days later, aboard a passenger ship, Conan remarked, his head throbbing. Yet his eyes brimmed with resentment. Lin Yuan's cold had worsened over the past few days. Upon learning this, Ran intended to take Lin Yuan to the hospital, only to be met with vehement refusal. Ultimately, Ran declared that it was either the hospital or residing at the Muri Detective Agency. After a table was ruined, Lin Yuan decisively opted for the latter. Thus, she not only moved into the Muri Detective Agency but directly into Ran's room, where she received personal care from Ran. Conan now felt as if he were marinating in vinegar, speaking with a tinge of acidity, a privilege he had yet to enjoy. Lin Yuan disregarded Conan, gazing into the distance, his eyes taking on a wise glimmer. The fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring all visibility, much like his memories, though hazy. They undeniably held the presence of that person. You still haven't recovered from your cold. What will happen if the sea breeze worsens your condition? Ayumi appeared behind Lin Yuan, tugging him towards the cabin. Sister Ayumi, why are you so concerned about me? Lilan paused momentarily, then replied, let us not divert the topic. Didn't we agree that when I take you out, you mustn't wander off and must behave? Lin Yuan gradually became accustomed to these tedious words. As for the destination of the passenger ship, it was indeed Moonshadow Island, the place where Conan left with regrets, and where Lin Yuan believed answers could be found. Upon stepping onto Moonshadow Island, the group headed directly to the village office. The office had registered all residents' information and could assist in locating the client. The staff member, Keiji Misu, repeatedly flipped through the roster, unable to find the name. Uncle Mori presented the letter of commission, displaying it before the staff, pleading, please take another careful look. This is his letter. The staff member appeared somewhat troubled, stating that there was no record of this person in the resident roster. And since he had just arrived on the island, he was not familiar with the details. The director, noticing the unusual situation, approached and inquired, what is happening here? The staff promptly explained, this gentleman claims he was commissioned by a resident named Keiji Misu to come to this island. What? Keiji Misu? The director exclaimed, startled, causing those nearby to whisper among themselves. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Keiji Misu died over a decade ago. The director then recounted the past of Keiji Misu. It was said that 12 years ago, he murdered his wife and daughter with a knife, then set fire to their home, playing Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata on the piano amidst the blazing flames as if cursed. With no useful information, Uncle Mori grew increasingly frustrated while gazing at the commission letter. What curse? It must be a prank, he declared, preparing to tear up the letter, only to be stopped by Conan. It may not be so, as the commission fee has already been paid, and the postmark is from Moonshadow Island. It must be a friend of Keiji Misu's asking you to investigate his case. Uncle Mori, resting his chin on his hand, found some logic in this, since the payment had indeed been received, and they ought to make an effort. Just then, Lin Yuan sneezed at an inopportune moment. Really, why must I bring this little burden? Ran, you should take him to the inn to rest. Don't disturb my investigation. Uncle Mori stated, walking towards the civic center, while Conan hesitated, glancing around before ultimately following Uncle Mori. All right, you can rest here. Once Daddy and the others finish their case, we will go explore the island together. In the inn, Mori Ran brought a cup of warm water and then picked up a fruit knife to peel an apple. Sister Ran, I can manage on my own. You go help Uncle. Lin Yuan lay in bed, observing Xiao Lan's distracted demeanor, genuinely fearing that she might injure herself. Xiao Lan shook her head and replied, no. You are unwell at the moment and require someone to care for you. Lin Yuan pulled up the blanket, leaving only a small head exposed. Sister Xiao Lan, I will sleep here and won't go anywhere. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Xiao Lan hesitated for a long while, then finally said, all right. But you mustn't wander around. After that, she refrained from saying more, as she was genuinely concerned about Conan and the others. The request from the deceased was undeniably peculiar, and it was inevitable that something else might transpire. Once Lilan departed, Lin Yuan began to take action. He recalled the original plot. The reason Ase Narumi sent a letter of request to Uncle Mori was that he hoped someone would intervene. As for the murderers, they bore equally grave charges. Did they not? Just as he rose, Lin Yuan weakly collapsed. The wind on the sea had exacerbated his cold, leaving him feeling achy and utterly drained of energy. Once again, he was engulfed by that sense of helplessness. Lin Yuan gazed at the ceiling, a tinge of melancholy enveloping him. Each night, memories of that loquacious uncle resurfaced, leaving him to ponder whether he had secured a new position. Thoughts of Director Okiai also crossed his mind. It was said that he had succumbed to his health due to the burdensome armor he had forced himself to wear. And what of Yoko Tsuchiya? Had she emerged from her shadows? He often felt as though an invisible hand was orchestrating every event, even if Lin Yuan endeavored to alter the narrative. That unseen force would snatch away his efforts, reverting everything to its original course. This persistent cold that lingered for a week, was it not that very hand thwarting his attempts to reshape the story? How he wished for a miraculous intervention. Perhaps even to incapacitate Conan tomorrow. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan resolved not to dwell on such dismal thoughts, and his frail body soon surrendered to slumber. Meanwhile, at the community center, a ritual was taking place. The skeptical Conan played the piano that Masahiro Keiji had touched before his demise, only to be expelled from the premises. Just then, Ran Muri arrived, and the trio found themselves waiting at the entrance for the ceremony to conclude. As the moon ascended, the haunting strains of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata resonated from within the community center. Conan dashed inside, pushing open the door to the piano room, where a figure lay sprawled over the instrument. Uncle Mori conducted a brief examination, announcing the death of Mr. Kawashima, promptly instructing Ran to call the police. Others were barred from leaving, and Dr. Narumi was requested to conduct the autopsy. Uncle Mori issued commands with an air of authority. It is a curse. The curse of the piano, exclaimed the secretary, pointing at the instrument that played without a musician. Unfazed by notions of curses, Uncle Mori retrieved a tape recorder hidden beneath the piano, revealing the source of the sound and indicating that this was indeed a murder case. Who are you? Questioned the onlookers, to which Uncle Muri adjusted his collar and declared, I am the renowned detective, Muri Kagoro. The crowd murmured in astonishment, though none recognized him. While Uncle Muri reveled in his self-importance, Conan had already commenced his search for clues, and Dr. Narumi deduced the cause of death. Mr. Kawashima had likely drowned 30 minutes to an hour prior. Only an autopsy would yield definitive answers. After Dr. Narumi's statement, Conan decided to drop his pretense and adopted the persona of Shinichi Kudo. The coat found on the beach likely belonged to the victim, with drag marks on the ground and sand on the victim's back. The doors and windows were locked, and the videotape appeared to have several minutes of blank footage. The victim had drowned by the sea, subsequently transported to this room by the assailant, who locked the doors and exited through the corridor, correct, Uncle? Observing Conan's childlike demeanor, Uncle Muri was taken aback, though a glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes as he replied, since we were all in the entranceway. The murderer must be among those attending the ceremony. Chapter 17. Awakening. Conan and Uncle Muri collaborated, yet ultimately failed to identify the culprit due to a lack of evidence. When the police from Tsukikage Island arrived, Uncle Muri relinquished the scene, noting that it was too late to provide testimony until the following day. As they made their way back to the inn, Dr. Narumi expressed astonishment at Conan's deductive prowess, remarking on his remarkable persuasiveness. With hands clasped behind his head, Conan humbly replied, Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely emulating you, Uncle. I aspire to become a detective like you. In an unusual moment of humility, Uncle Muri patted Conan's head, stating, compared to me, he still has much to learn. Rand recalled something and beseeched, Dr. Narumi, we have another child who is unwell. Could you accompany us to the inn to check on him? Of course, Dr. Narumi readily agreed. After all, I am a doctor. That is splendid. He has always been a strong-willed child, resistant to going to the hospital. We've been quite worried about him, so it's fortunate we encountered you today. Rand's voice brightened, as if a weight had been lifted. Uncle Muri added, Then we must rely on you, Dr. Narumi. Let us hurry back. Uncle. I fear we cannot return just yet, Conan interjected, halting their progress. Uncle Muri inquired, Have you thought of something? Conan began to analyze, stating that the letter mentioning begin to disappear implied that this was not the end, but rather a series of murders. Uncle Muri, recalling the connection of these cases to the moonlight, dashed back to the community center. You all head back to the inn first. Without hesitation, Conan followed suit, while Rand hesitated. Dr. Narumi asked, Miss Rand, Are you worried about Mr. Muri? She nodded, realizing that if Conan was correct, her father would undoubtedly encounter the murderer upon his return. Dr. Narumi smiled gently. Then you should hurry along. I will ensure the sick child is well looked after. After a moment's pause, Rand relayed a few final instructions before pursuing Uncle Muri. When Lin Yuan awoke once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar setting. The air was tinged with the scent of disinfectant, shelves brimming with medications, and in 4 drip attached to his arm. A figure clad in a white coat loomed nearby. Little one, you've awakened. My name is Narumi Ai, and I was entrusted by Miss Rand to attend to your illness. Dr. Narumi quickly introduced himself, recognizing the need to ease the apprehension of the ailing child. Lin Yuan was taken aback, not expecting to encounter Ai Narumi under such circumstances. Noticing Lin Yuan's gaze fixed on the 4 drip, Ai Narumi reassured, Rest assured. I have conducted a skin test for you. There will be no allergic reaction to the medication. Lin Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. What he truly wished to convey was that he lacked financial means. Isekai Narumi offered a gentle smile, reminiscent of a bashful child. Yet she added with a hint of concern, Do remember to see a doctor when you fall ill in the future. Lin Yuan shook her head, expressing that going to the hospital would inconvenience others. The child, Ai Narumi, felt a pang of compassion in her heart and promptly replied, But in this way, your loved ones will be deeply concerned for your well-being. Lin Yuan's lips quivered slightly as he fell into a long silence. I have no family left. Arai Narumi inquired with confusion, Isn't Miss Dowland your family? Lin Yuan, allow me to share a tale with you. There was a young boy who, apart from traversing dimensions, revealed everything to Lin Yuan. It is unclear why, perhaps he had been harboring these feelings for far too long. The experiences of these past few weeks were more tumultuous than many would encounter in a lifetime, and all were steeped in negativity. Or perhaps it was due to the presence of the individual before him, who too had lost their family. Upon hearing this, Ai Narumi felt a pang of compassion in her heart and wiped the corner of her eye. Although Miss Xiaolon was not your kin, she cared for you deeply. And Mr. Mori, though he may not voice it, I can sense that he too is quietly concerned for your well-being. Lin Yuan tugged at Ai Narumi's clothing and said, Sister Narumi, could you possibly open a clinic in Miwa? That way, when I fall ill, I can come to you. Certainly. Ai Narumi nodded in agreement, producing a bento box. However, you must ensure that you eat well from now on. Just look at how frail you have become. Lin Yuan accepted the bento without hesitation. For after a day of lying down, she was indeed hungry. All right, little one, your sister has some matters to attend to. Will you be able to remove the needle by yourself in a little while? Just press the cotton swab against the needle's tip and pull it out directly. Isekai Narumi clapped her hands and smiled. You are quite a brave little one. Lin Yuan remained silent, quietly consuming her bento. As Ai Narumi turned, she said, Sister Narumi, could you possibly refrain from going? Ai Narumi's body stiffened momentarily, murmuring, Not going? but everything has already begun. It is too late. If only you had arrived a few hours earlier. I am sorry. Ase Narumi did not pause her steps, and Lin Yuan chose not to urge her to stay, for he understood that he had no right to influence her decision. Just as Ase Narumi was about to vanish into the darkness, Lin Yuan called out loudly, "Sister Narumi, do not forget. You promised me you would visit the Mahana clinic." Ase Narumi disappeared, and before she was gone, she whispered a barely audible response that only Lin Yuan could hear. After Ase Narumi left, Lin Yuan continued to eat her bento while lost in thought. Perhaps she should not have attempted to stop Ase Narumi. That was a matter of justice owed to her. When she ought to reclaim herself. A killer must be prepared for the possibility of being killed, and Lin Yuan merely wished to offer a small assistance. On a moonless night with a fierce wind, a small shadow darted between the buildings, seeking to evade surveillance. Only to discover that there were no cameras on the entire island. He sought to avoid human figures, yet found no one daring to wander the streets at night. Upon arriving at the solitary police station, the small shadow shed its dark hue, revealing Lin Yuan, who had come in search of the key. He recalled that the musical score was the pivotal piece of evidence deduced by Conan, which needed to be destroyed. The score was hidden in the storage room of the community center, while the key lay within the police station. Upon receiving the key, Hayashi made his way directly to the community center, where the storage room stood discreetly behind it, thus avoiding any disturbance to those inside. He successfully retrieved the sheet music, which he incinerated entirely, casting the ashes along with the key into the vast ocean, entrusting the sea to carry everything away. However, he retained the first page of the score, as it was the sole item that could persuade Ase Narumi against taking her own life. Regardless of whether that pair of large hands truly existed, Hayashi was acutely aware that if Ase Narumi were to end her life, he would bear the guilt for eternity. Inside the community center, Hayashi pushed open the door to the piano room. He had come to keep a close watch on Conan, ensuring no further troubles would arise. Upon seeing Hayashi, Ran immediately expressed her concern. "Hayashi, what brings you here at this late hour? You shouldn't be wandering around. What if your cold worsens?" Ase Narumi sat to the side, intending to rise, but upon observing Ran's approach, she settled back down again. Lin Yuan cradled her head in her hands and explained. "Sister Staolan, Chengshi has already cured me. I no longer have a fever. If you don't believe me, feel my forehead. It's no longer hot." Xiaolan squatted in front of Lin Yuan, pressing her forehead against hers, sensing the absence of fever, and a tear glistened at the corner of her eye. "Sister Xiaolan, I'm so sorry for causing you worry during this time." Chapter 18. Indeed, I am not as good as I thought this child. Indeed. Seemed to evoke something in the cold heart of Aizawa Chengshi as she witnessed this tender scene unfold. "Sister Xiaolan, I want that too," pouted Conan, immediately indulging in a display of childish charm. Xiaolan disregarded Conan and turned to Lin Yuan, saying, "Even if you've recovered from your cold, you still need to rest well." Uncle Maori nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "Tonight, you all should rest. I will keep watch." His voice boomed, and within 10 minutes, he was snoring loudly. The elderly police officer nearby produced snores that were only slightly less thunderous than Uncle Maori's. Although Lin Yuan offered to help take turns keeping watch, Xiaolan vehemently refused, ultimately assigning the responsibility to Conan. The next day, as Lin Yuan slowly opened her eyes, she felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through her, and her cold had completely vanished. Just as she intended to fix her gaze on Conan, she noticed a figure in the distance clad in an orange coat and hat. It was none other than the diligent Officer Magyar, who had traveled from afar. It seemed that even from such a distance, Officer Magyar remained committed to his role of prompt arrival. While he was engrossed in his case, Lin Yuan paid him no mind. Instead, she turned to see Conan, Ran, and Aizawa Shg peacefully slumbering. At Ran's insistence the previous night, Lin Yuan ultimately succumbed to sleep, and the three of them had been oblivious to the passage of time, now lost in deep repose. As evening approached, the three stirred awake simultaneously. The moment Conan regained consciousness, he dashed out, inquiring about everything in sight. Observing this, Lin Yuan realized that there was no time to waste. "Conan, come here for a moment." Lin Yuan called out to Conan, signaling that he had something to say. Conan, however, ignored him and approached Officer Muku with his notebook in hand, only to be pulled back to the inn by Lin Yuan. "Conan, come have a glass of water." Lin Yuan handed Conan a glass of water, striving to appear more amiable. Conan, still engrossed in organizing clues in his notebook, took the cup and set it aside. Expressing his impatience, "What is it that you want? Hurry up, I still need to search for evidence." Lin Yuan inquired tentatively, "Conan, what compels you to pursue the path of a detective?" Conan paused momentarily, his hands trembling, before he tucked away his notebook. His glasses began to glint ominously, reminiscent of a shark. Upon detecting the scent of blood, he hastily rushed to the scene, employing all his senses to voraciously consume his prey before it could evade capture. Thus, the exhilarating sensation of cornering the perpetrator into a desperate predicament encapsulates the essence of being a detective. Listening to these somewhat morbid words, Lin Yuan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. If one day Sister Shaolon were to be murdered, and although you knew the identity of the murderer, you lacked evidence, would you choose to take vengeance by killing the assailant? After much contemplation, Lin Yuan finally mustered the courage to inquire. "It is inconceivable. I am resolutely determined to uncover the evidence and deduce the true culprit." No, Xiaolin. Lin Yuan shook his head, now ensnared in a vicious cycle. To save Asai Narumi. It was imperative to alter Conan's perspective, yet, to change Conan's viewpoint, the death of Asai Narumi was needed to provoke him. Never mind if I cannot persuade him. Perhaps it is best to let him rest. Conan, come, take a sip of water. Lin Yuan lifted the glass of water and spoke kindly. Conan, pondering over the earlier question, felt a twinge of hesitation and instinctively took the glass, gulping down a generous sip. Moments later, Conan began to feel heavy-lidded. Suddenly recalling that he had just awoken, realizing something was amiss. Lin Yuan remained silent, turning away. The glass of water containing a sleeping pill he had casually brought from the clinic. Now that Conan had unraveled the case, only Officer Magyar, who was preoccupied with finishing his shift, and Uncle Muri, who tended to ramble when family matters were not involved, remained. The situation was manageable. The case would undoubtedly conclude with the perpetrator's suicide. The primary concern now was persuading Asai Naruki to abandon the notion of self-harm. Within the confines of the hotel, Conan was desperately fighting to keep himself awake. Why does Lin Yuan behave this way? Could it be reminiscent of that incident at the art gallery? No. I must not allow him to err. Conan cast his gaze towards the nearby fruit knife. Within the village office, Officer Magyar, misled by Uncle Mori, had already concluded the case as a suicide. This is dire. The community center is ablaze. Hurry, we must extinguish the flames. There is no time. The fire is too severe. Is anyone inside? Hearing the cries of the bystanders, Lin Yuan felt a jolt of alarm and immediately dashed towards the community center. It was engulfed in flames, yet without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan charged inside. Sister Changshi, do not take your life. Lin Yuan took out the sheet music. But due to the raging flames, it fell aside. There is no returning to the past. Asai Narumi leaned over the piano, her eyes devoid of any desire for life, repeatedly uttering these words. Child, you should not be here. While there is still time, hurry and leave. Is this truly how it is? Lin Yuan's heart was laden with bitterness, as if that great hand had once more swung, pushing everything back to its original outcome. What am I to do? Why has the journey been so fraught with agony? At that moment, Conan appeared at the door, his palm stained with vivid crimson. Upon noticing the sheet music on the ground, he instinctively picked it up. As he discerned the implications embedded within the music, Conan instantly comprehended everything. Have I made a mistake? If I had discovered the sheet music, would it have been different? Conan's hand fell helplessly, the sheet music slipping from his grasp and drifting into the flames. Lin Yuan gazed at the slowly burning sheet music, an emotion known as despair spreading within his heart. He felt utterly shattered. Kudo Shinichi, are you not elated, having driven the murderer to suicide step by step? Do you not revel in this sinister pleasure? Conan softly repeated. No. You only know how to deduce, only know how to capture criminals. Are you aware that Director Okiai has drained his life and is now dead? Do you know that Yoshiko Kano has been trembling by the windowsill? Do you comprehend the true significance of Boss Monika's death? His voice began to quaver. Lin Yuan understood that these matters had no bearing on Conan. He was merely a detective, focused solely on solving cases, indifferent to the stories behind the deceased. For to him, they were merely corpses. Yet, I find myself struggling to endure. The flames had grown too fierce. Asai Narumi lifted Conan and hurled him out of the window, then crouched before Lin Yuan. Little one, I am already stained with the blood of those four. I cannot escape. She attempted to throw Lin Yuan out as well, but he clutched her arm tightly. Sister Narumi, let us escape together, shall we? You promised me you would open a clinic in Miyawa. You must not deceive me. Asai Narumi paused, realizing this child truly resembled her. She was Narumi's sister, equally strong-willed and obstinate. A spark of desire for life ignited in Narumi's eyes. But I have nothing left. I cannot open a clinic. It matters not. I shall support you in the future. Then thank you, little boss. Officer Magyar inquired, is there anyone inside? Mori Kaguru replied, the last two have emerged. Magyar remarked, how strange, how did the fire suddenly ignite? Mori responded, there's nothing peculiar about it. It's likely due to aging wiring. There were no casualties. So there is no need for an investigation. Magyar conceded, that is true, but both of them have fainted. We don't know when they can provide statements. Mori sighed. The case has concluded. In my view, it matters little if two are missing. We still have over 30 witnesses. On the way back, Conan wore a pensive expression. Spotting Mori Kagura smoking on the deck, he approached and said, Uncle, Moonshadow Island. Before he could finish, he received a sharp blow to the head. Mori scolded. Mind your own business, little one. Reeling from the pain, Conan retreated, while Mori took a drag from his cigarette, gazing into the distance. These two little rascals are indeed not my match. Chapter 19, Matsumoto Sayuri. Upon returning from Moonshadow Island, Lin Yuan moved back to his own home. While Conan seemed to have forgotten that memory, incessantly clamoring to reside in Rant's room until he finally relented under Mori's reprimand. Asai Narumi took up residence in Lin Yuan's home, further burdening an already struggling household. Lin Yuan initially believed that Asai Narushi's claim of having nothing left was an exaggerated rhetorical device, not realizing that reality was far from hyperbolic. He had forsaken any retreat in his quest for vengeance, having long relinquished his former residence and recently resigned from his position on Moonshadow Island, rendering him even poorer than Lin Yuan. Speaking of Ase Narushi, one cannot overlook his exceptional makeup skills, which led Lin Yuan to momentarily question his gender. It was only after they stood together in the restroom that he was convinced of Ase's masculinity. According to Ase Narushi's own account, he had donned women's attire for so long that he had grown accustomed to that lifestyle, although he intended to gradually revert to his original self. This reminiscence brought to Lin Yuan's mind the disguise techniques of Belmort. While they could wholly alter one's appearance, they bore significant drawbacks, such as the rubber masks being susceptible to damage from strong winds, rain, and vigorous movements. In contrast, Ase Narushi's makeup, albeit unable to transform one into another person, could flawlessly conceal one's true visage. Alas, my precious little funds. On a day of respite, Lin Yuan gazed at the solitary 10,000 yen bill in his wallet, sighing repeatedly. Ase Narushi had ventured out in search of employment, yet Lin Yuan was acutely aware that it was a time of economic collapse when jobs were scarce. Luring someone over could not entail a continuous diet of instant noodles. It seemed he would have to trouble Dr. Agasa, unable to conceive a solution. Lin Yuan resolved to gather his comics and the songs he had previously written or copied, and made his way to Dr. Agasa's residence. If anyone were to assert that he had a friend, it would undoubtedly be himself. However, when Dr. Agasa made such a declaration, there was no doubt that he indeed possessed such a friend. Although Dr. Agasa was a once prominent inventor now in decline, his friendship spanned the entirety of the archipelago. Dr. Agasa, I implore you. Lin Yuan placed the meticulously organized materials before Dr. Agasa and bowed respectfully. Dr. Agasa, with an eager expression, accepted the documents and inquired, "Shall we dine together today?" This proposition stemmed not only from his desire to spend more time with his nominal grandson, but also due to his fondness for Narumi Ase. Although Narumi presented a feminine appearance, he was indeed male, and his culinary skills were unparalleled. After partaking in a delightful meal prepared by Narumi, Dr. Agasa found himself yearning for more. Following a failed attempt to indulge in free meals, he resolved to adopt a more circuitous strategy by keeping Lin Yuan at his residence. He anticipated that Narumi would return, thus ensuring a sumptuous feast. "Not today, Dr. Agasa. I have other commitments," Lin Yuan replied just before departing, as he was scheduled to attend the wedding of Miss Sayuri Matsumoto. Left alone, Dr. Agasa's lips twitched in frustration as he lamented, "Granddaughters are the best. They are like warm little blankets." He felt utterly powerless against this rebellious grandson, who seemed to favor nocturnal escapades. He contemplated the idea of adopting a granddaughter. If Lin Yuan were to discover Dr. Agasa's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scheme to bring the granddaughter home, while Dr. Agasa could only attempt to facilitate a reunion with Lin Yuan's first love, a fair exchange indeed. By the way, what about that tone-deaf individual who always annoys the teacher? Isn't he joining us? At the entrance of the auditorium, Yoko inquired curiously. "Ah, you mean Shinichi?" He claimed that Ms. Matsumoto has been bullying him, so he refused to attend such an event, Ren explained with a smile. Yoko rolled her eyes and pointed at Conan, stating, "So you brought along another tone-deaf person instead?" "Yoko, you meddlesome girl," Conan retorted. "Ah, you were here too. Quickly tell me, Conan, has anyone bullied you?" Yoko exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Lin Yuan, seeking a hug, only to be evaded as Lin Yuan sidestepped and pushed Conan forward. "Hello, Yoko." Lin Yuan greeted and shifted her position slightly, creating a bit of distance from the garden. The oblivious garden, unfazed by any awkwardness, disdainfully pushed Conan aside and remarked, "Just follow me later. I will introduce you to Teacher Matsumoto, who is truly a gentle soul." At that moment, the bell of the auditorium chimed, and several individuals made their way toward the room where the bride awaited. Lin Yuan stifled a yawn, bringing up the rear. "For as long as I can remember, I have considered myself merely a transient, isolating myself and distancing from others. From this moment onward, I shall embark on a genuine journey of life," Conan remarked. "Why are you yawning all day long?" The only response to Conan was a disdainful roll of the eyes. It was quite impolite to disturb him while others were consumed by their own emotions. "Well," they exclaimed as they pushed open the bride's chamber, all three calling out in unison. Lin Yuan felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks, not due to Matsumoto Sayuri, but rather at the thought of Haibara Ai in a wedding dress, chuckling to herself. Sayuri twirled around, exclaiming, "How do I look? Beautiful, isn't it?" "Absolutely stunning," responded both Ran and Sonoko simultaneously, while even the typically stoic Conan found himself blushing. "Where's that arrogant brat Kudo?" Sayuri snapped her fingers and struck a charming pose. "Oh, how adorable." Sayuri noticed Lin Yuan standing nearby and instinctively reached out to embrace her, only to be deftly avoided by Lin Yuan. With Conan stepping in to shield her once more, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of guilt, but upon witnessing the expression of enjoyment on Conan's face, she was struck with astonishment. Lan-chan had turned green with envy. "Little one, have we met before?" Shobaiha inquired, glancing at the Conan nestled in her arms, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Conan promptly refuted, "No, we haven't." Yet, Shobaiha remained somewhat skeptical until she was interrupted by Xiaolan. "Everyone, please direct your attention this way. I shall take on the role of photographer today." Xiaolan produced a camera and began capturing moments, with everyone cooperating enthusiastically. Soon after, Shobaiha's relatives and friends came in one after another to see her. Among them, her friend Ime brought a refreshing cup of lemon tea. Shobaya's father appeared rather unimpressed with the groom-to-be. Additionally, her classmate Mei Gong presented a bouquet of roses, seemingly still an admirer of Shobaya. At that moment, the camera's battery died, prompting Xiaolon and Yuan Zi to leave in search of replacements, leaving Conan at the mercy of Shobaya's playful antics. Ai Haibara stood quietly in the corner, observing everything unfold. Although it was their first encounter, he held a favorable impression of Sayuri Matsumoto, perceiving her as a remarkably gentle individual. Lin Yuan understood that today's victim was none other than the bride. He wished to assist this kind-hearted individual, yet the specifics eluded his memory. At that moment, the groom was thrust into the scene, and under the watchful eyes of Xiaolon and Yuan Zi, they embraced in a kiss. The wedding was on the brink of commencing, prompting the others to vacate the room, leaving the bride alone, accompanied only by the somewhat inconspicuous Lin Yuan. Chapter 20. The blood-stained wedding dress. The bride gazed at the lemon tea cradled in her hands. Its warmth enveloped her, drawing her into a reverie that brought a sweet smile to her lips. Just as she intended to sip the tea, a voice interrupted her. It is not permissible. The bride then noticed Lin Yuan, who had come alongside Yuan Zi and the others. Little one, what is not permissible? Her face remained adorned with tenderness, albeit tinged with a hint of bitterness. Lin Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had just witnessed the groom's subtle actions, adding something to the lemon tea, and the thought struck him that the victim of this case was none other than the bride. Surely, it could not be vitamin C. How should he articulate this? Should he say that your groom has poisoned you? Should he declare that the one you cherish most desires your demise? Is that not a tad cruel? Lin Yuan ambiguously remarked, because it will hurt greatly. The bride clasped her chest, bringing the lemon tea to her lips, yet refraining from drinking would only intensify the pain. Lin Yuan watched as the bride slowly swallowed sip after sip of the lemon tea, uncertain whether he should intervene. It seemed the bride was already aware that the drink had been poisoned. Dear child, could you keep this a secret for your sister? Her voice grew increasingly hoarse. With each word, it diminished further, and blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth, staining the wedding gown at her chest, resembling a wound from the heart. As soon as she finished speaking, her frail body collapsed, the canister of lemon tea slipping from her grasp and crashing to the floor with a resounding clatter. The onlookers, who had not strayed far, rushed in at the sound. Officer Mumu was on the scene, ready to commence his investigation. In the end, Lin Yuan resolved to honor teacher by his wishes and keep her secret. However, turmoil persisted within him. Since his unexpected journey into another world, he had been engulfed in panic and confusion, unsure of how to navigate this new reality. Consequently, he chose to retreat, distancing himself from Dr. Agasa, from Ran Muri, and from Conan. In an attempt to find purpose, he set a goal for himself, to become the childhood companion of Ai Haibara, which seemed to provide him with a reason to continue existing. After much deliberation, he finally decided to start anew. Yet the events of the day began to shake his resolve. Do I truly have feelings for Ai? Yet we have never even met. It feels as though I can no longer find a reason to carry on. Conan, gazing at the notebook in his hands, began to analyze the situation. His friend, Kazumi, had her boyfriend taken by Baihe, and due to her lingering attachment to her ex, she might be driven to commit murder. Meanwhile, her father, Matsumoto, warned against her marrying a mere boy, his disappointment potentially leading him to violence. An admirer, Yamegamai, stricken by unrequited love, might choose to destroy her. The groom appeared to lack any motive for murder. Conan, scratching his head in frustration, struggled to arrive at a conclusion. He recalled how Lin Yuan had always been several steps ahead in uncovering the truth and decided to probe for insights. Who do you think the murderer is? Conan inquired, cautiously testing the waters. Lin Yuan shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I still do not know. Perhaps you should explore other avenues. Nonchalantly brushing off Conan, Lin Yuan approached Yuanzi and inquired, Sister Yuanzi, do you happen to know that groom? Yuanzi glanced at the groom and replied, Ah. He is the heir of the Takasuji group, indecisive and exceedingly unreliable, a timid individual. Rumor has it that the Takasuji family will fall into decline under his stewardship. Timid, you say? At this moment, Lin Yuan yearned to reveal the truth, however. The words spoken by Xiaobaihe before her collapse echoed in his ears. I will never like someone like this, teacher Xiaobaihe. Conan's attention was entirely fixated on the case, still contemplating Lin Yuan's earlier remarks. Was there another location? Could it be the corridor? With this thought, Conan swiftly exited the room and ultimately discovered a glass bottle used for containing sodium hydroxide in the corridor's trash bin. A sudden flash of insight illuminated Conan's mind as he grasped the killer's method. The capsule was merely a ruse to obscure the timing of the poisoning. The murderer had indeed administered the poison directly. Indeed, did you already know who the culprit was? Conan was astonished. But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He reviewed the footage of the incident once more and confirmed the true perpetrator, the seemingly unmotivated groom. Finally, with the aid of Yuanzi, he crafted his final deduction, unearthing a melodramatic past. 20 years prior, Matsumoto was in pursuit of a criminal when the criminal's vehicle collided with the groom's mother. In his single-minded chase, Matsumoto had failed to notice the accident. The one who struck your mother was that criminal. The oversight lay with Matsumoto. Yet, why did you target teacher Xiaobaihe? Was it because you were a coward? In the end, good news arrived from the hospital. Due to the low concentration of sodium hydroxide, Xiao Baihe was successfully resuscitated. The groom knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Had he refrained from administering more sodium hydroxide out of cowardice, or was there another reason? On their way back, Xiaolan remained in low spirits, clearly troubled by the events of the day. In contrast, Conan appeared utterly unfazed, seemingly carefree. Lin Yuan looked up and said, "Sister Xiaolan, shall we visit teacher Xiaobaihe tomorrow?" Xiaolan nodded, appearing to have much to say as well. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan discovered Dr. Agasa waiting for him in the living room, so he inquired, "Dr. Agasa, is there something you need?" Dr. Agasa nodded and replied, "The matter you entrusted to me has been resolved." Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in her heart, realizing that Dr. Agasa indeed had numerous friends. With his hands clasped behind his back, Dr. Agasa began to boast, "I asked friend A for assistance, who then reached out to friend B. And friend B contacted friend C." Lin Yuan's expression was one of deep melancholy. Dr. Agasa chuckled heartily, refraining from further boasting. "Friend X is the president of a publishing house. He expressed a keen interest in your manga. However, he mentioned that the artistry is somewhat lacking and may not meet expectations. He hopes to purchase the entire copyright of the manga outright for a fresh publication. As for those songs, Yoko Kanno's management company is willing to offer 50 million yen. Dr. Agasa relayed all this in one breath, nearly gasping for air. Lin Yuan began to ponder. He had previously considered asking Yoko Chu for assistance. However, in this context, the status of a celebrity was rather diminished, and many matters were beyond his control. As for the pricing, it had exceeded his expectations, suggesting that Yoko Chu had indeed rendered significant help. Regarding the comics, if the prices were comparable, it would be prudent to sell them outright. Only by accumulating initial capital could he pursue further endeavors. He decided to sell those few songs directly and requested Dr. Agasa to arrange a meeting with the president of the company concerning the comics. After making this decisive choice, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Dr. Agasa nodded. He believed that if Lin Yuan could manage to publish independently, the returns would be exponentially greater. However, after spending considerable time together, he understood that Lin Yuan was quite self-reliant and seldom troubled others lightly. Ultimately, Dr. Agasa scheduled a meeting with the president for the following day, but given Lin Yuan's current state, he was not in the right condition to discuss collaboration and had to rely on Narumi Asakai for assistance. Chapter 21, The June Bride. June, a season of graduation, also heralds a time of parting. In Huaxia, marrying in June is deemed inauspicious. Conversely, in the West, April showers and May winds culminate in the June Bride, heralded as the epitome of happiness. The following day, at Mihua Hospital, at the entrance, Lin Yuan, Xiaolan, and Conan converged, holding a bouquet of lilies. Lin Yuan entered the ward alongside Mao Lilan, who cradled a bunch of carnations. With a gentle smile, Mao Lilan blended the carnations with the lilies and announced, "Teacher Matsumoto, we have come to see you." As she placed the flowers into a vase, she greeted warmly Xiaobaihe, holding a cup of lemon tea. Wore a bright smile. "Ah, it's Xiaolan. Please, have a seat," she responded, her voice raspy yet pleasant. Mao Lilan, noticing the lemon tea, exclaimed in exasperation, "Teacher Matsumoto, after all that he has done to you, you still support him." Xiaobaihe chuckled softly, replying, "When you find someone you truly care for, you will understand." A blush crept onto Mao Lilan's cheeks as thoughts of the long-absent Shinichi Kudo flooded her mind. Angrily, she declared, "If he dared to act in such a manner, I would surely confront him with my karate skills." Conan felt a jolt of alarm, recalling the telephone poles that had fallen victim to Xiaolan's fists, and resolved to keep his identity hidden at all costs. "Is it truly someone you cherish?" Lin Yuan gazed at the blissful expression on Xiaobaihe's face and found himself suddenly understanding her. Perhaps he had not poured in an excessive amount of sodium hydroxide due to other reasons. Having spent a considerable time in the hospital room, their conversation drifted to Xiaobaihe's first love. "He came from a family that owned a bakery nearby. Whenever I was bullied, he would come to my aid, offering me delicious lemon tea. That tangy sweetness always bestowed upon me boundless courage. And it was this very courage that emboldened me to finally drink that cup of lemon tea." Eventually, he moved away, and honestly, at that time, I wished only to become his bride, a wish that has finally come to fruition. Although Xiaolan often urged Xiaobaihe to speak less, she could hardly restrain her chatter. On their way back, Xiaolan appeared to be much brighter, and Lin Yuan felt a significant lift in his spirits as well. Upon returning home, Ase Narumi brought forth delightful news. When Lin Yuan visited teacher Xiaobaihe, Ase Narumi also encountered the president of the publishing house. Within the office, the president scrutinized the materials in his hands, becoming increasingly astounded. Initially, he had only intended to humor Dr. Agasa, thinking it would be an easy dismissal. But the information was far too detailed. It contained a complete story outline, intricate main and subplots, and comprehensive character model analyses. The sole drawback was the subpar artwork. It was evident that anyone who received these materials could render them fully. It was imperative to acquire this. The president set the documents aside, striving to maintain composure for the sake of negotiation. 100 million yen. The president proposed a price that, for an ordinary manga artist, was astronomical. He was confident that this seemingly youthful woman would be swayed. Ase Narumi remained silent, even failing to register the president's words. his mind consumed with the notion of acting according to circumstances. The mere thought of Lin Yuan's casual demeanor sparked within Ase Narumi an impulse to return to Tsukikage Island. How peculiar it felt, as if he resembled my younger sister. Ase Narumi's mind was rich with inner monologue, while the president grew increasingly restless. The competition had escalated, severely impacting the publishing house's standing. They needed to release a noteworthy work to stabilize their position. Now that an opportunity had arisen, it must not be squandered. 1 billion yen. The president presented a new figure, drawing the attention of several employees. Ase Narumi remained bewildered. Why were so many eyes upon him? Should he say something? Would silence be impolite? 2 billion yen. The president gritted his teeth and announced yet another price. This price made Ase Narumi hesitate. Should he accept? 3 billion. This is my final offer. The president's teeth were nearly ground to dust. This represented all the liquid assets the publishing house could muster. Were it not for the intense pressure from competitors, he would never have uttered such a figure. If this price could not secure a deal, then it would simply have to be abandoned. Observing the president's grimace, Ase Narumi nodded, questioning whether he had inadvertently offended him. Splendid, the president exclaimed. Springing from his chair with enthusiasm, Teacher Ase, shall we proceed to sign the contract? After signing, Ase Narumi departed, due to the substantial amount. Several days would be required for processing, and the president also provided a cash deposit. He promptly retreated to his office, poring over the materials repeatedly. Much like one would gaze upon their beloved spouse, growing increasingly exhilarated. As a professional, he recognized he had struck gold. Within a year, he could fully recoup his investment. Oda, come in quickly. 3 billion. Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim, at long last, my hardships have borne fruit. I am now a wealthy individual. Naru, sister. Cease your cooking. We shall venture out. Suddenly endowed with such wealth, Lin Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. Naru Ase appeared somewhat perplexed. Young master. What is our purpose for going out? To indulge. Purchase everything we desire, twice over. Aren't we supposed to establish a clinic? It's just next door. If they refuse to sell, we shall simply overwhelm them with our riches. Observing Lin Yuan's grandiose demeanor, Naru Ase felt increasingly speechless. Alas. One must bear the consequences of their own choices. Marudan Department Store, the nearest shopping emporium, offers a vast array of goods, from everyday necessities to luxurious indulgences, and occasionally features a masked superhero show. It is rumored that Detective Conan apprehended a gang of robbers here. Lin Yuan had long desired to explore the shopping mall, but financial constraints had delayed this venture until now. Upon arrival, he found that the Kamen Rider's show had already concluded, leaving him somewhat disheartened as he stepped inside. Within a mere 10 minutes, the two emerged. Ase Narumi bore a stoic expression, while Lin Yuan felt an even greater sense of disappointment. After a cursory glance around the mall, Lin Yuan found himself disinterested in purchasing anything. As for clothing, he preferred garments that were clean and comfortable, particularly since he had several old outfits at home. The realm of digital products seemed equally uninspiring, with technology at such a nascent stage. Was it worth investing in a bulky mobile phone? Luxury goods held no allure either. Who would he gift them to? Ase Narumi, too, found nothing that piqued his interest, as his sole focus was on establishing his clinic. I have no fondness for money. What I truly cherish are the days spent savoring instant noodles, he mused, comforting himself. Ultimately, he and Ase Narumi indulged in a lavish meal, even packing a portion for Dr. Agasa, all for a mere few tens of thousands of yen. Yet, despite not spending extravagantly, Lin Yuan found it impossible to sleep that night. With the comic drawing no longer a necessity, he felt an inexplicable void within him. The prospect of retiring early meant embracing a healthier lifestyle, early to bed and early to rise, an adjustment that felt quite sinister to someone accustomed to nocturnal habits. Chapter 22. The sniping incident. A few days later, Lin Yuan rested his head on the desk, waiting for school to conclude. After a few days of this insidious early-to-bed routine, he felt himself descending into a state of lethargy, even managing to stay awake during class. It was a struggle to endure the first-grade lessons. Reflecting on his recent spending experiences brought a pang of sorrow. He found no personal desires to splurge upon. Thus, Lin Yuan resolved to assist others in realizing their wishes. Dr. Agasa wished to acquire a new vehicle but was reluctant to spend Lin Yuan's money. Uncle Mori yearned to attend a concert by Yoshiko Nakanishi. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to purchase tickets, they arrived as gifts, one for each, all premium seats. Xiaolan had no particular desires, leading Lin Yuan to enjoy a complimentary lunch instead. Conan had never lacked for funds, easily acquiring whatever he desired. As for Sonoko, matters easily resolved by money were trivial for her. In stark contrast, Ase Narumi, in pursuit of his clinic, had purchased the property opposite that of the Kudo family for a staggering 1 billion yen. However, this merely transformed liquid assets into fixed ones, devoid of any exhilarating sense of expenditure. The school bell rang, and Lin Yuan swiftly packed his bag in a mere 2 seconds. The teacher at the podium was taken aback, noticing that he had finished before the bell had even fully sounded. Nevertheless, the fact that Lin Yuan had managed to stay awake these past few days brought some solace to the teacher, who chose not to comment further. The 4 friends gathered at Lin Yuan's desk, ready to depart. Lin Yuan sat in the last row, where the gathering conveniently allowed for an outing, a habit cultivated over time. Bume curiously inquired, Lin Yuan, why haven't you been drawing comics lately? Lin Yuan said with a smile, the comic has already been sold. You can find it in bookstores from now on. Well, that's impressive. The three little ones gazed at him with faces full of admiration, devoid of jealousy, instead feeling proud to have such a friend. Lin Yuan, you must have made a fortune from the comic. Bumei's eyes sparkled with admiration. If only I could earn so much money. Guangyan began to imagine Bumei looking at him with admiration. I could definitely indulge in a lot of eel rice. Jinna drooled. Embodying a true foodie. If there's anything you wish to do, just let me know, and I will help you realize it. With a grand gesture, Lin Yuan generously inquired. Is that true? The three little ones simultaneously displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Lin Yuan nodded and said, let us go one by one, starting with Bumei. Bumei exclaimed, I want to explore the haunted house. Upon hearing the mention of the haunted house, Guangyan quickly interjected, that's not permissible. The last time we visited that haunted house, we were severely scolded by our mothers. Yuantai nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, indeed. I even ended up with a bump on my head after my mother hit me. Lin Yuan, engrossed in his pursuit of manga artistry, seldom partook in their daily endeavors. Yet he had heard whispers of such matters. No problem, Yumi remarked nonchalantly. This haunted house is right next to Dr. Agasa's place. Surely, we won't be reprimanded. Is it that house called Fuji? Jinna inquired. Ayumi nodded, saying, I heard that the solitary boy there was devoured by malevolent spirits, and just last night I spotted will-o'-the-wisps drifting by. Oh, Jinta and Mitsuhiko gasped in fright. Conan, intrigued, pondered aloud, next to Dr. Agasa's house. Fuji. Kudo. Isn't that my home? Will-o'-the-wisps? That was merely the flashlight I used last night to retrieve my childhood clothes. It was only then that Conan realized and interjected, Ayumi, we cannot go. I have heard that the solitary boy is a harbinger of death, bringing demise wherever he roams. It is far too perilous. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth that one could meet their demise anywhere, and furthermore, exploring haunted houses required no financial expenditure. Well then, Guangyan. What is it that you wish to pursue? Lin Yuan continued to inquire. Guangyan replied, I have always harbored a dream to travel around the world. Lin Yuan nodded, recognizing that this was perhaps a dream shared by many in their youth. As children, we fantasized about traversing the world with sword in hand. Yet how many among us can genuinely don a backpack and embark on such a journey? Guangyan, this notion is far too impractical at present. We should be grateful if we can even manage to produce rice crackers. Hayashihara refuted this notion. Yuanta, with a face full of anticipation, exclaimed, it's finally my turn. I want to indulge in an abundance of eel rice. However, the response came, Yuanta, it's your turn, but you are not permitted to eat eel rice. Lin Yuan coldly remarked that Yuantai's world was likely only as vast as an eel rice dish. Yuantai exclaimed, my world has suddenly gone dark. Without the eel rice, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yuantai suggested, let us go fishing. I have discovered an excellent spot for fishing in the wilderness. Lin Yuan was utterly exasperated. Indeed, relying on the three little ones was a gamble. Nevertheless, it was understandable. After all, what desires could possibly occupy the minds of children? Let us embark on a camping adventure tomorrow, to the very place Yuantai mentioned, and consider it the second expedition of our young detective corps. The suggestion put forth by Lin Yuan received unanimous agreement from the trio. Conan nodded in assent, acknowledging that with his daily resolution of 2 or 3 cases, a moment of relaxation was indeed warranted. Thus, I shall take it upon myself to prepare all the necessary arrangements. Lin Yuan took on the task, and after agreeing on the time and place for their meeting tomorrow, they each departed. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan noticed a sign for Lin's hospital hanging at the neighboring door, which appeared somewhat unprofessional. As the second graduate from Tokyo Medical University, Eisakai Naruki was well acquainted with these procedures. It seemed that the interior had already been renovated and was poised to commence operations soon. Naruki, you seem to be in good spirits. Lin Yuan casually picked up a snow pear and took a bite. Asahi Narumi hummed a tune while busily preparing a meal. The neighboring area would be tidied up tomorrow, making it ready for business. With a smile gracing her lips, her movements became noticeably more brisk. Having indulged in free meals and drinks for several days, Narumi felt a twinge of guilt. However, with the clinic's opening, she could also contribute to household expenses, even if it seemed unnecessary. At the dining table, they discussed numerous details, and Lin Yuan sensed a marked transformation in Narumi, who truly appeared to have let go of her past. Before long, the following day arrived. Early in the morning, Asahi Narumi was busy in the adjacent space, and after exchanging greetings with her, Lin Yuan departed. She purchased a large backpack and filled it to capacity before arriving at the spot indicated by Yuanta. By the shimmering riverside, Yuanta, Mitsuhiko, and Conan were busy fishing in the water, while Ayumi stood on the shore directing the others. In the distance by the riverbank, Lin Yuan spread out a picnic cloth, harboring no intention of joining in. The mere sight of the water would evoke memories of the moment he had just crossed over. Struggling to ascend the icy embankments of the Wujin River with every ounce of strength he could muster, Lin Yuan, why don't you come and play with us? Bumei inquired, noticing Lin Yuan's unusual demeanor. I'm feeling a bit weary from carrying my backpack. I need to rest for a while. Lin Yuan casually concocted an excuse. After all, one cannot simply confess to a fear of water. Wu Mei, not giving it much thought, returned to her leisurely pursuits. Pondering that she must assist Lin Yuan in shouldering the burden of that excessively large backpack upon their return, just as Lin Yuan succumbed to her melancholic reverie. A gunshot echoed from afar. Were there injuries? Casting her gaze towards the four small figures, she was relieved to see them all lively and unscathed. She turned her attention toward the direction of the gunfire, where she could discern several indistinct silhouettes, one of which wielded a sniper rifle. Chapter 23. The first sniping. Upon sighting the sniper rifle, Lin Yuan was reminded of the undercover agent within the organization, the ostentatious Ai Shuichi, who either flaunted his prowess or was merely on the path to doing so. To infiltrate the organization, he had forsaken his girlfriend, justifying it with the notion that one cannot love two women simultaneously. However, to Lin Yuan, he merely appeared as a scoundrel. Moreover, after years of being an undercover agent, he had failed to procure any useful information and had instead directly caused the demise of a public security undercover agent, indirectly leading to the death of Miyano Akemi. Though Ai Shuichi may not possess admirable qualities, his prowess and marksmanship was unparalleled. In the midst of the organization, where the snipers could only boast a range of 500 to 600 yards, Ai Shuichi seemed to operate on a different level altogether. Initially somewhat restrained, he gradually embraced his full potential, replicating the astounding feat of hitting a target from 800 miles away, reminiscent of a dramatic television series. Reflecting upon these thoughts, Lin Yuan concluded that it would be prudent to acquire some knowledge of sniping. In the impending confrontation with the organization, this skill could prove immensely beneficial. Meanwhile, Conan took out his binoculars to survey a distant building, where he spotted 3 individuals brandishing firearms, threatening a man who appeared to embody righteousness. A surge of excitement coursed through Conan as he realized that action was imminent. Conan, I forgot to turn off the gas at home. I must return now. Lin Yuan casually concocted an excuse. If memory serves correctly, this was a routine case, devoid of any peril, so it was best for them to handle it themselves. Without hesitation, Conan dashed towards the towering buildings, followed closely by the 3 little ones. At Professor Agasa's residence, he exclaimed, Professor Agasa, I implore you. Lin Yuan bowed deeply, his face radiating sincerity. Dr. Agasa's lips twitched, his expression one of helplessness. Earlier, Lin Yuan had implored him to find a friend who could teach him marksmanship. While Dr. Agasa had many acquaintances, he doubted he had anyone suitable for such an outrageous request. Lin Yuan, surely you jest. He declined this absurd proposition. Dr. Agasa, you are aware that Conan will confront the Black Organization. If he could learn to refuse, it would be immensely beneficial. Lin Yuan insisted. Surely, you do not wish for any misfortune to befall Conan. After half an hour of Dr. Agasa's hesitation, he finally relented. I have a friend who is a police instructor. He can take you for a trial. That night, Lin Yuan was too exhilarated to sleep. As it turned out, one could always trust Dr. Agasa. When he mentioned a friend, it was indeed true. The instructor spent the afternoon showing Lin Yuan and Dr. Agasa an impressive array of firearms, from handguns to large sniper rifles. Among them, one particular sniper rifle was treated like a treasure, only briefly displayed before being put away. The M200 sniper rifle left a profound impression on Lin Yuan. Distant, striking, and exorbitantly priced. With an effective range of 2,000 meters, it was designed for extreme long-range sniping. The price was equally staggering. A complete M200 setup cost a staggering 30 million yen. Reflecting on the hard-earned money he had, Lin Yuan regretted that he could only afford to purchase 100 M200 sniper rifles. At such a young age, how could he entertain thoughts of extravagance and late nights? He resolved to work diligently to earn more, aspiring to acquire additional M200 rifles. He envisioned a scenario where he could gather 200 individuals, each equipped with an M200, stationed at the distillery's entrance, doing nothing but eliminating anyone who dared to emerge. The following morning, Ai Haibara arose early in the morning, following Ase Narumi closely. Today marks the grand opening of the clinic. After a final round of cleaning, they would be ready to commence operations. Is there something on your mind, little boss? Ase Narumi could not help but inquire. Lin Yuan expressed a desire to come and assist, yet he remained silent and inactive, merely trailing behind. Ah, that elder sister Chengshi, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose or not. Lin Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Well, perhaps it's best not to speak, said Ase Narumi, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Given the current situation, could one truly remain silent? Come on, little boss. Please speak up. Today is bound to be hectic. Ase Narumi felt an ominous premonition that Lin's hospital would soon transform into a makeshift medical facility. Sister Narumi, I implore you to register a publishing house. I still have manga to illustrate copy, and I entrust this task to you. After Linhara finished speaking, she dashed away, leaving no opportunity for refusal. This was a choice made by oneself, a choice of one's own. As Ase Narumi continually reassured herself, a hint of resentment lingered. Yet it was predominantly a feeling of being touched, moved by the trust placed in her. All matters pertaining to the company were entrusted to Ase Narumi, while her next endeavor involved illustrating a manga and honing her marksmanship. The manga could be drawn at any time, thus Linhara resolved to continue her banter with Dr. Agasa. She decided to purchase a pizza, recalling that Dr. Agasa had seemed quite fond of it during their last meal. No, she would buy two. Upon returning with the pizzas, she passed by an open area where the young Detective League and Officer Magyar were gathered. Conan stealthily climbed aboard a nearby helicopter, prompting Linhara to follow suit. Inside the helicopter, a marksman was seated at the back, wielding a rifle. What? When did you all board? Only after the helicopter took off did Officer Magyar belatedly notice the two. It was he who brought me on board. Lin Yuan pointed at Conan, asserting that one person could take the blame for such matters. It's all right, he said. Conan, feeling a wave of embarrassment, attempted to feign innocence. He realized that if he didn't hurry, it would be too late. With no other choice, he decided to take the helmet with him. Officer Magyar had no option but to concede, providing both of them with safety helmets, one of which belonged to the sniper. As the helicopter accelerated into the sky, Lin Yuan gleaned the situation from Conan. Officer Koichi Yamabu's girlfriend, Ai, had been kidnapped by the gang, coercing him into targeting someone else. Conan deduced the location of the sniper and was now en route to apprehend the criminals. Before long, the helicopter arrived at the target building, swiftly descending in altitude. The three gang members on the rooftop immediately retaliated by opening fire, prompting the helicopter pilot to veer in a different direction to evade the bullets. The sniper aboard the helicopter was aiming, but due to the sudden maneuver, he lost his footing and fell, striking his head. Without the protection of a safety helmet, he lost consciousness. Officer Magyar's attention remained fixated on the rooftop, oblivious to the events unfolding in the rear. Under duress, Officer Yamabu fought back, taking down one of the gang members. Conan, gripping his safety belt, resolved to use his helmet to incapacitate another gang member. Lin Yuan picked up the rifle from the ground, a surge of fervor coursing through him, as if his eyes were gleaming with a brilliant light. Conan, are you skilled in marksmanship? Lin Yuan caressed the rifle. This was indeed his first encounter with a genuine firearm. Conan felt somewhat bewildered. While he had handled handguns during his time at the technical school in Hawaii, he had never laid his hands on a sniper rifle before. Conan, pay attention. This shot will be quite impressive. Lin Yuan lay at the threshold of the hatch, lacking the fine dentition of Conan, unable to secure the safety belt, thus opting for the relative safety of the doorway. Steadying his firearm, he began to take aim. The inaugural sniper shot always necessitates a touch of ceremony, and an observer is indispensable. The humidity should not be elevated, the wind speed is rather moderate, and the distance is not considerable. A sniper shot is indeed feasible. Taking on the role of an observer for a brief moment, Lin Yuan set his sights on a nearby gang member, who was presently brandishing a handgun towards the girlfriend of a police officer. With a sufficient distance between them, Lin Yuan felt assured that no innocent bystander would be harmed. For the sake of aesthetics, he deliberately aimed at the hand wielding the gun of the gang member. Chapter 24. Exceptional recovery abilities. A resounding bang echoed as the gunshot rang out, causing the gang member's firearm to clatter to the ground. Officer Magyar leaped onto the rooftop, seizing the opportunity to apprehend the final gang member. Truly, he is remarkable. Lin Yuan blew on the gun's muzzle, disregarding the searing pain in his shoulder. For the sake of appearing cool, he had to endure. Conan, however, stared at Lin Yuan as if he were a fool, pointing at a bullet mark on the nearby wall, saying nothing yet implying something profound. It turned out that Lin Yuan's shot had missed. Instead, the gang member had been startled by the gunfire and failed to steady his pistol. Lin Yuan awkwardly scratched his head, dismissing the missed shot as inconsequential. For being handsome was sufficient. At that moment, the sniper, who had just regained consciousness, beheld the apprehended gang members with a bewildered expression, wondering, has it all concluded before I could even contribute? Officer Magyar, noticing the absurdly skewed bullet mark, jested, it's been a few days, your skills remain commendable. The sniper, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and explained, I just fainted, it wasn't my shot, and I am entirely oblivious to what transpired. How curious, Officer Magyar murmured, observing Conan's subtle movements and Lin Yuan's smug demeanor, leading him to a conjecture. Young lad, were you the one who fired the shot? Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, only then noticing the furious gaze of Officer Moku. This is serious. How could you engage in such perilous actions? But, sob. Lin Yuan covered her eyes and began to weep uncontrollably. Officer Muguru immediately panicked and comforted her, saying, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Can you forgive me? Conan gazed at this scene in disbelief. Although there were no tears in her eyes, her lips betrayed a smirk. Officer Muguru, are you truly blind? I find this young child remarkably brave. At that moment, the threatened officer, Koichi Yamabu, approached. He had also noticed the gunshot earlier and initially thought it was the error of a distracted sniper, but upon hearing the recent exchange, he grasped the truth. Lin Yuan ceased her feigned weeping. However, I failed to strike my target earlier. Yamabe Koichi consoled her, saying, it matters not that you missed, you still saved us. Did you not? Reflecting on his own childhood, when he was still unaware of the joys of playing in the mud, Yamabe Koichi could not help but feel a deeper sense of nostalgia. Lin Yuan continued, with a tone of grievance, Uncle, could you teach me how to shoot? I must hit the target next time. Yamabe Koichi displayed a look of hesitation. He believed that children often had fleeting interests and would likely lose enthusiasm within 2 days. Moreover, the rigors of learning to shoot were daunting, and he doubted Lin Yuan could endure even an hour of practice. Of course, I can teach you. Koichi, an Olympic shooting athlete, was more than capable. Just as he was about to decline, his girlfriend Eri readily agreed, while she too doubted Lin Yuan's ability to persist. She felt indebted to him for saving her life, and she genuinely liked him. Uncle, is what my sister said true? Lin Yuan asked. Koichi nodded in agreement, deciding to treat it as a playful engagement with the child, though he couldn't help but feel a pang at being referred to as uncle. Did he really appear that old? Since the conclusion of that sniper incident, Lin Yuan had been leading a monotonous life, oscillating between the dull elementary school textbooks, grueling training sessions at the Yamabe household, and returning home to draw comics. Koichi initially aimed to swiftly extinguish Lin Yuan's interest by imposing exceptionally rigorous training. Yet Lin Yuan not only persevered but appeared to thrive effortlessly. Consequently, Koichi continually intensified the training regimen, subjecting Lin Yuan to relentless trials. Yet the following day, he remained as vibrant as ever. Lin Yuan became aware of his peculiar condition. His body possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability. While ordinary individuals often endure several days of muscle soreness after intense physical exertion, Lin Yuan experienced none of these symptoms. Not only that, but his wounds healed at a pace far exceeding that of an average person. The trade-off, however, was a significantly increased appetite. Fortunately, financial constraints were no longer an issue. Had it been during the early days of his journey, he would have surely perished from hunger. Asahi Narumi once harbored concerns that Lin Yuan might be afflicted with some bizarre illness, but after multiple examinations revealed no abnormalities. It could only be attributed to his unique constitution. This led Lin Yuan to exclaim intermittently, "My golden finger has finally arrived." Albeit with the realization that this so-called golden finger was rather peculiar, an athlete's physique, perhaps. One day after school, Lin Yuan instinctively began packing his bag, only to discover that his dexterity had notably diminished. While his physical fatigue could be alleviated, the weariness of his spirit remained insurmountable. After bidding farewell to his 3 companions, he made his way to the Yamabe family. His 3 friends wore expressions of envy, while Conan remained impassive, steadfast in his belief that intelligence was all that mattered. "Master, are we heading to the training grounds today?" Lin Yuan inquired eagerly at the entrance of the Yamabe residence. During this training period, Yamabe Koichi initially approached their sessions with a lackadaisical attitude. However, upon witnessing Lin Yuan's unwavering dedication, he began to take the matter seriously, leading him to the police training facility for authentic training. Here, Lin Yuan fulfilled his desire to handle firearms daily, even spending considerable time practicing with the M200. The instructor from their last encounter followed closely, his eyes filled with concern throughout. During this period, Lin Yuan genuinely felt like the protagonist of his own story. Though he endured significant shoulder pain, 1 bullet in his left shoulder and another in his right, necessitating recovery. In contrast to Lin Yuan's anticipation, Yamabe Koichi felt somewhat exasperated. It had only been a mere half-month, and he felt he had taught all he could. "You have graduated. There is no need for further training," he said slowly, feeling like a failed minner. Nonetheless, he saw in Lin Yuan the potential to surpass that man. "Please, master, if I don't train, I won't have the chance to handle firearms anymore. I can't bear to part with you." Yamabe Koichi felt a pang of sorrow at these words. Ultimately, after much urging from Yamabe Koichi, Lin Yuan had no choice but to accept this reality. By the time he returned home, it was already evening, and Asahi Narumi had prepared dinner. At the dining table, Lin Yuan devoured his meal as Asahi Narumi continuously updated him on various recent developments. Lin Yuan paid little attention, contemplating whether to ask Dr. Agasa to procure a sniper rifle for him. "Nari, I trust you can handle everything." After finishing dinner, Lin Yuan routinely offered encouragement to Ase Nari to prevent him from slacking off. However, is it truly appropriate to seize a sheep in such a manner? This was a choice he made, a decision he embraced. After a moment of self-reassurance, Ase Nari returned to his overtime work. Lin Yuan returned to his room, restless and unable to sleep. Much like a novice driver, his mind was consumed with thoughts of driving. No, he must reward himself. He approached his desk to continue the unfinished comic. This world cannot exist without light, just as the 3D realm cannot do without Tifa, and the martial arts domain cannot thrive without Huangrong. Thus, Lin Yuan was currently illustrating a story featuring Huangrong. No, rather, it was the epic giant mountain superforce. This was the Ultraman he was most familiar with, and undoubtedly, the one most recognized by the majority. During this time, he had completed several Ultraman tales, all entrusted to Akiyama Narumi for handling, and he had heard the reception was quite favorable. As he reached an exhilarating part of the narrative, Lin Yuan resolved to reward himself with an all-nighter. In episode 25, featuring Fang Li, he dedicated an entire night to the endeavor, expending a considerable amount of paper before he could nearly finish the plot of Dyna Ultraman, with only the grand finale remaining. Perhaps rewarding oneself was too exhausting. He decided to rest for now. As soon as Hayakawa reclined, Conan burst in without so much as a knock, startling him awake. Conan floated in, astonishingly disregarding the doorbell. What if I had been indulging in a moment of self-reward? However, in my current state, it appears I lack the capacity for such indulgence. Hayakawa, you must assist me. Conan grasped Hayakawa's hand, on the verge of tears. Lin Yuan, with a hint of disdain, extended her hand and inquired, "Conan, What are you planning to do? What was it that you intended to accomplish? Conan scratched his head, realizing, oh right, Ran is going on a date with Shinichi Kudo, but I had no idea. The more Conan spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. Ever since Lin Yuan's several provocations, he had been calling Ran daily under Shinichi Kudo's identity. Almost on the verge of confessing his feelings. Could it be that even this was not enough to prompt Ran's impatience? Lin Yuan shook his head. He could not believe that Mori Ran, the embodiment of pure love, would ever betray Conan. I refuse to go. Lin Yuan, you must assist me. I cannot confront that interloper alone. Interloper? Have you encountered her? A sudden shock coursed through Lin Yuan's mind. Could it be that Conan had been wronged due to his presence? Conan, filled with indignation, proclaimed, though I have not laid eyes on her, I am certain she exists. And Ran is even using our supposed date as a pretext to meet her. What is that feeling akin to? Like Mei Yang pushing Fei Yang to provoke Shi Yang? You have conjured so much without even seeing the interloper? Your theatrics are excessive. Lin Yuan felt a bit speechless. It's fine. Sister Xiaolan is not that kind of person. After yawning, she prepared to sleep. Conan, however, remained silent. Gazing at her with tear-filled eyes, resembling a forsaken little bride, occasionally sniffling. Don't look at me like that. Others might think I've abandoned you. And stop sniffling. Keep your distance. I'll go with you, all right? Conan displayed an unwavering determination, intermittently lamenting. Eventually, Lin Yuan had no choice but to relent. After tidying up her manga, she followed Conan, her sleepiness completely dissipated by his antics. Conan, do you know where Sister Xiaolan is on a date? Lin Yuan inquired curiously as she observed Conan scanning the surroundings. Of course. I came to find you after seeing Xiaolan enter that CAF. We should go this way. Not that way. After wandering for a while, they finally entered a CAF. Conan's attempt to hide was swiftly thwarted as Xiaolan caught him. Honestly, didn't I tell you not to disturb my date? Why are you still here? Why don't you go home? Xiaolan said to Conan with a hint of exasperation. Conan leaned back on the CAF sofa, clearly unwilling to leave. No, I'm still a primary school student. I can't go home alone. Seeing Conan acting so childishly, Xiaolan turned to Lin Yuan and said, Then, Lin Yuan, could you please go home by yourself? Lin Yuan tilted her head, expressing her predicament as a primary school student unable to return home alone. Mao Lilan remarked, why not go home together? With no alternative, Xiaolan conceded. If you all enjoy cake, I shall procure some for you. You can return home by yourselves, all right? As soon as Xiaolan departed, Conan gleefully proclaimed, After years of honing my detective skills, I finally have an opportunity to put them to use. Xiaolan, I shall uncover the identity of your date and confront the one who deceived you, ensuring they retreat in the face of truth. Shortly thereafter, a figure entered the CAF. Prompting Conan to inquire, could that person be your date? Lin Yuan raised her head, momentarily speechless. This was clearly a woman. Could it be that the lilies of her hometown had bloomed? However, this woman's temperament was rather poor, prone to sudden bursts of anger. She cast a disdainful glance at Conan and resumed her comic drawing. Conan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, clearly realizing that he was indeed in the presence of a woman. At that moment, another individual entered through the door, prompting Conan to inquire once more. Do you think it could possibly be this person? It was a university student, clutching a thesis, with greasy hair, a long unkempt beard, and wrinkled clothing. Presenting a rather disheveled appearance, Lin Yuan cast a perplexed look at Conan. How could he become so dim-witted when faced with matters of the heart? Ignoring him, Lin Yuan continued her work. Ding ding ding, the bell of the CAF chimed as yet another person walked in. This time, Conan fell silent, leaving Lin Yuan puzzled. Could it be that this newcomer was an eyesore? Upon glancing up, she was taken aback to discover a stunning beauty, exuding a cool demeanor and a queenly aura. It was Safumi, the mother of Ran Muri. Lin Yuan immediately recognized her identity and recalled that today seemed to involve a routine case. As she contemplated approaching to greet her, she suddenly remembered that they were not acquainted and abandoned the thought. However, Conan, why are you blushing? Do you perhaps desire a rice bowl with toppings? That would be rather inappropriate. Lin Yuan promptly cautioned, Conan, do not stare. It is exceedingly impolite. However, it was already too late, as Ray Furuya had long since noticed Conan and cast him a gaze brimming with lethal intent. A sense of familiar dread surged within Conan, prompting him to swiftly turn away. Lin Yuan shook his head in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation before his mother-in-law. It was akin to courting disaster. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Conan's intellect swiftly regained its clarity, prompting him to refrain from aimless inquiries or wandering glances. Just then, a burly man entered through the door, and Conan immediately began his analysis. If this man had an appointment, he would certainly be scanning the surroundings. Yet he proceeded directly to the bar. This could not be him. Moments later, a young man stepped in, exuding the charm of a dandy. His appearance suggested he was indeed the one they sought. Cautiously, Conan edged closer to eavesdrop. He overheard the man's flippant remarks, confirming he was indeed waiting for a girl. And he even bore a striking resemblance to Uncle Muri's signature grin. This man must be a lecher, much like Uncle Muri. Resolute, Conan declared, Lin Yuan, I shall confront that man and expel him. Be ready to assist me at a moment's notice. With that, he adjusted the power of his reinforced shoes to the maximum. Lin Yuan hurriedly intervened. saying, "Conan, stay calm. Let's wait for Sister Ran to return before we discuss this." A kick delivered with such force could be fatal. However, given Conan's height, would he need to leap to strike the man's knee? Even targeting the knee could result in severe injury. Fortunately, the dandy had stepped into the restroom, allowing Lin Yuan to exhale in relief. Conan, intent on pursuing him, was interrupted by a phone call from Ran. Yet, even while answering, Conan's gaze remained fixed on the restroom door, seemingly undeterred in his intention to deliver a crushing blow to that man's knee. Suddenly, a shriek echoed from within the restroom. Conan immediately ended the call, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Had someone come to his aid? Bursting into the restroom, Conan was met with disappointment as he discovered that the victim was someone else entirely. Ran had not contacted the police, yet Officer Magyar arrived in an instant. Chapter 26, The Vanishing Memory. As Conan rushed to confront his rival, Lin Yuan found the tranquility to complete the grand finale. Ultraman Tiga triumphed over the ultimate darkness, and Daigo, restored to his human form, entrusted the god Lightstick to Rina. Just as the narrative reached its climax, it abruptly ceased, leaving Lin Yuan with a look of terror. What happened in the end? Why can't I recall it? Is it because I am too fatigued? Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes and began to reminisce about his past, reflecting on the life he once led in the anime he had watched. What was once a vivid recollection now seemed shrouded in a thick fog, rendering it indistinct. Where did I attend school? Was it the third middle school or the second? When did this all begin? Ah, yes, I had already forgotten the details of that occasion with Teacher Baya. Could it be that the enormous hand has discovered my identity as a time traveler and is now in the process of rectifying everything? Lin Yuan's mind was increasingly filled with dread and despair. Would that enormous hand erase his existence, or would it return him to his original world? Ultimately, the divine light should have vanished. Ultraman could not interfere with humanity's choices. Daigo embodied both light and humanity, yet he ultimately chose humanity, forfeiting his ability to transform. A melodious voice broke the silence, prompting Lin Yuan to look up. He beheld a glimmer of light, the reflection of Fei Yingli's glasses. She had noticed Lin Yuan during the incident. In such circumstances, remaining undistracted and wholly devoted to a singular task piqued her curiosity, leading her to approach him. At first, Fei Yingli paid little heed to the drawings Lin Yuan had created, dismissing them as mere imitations by a child. However, as she examined them more closely, her curiosity deepened. They were entirely reminiscent of an unpublished manga. Her involvement in a copyright lawsuit commissioned by Isekai Narumi had compelled her to enhance her knowledge, leading her to develop her own interpretations. Thus, she boldly speculated about the ensuing plot, wondering why this child had come to a halt. Fei Yingli gracefully seated herself and inquired, "Are you worried about your friend, little one?" Lin Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Shall I take you to find your friend?" she proposed, gently lifting him into her arms. Although he instinctively wished to squirm away, fatigue rendered him sluggish. Why is this child trembling? Is it out of fear? She pondered, acknowledging that it was only natural for a young one to feel apprehensive in the face of such a grim incident. "Do not worry, little one. The case will be resolved swiftly." Fei Yingli softly patted Lin Yuan's back, only to realize that he had fallen asleep in her embrace. Chuckling softly to herself, she attempted to set him down, but discovered he was clinging too tightly, forcing her to abandon that plan. As a suspect in the case herself, she could not leave just yet, so she carried Lin Yuan toward the crime scene. "Officer Magyar, I didn't realize you had already become the chief," exclaimed Fei Yingli. The officer, engrossed in his investigation, turned in surprise. "Aren't you Fei the great lawyer? What brings you here?" Fei Yingli replied, "I happen to be here. I also visited this restroom at the time of the incident, making me one of the suspects." "Impossible." Officer Magyar laughed heartily, only to notice the child in her arms and tease. "It's been a while. So, Fei the great lawyer has acquired another child? Does Muri know?" Fei Yingli's cheeks flushed as she pointed to Conan, saying, "This child came with that little one. He appeared quite frightened alone, so I comforted him, and unexpectedly, he fell asleep in my arms." Officer Magyar stepped closer, remarking, "Oh, it's Lin Yuan. Conan, is Ran also here?" Conan nodded. "Sister Ran went out to buy a cake. We need to wait for the CAF to lift its lockdown before she can come in." Turning back, Officer Magyar said, "Then, Miss Fei, please continue to hold this child." Fei Yingli accepted without protest and asked, "Is the investigation into the case clear now?" Officer Magyar replied directly, "The victim, Haibara Ai, was strangled and then stabbed to death. It is preliminarily determined that the perpetrator escaped through the restroom window." Upon hearing this, Fei Yingli approached the restroom stall and observed for a moment before stating, "Given the amount of blood from the victim, the perpetrator must be covered in blood as well. If they escaped through the window, they would have left traces of blood behind." In a hurry to finish his shift, Officer Magyar countered, "But what if the perpetrator wiped away the blood?" Fei Yingli chuckled. "The perpetrator left the murder weapon at the scene. How could they have had time to clean up the blood? Wouldn't you agree, little Conan?" Conan felt a jolt of surprise. This woman was completely stealing his thunder. How infuriating. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as Officer Magyar continued to argue. But the victim blocked the doorway, and there are no signs of movement. The adjacent restroom has no window. How did the perpetrator exit? Fei Yingli responded, "There is a significant gap above the restroom that a person could easily crawl through." Afterward, she instructed a police officer to test it. Officer Mugyur pressed on with his inquiries, but if the murderer was covered in blood, why are there no stains on the walls? He mentioned that there were tissues available to wipe away the blood, but wouldn't the perpetrator fear being seen? The door was locked, he added. His hopes of finishing his shift dwindling. Officer Mugyur instructed, find out who entered the restroom. Conan felt a surge of excitement. This was his chance to shine. I know who was present, he proclaimed, leading Officer Mugyur out of the restroom. It was that tall man with the mustache, and that fellow who looks like a scoundrel. And me. Fei Yingli interjected, as I mentioned earlier, I also visited the restroom. Little brother, your memory is quite remarkable. A cold sweat broke out on Conan's brow. The pressure from her lineage was overwhelming. Officer Mugyur continued to question those involved. The man with the mustache was named Hiroshiko, the tall man was named Denoima Juza, and the playboy was called Wakuji Shiro. Next. Officer Mugyur instructed everyone to crawl over the restroom's top. Hiroshiko made it over effortlessly, while Wakuji Shiro halted halfway, incurring Conan's wrath. Denoima Juza was too large to fit, and although Fei Yingli could have passed, her hold on Lin Yuan and her skirt made it impractical. Officer. We found this rope on Mr. Ko's desk, a police officer suddenly announced, entering with the discovered evidence. Officer Mugyur took the rope and asked, Mr. Ko, is this yours? Hiroshiko immediately defended himself. That rope is for binding books. I am not the murderer. Conan recalled the sequence of events and had already ruled Hiroshiko out, leading the investigation to a standstill. Just then, another officer entered with an evidence bag, announcing, Officer. The knife used as the murder weapon is to be sent to the precinct. Officer Mugyur nodded. Thank you for your assistance. Just as the officer turned to leave, Conan snatched the evidence bag, scrutinizing the weapon inside. Why does the blood disappear at the handle? How curious. I have blood on my hands as well. Could it be that I am the murderer? He quickly corrected himself. No, I understand now. Chapter 27, the CAF incident now. Mr. Ko, please accompany us. Eager to conclude his shift, Officer Mugyur promptly identified the suspect. Conan's glasses gleamed as he prepared for his performance. Ah. But why does the blood on this knife vanish at the handle? And why is there blood here? He exclaimed, deducing thus. The one who crawled over the restroom was not the murderer, but the victim. Fei Yingli interrupted Conan, continuing. The murderer killed the victim outside and then disposed of the body in the restroom, using the rope to extract the knife. Therefore, the murderer is you, Denoima-san. Officer Mugyur swiftly commanded, Excellent. Take this man back to the precinct. Upon hearing the order, the officers closed in. Wait, you have no evidence to take me. Denoima Juza exclaimed, retreating in fright, desperately arguing. We certainly have your evidence of murder. Officer Mugyur confidently replied, turning to ask, Isn't that right, Miss Fei? Not at all. She responded. Fei Yingli shook her head, acknowledging that even if he were captured, any lawyer would easily secure his acquittal, if it were her. She could accomplish it in merely an hour. Of course, her purpose for being there was to engage in conversation with her boss. Seeing an opportunity, Dinjan Shursan immediately sought to exonerate himself. Conan, with an innocent expression, remarked, Uncle, you also injured your finger, didn't you? Dinjan Shursan extended his middle finger, appearing as though struck by lightning, retreating step by step as all eyes turned toward him. Even Officer Mugyur, who had been idly observing, realized, indeed. You used the bandage on your hand to bind the murder weapon, which must still bear traces of blood. Fei Yingli sarcastically added. I never imagined you to be such a foolish criminal, carelessly concealing such crucial evidence on your person. Get away from me, you vile woman. Dinjan Shursan suddenly erupted, pushing aside the nearby officers and charging toward Fei Yingli. She prepared to counter him with a shoulder throw, but holding a child in her arms posed a dilemma. Retaliating could result in the child falling, while refraining from action might lead to being taken hostage. In her moment of hesitation, Dinjan Shursan deftly evaded Lin Yuan, who was cradled in Fei Yingli's embrace, declaring, Everyone step aside, or I will strangle this child. The situation became tense, and Officer Mugyur ultimately instructed the officers to back away slightly. Get away from me now, Dinjan Shursan exclaimed as he moved outside the CAF, desperately pushing through the crowd of onlookers. Among the throng, Xiaolon noticed and rushed forward, furiously demanding, Let him go. Come any closer, and I will choke him. Dinjan Shursan threatened, his grip on the child tightening. Xiaolon found herself in a precarious position, hesitant to act recklessly. A sudden feeling of suffocation enveloped Lin Yuan, jolting her awake. What is happening? Am I being held hostage by this brute? Lin Yuan felt somewhat bewildered, yet the suffocating sensation intensified, leaving no room for contemplation. With both hands gripping his own arms, he exerted force on his abdomen and raised his feet high, bringing them down with a heavy thud. The formidable Xiama Jizan winced in pain, immediately loosening his grip. Seeing this, Ran Mori swiftly delivered a flying kick, her strength propelling the hefty figure, over 200 pounds, several meters away. Struggling to rise, Xiama Jizan attempted to flee, but was abruptly met with a menacing aura from behind. Rei Furuya appeared at his back and executed a flawless shoulder throw, rendering Xiama Jizan completely incapacitated. Officer Mugyur promptly apprehended the criminal, concluding the case with a perfect resolution. Wonderful. I'm relieved you are unharmed, Ren exclaimed as she hurriedly embraced the still coughing Lin Yuan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Conan stood beside them, momentarily relieved at Lin Yuan's safety, but then recalled an unresolved matter. With a crooked smile, he remarked, "Big brother. Does it mean that as long as a woman hears sweet words, she will obediently listen?" "Huh?" Ran queried, puzzled. "Who is this person? Did he really say that?" "Conan." Yoko suddenly appeared behind him, her voice icy. I. The playboy stammered, but before he could explain, Yoko furiously slapped him and turned to leave. "Who is that, Ran?" Conan asked, a bit confused. "Could it be that university student? Oh dear, didn't I tell you before? You must dress properly to cover your stomach, or you'll catch a chill." Just as Conan pondered this, a familiar voice broke the silence. He looked over to find it was the lawyer from earlier. Ran turned around and playfully said to Ray, "I'm not a child anymore, Mom." "Mom?" Conan instantly recalled the terror of being under her control, shrinking behind Ran's legs. Ray continued, "So these two are the children you mentioned living at home?" "Mom, let me introduce them," Ran said with a smile. "This is Conan. He currently stays with us and is like an older brother. This is Lin Yuan, who is staying at Dr. Agasa's house, the new neighbor next door." Ray's expression turned perplexed. "That's odd. They don't resemble each other at all. Is that so?" Ran looked at the two, seemingly pondering the same thought. "Sister Ran, I must return now. Dr. Agasa will be worried." Lin Yuan seized an opportunity to depart, enveloped in a haze of confusion, yearning for solitude. "Do take care on your way back." Xiaolan waved her hand, dismissing her earlier uncertainties. "This child seems to harbor a multitude of burdens. It would be prudent to reach out to his parents," Fei Yingli remarked with a tone of profound concern. "Parents?" Xiaolan whispered softly. "Lin resides at Dr. Agasa's home, oblivious to the circumstances surrounding her. However, it is rather peculiar that, despite Conan's prolonged stay, her parents have yet to make a single phone call. Could it be that their parents, much like her own, are separated?" Contemplating this, Xiaolan tentatively inquires, "Mother, you have been away from home for nearly a decade. Isn't it time for you to return?" "I certainly do not wish to." Mei Yingli vehemently rejects the notion, citing the drunken scoundrel who delights in tormenting women as the reason for her abandonment of all. "Then why did you marry him in the first place?" "Because we were wretched childhood sweethearts." "But why do you still wear your wedding ring?" "To ward off tiresome men." At that moment, the television in the shop window began to air a recording of Uncle Mori's notable case. "Mother, this is a video recording of the case that father resolved. I have long wished for you to see it," Xiaolan eagerly announced. Mei Yingli gazed at the television, momentarily lost in thought. In the next instant, Uncle Mori, in an effort to demonstrate how easily telephone conversations can be intercepted, called a familiar madam, which instantly incensed Mei Yingli. "In my opinion, it would be best for me never to return, lest I disturb his affairs with that woman. Xiaolan, you must also avoid meeting that childhood sweetheart detective." With that, Mei Yingli turned to leave, while Xiaolan hastily pursued her, attempting to persuade her to stay. Conan, rolling his eyes, stared at the television displaying Uncle Mori's charming smile. Muttering to himself, "How detestable, even through the screen, he seeks to ensnare me." Chapter 28, The Gift. A few days later, at Maruden Department Store, Lin Yuan discovered that he had completely forgotten the events of the past, even those that had never transpired in the world of Conan, leaving only a few characters etched in his memory. He recalled a woman named Akemi Mayano, who would ultimately become his sister-in-law, destined to meet a tragic end at the hands of a certain organization, yet the details of her fate eluded him. He also remembered a woman named Shiho Mayano, who would later transform into a child and adopt the name Ai Haibara, the quintessential choice for a partner, yet the intervening events remained a mystery to him. Uncertain of his own fate and whether he might fade away, Lin Yuan resolved to live without regrets. Reflecting on the last gift he had given to Ran Muri, which had been rather meager, he decided to seize this opportunity to make amends. Lin Yuan was uncertain about what Maori Ran cherished, and she knew that she would certainly reject any overly extravagant gifts. Conversely, inexpensive presents would fail to convey her heartfelt sentiments. Thus, she wandered through the mall for quite some time. Suddenly, a familiar melody drifted from a distance, prompting Lin Yuan to follow the sound. It led her to a shop specializing in gifts, where a music box stood at the entrance, playing the enchanting tune of the Wheel of Fortune. After the song concluded, Lin Yuan approached the music box, noting its price of 999 yen, somewhat steep, yet not entirely prohibitive. "Excuse me, could you please wrap this music box? Ensure it is in a rather elegant gift box," she requested. The attendant, filled with delight, came forward but soon wore a look of concern upon realizing Lin Yuan was merely a child. "Little one, would you like to consult your parents? Are they nearby?" The attendant glanced around, yet could not spot anyone resembling Lin Yuan's guardians. Lin Yuan remained silent as he produced a 10,000 yen note. The waiter hesitated for quite some time but ultimately accepted the money and carefully packaged the music box. The gift for Sister Xiaolan was now ready. Next came Uncle Mori's present. Without a moment's doubt, it was clear that Uncle Mori had a penchant for alcohol, and any variety would suffice. However, the earlier experience served as a reminder to Lin Yuan that given his current circumstances, purchasing even a more expensive item was a challenge, let alone something like alcohol. In the end, a middle-aged gentleman, lured by a 2,000 yen tip, procured 2 bottles of sherry. As for Conan, a couple of detective novels would suffice. Mori Detective Agency. Ding dong, ding dong. Lin Yuan rang the doorbell, intending to make this visit more formal. To his surprise, it was just that little rascal. He He could have simply walked in, leaving Lin Yuan to think there was a commission awaiting him. The door was opened by Uncle Mori, who initially appeared quite lively. But upon realizing it was Lin Yuan, he adopted a drowsy demeanor. Uncle Mori returned to the sofa, picking up a newspaper, while Conan, engrossed in a video game, peeked out momentarily before retreating once more. Standing beside them, Xiaolan exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, what brings you here? Are you looking for Conan to play?" At that moment, Conan gripped the game controller even tighter. Lin Yuan paid no heed and took out a gift box. "Sister Xiaolan, this is a present for you. Thank you for saving me at the coffee shop in trance last time." Xiaolan did not decline. In her perspective, gifts from children were unlikely to be expensive, and refusing would only cause embarrassment for the giver. "May I open it, sister?" Lin Yuan nodded slightly as Xiaolan eagerly unwrapped the gift box. What could it be? Might it be chocolate again, like last time? Surely, a child would present something related to Kamen Rider. Ah, I must on a look of genuine surprise. As the gift box was opened, the music box within sprang to life, accompanied by a familiar melody, while a small figure began to twirl atop it. This gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. The music box is exquisitely crafted, exuding an air of opulence. Sister Xiaolan, this is a gift from your younger brother. You cannot refuse it. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. After much hesitation, Xiaolan finally accepted the gift. Uncle, this is for you. Lin Yuan placed the gift box, wrapped in sherry, upon the table. How could one possibly refuse? Uncle Mori, with a beaming smile, discreetly opened the gift box, his grin deepening, deeming it a gesture to cover Conan's indulgences here. Conan, this is for you. Lin Yuan once again placed the detective novel in front of Conan. Conan's attention was entirely consumed by the game, and he casually responded with a nonchalant mm. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of curiosity. What manner of game could captivate Conan so thoroughly? Upon gazing at the computer screen, she discovered it was a combat fighting game. Despite Conan's apparent lack of skill, incessantly falling victim to defeat, she wondered what amusement he derived from such relentless humiliation. Ah, should Lin Yuan stay for lunch? Today's meal featured curry. After carefully stowing away the music box, Xiaolan eagerly extended her invitation. Thank you, Sister Xiaolan. But I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Lin Yuan waved his hand and turned to leave. Xiaolan, wishing to retain him, could only catch a glimpse of his retreating figure and lamented. How could he leave so quickly? I wanted to ask about his parents. Don't worry, said Uncle Mari. That little rascal is at Dr. Agasa's place. He must often call his parents. Uncle Mari squinted at Conan, remarking that even if Conan's parents had contacted Dr. Agasa, it seemed odd that they had never reached out to them. Xiaolan nodded in agreement, her concern mounting. Could it be that Conan is the one being mistreated? She asked anxiously. Conan, don't you feel lonely being by yourself? Not at all, Conan replied. Don't you miss your mom and dad? Not really, he stated. Uncle Mari suggested, why don't we just call Dr. Agasa and inquire directly? As he reached for the phone on the table, the doorbell rang, prompting Uncle Mari to abandon his intention, thinking it might be a client. After Xiaolan opened the door, she welcomed the visitor inside. Conan, your mother is here. Curious. Conan looked towards the door, where a middle-aged woman with glasses and a somewhat plump figure stood. I'm so sorry, Conan. You must feel so lonely all by yourself. You must miss your mom and dad, she said, embracing Conan. Who are you? Conan exclaimed, pushing her away in terror. The name Idagawa Conan was fabricated. He could not possibly have a mother. Oh dear, this child is throwing a tantrum again. It's our fault for leaving him here alone for so long. The woman awkwardly explained, producing a business card. I am Idagawa Fumiko, Conan's mother. Xiaolan took the card, glanced at it, and passed it to Uncle Mari, then asked, by the way, are you planning to take Lin Yuan with you? The woman smiled and replied, that child is already left with his father. Uncle Mari examined the card thoughtfully and muttered, how strange. The woman immediately inquired, Mr. Mari, do you have any questions? Chapter 29, Idagawa Fumiko. Uncle Mari chuckled, scratching the back of his head. It's just that these two kids, though clearly siblings, look nothing alike. I've always found it a bit strange. Idagawa Fumiko promptly clarified, actually, Lin Yuan is my sister's child. After my sister tragically passed away, he was adopted into my family. Uncle Mari nodded in understanding. Conan, unable to reveal his true identity, reluctantly left with the woman named Idagawa Fumiko. Andy, who exactly are you? In the car, Conan could not suppress his curiosity. He. Idagawa Fumiko chuckled. Didn't I say I'm your mother? You're lying. Conan retorted immediately. If you were my mother, then what about Lin Yuan? As for that child, I told you, he has already left, permanently. Idagawa Fumiko's voice turned icy, her glasses reflecting a cold glimmer. Stopping at a traffic light, she pulled out a gun and aimed it at Conan. You better behave, or I'll send you to meet that little friend of yours. Kudo Shinichi. Conan broke out in a cold sweat. Could this woman be an accomplice of that man in black? Had Lin Yuan already been killed by them? With that thought, Conan swiftly knocked the gun away and slammed his foot on the accelerator. The car lurched forward in a flash. By the time Idagawa Fumiko reacted and slammed on the brakes, she was thrown against the steering wheel from the inertia. Seizing the opportunity, Conan flung open the door and escaped. After running for over 10 minutes, Conan finally stopped to catch his breath in an alleyway. Damn it. How did they discover my identity? He clenched his fists, feeling disoriented. Recalling the previous case where he had used Kudo Shinichi's name, guilt washed over him. His high profile had endangered Lin Yuan, a fact he found hard to accept. No, I must avenge Lin Yuan, he vowed. His resolve solidifying with every thought of the recent events, considering that he knew nothing about them, and that even Adagawa Fumiko might be a false name. He decided to seek Dr. Agasa's assistance. At Dr. Agasa's doorstep, Conan chose to hide around the corner and observe discreetly, with Kudo Shinichi's identity exposed. The men in black would likely stake out Dr. Agasa's house. Noticing no unusual activity and only footprints in the snow leading away, he inferred that Dr. Agasa might have gone out for a meal or a walk. Exercising caution, Conan resolved to wait outside for Dr. Agasa's return. Dr. Agasa. Not far away, Doctor. Agasa was slowly approaching. Just as Conan intended to approach him, he was suddenly knocked unconscious by Adagawa Fumiko, who had appeared behind him, in a dimly lit room. Lin Yuan jolted awake, surveying his surroundings. He recalled being knocked out by a man in black. Could it be that organization? Was he tied up? Why was Conan here as well? Conan, what are you sure? Conan warned, his expression alert, signaling Lin Yuan to come closer. Lin Yuan, filled with curiosity, approached Conan's side. He pondered why Conan, who was presumably captured after him, had awakened earlier. Was it possible that a larger dosage of the sedative had been administered to him? Peering through the breach, he noticed a man clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, accompanied by a stout woman. Lin Yuan felt a sudden shock. The masked man was the one who had rendered her unconscious, and the plump woman had been nearby at that time. They were evidently accomplices. Why had they not been eliminated? The man's cold voice resounded, questioning the woman before him. This is an order from above, she replied, her tone tinged with difficulty. Such side effects are exceptional. They must be returned to the organization for research. Isn't one enough? Why must we bring back another? The masked man, asserting his intent, drew a handgun, seemingly poised to eliminate one of them. However, the higher-ups had instructed that the more subjects they had, the more precise the experimental results would be. The conversation next door continued, but Lin Yuan lacked the courage to listen any longer. It seemed she had truly fallen into the hands of the organization. How infuriating. Why hadn't this happened days earlier? If only her memories were intact. Was this to be her fate? Captured in return for experimentation? What a dismal conclusion this was. As the moon ascended, Conan noticed that the two individuals next door had succumbed to slumber, allowing him a moment of relief. Spotting a wine bottle in the corner, he wrapped it in a blanket and shattered it, using the shards to sever the ropes binding Lin Yuan. He gestured for her to remain silent while he freed her. Once liberated, Conan climbed onto the windowsill. They were on the second floor, approximately 5 or 6 meters high, even with a snow cushion below. Jumping down would undoubtedly result in injury. Observing Conan's frenetic movements, Lin Yuan resolved to act. She had nothing to lose, but Conan was different. Conan. These two lengths of rope are tied together. They are long enough for us to descend. Lin Yuan spoke of the very ropes that had previously bound them. Conan shook his head, stating that it was impossible. There were no fixed points on the window, and breaking the glass would surely awaken the two individuals next door. You have forgotten me, Lin Yuan remarked, as he tied the two segments of rope together and tugged on them, demonstrating their capacity to support an individual's weight. I shall pull on the rope while you descend. A splendid idea, Conan thought with a glimmer of joy, but then added, I will hold the rope. You should go down first. Lin Yuan shook his head, asserting that Conan could not sway him. Since the last training session, Lin Yuan had not only significantly increased his strength but also transformed from his previous malnourished state, having gained a considerable amount of weight. Conan's arm strength was utterly inadequate. Well, it seems this is the only way, Conan contemplated before conceding, recognizing that this was not the time for modesty. As the two individuals next door could awaken at any moment, Lin Yuan leaned against the windowsill, letting one end of the rope dangle down while wrapping the other end around her arm several times. Conan ascended the rope, his entire weight bearing down upon it, causing Lin Yuan to grit her teeth as waves of pain coursed through her arm. Although she possessed sufficient strength, her skin threatened to tear under the strain. Conan, once you escape, do not pursue that organization any further. It is far too treacherous for you to navigate. Just flee, and perhaps you will have a chance at survival. Conan's movements halted abruptly, confusion clouding his understanding of Lin Yuan's words. What do you mean, Lin Yuan? He attempted to climb higher, but the weight of his body began to drag him down, prompting Lin Yuan to release her grip on the rope. Conan fell into the snow, anxiously glancing back at the window, yet no figure appeared. Whenever he mentioned the two men in black, he had always sensed their terror. Could it be that she intended to sacrifice herself? Don't do anything reckless. I will go find Officer Megier right now. Conan's voice was barely a whisper, fearful of awakening the two individuals inside. The window remained devoid of any presence. Realizing that time was of the essence, Conan swiftly ran toward the direction of the police station. Chapter 30. Misunderstanding. Lin Yuan did not deliberately avoid Conan. His attention was entirely focused on the two individuals next door. Conan would require some time to depart, and if those two were to notice, he could momentarily delay them. Completely oblivious to the commotion inside, could they be peripheral members of the organization? Lin Yuan peered through the small aperture to observe the two individuals. His mind clouded with suspicion. The commotion that had erupted in the room moments earlier would surely have alerted someone of Jin's caliber. Was it feasible to stealthily slip away from the parlor? Or perhaps take advantage of their slumber to eliminate them? Lin Yuan began to contemplate the feasibility of a plan, but soon dismissed the thought. It was not that he was afraid to eliminate potential threats. Rather, he feared the gamble. Even the peripheral members of the organization possessed unique skills that set them apart from ordinary individuals. Would a distillery employ idlers? Furthermore, they were armed. After surveying the room, Lin Yuan ultimately resolved to leap from the window. It was preferable to risk death from a fall than to be captured and dissected by the organization. The height was not excessively daunting. As long as he avoided landing headfirst, he could escape with merely a broken leg. Gathering his courage, he took the plunge. Upon landing, Lin Yuan felt a numbing sensation in his legs, utterly devoid of strength, while his right leg throbbed painfully. Leaning against the wall for a considerable time, he found he could not bear weight on his right leg and eventually limped away, disappearing into the snowstorm. Conan raced to the police station, unimpeded. And as a regular visitor, he was met with a warm welcome. He sought out Officer Magyar to explain the situation, omitting the name of the organization and instead referring to a vast human trafficking ring, trusting Conan's judgment. The entire 1st Investigation Division along with the Violent Crimes Unit sprang into action. The entire premises were surrounded, with barely any room to stand. The 2 individuals who had been sleeping were swiftly apprehended, only to reveal an unfortunate misunderstanding. The 2 men in black were none other than Kudo Yusaku and Yukiko, the parents of Kudo Shinichi. The police arrived promptly and departed just as quickly. Kudo Yusaku's influence ensured there were no repercussions. Mom, you've gone too far. Conan lay on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at the 2. Kudo Yusaku, wearing a broad smile, explained, please don't be upset. We were merely concerned for your safety. So, you devised such a malicious prank? Kudo Yusaku's face fell as he replied, we were simply testing your abilities. But it seems your skills have diminished significantly, as you failed to detect any flaws. They had orchestrated this incident to evaluate Conan's capacity to confront the organization. Yet the outcome surprised them. This is all your mother's fault for saying something so easily misconstrued that led me to believe Lin Yuan had been murdered, Conan said, his tone softening as he recalled the numerous oversights he had made. For instance, it was clear that they could have taken action when he was alone, but instead, they boldly entered the office. However, Conan did not attribute this to a lack of skill. Rather, he had jumped to conclusions, believing Lin Yuan was dead, which led to his disarray. Yukiko addressed Conan directly, it was you who failed to perceive the inconsistencies in my words. And this entire situation arose from our lack of understanding regarding your circumstances. So, how about accompanying us abroad? Kudo Yusaku added, I have connections, if I ask them. I am certain we can procure the antidote quickly. I will handle my own affairs, Conan replied without hesitation. I am perfectly fine here and have no desire to travel overseas. Yukiko discerned Conan's true feelings and smiled subtly, refraining from further insistence. By the way, Shinichi, I heard from Professor Agasa that you made me a son without my consent. At this point, Yukiko's demeanor shifted to one of sharpness. Conan attempted to explain but found himself at a loss for words. Yukiko then changed her tone, saying, this feeling is truly delightful. Kohei is far cuter than you, unlike you, who wears glasses just like your father. I wear glasses to conceal my identity. Conan countered. Yukiko, with a girlish lilt, replied, well, I am off to see my new daughter now. As for why she referred to Lin Yuan as a daughter, Yukiko's years of disguise experience assured her that Lin Yuan would look exceedingly adorable in female attire, which also explained why Ase Narumi perceived Lin Yuan as his sister. As for Lin Yuan being a boy, no matter, she would simply raise him as a girl. Daughter? The remaining 2 were left bewildered. Just as they were about to speak, Yukiko interrupted with urgency. Husband, Shinichi, come quickly, Kohei is missing. The 2 rushed into the room, finding it empty save for Yukiko. They leaned out the window, observing the yard filled with footprints. There had been so many officers from the 1st and 4th Divisions that the yard was completely occupied, obscuring any useful information. Quick, we must go down, Conan urged, leading the way. Upon reaching the ground floor, the chaotic footprints revealed little of value. As Conan grew anxious, a faint trace of blood caught his attention in the corner. He crouched down, hoping to uncover something significant. He had sustained no injuries from his leap, and presumably, the officers had not either, suggesting that this blood was likely Lin Yuan's. Conan's eyes brightened as he followed the trail, hoping it would lead to useful clues. But he was soon disappointed. The heavy snowfall had obscured everything. Had the blood not been near the wall, it would have been concealed like the footprints. Don't worry. Kohei must have escaped and gone to report to the police. If we head to the nearest station, we are sure to find him. Yukiko offered softly, noting Conan's distressed expression. No, you don't understand. Lin Yuan has always been terrified of that organization. You pretended to be members of the organization. And I fear he might do something rash. Conan paced anxiously, searching for clues and speaking in disjointed phrases. Shinichi, you have known him the longest. Go to his home or any familiar place to look for him, Kudo Yusaku suggested gravely as he entered the yard. Yes, he may have returned home, Conan exclaimed, racing out before finishing his thought. What's wrong, dear? Has something happened to that child? Yukiko questioned, sensing Yusaku's grave demeanor and feeling a foreboding sense of dread. Kudo Yusaku rested his chin on his hand, reasoning, based on the current clues, the child likely jumped from the windowsill, injuring his right leg and arm. You head to the nearby clinic, and I will check the hospital. We should be able to locate him. Shouldn't we check the nearby police station? A normal person would report the incident first, Yukiko queried, voicing her confusion regarding Kudo Yusaku's deductions. If he were going to report it, the police would have arrived by now. Other than Officer Megure, no one else has come, and even if he did go to report, the police would have taken him to the hospital first. Kudo Yusaku shook his head, dismissing Yukiko's thoughts. The two parted ways, each embarking on their own search. After leaving, Conan did not head directly to the Lin family residence but instead visited various places, the Dorabika Amusement Park, Tien Elementary School, and the Mori Detective Agency. Based on his understanding of Lin, it was improbable that he would return home after expressing such despondent sentiments. By now, it was already midnight. The Dorabika Amusement Park had long since closed, leaving no trace of life. Tien Elementary School was also shut, with only the watchman present. At the Mori Detective Agency, Uncle Mori and Ran had already succumbed to slumber. At Professor Agasa's house, the professor was awake, engaged in late-night discussions with online acquaintances. Upon seeing Conan, he mistakenly believed that the plan devised with Kudo Yusaku had failed. Yukiko, having inquired at all the clinics, ultimately found herself at the newly opened Lin Hospital across from her home. The hospital was devoid of lights, clearly indicating that it was unoccupied, leaving Yukiko with no choice but to pin her hopes on Kudo Yusaku. Just then, she noticed Conan emerging from Professor Agasa's house, his complexion ashen. As she approached to comfort him, Kudo Yusaku appeared from an unknown direction and restrained Yukiko. With hopeful eyes, Yukiko gazed at Kudo Yusaku, only to see him shake his head, unmistakably signaling that he had found nothing. Darling, have we made a mistake? She murmured, her voice heavy with guilt. How could I have conceived of such a plan? Kudo Yusaku opened his mouth, intent on saying something, yet no words escaped him. Chapter 31. Cross-dressing initially. He had been brimming with confidence, believing he could control everything. According to his deductions, Conan and the others should have been hiding away. However, the current situation had taken an unexpected turn. Shin, let us turn to Officer Megure for assistance. He will surely help us locate Lin. Yukiko ultimately approached, offering words of comfort. In his anxiety, Conan failed to catch her words and turned around. Recognizing her presence, he asked urgently, Mom, have you found Lin? Observing the moisture in Conan's eyes, Yukiko felt a pang of sympathy. She wished to utter comforting lies, yet found herself unable to speak, merely shaking her head in response. Lin has always feared that organization. He must be hiding. Conan's mind raced with scenarios of potential misfortunes. What if something happened to him? An accident? Drowning? Poisoning? Shin. Yukiko interjected. You said it yourself. Lin is incredibly clever. He would not fall victim to an accident. Perhaps he simply wishes for solitude and will return tomorrow. She crouched down, grasping Conan's shoulders to instill a sense of calm. Yes, he will surely be fine. The following morning, Conan suddenly recalled the one place he had yet to search, the Lin residence. He rang the doorbell, and this time, the door opened almost instantly. Old Kudo. Are you not planning to run away? What brings you here? Upon opening the door, Lin Yuan discovered it was Conan, and with a hint of curiosity, inquired. The previous day, Lin Yuan had leaped from the window, intending to return home and prepare for a hasty departure, with Dr. Agasa and the others accompanying Conan. He believed it sufficient to simply escort Ase Narumi away. However, Ase Narumi had been preoccupied with company matters lately, seldom returning home, leading Lin Yuan to realize he was utterly unaware of the whereabouts of his own company, let alone Ase Narumi's contact information. With no other recourse, he found himself waiting at home for Ase Narumi's return. A hasty departure? Conan looked puzzled, recalling that Lin Yuan was unaware of the events that had transpired the previous night. After much hesitation, Conan resolved to share the details of last night's happenings. So, it turns out yesterday was merely a prank, and now you still need to meet your mother? Upon comprehending Conan's words, Lin Yuan felt somewhat speechless. He had been terrified to the brink the previous day, only to learn now that it had been a jest. And the perpetrator was none other than the woman he nominally referred to as his mother. I refuse to go. Lin Yuan resolutely declined without a hint of hesitation. Conan remained silent, feigning a pitiful demeanor, fixating his gaze on Lin Yuan. Aware of Lin Yuan's temperament, Conan understood that she was susceptible to gentler persuasion rather than forceful demands. By adopting a more vulnerable stance, she would likely acquiesce to his requests. Moreover, Lin Yuan's identity perpetually posed an element of uncertainty. I concede to your wishes, let us go together. Lin Yuan ultimately acquiesced, aware that if he refused, Conan would persistently trail behind him, casting a gaze reminiscent of one deceived by a scoundrel, easily leading others to misunderstand the situation. Below the Mori Detective Agency, within a jade-green sedan, Yukiko clasped her hands together, her face adorned with a beaming smile as she offered her apologies. I'm truly sorry, Kaguro. I promise I won't do it again. To which Kaguro retorted, firstly, you are not my mother. Secondly, you are merely a mischievous aunt who delights in teasing others. Lin Yuan turned his head away, sitting in the passenger seat with an expression of haughty defiance. A strange aunt? Yukiko felt somewhat bewildered. Was she referring to herself? Although she was in her 30s, she certainly appeared quite youthful. How could she possibly be associated with the term aunt? Haha. In the back seat. Conan could no longer contain his laughter. It was the first time he had witnessed his mother being put in such a position. Yukiko felt a surge of anger. But recalling the events of the previous day, she refrained from expressing it, instead directing her frustration towards Conan, who had become the target of her ire. After casting him a friendly glance, Conan sat up straight, adopting a serious demeanor. Little Yuan, it was my fault yesterday. Could you please find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, and I brought you a gift. Turning her head, Yukiko donned a new expression, her face adorned with a smile brimming with affection. Upon hearing the word gift, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of curiosity. It was indeed the first time someone had offered him a present. With a sidelong glance, his eyes met Yukiko's, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Declaring silently that he did not need such gifts, Yukiko chose not to press the matter, reaching into the back seat to retrieve a bag. It's a lovely little dress. Would you like to try it on? She inquired, producing a pink Lolita dress from the bag and holding it up beside Lin Yuan. Her face alight with anticipation as she envisioned how he would look in it. Lin Yuan turned her head. Feeling as though she were clad in the attire of Sakura from Cardcaptor Sakura, and beside her was a pink wand, Lin Yuan felt a surge of frustration. Suppressing the anticipation within, cross-dressing was an impossibility, a notion that would remain forever unattainable. Ha. Conan laughed unabashedly once more, undeterred by Lin Yuan's gaze brimming with malice. Following a playful scuffle in the car, Yukiko donned her disguise and escorted the two into the Muri Detective Agency. Lin Yuan followed closely behind. Harboring no resentment towards Yukiko and the others, the past month had been overwhelming, filled with incessant melancholy, leading him to contemplate departure. Just moments ago in the car, he heard the term mother for the first time, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Please, Mr. Muri, you are the only one who can take care of Conan. Yukiko implored as she presented Conan to Uncle Muri. But, madam, our financial situation. Uncle Muri stammered, his tone laden with difficulty. For the economic burden of raising a child was considerable. Although the agency's business had improved significantly, most clients had encountered unforeseen circumstances, leaving their promised fees unfulfilled. Taking on another mouth to feed posed quite the challenge. Take this, it is my son's commission fee. Feel free to withdraw from it whenever necessary. Yukiko discerned Uncle Muri's predicament and handed him a savings book from her pocket. 10 million. Uncle Muri exclaimed in shock upon opening the savings book and glimpsing the figure inside. He quickly stowed it away, rubbing his head and declaring, Madam, you have an uncanny eye. Only I can care for Conan so well in this world. In pursuit of monetary gain, Uncle Muri cast aside any pangs of conscience. By the way, Lin Yuan, would you also like to stay at my sister's house? Upon hearing that Conan would continue to reside there, Rant's mood brightened considerably as she turned to Lin Yuan with hopeful anticipation. Indeed, would you like to stay here as well? We won't charge you for upkeep. Uncle Muri chimed in, his tone generous. Compared to Conan, Uncle Muri evidently favored Lin Yuan slightly more, especially since Lin Yuan had brought him several bottles of fine wine. As a seasoned connoisseur, he recognized the value of those bottles. Of course, it was not solely due to the wine. Uncle Muri felt a kinship with Lin Yuan. And as for the commissions he had missed, it mattered little, as he had ample savings to comfortably accommodate another person. Lin Yuan did not respond verbally. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Conan, silently imploring him for assistance. With a subtle twitch of his eyebrows, Conan grasped Lin Yuan's intent, inquiring whether he could move in. Without hesitation, Conan conveyed through his own expression that it would be perfectly agreeable to cohabit, as it would facilitate mutual discussions should any matters arise in the future. Noticing the flicker of Conan's eyebrows, Lin Yuan understood that he was entrusting everything to him, and promptly replied, I leave it all to you. Do persuade Sister Ran. Rather than reciprocating with another eyebrow gesture, Conan simply nodded in encouragement. It seemed they were communicating on entirely different wavelengths. Lin Yuan resolved to handle the situation independently and addressed Mao Lilan, Sister Xiaolan. Upon meeting Mao Lilan's expectant gaze, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss for how to refuse, instinctively calling out Mom. After uttering that word, Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Feeling a soft tug at his heart, rendered motionless in bewilderment. Yukiko, slightly taken aback, soon expressed her heartfelt reassurance, Xiaolan, this child, Lin Yuan, has always been shy since childhood. I must ask Dr. Agasa to look after him. Yukiko gently pulled the dazed Lin Yuan behind her, then produced a savings book, adding, By the way, Xiaolan, although Lin Yuan resides at Dr. Agasa's, I hope you can keep an eye on him as well. No, I genuinely like Lin Yuan, Xiaolan insisted, attempting to push the savings book back. However, Uncle Maori swiftly seized it first. 20 million. Upon seeing the amount in the savings book, Uncle Maori exclaimed once more, Madam, you should take the savings book back. He reluctantly returned it, feeling a pang in his heart. Though he cherished money, he had his principles. With Conan staying at his home, it was only reasonable to charge a modest fee. Yet Lin Yuan's role was merely to assist in occasional supervision. And accepting that money would leave him uneasy. This child, Lin Yuan, has been disobedient and overly pampered since childhood. You must take extra care. Yukiko refrained from accepting the savings book, affectionately ruffling Lin Yuan's hair with a warm smile. Since they had raised Lin Yuan as their own daughter, she believed it was only fitting that she not receive the same treatment as their son. Yukiko thought to herself. Ultimately, Uncle Maori accepted the savings book. Meanwhile, Conan, standing aside, was quietly envious. After Conan remained at the office, Yukiko subsequently took Lin Yuan home, having learned from Conan that Lin Yuan was merely residing under Dr. Agasa's care, primarily looked after by a person named Asakai Narumi. In the Linhara household, Yukiko had initially intended to meet with Narumi Ase. However, Narumi had been preoccupied with the publication of her manga and filming a tokusatsu series, rarely residing at home, with a flight to catch. Yukiko opted not to linger any longer, leaving behind a pink Lolita dress as she departed. That evening, Linhara lay in bed, a smile gracing her lips. Yet for reasons unknown, sleep eluded her. Chapter 32, The Bandaged Phantom of the Villa. On this day, at the invitation of her friend, Ren attended her sister's club gathering. How peculiar, she mused, glancing at the map. According to this, the villa should be right here. Confusion deepened as she scrutinized the map. Conan, observing the familiar trees around them, felt an unsettling premonition. Ran, do you think we've taken a wrong turn? Ran, slightly embarrassed, replied, how could we have gone astray? I saw a shortcut on the map. We should arrive shortly. Chuckling, Conan turned his gaze to Linhara, who followed behind with an air of nonchalance. Unable to suppress his curiosity, aren't you concerned about getting lost? Lin Yuan shook her head, pondering whether urgency could truly guide one through a labyrinth of confusion. Perhaps a more leisurely approach would be wiser. Ah? Conan exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. That is hardly characteristic of you. You never participate in any activities. Why have you chosen to join us this time? Inhaling the crisp air, she glanced at the towering tree they had encountered 5 times before and replied with serene composure. It's nothing much, merely contemplating the ultimate questions of existence. What is the meaning of life? Conan looked utterly bewildered, questioning whether they were even on the same wavelength. Xiaolan, too, set aside her map, engaging in this profound contemplation. Lin Yuan tugged at Xiaolan's sleeve and inquired, Sister Xiaolan, do you know the meaning of life? Xiaolan smiled gently, bent down, and tousled Lin Yuan's hair, responding, why must life have meaning? Lin Yuan looked at Xiaolan with a puzzled expression, her face a canvas of confusion. Xiaolan smiled gently and gestured towards the adjacent forest, likening it to the trees that, oblivious to the meaning of existence, strive to take root and draw nourishment, growing taller and more luxuriant. When passers-by exclaim, what tall trees? Is that not their purpose? Therefore, the essence of life is simply to live, just like today, although we have lost our way. We have still experienced the beauty of the forest. I understand now, Lin Yuan nodded. Sister Xiaolan, you have finally admitted that we are lost. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. Xiaolan pulled out a map to shield her face, having previously held it upside down, this time. Taking this path must be correct. I think you are just overindulging, Conan quipped, trailing behind Xiaolan. Overindulging? Perhaps so. Lin Yuan followed suit, dismissing any thoughts of ultimate questions. Perhaps one might vanish, but does one not ultimately depart from this world? Through illness, age, or unforeseen calamity? Should one wallow in self-pity from the very outset due to the inevitable conclusion? Moreover, forgetting the script might not be such a detriment. Living perpetually within a scripted existence renders life rather monotonous. As Mentor Xiaoqiao once articulated, my life has no rehearsals, each day is a live broadcast. Lu Ziqiao, affectionately known as Xiaoqiao. This time, Xiaolan did not misread the map and soon emerged from the forest, a villa coming into view not far ahead. Xiaolan exclaimed with excitement, look, I was right, it's just over there. As they approached, they realized that reaching the villa required crossing a suspension bridge, where a figure clad in a black robe stood. The figure turned, revealing a face obscured by bandages, and upon catching a glimpse, darted towards the villa. Startled, Xiaolan trembled and asked, is he also heading to that villa? It shouldn't be the case, Conan replied, equally shaken and uncertain. Lin Yuan gazed at the vanishing figure, shaking his head. No, in this remote mountain wilderness, the only structure in proximity was this villa. There was no need to traverse the suspension bridge for any other destination. His objective must undoubtedly be the villa. Do not frighten me, exclaimed Xiaolan, her demeanor shifting to one of distress, a compelling urge to retreat surging within her. Do not worry, Sister Xiaolan. Regardless of how enigmatic he may appear, he is merely a human. You can easily confront him using karate. Lin Yuan offered some words of comfort, which were originally intended to be spoken by Conan. However, that straightforward fellow had already dashed off to the suspension bridge, eager to see if the bandaged figure had left any traces behind. Xiaolan nodded and made her way towards the villa, having made a promise with Yuanzi that she would not easily break the agreement. Upon reaching the villa, she realized that she had wasted quite some time getting lost in the forest. Yuanzi's friends had already arrived and were resting in the rooms. Xiaolan, still troubled by thoughts of the bandaged figure, inquired, Yuanzi, among those people, is there anyone with their head wrapped in bandages? Bandages? Yuanzi replied, puzzled. This is merely an ordinary gathering. I doubt anyone would come wrapped in bandages. That would be quite the determination despite their condition. Perhaps they were just passers-by, Xiaolan thought. Feeling a sense of relief wash over her, Yuanzi pointed to the upstairs, saying, your room is on the 2nd floor. These 2 little rascals will be staying with you. Great. The group ascended to the 2nd floor. As Yuanzi had not specified which room was theirs, Xiaolan began to search through each one. After opening 3 doors, she found only men inside, all in the midst of changing clothes. Finally, with a blush creeping onto her cheeks, she opened the 4th door and discovered it was indeed their room. Conan, something feels off. Lin Yuan appeared with an air of mystery. Conan felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that another case was about to unfold? Had Lin Yuan sensed the ominous signs? He immediately lowered his voice and inquired, "What have you discovered?" 3 men were simultaneously changing their clothes, and they were undoubtedly. Lin Yuan intentionally prolonged her tone, piquing Conan's curiosity. Could it be that the 3 men were? Upon observing Conan's impatient demeanor, Lin Yuan continued, "They must have taken a fancy to Sister Xiaolan, attempting to seduce her with their physicality." Ah? Conan gasped, dropping his jaw in disbelief. For such trivial matters, he had expected something more nefarious, perhaps a grand case. Rolling his eyes, he followed Xiaolan into the room. After placing their bags down, everyone gathered in the dining area. Yuanzi promptly introduced the group. The 5 were members of the film club, including Otomasaru, who handled the major tasks, Kakutani Hiroki, the photographer, Takahashi Ryoichi, in charge of props, Sister Yuanzi, responsible for costumes and makeup, Suzuki Ayako, and Ikeda Chikako, who managed the script. Following the introductions, everyone engaged in friendly conversation, the atmosphere harmonious. Until Suzuki Ayako mentioned a certain incident. It felt wonderful to be gathered together. By the way, there was also Atsuko, had it not been for that incident. She would be here as well. The expressions of the remaining 4 darkened, and Ikeda Chikako slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Please, let us not bring that up. It's taken us so long to find time to relax. I do not wish to discuss someone who has already passed." "Humph," Otomasaru scoffed. "Fame surely alters one's tone." Immediately, Suzuki Ayako intervened to calm the two, her voice soothing. All right, why don't you both take a break? I'll go prepare dinner now." Takahashi Ryoichi stood up and said, "Then I shall go fix the roof. It looks like it might rain soon." Chapter 33. Splitting up and leading the action, Kakutani Hiroki suggested, "Then the rest of us can play poker." Ikeda Chikako remained silent as she walked outside. Kakutani hurriedly inquired, "Where are you going?" Ikeda Chikako replied coolly, "I prefer to act independently. I wish to take a solitary stroll in the forest." Concerned, Kakutani followed her. Soon, a light rain began to fall, prompting Xiaolan to abandon her plan to see the autumn leaves. Upon noticing this, Otomasaru approached Mao Lilan. And under the furious gazes of Yuanzi and Conan, he boldly took Xiaolan out for a walk. Lin Yuan, with an expression brimming with curiosity, trailed behind Conan and Sonoko. What had initially seemed like mere jest now unfolded into reality. Conan was indeed on the verge of betrayal. Otomasaru, strolling through the forest with Ran, was just about to lean in for a passionate kiss when a sudden flash of lightning startled Ran, causing her to flee in alarm. Lin Yuan swiftly followed. And upon finding Xiaolan, he noticed a figure not far from her, the bandaged man they had encountered before. The bandaged figure raised an axe, preparing to strike violently at Xiaolan. Sister Xiaolan, quickly use karate. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan became aware of the voice behind her. Just as she intended to retaliate with her martial arts, the sight of the man's bandaged face caused her to lose all resolve. Instinctively, she took a step back, narrowly evading the descending axe. Lin Yuan approached and delivered a punch aimed at the bandaged figure's abdomen, only to have it effortlessly deflected by the creature's arm. At that moment, Conan and Sonoko, having pinpointed the source of the commotion, arrived on the scene. Upon noticing them, the bandaged figure swiftly darted into the depths of the forest. "Cursed be the sluggishness. My strength remains insufficient." Lin Yuan assessed his combat prowess, estimating it to be on par with that of an ordinary adult, which was far from sufficient. He would soon confront not only various deranged killers but also members of that organization. Resolute, he vowed to learn karate from Xiaolan upon his return. Upon arriving back at the villa, Yuanzi revealed that Xiaolan had been attacked in the forest. Otomasaru stated, "I did not see this person. I was searching for Xiaolan everywhere." Kakutani Hiroki added, "We did not see anyone either, did we, Chikako?" "What do you mean we?" Chikako retorted. "How would I know where you went?" Kakutani explained, "I returned to fetch an umbrella because it started raining." Chikako scoffed. "I believe you merely sought refuge from the thunder." After some deliberation, the group decided to report the incident to the police, only to discover that the phone lines were dead. Takahashi Ryoichi, filled with dread, rushed out of the villa and, upon reaching the suspension bridge, found it had collapsed. On the remaining stumps, traces of an axe were evident. Takahashi exclaimed in terror, "This must be the work of that bandaged monster." A wave of apprehension washed over the group, except for Chikako, who displayed an unmistakable air of someone accustomed to grave situations. "Enough," Chikako asserted. "The attack on Xiaolan in the woods, the severed phone lines, the destroyed bridge, these are all tactics meant to intimidate us. If we succumb to fear, we play right into the hands of that bandaged fiend. We should split up and focus on our individual tasks." With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. With no better options at hand, the others reluctantly returned to the villa. During dinner, everyone reconvened in the dining room, yet Chikako was conspicuously absent. After a period of rest, it seemed the group had nearly forgotten about the bandaged monster, and Kakutani Hiroki took out a camera to start filming. as Takahashi Ryoichi descended from repairing the roof. He suddenly pointed at a window, exclaiming, "Who are you? Someone is running below." The group turned to the window just in time to see a shadowy figure dart past. It was indeed the bandaged monster, cradling Chikako in its arms. Conan instinctively sought to pursue, but was halted by Lin Yuan. "Conan," he cautioned, "I understand your urgency, but hold on a moment." Lin Yuan restrained Conan. Then addressed the others. "The bandaged man still possesses an axe. It is up to the three of you to assess the situation." Lin Yuan mentioned those three men. The trio did not decline. Indeed, this situation was not suitable for girls and young children to pursue. Takahashi Ryoichi stated, "I shall take the lead and capture that bandaged man." After the three departed, Conan, puzzled, inquired, "Why did you not allow me to follow?" Lin Yuan shook her head. "Given your current physical condition, there is a possibility that you might become a hostage, not to mention how you were rendered small in the first place." The reason she intervened with Conan was twofold. Firstly, she was genuinely concerned for his safety, especially since she had forgotten the plot and her involvement could potentially lead to unforeseen consequences for him. Secondly, Lin Yuan found it rather peculiar. Is that bandaged figure truly lurking outside the villa? Could it not be someone within the villa itself? Particularly considering the incident that Ayako Suzuki had mentioned, which evidently marked the beginning of everything. It is highly plausible that someone inside the villa seeks revenge for that individual named Atsuko. Lin Yuan inquired, "Conan, what are your thoughts on that bandaged man?" Conan, somewhat intrigued, responded, "I thought you were typically disinterested in such matters. Yet, whenever a case arises, you seem to vanish without a trace. Moreover, you consistently uncover the truth before I do." This sentiment echoed in Conan's mind, reluctant to acknowledge that someone surpassed his own skills. The fact that the bandaged man had dared to assault Sister Ren only intensified his unease. A rare expression of anger crossed Lin Yuan's face, prompting her to declare, "I shall boldly hypothesize, while you meticulously substantiate." Conan was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking, "Am I to undertake this endeavor alone? So, what hypothesis do you propose?" He asked nonchalantly. Lin Yuan pointed out the window, and I felt that the bandaged man was among the three individuals outside. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Conan exclaimed. "We were all in the living room just now. There was no time to kidnap a hostage. Can you dare to hypothesize bolder? Is that so?" Lin Yuan replied with a playful smile. "Then I surmise that the bandaged man is an extraterrestrial being. For the inhabitants of their planet are adorned with bandages on their faces, intrigued by the Earthlings. Oh, don't leave. I've even thought of a name for their planet, Hygiene Planet, because they wear bandages, hence they are very hygienic." Conan regarded Lin Yuan with an expression akin to that of a fool, silently leaning against the window, awaiting the return of those individuals. "It seems I must bear the brunt of this." Upon their return, the trio brought news of Chika's demise. She had passed away peacefully and had already been pieced together. Everyone believed that the bandaged man was lurking outside, and it was ultimately decided to secure the doors and windows, planning to report to the authorities at the foot of the mountain the following day. Back in the room, Conan sat on the bed, contemplating the various possibilities of the case, while Ran secured the doors and windows beside him. The room contained two beds, one for Ran and the other shared by Lin Yuan and Conan. "Fear not. If that bandaged man returns, I can handle him single-handedly," Ran reassured. Chapter 34, Resolution indeed. With Ran's combat prowess, dealing with the bandaged man would be effortless. However, Ran was afraid of ghosts. If only the bandaged man's face could be concealed. After the lights were extinguished, Conan continued to ponder the case, while Ran, clutching a pillow, approached the bed. "You two must be scared as well. Let us sleep together." Conan's face flushed instantly, and then he realized a predicament. Aside from himself, Lin Yuan occupied the bed. If Ran were to sleep over, would that not imply infidelity? No. Conan exclaimed immediately, "I shall sleep alone on that bed." Lin Yuan directly grabbed the pillow and got out of bed, playfully declaring, "I must remain chaste for Ai." Xiaolon, overwhelmed by fear, refrained from saying much. The intensity of Conan's earlier shout had left his face flushed, and as he gazed at the alluring lips so close before him, he found himself momentarily forgetting the case, overwhelmed by an impulse to kiss her. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Conan was lost in his reverie, a series of knocks interrupted him. "Xiaolon, are you asleep?" It was Yuanzi's voice from outside, prompting Xiaolon to immediately open the door. Yuanzi, with an apologetic expression, said, "Xiaolon, could you let Lin Yuan sleep with me for the night? I'm feeling a bit scared alone." Xiaolon hesitated. "Well, I suppose that's fine. But we still need Lin Yuan's consent." Yuanzi, brimming with confidence, approached the bed. "Lin Yuan, you must be frightened too. Would you mind sharing a bed with me?" "No." Lin Yuan instantly clutched the blanket tighter, fearing for her innocence. Conan, observing from the side, wore a smug expression as he relished the unfolding drama. Seeing Conan, Lin Yuan quickly devised a plan. "Yuanzi, why don't you and Xiaolon sleep together, and I'll share the bed with Conan?" "Huh?" Conan protested, his face filled with reluctance. However, with Xiaolon and Yuanzi in agreement, he begrudgingly stormed toward another bed. "Yuanzi, you troublesome girl." "Damn Lin Yuan," ignoring Conan's murderous glare. Lin Yuan silently contemplated her situation. She was now almost certain of the identity of the culprit, but lacked the evidence to support her claim. In her current predicament, No one would believe her without proof, unless she could reason like Conan, who was notoriously inflexible. The room fell silent, and Lin Yuan remained alert. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound of a sharp object scraping against the glass, distinct in the stillness of the room devoid of snoring. A shadow loomed outside the window, prompting Lin Yuan to shout, "Who was there?" The figure paused momentarily before a shattering sound filled the air, and the shadow rushed into the room. It was the bandaged figure she had seen earlier that day, wielding an axe in hand. The bandaged figure scanned the room and raised the axe, aiming it at Xiaolan's bed. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yuan delivered a swift kick to the bed, which, although not particularly heavy, slid a considerable distance, narrowly evading the axe's descent. The bandaged fiend attempted to launch another assault, but Conan immediately seized him, only to be lifted and hurled against the wall, sustaining a severe injury to his left foot. "Who is that?" Yuanzi, groggy and disoriented, awoke to the sight of the bandaged creature and let out a piercing scream. The commotion roused Xiaolan, and footsteps echoed from outside the door. Observing this, the bandaged entity hastily fled through the window. Lin Yuan attempted to strike, leaving the bandaged man behind, yet he deftly evaded the attack. Gazing at the shattered glass strewn across the floor, Lin Yuan's resolve to master karate grew even stronger. The others, drawn by the sound of screams, congregated in the room. Oda Masaru stepped out onto the corridor and remarked, "It seems the bandaged man slipped in from that tree." Kakutani Hiroki suggested, "If we disperse again, it will be perilous. We should remain in the living room together until dawn." With that, the group prepared to exit the room. "You all cannot leave now." Lin Yuan called out to everyone. Suzuki Ayako inquired, "Little friend, have you discovered anything?" Lin Yuan nodded, indicating that the bandaged fiend was indeed among them. No sooner had the words left his lips than Oda Masaru, filled with indignation, retorted, "Do you even comprehend what you were saying, you little brat?" Conan pointed to the ground and declared, "It is pouring rain outside, yet there are no footprints within the room. The bandaged monster is very likely hiding within the villa." Conan dismissed Lin Yuan's theory. "I knew it," Takahashi Raichi exclaimed with relief. "How could one of us possibly be the bandaged fiend?" "No. The bandaged fiend is indeed among you," Lin Yuan slowly articulated, directing his gaze at two individuals. "To be precise, it is one of the two of you." His finger pointed at Kakutani Hiroki and Takahashi Raichi. "What on earth are you talking about?" Takahashi Raichi shouted, raising his fist towards Lin Yuan, ready to strike. Bang! The bedside table was instantly obliterated under the force of Rand's punch. How could her own child be bullied by outsiders? Lin Yuan firmly grasped Takahashi Raichi's arm with considerable strength, and he struggled for quite some time before finally breaking free. Observing the tranquility that enveloped the room, Lin Yuan elucidated, "When the bandaged monster assaulted Sister Xiaolan in the forest, Oda Masaru was in close proximity and had no time to change his attire. Kakutani Hiroki remained with the victim, only parting ways after a thunderclap. Chronologically, it was simply insufficient time. However, this serves as a testament from the victim and raises the possibility of deceit." Takahashi Raichi bellowed, "This does not prove that I am the bandaged monster. Present your evidence." Lin Yuan replied, "I possess no evidence." Lin Yuan quietly approached the door, signaling Xiaolan to guard the window. Upon hearing that there was no evidence, Takahashi Raichi felt a wave of relief wash over him, but Lin Yuan's subsequent words plunged him into despair. After the bandaged figure had attacked, he would surely rush here to diminish his own suspicion, leaving behind any disguising props he had no time to dispose of, which would likely be concealed in the room or on his person. All eyes turned towards Takahashi Raichi, while Kakutani Hiroki hesitated, stating, "But without evidence. Isn't it inappropriate to search someone? I am not a detective. I do not require evidence, and I trust no one wishes to share the same space with a murderer. Moreover, anyone should be willing to undergo a search to eliminate suspicion." Kakutani Hiroki nodded. "If it were me, I would agree. Takahashi, please cooperate." Responding to him were Takahashi Raichi's trembling form and the dummy model and disguising items that had fallen from his abdomen. Damn it! Takahashi Raichi attempted to escape the room, only to discover that the door was already guarded by Lin Yuan. After 2 encounters, he understood that this young boy was not to be underestimated. Turning back, he faced the window guarded by Xiaolan. A smile crept across Takahashi Raichi's face. This girl was afraid of ghosts, so he could make his escape through there. The advantage was his. As he wrapped bandages around his head, he sprinted towards Xiaolan. "I am the bandaged figure." "Huh? Who are you trying to scare?" Xiaolan landed a punch on Takahashi Raichi's stomach, followed by a kick that knocked him out cold. "Humph, I fear ghosts, not fools." Takahashi Raichi was bound by the others, and the next day, Officer Megure arrived to close the case. Conan, looking perplexed, thought, "I haven't even contributed." Chapter 35, Hattori Heiji. The school bell rang, and Conan swiftly packed his bag, his speed rivaling that of Lin Yuan. Once his belongings were stowed away, he immediately rushed to Lin Yuan's desk, noticing that for several days, Lin Yuan had been following Xiaolan, seemingly engaged in some secretive activity while deliberately avoiding him. This stirred a sense of urgency within Conan. Was his hair about to turn green again? Recently, Hayashi has been rather occupied. Upon returning from the villa at the garden, he proposed the idea of learning karate to Xiaolan, who readily agreed. Thus, Hayashi found himself back in the exhausting routine of his earlier days. completely absent from the daily cases of the young detective corps. Old Co, do you have something to discuss? As Lin Yuan busily stuffed books into his backpack, he inquired. Conan never approaches of his own accord. He always has a purpose when he does. Recently, Ran has begun to doubt my identity. And I intend to call her using Shinichi's identity. Could you offer some counsel? After a moment of contemplation, Conan concocted a justification. Had Ran truly harbored doubts about him? Not at all. Ever since Yukiko masqueraded as a Dago or Rampo, Ran had ceased to question Conan's identity. This fabricated reason was merely an attempt to test Lin Yuan. Very well. It was evident that Ai Haibara had failed to perceive Conan's intentions. Even if he had, it seemed he would remain indifferent. Moreover, he was just about to inquire about Ran's upcoming training schedule. Declining the invitation from the trio, Conan led Ai Haibara toward the office. By the way, it appears you have changed quite significantly lately, Conan remarked suddenly during their walk. Lin Yuan felt somewhat puzzled. How have I changed so much? In what ways? Conan mused, propping his chin on his hand. I can't quite articulate it, but you used to give me a sense of urgency. As if you approached everything with a strong sense of purpose. Is that so? Lin Yuan pondered for quite some time, but failed to recognize any change within himself. It is you who has changed, Conan. Eventually, the two halted beside a telephone booth not far from their office. Conan stepped inside the booth, deliberately leaving a slight gap in the door to ensure Lin Yuan could hear the sounds emanating from within. Achio, just as the call connected, Conan sneezed, causing a stream of mucus to flow from his nose. Unfazed, he wiped his nose and embarked on his journey of displaying affection. TCH, upon hearing the sounds from the booth, Lin Yuan immediately grasped Conan's intentions. His faade had crumbled. Old Conan snapped in his eagerness to showcase his affection. Conan had activated the speakerphone, allowing Lin Yuan to distinctly hear the sound of the call being terminated on the other end. Didn't I tell you that showing off would lead to retribution? Not only has he caught a cold, but he is also facing complaints from Sister Ran. As Conan exited the booth, he was met with Lin Yuan's sarcastic remarks, causing his expression to darken. No, this isn't right. Why have I become so childish? It seems that this little brat, Lin Yuan, has influenced me. Conan reassured himself and resolved not to stoop to the level of a single dog. Lin Yuan. Sister Ran just invited you to the office for a meal over the phone. Would you care to join? Conan decided to extend the invitation once more. Are you certain that Sister Ran would invite me during a call to Shinichi Kudo? Lin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Conan. Do not dwell on such trifles. Conan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head awkwardly. Old K, if I recall correctly, isn't Ran still your girlfriend? Do you dare me to steal your thunder? Displeased with Conan's arrogance, Lin Yuan decided to unleash a bold move. Absolutely not, Conan exclaimed, firmly believing that Muri Ran was not the type to waver. Yet, he was reminded that their relationship remained unestablished, and that Ran seemed quite fond of Lin Yuan. Although it was a brotherly affection, what if it were to evolve into something more romantic? After all, Ran was so kind, so gentle, and undeniably compassionate. Miss Muri Ran, would you do me the honor of becoming Mr. Lin Yuan's wife? I would. Mr. Lin Yuan, do you accept Miss Muri Ran as your wife? I would. No. I cannot agree to this. Clearing the fantasies from his mind, Conan wondered why they seemed so well matched. No. He needed to quickly express his feelings under the guise of Shinichi Kudo. What are you doing at the office? Stealing thunder. As Conan and Lin Yuan playfully bickered their way to the office, they could hear voices emanating from within as soon as they reached the staircase. It is futile to deceive me, miss. I know that rascal is here. Bring him out at once. A strange voice resonated from the office, laden with menace. Old K. Something must be amiss inside. I shall go in first. You provide support. Lin Yuan instinctively believed that something was amiss, and, without a moment's hesitation to consider Xiao Lan's extraordinary strength, rushed forward to push open the unlocked door. There, he beheld a man wearing a cap, aggressively confronting Xiao Lan. Let go of my sister, Xiao Lan. Lin Yuan dashed forward, executing a flying kick aimed at his opponent's throat. The skull was too hard to effectively subdue an adversary unless one could accurately strike the temple. Attacks to the chest and abdomen could easily be deflected by an arm, making a strike to the neck the most unexpected maneuver. The man turned around, and upon realizing the situation, couldn't help but underestimate his assailant, dismissing him as merely a child. Just as he intended to launch a direct attack, he discovered that his opponent's speed exceeded his expectations, compelling him to adopt a defensive stance. The target seemed to be the head, and the man prepared himself. However, as Lin Yuan closed the distance, he realized the actual target was the throat. Reacting swiftly, he adjusted his arm to grasp the attacking ankle. The attack was thwarted, and Lin Yuan felt as though his ankle was firmly clamped, rendering him immobile. Now suspended in midair, Lin Yuan planned to strike the man's temple with his other foot. With only the captured ankle as his point of leverage, the risk of fracture loomed large, yet he disregarded such concerns. The man was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that his opponent would dare to counterattack under such circumstances. Although the force was considerable, the attack was too inexperienced to be effective, allowing him to easily counter it, albeit at the cost of releasing his other hand. In their initial confrontation, Lin Yuan suffered a dismal defeat. Lin Yuan, are you all right? As they separated, Xiao Lan approached with a concerned expression. The man clapped his hands and removed his hat, saying, "Little friend, there's no need for such animosity. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Heiji Hattori, a high school detective just like Shinichi Kudo." Upon hearing Heiji's introduction, Lin Yuan recalled the character. Though the specifics of the plot eluded him, he remembered a few characters, notably the same dark aura. Uncle Mori and Xiao Lan had never heard of this name and were now lost in thought, leaving the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Achoo. At that moment, Conan sneezed, breaking the tension. "Little brother, do you have a cold? I happen to have a special medicine for colds." Heiji Hattori donned his hat again, simultaneously retrieving a wrapped bottle from his backpack and pouring out a cup of liquid to hand to Conan. "I have been closely following Shinichi Kudo's news, but recently he seems to have vanished without a trace. He hasn't appeared in the news, and rumors have begun to circulate that he was killed during a case. I came here to ascertain the truth behind these rumors." Just as Heiji finished speaking, Conan, having consumed the liquid, felt dizzy and let out a burp, swaying unsteadily. "Conan, what's wrong?" Xiaolan approached, her concern palpable. "Sister Xiaolan." Conan, appearing dazed, resembled someone who had overindulged. "What exactly did you give him?" Seeing Conan's condition, Xiaolan turned away, angrily questioning Heiji. "It's a type of liquor called Baijiu. Before I meet Kudo, I plan to stay here for a while. So consider this a welcome gift." Heiji Hattori, unfazed, handed the Baijiu to Uncle Mori. Xiaolan remained somewhat upset, questioning how one could unilaterally decide to give alcohol to a child. Just as she was about to express her anger, Uncle Mori happily accepted the drink. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted everyone. Chapter 36. The Diplomat Case. The visitor introduced herself as Kei Tsujimura, the wife of diplomat Isamu Tsujimura. She had come to commission Detective Mori to investigate her son Takayoshi Tsujimura's girlfriend, Sachiko Kawai. Uncle Mori examined the resume in his hand, puzzled, and asked, "This resume is flawless. There seems to be no shortcomings. Is there anything you're dissatisfied with?" "No, it's just..." Kei Tsujimura lowered her head, appearing hesitant, as if concealing something. Humans are inherently jealous creatures, and when they see someone more perfect than themselves, they seek flaws. "Am I right, ma'am?" Heiji remarked sarcastically, turning his chair. "That sounds remarkably like your self-introduction." Kei Tsujimura inquired with a frown. "Who is this person?" Uncle Mori quickly explained. "He is a friend of my daughter." Kei did not press further and requested Uncle Mori to visit her home for the investigation, leading everyone to depart together. Upon arriving at the Tsujimura residence, they were greeted by the butler, Fumio Koike. "Madam, you have returned." The butler greeted warmly. "Where is my husband?" Kei Tsujimura inquired coldly, her expression haughty. "I believe he is in the study upstairs." The butler replied without any hint of discontent, clearly accustomed to Kei's arrogance. Kei led the group upstairs when a door nearby opened. "Mom, you're back?" A young, beautiful woman emerged from the room, exuding warmth. "How did you end up here?" Kei Tsujimura's displeasure was evident as she scolded her. "I invited Sachiko over. I wanted Dad to meet her." Takayoshi Tsujimura explained, his hand resting on Sachiko's shoulder. "I don't believe you have the right to call me Mom right now." Kei Tsujimura raised her voice significantly, sternly reprimanding the two. Sachiko bowed her head, apologizing softly. "I'm sorry." Ignoring her, Kei ascended the stairs, while a furious Takayoshi remarked, "What's the big deal? Who cares about a stepmother?" As they climbed the staircase, an elderly man approached. It was Isamu Tsujimura's father, Riko Tsujimura. "Dad, weren't you going out?" Kei inquired with a somewhat ingratiating tone. "What nonsense are you talking? I just returned from fishing and wanted to show you this fish." Riko Tsujimura exclaimed, unveiling a large fish he was holding, proudly declaring, "Look how enormous it is." Kei Tsujimura displayed little interest, merely responding, "Indeed, it's quite large. I'll come to see the fish shortly. Could you wait for me in the tatami room?" After meeting with several individuals, Lin Yuan lingered at the back of the crowd, analyzing the family's dynamics. First was Tsujimura Kei, the stepmother, who displayed a duplicitous nature, ingratiating herself with those above her while oppressing the weaker. Her son, Tsujimura Takayoshi, was timid and lacked the courage to stand against her. His girlfriend, Katsuragi Sachiko, was gentle and submissive, while Tsujimura Toshimitsu seemed to be suffering from early signs of dementia. As for the housekeeper, he was merely a laborer. The observational skills honed through sniper training endowed Lin Yuan with a keen perception of those around him. Tsujimura Kei was the epitome of the type he despised most, one who, upon acquiring even a modicum of power, sought to dominate the vulnerable. Hence, Lin Yuan's primary focus remained on her. Upon opening the study door, the sound from the speakers captivated everyone's attention, drawing them toward the source. Though Lin Yuan followed to the front, his gaze remained fixated on Tsujimura Kei. He witnessed her approach Tsujimura Isamu, seated at the desk, and obscurely brandish an object against his neck, concealed by a stack of books. Despite the book's strategic placement, Lin Yuan's focus allowed him to discern all her subtle movements. At that moment, he felt akin to a white wolf capturing a blade, unable to suppress a laugh. Should he confront her directly? "Darling, wake up, darling." Tsujimura Isamu collapsed under Kei's shaking, prompting the crowd to gather around. Following confirmation from several detectives, the grim reality of Isamu's death was established. Heiji Hattori and Conan immediately sought clues, both noticing a needle beside the corpse. Their intense concentration led to a collision, with Hattori, in frustration, admonishing Conan and tossing him to Rand, exclaiming how inappropriate it was for a child to witness a corpse. Officer Magyar swiftly arrived. While Uncle Muri articulated his deduction, there were no external injuries on the body, suggesting a possible suicide. Magyar's heart leapt at the prospect of closing the case and heading home, but Conan's voice thwarted his plans. Look closely, the victim's neck bears red spots. And there's a needle nearby. It must be poisoning, Conan asserted as he examined the body. Uncle Muri muttered incredulously, a needle mark on the neck indicates poisoning? I wasn't aware of that. Hattori nodded in agreement, adding, the victim's lips and fingertips are purplish, and there are petechiae in the eyes, making poisoning highly probable. As the exchange between Conan and Hattori unfolded, Lin Yuan resolved to refrain from participating, considering that Hattori's actions might jeopardize Shinichi Kudo's reputation, which had no bearing on him. After Lin Yuan exited the room, he did not leave immediately but instead took the opportunity to explore the entire house. One must admit, diplomats earn quite a fortune. The house is divided into 2 levels, with an abundance of rooms that are too numerous to count, and the furnishings and decor are exceedingly opulent. Furthermore, Lin Yuan discovered numerous fishing lines, which are considered the primary tools for the infamous rice flour. It appears this house is anything but ordinary. As Haibara sighed, he made his way towards the tatami room. Inside, there were numerous police officers, yet they did not intervene in Haibara's erratic movements, considering the precedent set by Conan. Upon entering the tatami room, he found the elderly Tsujura Toshimitsu seated on the floor, with the previous fish print laid before him, his gaze somewhat cloudy. Grandfather, did you create this fish print? Haibara stepped forward, her curiosity piqued. Initially, she assumed it was a fish print, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was merely painted. Tsujimura Toshimitsu turned his head, remaining silent, lost in his thoughts. Lin Yuan paid no heed. Having previously suspected that the old gentleman was likely suffering from dementia, he now felt even more certain of it. Lin Yuan took the painting, which was rather simplistic and devoid of any intricate details, and then retrieved a paintbrush from his pocket to amend it as he pleased. At that moment, a police officer entered from outside and addressed Mr. Toshimura Toshimitsu, saying, "Could you please come over? We need to inquire about your alibi during the time of the incident." Toshimitsu nodded and rose leisurely, suddenly adding, "Young one, could you kindly dispose of this painting?" Lin Yuan raised his head, meeting Tsujimura Toshimitsu's gaze, which had transformed from its former murkiness to a clarity so profound it seemed capable of penetrating all truths. Lin Yuan nodded, realizing that her initial impression was indeed flawed. Curiously, she followed behind and arrived at the study where the tragic incident had occurred. Chapter 37, A Conversation with Kudo Shinichi. Hattori Heiji was speaking incessantly. Yet Conan's demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. "Old K, are you all right?" Lin Yuan stepped forward, supporting the unsteady Conan, just as Conan was about to speak. A piercing pain tore through his chest, rendering him speechless. Clutching his chest, Conan's face turned ashen, yet he did not lose sight of the case at hand. "Sister Xiaolan, it seems Conan's cold has become rather severe. I shall take him to the hospital." Lin Yuan supported Conan and approached Mao Lilan, saying. Xiaolan also noticed Conan's pallid complexion and immediately expressed her concern. "Conan, why are you in such a serious condition?" "I will go with you." Lin Yuan shook her head and said, "Sister Xiaolan, Uncle Maori may need your assistance here. I will take Conan to Chinsher's clinic." Beside them, Uncle Maori was utterly bewildered, listening to Heiji Hattori's deductions. Without Conan's help, he was completely at a loss regarding this case. "All right, as soon as this case concludes, I will seek you out." Xiaolan glanced at the dazed Uncle Maori, feeling a genuine sense of concern. As Lin Yuan supported Conan down the stairs, Conan turned and entered a nearby room, exclaiming, "Lin Yuan, Heiji Hattori's deductions are flawed. You must rectify them promptly." Conan's voice was frail, as if he were on the verge of collapse. "Mistakes are mistakes. You need to go to the hospital now." Observing Conan's weakened state, Lin Yuan felt a mix of worry and anger. Did he not understand the significance of his health at such a time? "It's fine. I just need to rest here for a while." "You should hurry." Conan exerted himself to push Lin Yuan outside, but his body was far too feeble to muster any strength. "Is the truth truly that crucial to you?" "It has nothing to do with us anyway." Lin Yuan did not move an inch. Instead, he gently placed Conan onto the bed. Lying there in silence for a considerable time, Conan suddenly inquired, "Do you remember the time on Moonshadow Island?" Lin Yuan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. What could that possibly mean? Was it a matter of settling scores after autumn? 1314. Conan uttered a cryptic number that left Lin Yuan feeling somewhat flustered. Was he teasing me? That was the 1314th case I had resolved, and I vividly recalled the perpetrators and victims of each of those over 1,000 cases. Every murderer possessed an unavoidable justification for their actions, and every victim had a compelling reason for their demise. Initially, I, too, felt profound sorrow and despair each day, questioning why humanity consistently inflicted harm upon one another. However, as I encountered such occurrences more frequently, I became desensitized. Do you understand why I began to transform? Lin Yuan shook his head. Among the over 1,000 cases, nearly half were acts of revenge. If I were to show mercy and spare even one murderer, another case would inevitably arise. I strive to cultivate a heart of stone, devoid of human compassion, always cornering the culprits with no escape route. Since the events on Moonshadow Island, I have come to realize that I may have been gravely mistaken. Conan's voice was frail, yet imbued with strength. In truth, you are more suited to be a detective than I am, but I understand that I should not impose upon you. However, may I request that you do not hinder me? Observing Conan's resolute demeanor, Lin Yuan turned away and said, before that, perhaps you should change into another outfit. Huh? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Conan suddenly became aware of his own peculiar state. His body had completely reverted to that of Shinichi Kudo. Shinichi Kudo excitedly retrieved a set of clothes from the nearby wardrobe and dashed out without a backward glance. What a surprise. After all those heartfelt words, it is still Conan's form that is endearing. Lin Yuan curled her lips and followed behind. Upon entering the study, Kudo Shinichi articulated a completely different reasoning, unveiling a hidden past entwined with the case. 20 years prior, diplomat Sugimura Isamu framed his rival, diplomat Yamashiro Kinji, leading to Yamashiro's demise in prison. Sugimura Ke, Yamashiro Kinji's wife, resolved to exact revenge upon discovering the truth and ultimately killed Sugimura Isamu. Meanwhile, Sugimura Toshimitsu, who was privy to the entire ordeal, chose to bear the weight of all the guilt. As for Katsuragi Sachiko, she was, in fact, the daughter of Sugimura Ke and Yamashiro Kinji. So, was I truly in the wrong? Lin Yuan murmured upon hearing the truth. Conan's words echoed once more in her mind. Perhaps the world requires individuals like Conan, obsessive idealists. Blissfully naïve yet endearingly so. After listening to Kudo Shinichi's deductions, Hattori Heiji was thoroughly convinced. Indeed, your reasoning surpasses mine by a significant margin in this contest. I concede. A hint of relief tinged Hattori Heiji's tone. Enough of that, Kudo Shinichi replied, clutching his heart, which felt as if it were tearing apart. There is no victory or defeat in reasoning, for the truth is eternally singular. Huh? Hattori Heiji felt a surge of emotion and anxiously turned his head. The sensation of his heart being torn grew increasingly intense as Kudo Shinichi stumbled out of the room. Ultimately, as he tumbled down the stairs, Kudo Shinichi instantaneously transformed into Conan, being yanked into a tatama room by a nearby hand. Upon recognizing the owner of that hand, Conan promptly fell asleep. Indeed, Conan's visage was far more agreeable. With that, Lin Yuan playfully pinched Conan's face as a previous reprimand. At that moment, the door to the tatami room swung open, revealing Muri Ran, who had been searching for Kudo Shinichi. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, she inquired, Lin Yuan, didn't you go to the hospital? How did you end up here? Lin Yuan pointed to Conan and whispered, Conan said he is fine, a short rest will suffice. So I brought him to the tatami room to relax for a while. Ran Muri also noticed the sleeping Conan, her movements becoming much more subdued. She quietly asked, by the way, have you seen an older brother about my age? Lin Yuan shook his head. It seemed prudent for Shinichi Kudo's alter ego to remain a mere voice on the phone for now. Observing Lin Yuan's gesture, Muri Ran appeared significantly disheartened but quickly rallied her spirits, clenching her fist with determination. When I next see that guy, I shall make him taste my karate prowess. Regarding Conan's transformation, Lin Yuan felt no longing. He was far more accustomed to his current life. Meanwhile, Conan had slept for a full 3 days before finally recovering. On this particular day after school, the trio, concerned for Conan's well-being, accompanied Lin Yuan to the office to visit him. Inside the office, Conan reflected on the events surrounding his transformation and ultimately concluded that it was due to the liquor known as Baijiu. As he stealthily retrieved a bottle of Baijiu and poured himself a glass, he was caught by Ran, who promptly locked the liquor away in a cabinet. Conan. At that moment, Lin Yuan and the trio arrived at the office, with Yumi visibly excited after not seeing Conan for several days. Conan, you've taken 3 days off. Did you miss me? Ayumi inquired, her expression brimming with anticipation. Muri Ran, witnessing the scene, wore a maternal smile. Conan squinted with his dull eyes, pondering that upon his return home that evening, he could indulge in the Baijiu and revert to his original form, thereby avoiding further encounters with them. With a nonchalant nod, he feigned agreement. Chapter 38, The Glorious Yet Troubling Days of Einstein. On the way to the library, Conan queried with confusion. Why must we all go to the library together? Ayumi explained, you haven't attended school for 3 days. And you are the only one in class who has yet to submit the reading report. That's why we wish to assist you. Conan cast a sidelong glance. Why didn't you help Lin Yuan with his reading report when he was absent for over a week? Ayumi, with a hint of envy, responded. Because even if Lin Yuan doesn't submit his homework, the teacher won't mind. This made Lin Yuan feel a twinge of guilt, but then he realized, wait a moment. We are in an island nation. I shall lower the island's academic standards, starting with myself. At the Mihua Library, in the children's literature section, the trio was engrossed in a comic book, laughing heartily. Conan, perusing the shelves, felt a sense of futility. The children's literature was far too juvenile for him. Furthermore, the area was primarily populated by young children, resulting in a chaotic arrangement of books on the shelves. Unable to locate a suitable book for his reading report, Conan instead took it upon himself to organize the disarrayed books. Upon finishing his task, Conan resolved to seek out literature suitable for adults and noticed a cabinet nearby containing additional books. He approached it and randomly selected one, only to discover that these were all imported original works, still sealed. What are you doing? These books are not meant for children. As Conan became engrossed in the volumes, the library director, Tsukuwa Hidetoshi, appeared behind him and swiftly seized the book from his hands. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Conan scratched his head, realizing the books looked quite valuable, and muttered an apology. "I'm sorry." Without lingering, Director Tsukuwa departed promptly. Conan, not dwelling on the incident, noticed that Lin Yuan had seemingly wandered off, and he decided to seek him out to see if he had any book recommendations. After searching the library for some time, he finally spotted Lin Yuan in the natural sciences section. Before Lin Yuan lay an enormous and exceptionally thick book, which piqued Conan's curiosity instantly as he approached. In Conan's recollection, Lin Yuan's classroom demeanor was synonymous with slumber. Aside from sketching comics, he hardly engaged in any academic pursuits. How could it be possible for him to be so engrossed in reading? Standing behind Lin Yuan, Conan cast a glance and was immediately overwhelmed, as the pages were filled with incomprehensible symbols that made his head spin. Upon arriving at the library, Lin Yuan observed the three little ones alongside Conan making their way toward the children's literature section, prompting him to promptly decide to part ways, as that space did not align with his identity. In the science area, he stumbled upon a book titled Einstein, The Days of Glory and Suffering, and his curiosity led him to peruse its pages, immediately captivated by the content within. What had previously seemed as incomprehensible as ancient texts now appeared remarkably straightforward. The specialized knowledge became entirely accessible with but a modicum of contemplation. This sensation ensnared Lin Yuan, evoking a euphoric climax. After stretching languidly, he noticed Conan standing beside him. "Conan, what troubles you?" Lin Yuan inquired, intrigued by the perplexed expression on Conan's face. Originally confident in his own intellect, Conan found his worldview momentarily shaken. "It's nothing. Please continue your reading." As Lin Yuan resumed his literary exploration, Conan, doubting his own resolve, lingered for a while before despondently retreating to the children's literature section, realizing that was where he truly belonged. Upon returning, he discovered the three little ones peering curiously out the window. Conan joined them, and they observed a police car had come to a halt below, from which emerged the familiar figure of Officer Magyar. Instantly reinvigorated by the sight of Magyar, Conan felt a surge of confidence. Deduction was his forte, and he promptly raced over to inquire about the situation. After gathering information, Conan learned the reason for Officer Magyar's presence. The library's staff member, Yutian, and a boy had vanished, leading to the grim hypothesis that they may have been murdered and concealed within the library, yet the police had been unable to locate any remains. Determined to prove his intellectual prowess, Conan resolved to conduct a nocturnal investigation at the library to uncover the truth behind the case. As the last reader departed, silence engulfed the library. In front of the restroom lockers, Lin Yuan rapped lightly on the door in exasperation. When the locker swung open, he found the three little ones and Conan inside. Upon learning of Conan's intentions to investigate the case, the trio was adamant about not returning home, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming escapade. To evade the staff, the little ones insisted on dragging Conan into the locker. Just as they exited the restroom, the sound of the elevator betrayed the presence of someone ascending. They swiftly retreated back into the restroom as the elevator doors creaked open to reveal Director Tsukuwa. Illuminated by the elevator lights, reminiscent of an underdeveloped hominid, Tsukuwa strode directly to the section housing imported books, unwrapping packages while muttering to himself, "That foolish Yutian. Had he not peeked inside, he would not have met his demise. Those police officers, too, they so easily retreated, never considering that Yutian is currently resting within this very library." His laughter echoed, chillingly reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Lin Yuan swiftly ushered everyone away and concealed them in the restroom. "This place is far too perilous. We shall wait until that individual departs before we venture out to notify the authorities." Lin Yuan cautiously entrusted the three little ones, who evidently remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With an air of excitement, Bumei exclaimed, "It seems that person was indeed murdered. It is time for our young detective team to spring into action." Yuan Tai, equally exhilarated, added, "Yes, let us uncover the concealed corpse." Observing the eager demeanor of the group, Lin Yuan could only helplessly respond, "This is a murderer we are dealing with. If we are caught, it could cost us our lives." Upon hearing this, the trio was visibly startled, their enthusiasm tempered with a newfound seriousness. However, Conan nonchalantly remarked, "Lin Yuan, you are overreacting. Director Tsukuwa will surely not return after leaving. Once we locate the body, we shall report it to the authorities." Encouraged by Conan's reassurance, the three little ones rekindled their spirits, their faces brimming with determination as they looked expectantly at Lin Yuan. Outnumbered 4-1, Lin Yuan found himself unable to compel them to return home, ultimately conceding, "You must prioritize your safety. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, immediately cease your actions." "Understood." The four little ones affirmed in unison. As soon as Director Tsukuwa departed, Conan was the first to dash out. Oddly, the books inside had vanished. As Conan rummaged through the imported books, he discovered that the packaging had been opened, leaving only the empty boxes. I suspect he took everything inside with his bag. Hikaru speculated, recalling Director Tsukuwa's earlier actions. Conan pushed the box aside, revealing a multitude of dismantled book boxes. There are so many boxes here that it is impossible for them all to fit into a bag. I believe the remainder must be hidden away by the director. Let us start with this bookshelf. We shall form pairs and begin our search. After a brief moment of deduction, Conan promptly directed the three little ones to commence their investigation. Lin Yuan did not involve himself. Instead, he leaned against the window, observing Director Sakagawa as he gradually departed. Completely oblivious to the unusual circumstances, Sakagawa's demeanor allowed Lin Yuan to feel a slight sense of relief, for after all, this was a murderer. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the library lights flickered on, prompting Conan to exclaim, "Fool, why did you turn on the lights?" Akiyama, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "But it's so dark in here." Conan rushed forward to switch off the lights. "What if the director sees us?" Yet Jinta, devoid of any sense of danger, casually remarked, "Don't worry. He must have already gone back. We can prepare ourselves for the worst." Lin Yuan descended from the window, speaking softly. "Just moments ago." Director Sakagawa had noticed the illuminated lights and swiftly returned. "That individual has come back, and with the combined strength of the five of us children, we stand no chance against an adult, especially one who has committed murder." Chapter 39. Is Kudo Shinichi Conan? You all. Lin Yuan directed his gaze towards the trembling trio and continued, "You shall meet your demise, your bodies concealed alongside that of the deceased, gradually decaying in an unknown corner. Your parents will be engulfed in perpetual anguish, tormented by the absence of your presence." The words of Lin Yuan weighed heavily, and upon hearing them, the three little ones envisioned the scene, their eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of sobbing. Conan, with a heart full of compassion, reassured them, saying, "There is no need for everyone to worry excessively. The consequences will not be so grave." Lin Yuan turned to face Conan, causing him to tremble slightly. The three young ones, including Conan, exhibited no sense of impending danger. Had it not been for the so-called protagonist aura, they would have perished countless times. Itagawa Conan. Do not forget your current identity. While their ignorance may be excused, your reckless behavior alongside them is inexcusable. Had you heeded my advice and departed from this place, you would have encountered no peril whatsoever. Observing Lin Yuan's furious expression, Conan lowered his head, acknowledging his culpability. Witnessing the remorseful expressions on the faces of the four young ones, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. His anger stemmed from his consideration of them as friends. He wished to prevent any unfortunate incidents and believed this experience would serve as a valuable lesson. As for Director Sakagawa, he felt confident in his ability to handle the situation. After studying karate with Ran, Lin Yuan's combat prowess had significantly increased, although he could not rival Heiji Hattori. He had certainly surpassed the capabilities of an average adult. Now, let us proceed to report this to the authorities and refrain from further solitary actions. Lin Yuan's tone remained resolutely serious. This time, they must impart a profoundly memorable lesson. The group approached the telephone, with Conan being the first to step forward. Oddly, why is it not connecting? Conan dialed the emergency number, but it went unanswered. Is it a malfunction? Hikaru speculated. No, the telephone line has been severed. Lin Yuan pointed to the severed telephone line beside him and then instructed, "You few should go out and report to the police. I will follow shortly." The three children, perplexed but compliant, chose to heed Lin Yuan's words. However, Conan, feeling uneasy about their solitary venture, decided to accompany them. "Can I emerge now?" Lin Yuan spoke to the emptiness once they had departed. He had always sensed an unseen presence watching him from the shadows, a feeling that was strikingly real and unmistakable. Ah, how admirable the little ones are, choosing to sacrifice themselves to save their friends. From a dark corner, a figure emerged, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light. "Heh, come over if you dare." Lin Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, feigning profundity. It would be preferable to avoid confrontation altogether. His current objective was to buy time. "Little one, knowing too many secrets can be quite perilous. I shall send you down now to reunite with your little companions." Director Sakagawa advanced step by step. Clearly aware that further delay was untenable, he must first address the individual before him. "No, this secret of yours, I intend to savor it for a lifetime." Lin Yuan made a slight movement, slowly retreating backwards. Director Tsukuwa swiftly drew forth the concealed pipe and charged forward with fervor. Lin Yuan admitted that he had somewhat overestimated his own combat prowess while underestimating the speed of the Yuanmo individual. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck in the abdomen by an iron rod. Fortunately, he had previously devised a clever plan to bring home the book Einstein, his life and times, concealing it beneath his clothing, which fortuitously saved his life. Lin Yuan felt a mixture of relief and regret, recognizing that he should not have been so careless. Director Tsukigawa was somewhat astonished, pondering why his strike had not harmed the child in the least. Seizing the opportunity while Tsukigawa was momentarily distracted, Lin Yuan distanced himself. Although he possessed combat abilities far exceeding those of an average person, the limitations imposed by a child's physique were significant. And it was evident that Tsukigawa was no ordinary individual, armed as he was. The sight of the water pipe sent a shiver of pain to the back of Lin Yuan's head. His current objective was to engage in a strategic delay. holding Tsukigawa at bay until the four little ones returned with the police. Unfazed, Tsukigawa swung the water pipe several more times, yet Lin Yuan effortlessly evaded each attempt. Yuanmo, your time is running out. As Lin Yuan pulled and taunted, the director Tsukigawa was already gasping for breath, and Lin Yuan's mockery only heightened his anxiety. Just then, Conan unexpectedly appeared at the stairway. Still feeling a twinge of unease, he had instructed the three little ones to report to the police after exiting the library, returning to investigate himself. Throughout his journey, he had not encountered Director Tsukigawa, who had likely gone in search of Lin Yuan. At this moment, the situation before Conan rendered him somewhat awkward. He was acutely aware that Lin Yuan had trained in karate with Ran, significantly enhancing his combat prowess, whereas his own fighting ability was nearly non-existent due to having been unwell for several days and entrusting his shoes to Dr. Agasa for maintenance. Conan's sudden appearance prompted Director Tsukigawa to shift his focus of aggression, brandishing a water pipe as he charged at Conan, doubting that he possessed any comparable strength. In an instant, Lin Yuan stepped in front of Conan, and the water pipe struck Lin Yuan's back. Lin Yuan felt a sweetness in his throat, quickly followed by a surge of pain in his back. Suppressing the discomfort, he wiped the corner of his mouth and urged the dazed Conan to flee down the stairs. Director Tsukigawa wore an expression of disbelief. How could a mere child remain unresponsive after being struck by a pipe not once, but twice? Yet, this was not the moment for such contemplations. Supporting Lin Yuan, Conan made their way downstairs, with Director Tsukigawa trailing behind, visibly fatigued. He hefted the pipe in his hand and hurled it forward. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Lin Yuan turned to see the pipe hurtling towards him. Under normal circumstances, he would have easily evaded it, but now, injured and with Conan still behind him, he could only raise his arm in defense. Thud. Although he managed to block the iron rod, a searing pain radiated through his arm. At that moment, the trio accompanied by the police arrived, and Director Tsukigawa fell to his knees in remorse. Lin Yuan finally felt relieved and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Are you all right? Conan inquired with concern upon witnessing Lin Yuan's condition, feeling a deep sense of guilt, knowing that this injury was a consequence of his actions. I am fine. We martial artists merely need to regulate our vital energy. Lin Yuan jestingly remarked that ever since he spat out that mouthful of blood, his back still ached. Yet the sensation of impending death had dissipated. Such a terrifying regenerative ability, if known to others, would likely result in him being captured for dissection and research. Once the police arrived, the subsequent matters were no longer of their concern. On the way back, the three young ones were somewhat reserved. They understood that Lin Yuan was worried about them and felt no anger, but rather a sense of paternal reverence, as if facing their own father. After they parted ways, Conan finally spoke up. I'm sorry for causing you to get hurt today. Conan was indeed aware of his mistake. He realized that he often thought in terms of Shinichi Kudo, yet at this moment, he was Conan, feeling powerless in the face of many challenges. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said to Conan, it's all right. We are friends after all. By the way, Lin Yuan, that drink called by Gon can revert us back. And after tonight, I will be able to transform back into Kudo Shinichi. Conan tidied up his thoughts, recalling the helplessness he felt earlier that day, which only solidified his resolve to return to his original self. Lin Yuan, isn't it fine like this? Why do you want to go back? Observing Conan's eager expression, Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Conan remained silent, a figure surfacing in his mind. This was the very reason he had to revert. Rest assured, Lin Yuan. Even if you are unwilling to change back, we will still be friends. Understanding Lin Yuan's thoughts, Conan refrained from pressing further and simply waved his hand, as if bidding a final farewell. Watching Conan's departing figure, Lin Yuan felt a slight sting in his nose for reasons he could not comprehend. Although he had forgotten the plot, he understood that Conan could not easily revert back. However, when the day arrived that the antidote was developed, Lin Yuan believed he might not take it. He wished to bid farewell to the past and embrace a new life. Yet Conan would undoubtedly choose to consume the antidote. Would they still remain friends then? Reflecting on the days when Conan had transformed into an adult, he felt no sense of familiarity. Kudo Shinichi, is that really Conan? Chapter 40. The Gaming Company, an unavoidable reason. A few days later, at the Muri Detective Agency, Uncle Muri's game was about to be released. And Lin Yuan remembered that he had not played a game for over a month, particularly in the realm of Conan's world, naturally prompting his desire to take a look. Uncle Muri, why are you being so generous today, purchasing so much alcohol? Lin Yuan gazed at the table laden with an array of spirits and could not help but inquire. Uncle Muri, with gin in his left hand and vodka in his right, proudly proclaimed, Heavenly Paradise has generously bestowed a substantial sum in royalties, so we must celebrate in style. However, one must not squander wealth recklessly. Stealthily, Lin Yuan lifted a bottle of sherry, concealing it behind his back. What sort of game was Uncle Muri supervising? Children must not indulge in alcohol. Xiaolan promptly confiscated the drinks and proceeded to explain. I've heard that players will assume the role of a detective, uncovering a corpse within a mansion, while the father, fortuitously present at the scene, will provide clues to assist players in gradually unraveling the mystery. Well, it sounds incredibly enjoyable. Lin Yuan wore an expression of eager anticipation, yet inwardly, he could not suppress his disdain. Would anyone truly engage with such a game? It seemed only Conan might partake, as he invariably faced defeat in other games. Turning to Conan, he noticed his friend appeared utterly drained. With a smirk, Lin Yuan inquired, "Conan, do you ever feel as though someone has squandered your money, seduced your spouse, and even assaulted your child?" Conan lifted his gaze, perplexed, and replied, "Why would I ever feel that way?" Lin Yuan pointed at Uncle Mori and said, "Uncle Mori has plagiarized your idea and profited handsomely from it. Clearly, it was you who provided the hints on site." Heh. Conan shot him a glance and then turned his attention to dinner. Such a person devoid of any sense of humor. Noticing Conan's indifference, Lin Yuan shifted his focus to Shiho, who was beside Ran. "Sister Ran, just let me have a little sip." Just a tiny bit after Lin Yuan spoke, he blinked. Such high-end liquor posed no issue. After all, hadn't Conan consumed white liquor as if it were mere water? Uncle Mori, nearby, rambled on, clearly inebriated. Conan, feeling exasperated, recalled his last visit when he had eagerly downed an entire bottle of white liquor without any noticeable effect. Very well, he resolved to limit himself to a mere sip. Xiaolan retrieved a cup and truly poured only a tiny amount. Lin Yuan paid little attention. For after all, this was sherry, and not merely sherry, he merely wished to savor the flavor. Sweet and sour, accompanied by a familiar fragrance. The following morning, the group arrived at the Grand Game launch event. Uncle Maori, suffering from a hangover, was not in the best of spirits, while Xiaolan, concerned for him, stayed by his side. Conan, disinterested in the game, left Lin Yuan to wander alone. After a thorough exploration of the venue, Lin Yuan discovered that it was filled with tedious games, characterized by rudimentary graphics and childish gameplay. The only title that piqued his interest was a competitive fighting game. After securing his luggage, Uncle Maori headed to the launch event, while Xiaolan and Conan indulged in gaming. A throng of spectators surrounded the gaming console, their voices a cacophony. "Wow, that young boy is incredibly skilled. This seems to be the 10th challenger. I heard he has defeated every opponent in a single blow." Another challenger approaches. "Look." Amidst the crowd stood Lin Yuan. Sighing, he mused that it was rather dull, for there appeared to be no worthy adversaries left. He dispatched his opponent with a single strike, feeling a sense of resignation. The experience of invincibility was rather lonely. The gaming prowess of these individuals struck him as akin to that of preschoolers. "Allow me to join you in play." Xiaolan stepped forward, clearly intrigued by the game. Lin Yuan felt a stirring of excitement within him. He recalled that Xiaolan seemed to possess remarkable luck. He wondered if such fortune might influence the game. It was a clash of the fortunate versus the skilled. Xiaolan chose a character reminiscent of Chun-Li, while Lin Yuan opted for a figure akin to Mai Shiranui. Not for any particular reason, but simply because of her imposing stature. It was unclear which gaming console they were using as Street Fighter and King of Fighters faced off against one another. The match concluded swiftly, proving that a mere human could not triumph over a beast. At the outset, Lin Yuan unleashed a series of intricate combos that reduced Xiaolan's health to a mere sliver. Yet, this fragile sliver seemed impervious, as if enchanted to withstand further depletion. Subsequently, Xiaolan launched her counterattack, consistently executing a series of coincidental combos with remarkable precision. That young lady is truly formidable. She even employed such concealed techniques. I had thought that the previous child was unbeatable, yet this young lady surpasses him in skill. Who could she possibly be? Look, that young lady is on the verge of victory. Hooray, a triumphant comeback. Xiaolan waved her hands in sheer delight, astonished that in her very first game, she could secure victory in such a thrilling manner. How could one even contemplate losing? Lin Yuan gazed incredulously at the screen, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. "Let me give it a try." Conan eagerly claimed Lin Yuan's spot. Initially believing it to be a simple task, he instead faced a more thorough defeat. Witnessing Conan's various humiliating losses significantly lifted Lin Yuan's spirits. "I am already in the first grade. Such childish games are beneath me." Conan continuously reassured himself, then sought an excuse. "Sister Ran, I need to go to the restroom." "I shall go too." Lin Yuan immediately followed behind Conan, unwilling to engage further with a player like Xiaolan, who seemed to possess an uncanny luck. The only captivating game had been monopolized by Xiaolan, prompting Lin Yuan to contemplate the creation of his own game. In this game, players would assume the role of a merchant, their objective being to amass wealth and acquire a distillery, compelling gin and vodka to perform menial tasks. Surely, such an endeavor would be lucrative. Lost in thought and unaware of his surroundings, he collided with an approaching figure while turning a corner. Looking up, he found himself face to face with a tall man clad in a black suit. The unmistakable scent of alcohol wafted from him. The oppressive aura emanating from the man instantly reminded Lin Yuan of Jin, cold, deathly. This man was a member of the organization. "Get out of my way, brat," the man exclaimed, delivering a kick that sent Lin Yuan sprawling to the side before he proceeded into the restroom. Flee or eliminate him. Gazing at the man's retreating silhouette, Lin Yuan was suddenly beset by two conflicting thoughts. The first time he had encountered Jin, he had stamped an indelible, invincible label upon him, instilling a profound sense of dread within Lin Yuan. Much like an elephant bound by chains, his initial impression of the organization's members was one of invincibility. Yet he was no longer the fragile insect to be easily crushed. He had gained the capacity for resistance. Lin Yuan, are you all right? Conan's voice pierced through, compelling Lin Yuan to suppress the murderous intent brewing within him. Now is not the time. Capturing an unknown member of the organization would yield no benefit. Should he confide in Conan? Lin Yuan shook her head. I'm fine. By the way, Conan, what would you do if you encountered those two men in black who shrank you? Would it be gin and vodka? Conan's body shuddered. I would definitely track them down, locate their lair, and capture them all at once. But wait, why do you ask? Could that person we just saw be one of their accomplices? Lin Yuan was startled, overwhelmed by the terrifying deductive prowess. Firmly restraining the restless Conan, Lin Yuan gravely said, Conan, the organization behind them is unimaginably vast. You cannot possibly confront them alone. So what? Conan replied, glancing at Rand not far away, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Is evasion truly effective? Besides, I possess a reason from which there is no escape. A reason from which there is no escape? In an instant, Lin Yuan made a resolute decision and slowly spoke. I will hold off that individual inside. You go and notify Officer Mugaru. Please be cautious. Conan wished to intervene. But this was the first time in a long while that he had garnered information about that organization, and he could not bear the thought of missing this opportunity. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the restroom as Conan turned away. Amidst the thick black smoke, Lin Yuan emerged, coughing. Lin Yuan, are you all right? Conan inquired, his face etched with concern and guilt. I am fine. I just overheard that he was here to conduct a transaction with someone. You must inform Officer Mugaru immediately and uncover the identity of that individual. Fortunately, they were separated by a wall, and the blast had not affected them. Officer Mugaru soon arrived, and with Conan's assistance, they successfully identified the person involved in the transaction and obtained a location, the rooftop of the Great Black Building. At the cocktail bar. However, by the time the two reached the scene, the bar had already succumbed to a raging inferno. On the rooftop, Lin Yuan stood gazing at the departing shadow below, lost in contemplation. Chapter 41. Autumn, the season of illness. Shinichi, are you listening to me? Yes, I am listening. Mom, your father, Yusaku, left early this morning, only to return completely intoxicated, which infuriates me. What can we do? After all, Dad is a novelist and needs to socialize. Early that day at Dr. Agasa's residence, Yukiko called Conan to voice her grievances about Kudo Yusaku, lamenting that he not only worked every day but also returned with lipstick stains on his clothing. Conan listened helplessly to Yukiko's complaints, offering a few half-hearted words of comfort before ending the call. It had been several days since the last incident involving the organization, and although he had not uncovered any useful leads, Conan remained steadfast in his belief that as long as he continued to solve cases, he would eventually confront that organization. What is the matter? Was that Yukiko on the line? Dr. Agasa emerged, having overheard Yukiko's complaints, wearing a look of curiosity. They're arguing and venting to me, claiming my father is having an affair. How could that possibly be true? My father is consumed by deduction. What woman would be attracted to him? After listening to the commotion for a while, Conan couldn't help but express his frustrations to Dr. Agasa. The very fact that they argue indicates a strong relationship. Dr. Agasa stroked his head thoughtfully and then, with a mischievous grin, inquired, what about you? What has been happening with Rand lately? He chuckled, but Conan, maintaining a stoic expression, picked up 2 test tubes nearby and rolled his eyes, saying, every time I call her, she gets upset and questions when I'll be back. Dr. Agasa laughed heartily and then comforted him. Don't say that. You should occasionally set aside your cases and indulge in some time for just the two of you. Autumn is the season for romance. Ah, autumn. Lin Yuan reclined on one side of the bed, watching the two with a silent expression of exasperation, remarking, in my view, autumn is the season of ailments. Conan stepped forward, relishing in Lin Yuan's misfortune, and said, there's no need to be stubborn. Just lie down and rest for a while. I will come back to see you later. After speaking, Conan departed, intending to check on Ranmori. Dr. Agasa wore a look of deep concern, realizing there was little he could do. He poured a glass of water for Lin Yuan, and then returned to his experiments. It shouldn't be the case. How could she have caught another cold? Lin Yuan lay in bed, murmuring to herself, pondering how, given her current physical condition, a cold shower could have led to her catching a cold. In just over a month, she had already fallen ill twice. The memory of her last cold felt fresh in her mind. However, what appeared before her now was not the scene of her previous illness, but rather a celestial body, Venus. In a state of drowsiness, she drifted off to sleep once again. When she awoke, the sky had darkened, and upon glancing at the clock, she realized it was already past midnight. Lin Yuan felt significantly better, her strength returning to her limbs as she dressed and got out of bed. Dr. Agasa. I shall take my leave now. After a brief search, she discovered Dr. Agasa engrossed in an experiment and chose not to disturb him further. At this moment, a grand spectacle was unfolding at the entrance of the Kudo residence. Ranmori, having witnessed Conan remove his glasses, began to harbor doubts about his true identity once more. Conan, caught off guard, spotted Lin Yuan at Dr. Agasa's doorstep and swiftly pulled her into the fray. My mother is Eri Kisaki, and my brother Shinichi is an only child. Yet I have another younger sibling. Conan pushed Lin Yuan forward as a shield, retreating behind her to feign vulnerability. Upon exiting Dr. Agasa's residence, Lin Yuan chanced upon an extravagant performance unfolding nearby. Delightedly indulging in the spectacle, he was unexpectedly drawn into the fray. Ah, do you require legal assistance? I can help you file a lawsuit against Shinichi Kudo. Lin Yuan lightened the atmosphere. Shinichi, stop pretending. The appearance of a Dagawa Wume last time must have been arranged by you to deceive me. As Stalan spoke, her certainty grew. Recalling the time she had taken a bubble bath with Conan, her tone laced with anger. Xiaolan, it's you. Why are you still standing at my door so late? The standoff between the two was abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of Yukiko. You are Shinichi's mother. When did you return from abroad? Xiaolan pondered for a moment. Recognizing the person before her, curiosity evident in her voice. She recalled that Shinichi's parents had settled overseas and rarely returned. I took the last flight home due to some unforeseen circumstances, Yukiko explained, pushing her suitcase forward. She had heard about Conan's situation from Professor Agasa and was quite willing to cooperate for her son's happiness. Oh, is that Haibara? Quickly call me Mom, Yukiko exclaimed. Noticing Lin Yuan beside her, immediately squatting down to pinch Lin Yuan's cheeks. Indeed, hurry and confess to your biological mother. Seeing Yukiko's actions, Xiaolan wore a look of realization. And the scene further convinced her that Conan was indeed Shinichi, promptly pushing Conan toward Yukiko. Ah, so it's Conan. Long time no see. Yukiko paused her cheek pinching and looked at Conan, astonished after a moment. How do you know this child so well? Xiaolan asked, surprised, wondering if she had misjudged the situation. Because this child is, well, the great-grandson of my grandfather's brother's daughter's uncle. Yukiko, ever the actress, swiftly fabricated a convoluted family connection, though it seemed to be of the same generation. Are you trying to deceive me? Xiaolan squinted, clearly unconvinced. Considering Conan's behavior, he did not seem like a child at all. Yet, Lin Yuan appeared to be a child, stubborn and not one to run around at a crime scene. Wait, why would you let Lin Yuan call you Mom? Is Lin Yuan your illegitimate child? Xiaolan's imagination ran wild, picturing Lin Yuan, the illegitimate child, being bullied by Shinichi, and Yukiko concocting some strange drug with Professor Agasa to punish Shinichi, thus turning him into a child. You mean Haibara? Actually, I'm his godmother. Yukiko quickly invented yet another identity, cradling Lin Yuan in her arms. Lin Yuan, initially wanting to struggle, lacked the strength due to a cold and could only weakly lean into Yukiko's embrace. It seems Haibara has caught a cold. Could Conan stay and help me take care of him? Yukiko gently touched Lin Yuan's forehead, which felt quite warm, indicating a severe fever. All right, Conan, I'm sorry. It seems Xiaolan has misunderstood again. Watching Conan hide behind Yukiko, Xiaolan did not entirely dismiss her suspicions, yet she understood that if Conan truly was Shinichi, there must be a reason for his concealment. With a slight smile, she decided not to press further, waving goodbye. See you later, Conan. Good night. As Xiaolan departed, the atmosphere instantly shifted to one of seriousness, with Conan and Yukiko exchanging glances. Isn't it wrong for us to deceive Sister Xiaolan like this? The feeble voice of Lin Yuan shattered the tense standoff between the two. Xiaolan's final smile bore an odd quality, if one were to hazard a guess. It seemed she had not entirely relinquished her suspicions about him. Yukiko, recalling Xiaolan's earlier expression, felt a woman's intuition whispering that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. Impossible. Conan dismissed the notion, having successfully deceived Xiaolan on numerous occasions. He was well versed in the art of evasion. Underestimating a woman can lead to significant repercussions. Yukiko offered a cryptic smile, choosing to remain silent. For matters of the heart are best resolved by those directly involved. In my opinion, the cornerstone of any romantic relationship lies in sincerity, regardless of the issues at hand. Neither partner would wish for deceit to mar their bond. Watching Xiaolan's retreating figure, Lin Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. Wait a moment, I am a single individual. Why am I overthinking this? Chapter 42, Forced Engagement. Oh? Yukiko turned to Lin Yuan and inquired, do you have someone special in your life? Hurry and tell your mother. Is it that girl named Bume? Upon hearing this, Yukiko's inquisitive mind conjured a cascade of scenarios, leaving her both comforted and pained. It was akin to witnessing one's cherished cabbage being ravaged by another's swine. Yet this cabbage was not one she had nurtured herself. It also resembled her own pig finally learning to forage in others' fields, albeit this pig was not one she had raised. Such feelings are indeed curious. Lin Yuan, with a furrowed brow and an unfriendly expression, cast a sidelong glance at Conan, pondering who else would spread rumors about him and Ayumi. Under the penetrating gaze filled with menace from Lin Yuan, Conan feigned ignorance, drawing small circles on the ground with his foot. All right, let us return home. Noticing Lin Yuan's silence, Yukiko, feeling rather disinterested, embraced Lin Yuan and proceeded towards their abode. Though it was not the Kudo residence, but rather the Lin Yuan home diagonally across. Mother, have we taken a wrong turn? Conan followed behind. A twinge of jealousy evident in his demeanor, as he reflected on how Yukiko usually cradled him, albeit during moments of struggle. Very well, little Shin. You may tidy the house while I return shortly, Yukiko remarked without glancing back, weighing his options. Conan contemplated the dichotomy between a thorough house cleaning and the prospect of a comfortable slumber. Was there truly any need for deliberation? Lin Yuan paid no heed to his surroundings. The house boasted numerous rooms, and both he and Asaka Narumi typically maintained cleanliness. On days when they were pressed for time, they would enlist the services of a cleaning company, ensuring the space remained immaculate. Furthermore, there was nothing scandalous hidden within the walls of the abode. After tossing the key to Yukiko, granting her free access, Lin Yuan retreated to his chamber. The cold had left him feeling unwell, and as soon as he lay upon his bed, slumber overtook him. Yukiko, with her vivacious and somewhat childlike demeanor, was not one to wander aimlessly. Her decision to stay at Lin Yuan's home stemmed from two reasons: her reluctance to tidy up her own space and her concern for Lin Yuan's health. After completing her ablutions, she approached Lin Yuan's door, her worries palpable. She rapped gently on the door, receiving no response, and turned the handle to discover it was unlocked. With the household typically devoid of inhabitants, Lin Yuan had no habit of securing the door. Treading lightly, Yukiko entered and settled on the edge of the bed, her mind drifting to the past. Upon learning of Kudo Shinichi's situation, she had regarded Lin Yuan merely as an ordinary individual who could assist her son. Following the kidnapping incident, a sense of guilt had enveloped her. After all, she had caused Lin Yuan harm. Yet it was through this that she had come to know him. His eyes, filled with loneliness and yearning, instinctively recoiled, his stubborn nature and maturity evoking profound sympathy. It was as if she had genuinely come to see him as her own child. Adjusting the thin blanket, she felt a pang of concern. The weather had been erratic, often plunging into sudden chills, and it was no wonder he had caught a cold under such scant covering. She rummaged through the cabinets in the room, finding no blankets. Only a few thin garments, old yet clean. The sole new item was the Lolita dress she had purchased recently, a mischievous grin creeping onto her face. "Mom, this isn't quite right, is it?" No worries, there's nothing to fret about." Meanwhile, in a certain biological research institute, Jin sat before two files, his expression dark and foreboding. The documents bore the names Kudo Shinichi and Lin Yuan. Vodka, standing nearby, cautiously stepped back, having never before witnessed his elder brother display such a countenance. Even as Jin's loyal subordinate, he dared not provoke his ire. Jin crumpled Lin Yuan's file in his hand, his demeanor tense. The results brought back by Shiho after investigating Kudo Shinichi indicated that his death could not be confirmed. The organization maintained stringent regulations regarding the use of a TX-4869, despite Shiho's vehement objections to utilizing human subjects beyond laboratory rats. The organization had long conducted various clandestine experiments on individuals. Some were fully controlled by the organization, retaining complete records, such as Numabuchi Kichiro, while others were targets of assassination or opposition. These individuals were invariably notable figures, easily verifiable upon death. Kudo Shinichi, fitting this criterion perfectly. Yet, the unexpected emergence of Lin Yuan fell outside both categories, prompting Jin's cautious application of a TX-4869. However, the unforeseen circumstance arose. Kudo Shinichi's death remained unverified, rendering Lin Yuan's fate equally uncertain. This lapse in vigilance had introduced an individual beyond the organization's control, an outcome Jin, as their ace, found intolerable. Consequently, he mobilized all available members of the organization to uncover Lin Yuan's identity. Just then, a call from a certain authority figure cautioned him against further inquiries into this person. "Cannot investigate further?" Jin mused as he eyed Kudo Shinichi's file, a peculiar smile unfurling across his face. "Have Shiho return once more tomorrow." The next morning dawned. Lin Yuan stifled a yawn, and just as he contemplated rising from his bed, a sudden chill enveloped him, prompting him to retreat swiftly beneath the covers once more. After a night of rest, his cold had not improved. In fact, it had worsened, despite possessing such formidable recuperative abilities. He pondered why he could not shake off this illness, which seemed to intensify instead. Lin Yuan could not help but reminisce about her previous experience at the library. By the following day, she felt significantly better, and by the third day, she had completely recovered, with only a slight redness and swelling at the site of her injury, which was hardly noticeable. In contrast, her mild cold had taken a turn for the worse. The last time she was afflicted with a cold and fever, it lasted an entire week, and this time, there were no signs of improvement whatsoever. Could it be that she had traded her physical resilience for magical resistance? After resting under the covers for a while, she felt somewhat rejuvenated and resolved to venture out to purchase some cold medicine. It was merely a matter of adjusting after rising, as the weather outside was far from frigid. As Lin Yuan hypnotized himself, he rose from his slumber. Upon sitting up, he suddenly realized that his attire had been altered. "Who are you?" he murmured, approaching the mirror. To his astonishment, he beheld a visage entirely unfamiliar to him. A dress adorned in shades of pink and white cascaded around him, cinched at the chest with a striking red bow. His lips, delicately tinted, bore a coat of lip gloss that rendered him irresistibly charming. "Is this truly me?" Lin Yuan, in disbelief, poked at the mirror, only to discover that the figure within mirrored her every movement. On a nearby table rested a pink cane and a pink beret. She extended her sinful little hand, hesitating for an eternity, yet ultimately refrained from grasping the cane. The thought of donning women's attire felt too shameful. Lin Yuan ultimately refrained from removing her skirt. After all, in comparison to other garments, this particular piece offered significantly more warmth. Certainly, it was merely due to the chill, not an awakening of any peculiar inclinations. After freshening up, she discovered a letter placed upon the table. Xiao Yuan, Mama has gone out for a while. Don't dwell on her absence. Remember, do not take off your clothes. And do not forget to visit Dr. Agasa. He will take you to the hospital. And always think of Mama. Indeed, this bore the hallmark of Yuki's style. Chapter 43. Farewell, Mayano Shiho carelessly tossing it aside. Lin Yuan recognized the numerous advantages of wearing a skirt, such as not having to worry about excessive movements causing discomfort. After lingering on the sofa for an extended period, feeling increasingly dizzy and unwell, Lin Yuan resolved to procure some cold medicine. She casually donned a beret, as a hat could provide an extra bit of warmth, and besides, a quick trip to buy medicine was unlikely to result in encountering anyone familiar. Since she was compelled to venture out, she might as well embrace the experience. As soon as she stepped outside, a gust of cool wind greeted her, and Lin Yuan realized her mistake. Lying on the sofa in a daze was preferable to shivering in the cold, particularly as the wind chilled her lower half. She patted her cheeks to regain her composure and continued forward, though each step made her feel as if the world was spinning around her. As she stumbled ahead in a daze, she unexpectedly collided with someone. Looking up, she saw a woman clad in a white lab coat, flanked by two men in black suits. One of them was somewhat portly with a serious expression, while the other was quite slender and appeared rather amiable. Upon clearly seeing the woman in the white coat, Lin Yuan's hazy mind suddenly sharpened, although it was their first encounter. Her intuition revealed that this was the Mayano Shiho she had long admired. Feeling embarrassed to be dressed as a woman in front of the girl she fancied, Lin Yuan wished to find a crevice to hide in, but she consoled herself internally, reminding that the girl did not know her, and after today, this outfit would be discarded. It was rare for Mayano Shiho to step outside that organization and enjoy a bit of freedom, and her spirits were high at that moment. As for the two men in black, despite having never spoken to them, her previous experiences had allowed her to ascertain their natures. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Having heard that Jin placed considerable trust in them, it seemed he was not particularly discerning in his judgments of character. In a good mood, Mayano Shiho looked down at the little girl she had just bumped into, her heart melting. How adorable. The youthful heart of Mayano Shiho overflowed at the sight. Although she often appeared aloof and distant, she was, after all, an 18-year-old girl naturally drawn to charming things. Oh, it's you, little one. Do you remember your big sister? Mayano Shiho crouched down, finally recognizing the little girl as the one she had encountered previously, the one who had fainted. Despite Lin Yuan's current female attire, which altered her appearance somewhat, she still recognized her. Curiosity piqued in her heart regarding why this girl was dressed so cutely. Miss, do you know me? Upon hearing Mayano Shiho's words, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of curiosity. Could it be that they had met before? Mayano Shiho smiled playfully. The last time I passed by here, I found you collapsed on the roadside from a cold. It was I who saved you. Lin Yuan could not help but reminisce about the experience of his last cold, a hazy memory imbued with a sense of warmth. It was, after all, Xiao Ai who had come to his rescue, which filled his heart with a sweet, yet awkward sensation. Thank you, miss, he exclaimed. No need to thank me. But why have you caught another cold? Have you taken your medicine? Shiho Mayano removed her beret and gently placed her hand upon Lin Yuan's forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. I am on my way to buy some medicine now. A rush of coolness enveloped his forehead, and inexplicably, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming desire to rush into Shiho Mayano's embrace and act like a spoiled child, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. I really don't know what to do with you. Shiho Mayano retrieved a small medicine box she always carried, producing a white pill while affectionately urging, quickly take your cold medicine. After placing the pill in Lin Yuan's mouth, she fetched her portable water bottle, watching him swallow it down before feeling a sense of relief wash over her. These cold medicines were special concoctions developed by Shiho Mayano herself, typically not carried with her. However, before embarking on this mission, she had inexplicably brought them along, perhaps hoping to see that little boy from before once more. To her surprise, fortune had indeed favored her. All right, after taking your medicine, let's hurry home. Running around outside will only worsen your cold. With that, Shiho Mayano lifted Lin Yuan into her arms, unable to resist playfully ruffling his hair. For some reason, she felt an uncontrollable urge to tease him. As he savored the warmth of her embrace, mingled with the faint scent underlying the chemical odor, Lin Yuan felt his once fluttering heart gradually settle. My home is just over there. Could you carry me, miss? Lin Yuan pointed towards Dr. Agasa's residence, which was merely a few steps away, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt an aversion to walking there alone. Little one, you may enter by yourself, but remember to keep today's encounter with your sister a secret. At the entrance of Dr. Agasa's home, Mayano Shiho gently set Lin Yuan down and couldn't resist ruffling his hair a few times. Lin Yuan nodded vigorously. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, uncertain whether it was due to her cold or her shyness. Upon entering Dr. Agasa's residence, Lin Yuan felt as though she could adopt the surname Hu, for she was enveloped in happiness. The duo from the distillery, the Slender One, was about to approach Sherry but was reminded of the last time he was reprimanded by Jin. He turned to his plump companion, a seasoned veteran who had joined the organization years before him. Boss, shouldn't we intervene? The Slender One pointed towards Shiho Mayano, his meaning clear. Do not fret. Simply act as if you have seen nothing, the plump one replied, shaking his head impassively. Boss, why does every mission with you unfold like this? Is there some special technique involved? The Slender One asked, producing a cigarette with an ingratiating expression. What is your monthly salary? The plump one accepted the cigarette, placing it between his lips, and, considering the gesture, decided to impart some wisdom. 40,000 yen. The Slender One was somewhat perplexed, but still dutifully lit the cigarette for the plump one. In our combat unit, the mortality rate exceeds 50%. So do you understand now? The plump one inhaled deeply, exhaling a ring of smoke. Boss, what do you mean? The Slender One shook his head, noticing that the plump one seemed unwilling to elaborate, and promptly retrieved 1,000 yen. With such a low salary, what are you risking your life for? The plump one accepted the cash and added a remark. The Slender One felt as though he had an epiphany, eagerly anticipating further insights from the plump one. Observing the plump one's expression, he reluctantly withdrew another 10,000 yen. The plump one accepted the money, a smile breaking through his otherwise serious demeanor as he continued. For individuals like us, it is crucial to remember, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. If possible, avoid involvement even in matters that do require attention. Only engage when absolutely necessary. Seeing the plump one's expression akin to that of an evaluator, the Slender One attempted to respond. However, upon hearing the Slender One's answer, the plump one sighed and shook his head, saying, just act as if you have seen nothing. Upon hearing these words, the Slender One felt as though he had entered a new realm, experiencing a profound transformation. With the guidance of his elder brother, he believed he could forge a successful path within the organization and soon acquire his own codename. The Slender One envisioned himself confronting Jin, believing that usurping Rum was no longer a mere dream. Chapter 44. Dreams. The plump one shook his head, reflecting on yet another gullible child he had misled, wondering why, after nearly 2 years together, the Slender One still failed to grasp the nuances. It seemed he would soon need to find a new partner. Noticing the plump one's expression, the Slender One felt a sudden jolt of realization. It appeared the boss had some hidden secrets yet to be revealed, prompting him to reluctantly present his last 20,000 yen. The plump one accepted the money, beaming with delight. You must remember, for individuals like us, having a code name signifies that we are under scrutiny by those in power. Moreover, the words of the boss are mere bluster. Take them lightly and do not take them to heart. To earn money, one must emulate my path, working as a security guard during the day, moonlighting as a delivery person after hours, and writing novels at night, tales of Jin, or rather, the escapades of underworld lords. I have heard of a senior in the organization who juggles 5 jobs simultaneously. That is my aspiration. As he spoke of this individual, the plump one's face radiated admiration. Realizing that the plump one had indeed revealed some hidden truths, the Slender One felt a surge of excitement. Just then, Shiho Mayano returned, causing the plump one to immediately discard his cigarette, along with the Slender One's. Boss, what's the matter? The Slender One inquired, full of curiosity. Miss Sherry particularly disliked smoking. The plump one resumed his previously serious demeanor, making it hard to imagine the jovial visage he had just moments before. Boss, don't worry about her. Her status in the organization is inferior to ours, the Slender One replied dismissively. If you wish to remain in my good graces, remember this final lesson. Avoid offending others whenever possible. Even maintaining cordial relations with the doorman is essential. With that, the plump one fell silent. If you thought well of me, why didn't you share this before? Isn't that indicative of a lack of readiness? Lin Yuan did not depart. Instead, he lingered in the yard of Dr. Agasa's residence, watching intently until Shiho Mayano concluded her investigation, bringing an end to his obsessive observation. Love at first sight. This encapsulates the sensation of infatuation. It seemed he had discovered the reason behind his feelings. Perhaps Lin Yuan had been uncertain previously, but now he could assert with unwavering confidence, I adore Shiho Mayano, and no one can alter that. Before long, they would reunite, Ai Haibara. That evening, within a certain biological laboratory in Tokyo, Shiho Mayano conducted her routine experiments with drug A. One of the diminutive white mice captured her attention. She had encountered similar cases before. Ordinarily, she would not have given it much thought, but reflecting on the events of the day at the Kudo household, a bold hypothesis emerged in her mind. Shinichi Kudo had not perished. Rather, he had shrunk, much like those little white mice. Consequently, the individual who had ingested drug A alongside him was likely also diminished in size. Referring to the 2 documents provided by Jin, the child residing at Dr. Agasa's house that she had encountered earlier was very likely the one who had shrunk alongside Shinichi Kudo. Impatiently glancing at the documents, Shiho Miyano compared the photographs with the image etched in her mind, growing increasingly convinced of her theory. "So, your name is Lin Yuan?" she murmured softly, never doubting for a moment whether he was aware of her true identity or if he had approached her with ulterior motives. She felt no malice emanating from him. The thought of him being diminutive stirred an inexplicable blush upon her cheeks. Manipulating the spreadsheet on the computer, she altered the results to confirm death. Meanwhile, Jin scrutinized the list displayed on his computer screen, recalling the warnings from that esteemed individual, filled with skepticism. Could someone of such significance be so easily extinguished? Was there an unexpected incident today? Jin's icy voice resonated as he inquired of the two individuals before him. "Boss." The plump man began to respond, but was quickly intimidated into silence by Jin's chilling gaze. It was a look of distrust. Jin gestured for the thinner one to answer. "Boss, everything is normal. Sherry's actions are under surveillance, and there are no anomalies." The thin man replied with deference, fixated on the prospect of securing additional assignments following his superior's remarks. Jin waved his hand once more, dismissing the two. Observing the serious countenance of the plump man, he felt a significant reduction in his suspicions. Death is quite normal. After all, thus far, no one who had ingested drug A had survived. Among the peripheral members of the organization, Jin held the utmost trust in the plump man. Though he did not know his name, he consistently executed his tasks with perfection and exhibited unwavering loyalty to the organization, never meddling in matters that did not concern him. Compared to vodka, he preferred the company of someone so akin to himself. However, the consistent flawless execution of tasks over such a prolonged period had begun to sow seeds of doubt in Jin's mind regarding the plump man. As the plump man exited the laboratory, years within the organization had taught him whom to greet and cultivate rapport with, and whom to ignore completely. "Sir, I'm off work. See you tomorrow," he warmly addressed the security guard, contemplating whether to resign from the organization soon, as Jin's penetrating gaze troubled him. The security guard nodded silently. The dimly lit guardroom obscured his features, revealing only one eye, which was a prosthetic. That night, Lin Yuan lay in bed. He felt his thoughts exceptionally lucid, contemplating the establishment of a new organization capable of opposing the black organization, aiming for its swift downfall, so he could lead a carefree life with little AI. After a night of slumber, Lin Yuan arose from his bed, instinctively twisting the doorknob to exit, only to discover that the knob had completely come off. He kicked the door in an attempt to force it open, but it remained utterly unyielding. Lin Yuan felt a flicker of curiosity, for with his current strength, he could effortlessly shatter the door without any exertion. A faint sound drifted from behind him, prompting Lin Yuan to turn around, whereupon he beheld a figure cloaked in black robes. Typically, the appearance of a stranger in one's home would incite panic and a desire to call for help. However, Lin Yuan harbored no such thoughts. "Who are you?" he inquired. Lin Yuan felt a sense of curiosity, as there was something familiar about him. "I am you." The figure in the black robe removed his hood, revealing a face that was strikingly identical to Lin Yuan's own. Lin Yuan stood before him, feeling as though he were gazing into a mirror, with consciousness whimsically shifting between the two of them. It felt as if he were reflecting in a rather tasteless mirror. Lin Yuan could not help but express his disdain. Although this figure in the black robe resembled him perfectly, their aura was worlds apart. "Is that so?" The figure paid no heed, donning his hood, and slowly remarked, "Do you not have any questions for me?" "No." Lin Yuan decisively shook his head. "Just as I thought," the figure continued. "It seems you no longer require my company. You have discovered your reason to live. It is time for me to depart." Upon finishing his words, the figure glided towards the door, not walking but floating through the air. "Do you not wish to wait a moment?" Lin Yuan extended his hand. "What? Do you not want us to leave?" The figure paused, seemingly taken aback. "No, the door is broken. You cannot exit." Upon hearing this, the figure faltered slightly, ultimately turning his back and moving towards the door. Instead of opening, it revealed a menacing black portal. "Do not forget, this is the realm of consciousness. A door cannot confine me." As the figure vanished, the door burst open with a loud bang, and sunlight streamed in. In the dimly lit room, Lin Yuan stood at the threshold, completely enveloped in sunlight. Chapter 45. Insights on women's attire. Stretching lazily, Lin Yuan felt as though he had just awoken from a long dream, his current state surprisingly invigorating. He touched his forehead and found no fever. Instinctively, he approached the door and gave it a gentle kick. Wasn't the door broken? The door creaked open, and Lin Yuan scratched his head in confusion. He distinctly remembered the door being damaged yesterday. Could he have been mistaken? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. He had been quite ill yesterday, and it was possible he had experienced a hallucination. "Narumi-chan, you're back." As he stepped outside, he spotted a figure bustling in the kitchen. It was Narumi Seiji, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Freshen up and have breakfast." Narumi's face was filled with a look of grievance. All the complaints that had filled her mind seemed to evaporate upon seeing Lin Yuan. The registration of the company. The publication of the manga, the filming of the tokusatsu series, recruitment of staff, leasing of offices, and negotiation of copyright contracts, Lin Yuan would occasionally present demands, leaving Narumi Seiji feeling as though each minute was worth 10. Her own boss remained blissfully unaware of the burdens, sighing in exhaustion. Fortunately, among the employees was a talented individual named Tsuburaya, which allowed Narumi to breathe a little easier. He, Narumi-chan, one who is capable bears more responsibilities. You'll get used to it. Lin Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed, yet there was no one else available to assist him. Given his current state, he was unable to offer any help and could only trouble Ase Narumi a little more. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Ase Narumi's expression turned even more melancholic. After finishing their morning routines, the two sat at the dining table to have breakfast. By the way, Narumi, could I trouble you to take me to the bank? I wish to withdraw some money to purchase a computer. Lin Yuan cautiously glanced at Ase Narumi, relieved to find no signs of abnormality in her demeanor. With the previous cash now exhausted, Lin Yuan, in his current state, would typically be unable to withdraw funds from the bank. However, this proved advantageous, as he could utilize the computer to search for information. Ase Narumi did not decline the suggestion. Considering her frequent absence from home, Lin Yuan could occupy his time on the computer while also accessing various study materials. By the way, there might soon be some software development on the horizon, and I will require your assistance then. Lin Yuan casually remarked that ever since losing his memory, he had ceased drawing comics. However, his financial plans could not be halted. He decided to first develop the game for acquiring the brewery. After taking a sip of soup, he noted that it was surprisingly delightful. Cough, cough. Cough. Lin Yuan's words nearly caused Ase Narumi to choke on his own blood. After patting his chest and regaining his composure, the expression of resentment on Ase Narumi's face deepened. With the company finally on track and a number of employees recruited, he had managed to steal a moment of leisure. Yet, with just one sentence from Lin Yuan, his workload increased significantly. He was merely an ordinary doctor, unable to bear such heavy pressure. Once he had recovered, Ase Narumi softly remarked, I understand. After their meal, Lin Yuan took the initiative to tidy up the dishes, assuming the responsibility of washing them. After all, a mere tool cannot be exploited indefinitely. By the way, Narumi-ne, why do you still wear women's clothing? While rinsing the dishes, Lin Yuan curiously inquired. Previously, Ase Narumi mentioned a gradual cessation of wearing women's clothing. However, a month has passed without any sign of change, seemingly further entrenched in his feminine attire. He has simply grown accustomed to it. Besides, there is little distinction between men's and women's clothing, Narumi remarked nonchalantly while assisting with the dishes. Sister Narumi, a man should still embody a sense of masculinity. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, striking a pose reminiscent of a mighty warrior. So, shall we exchange insights on women's attire? I happen to have seen you in that lovely little dress. Asahina Narumi turned his head, chuckling softly, suddenly recalling the adorable photograph Yuki had sent him. It was utterly delightful, far better suited to feminine garb than himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must have mistaken me. That was not I. Lin Yuan felt a surge of anxiety, pondering who could have betrayed her. The only individuals who had seen her in women's attire were Xiao Ai, Yukiko, and Conan. Among them, only Conan and Yukiko had the opportunity to take photographs. Excluding Yukiko, who was unfamiliar with Arai Narumi, the only remaining suspect was Conan. Just you wait, Conan. Prepare for a tempestuous revenge. Arai Narumi ceased her teasing of Lin Yuan and hastened her dishwashing. Lin Yuan continued to wash the dishes leisurely, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of revenge against Conan. In Mihua Town, at the Shuriken Bank, the two entered and were greeted by familiar faces, Uncle Mori, Ran, and Conan. Oh, isn't that Conan? What brings you here? Ase Naruhito approached Conan with a friendly greeting. Ah, it's Dr. Naruhito. Conan, having recognized Ase, closed the comic he was reading. It is noteworthy that Ase was the first murderer Conan had ever spared, and to this day, he remained the only one. Although Conan had since come to terms with it, the memory lingered vividly. What are you doing here, little detective? Ase asked, furrowing his brow. I'm accompanying my uncle to deposit the commission fee, Conan explained, pointing towards Uncle Mori at the counter. Well, if it isn't Dr. Naruhito. Ran chimed in joyously as she approached. Oh, Dr. Naruhito, I've heard that you've opened a clinic in Mihua Town. I'm so sorry for not visiting sooner. Uncle Mori's eyes sparkled upon recognizing Ase, and he playfully tousled his hair. Dad, Ran exclaimed, clearly unimpressed by Uncle Mori's infatuation. Ignoring Ran's reproach as usual, Uncle Mori turned to Ase, asking, by the way, Dr. Naruhito, how is it that you are with her? Ase was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing towards Lin Yuan for guidance. Dr. Naruhito just arrived in Mihua Town, and isn't very familiar with the area. She asked me to take her to the bank to withdraw some living expenses, Conan interjected. Lin Yuan casually fabricated an excuse. Upon hearing that Ase Narumi had come to collect living expenses, Uncle Mori, with one hand in his pocket, proudly waved his bank book, declaring, I frequently visit the bank to deposit money, and am quite familiar with their procedures. Do you require any assistance, Dr. Narumi? No, thank you, Detective Mori. I am A.V.I.P. client of the bank and have a dedicated account manager. Ase politely declined the invitation, feeling somewhat awkward. Although he was dressed in women's attire, it did not imply that he was a woman. Uncle Mori felt a pang of embarrassment. He had intended to impress the beautiful figure before him, but was taken aback to discover that she was wealthier than he. Then I shall not disturb you any further. Dr. Narumi. With that, Uncle Mori turned and departed with remarkable decisiveness. His gaze brightened again upon spotting a staff member at the service window. She was a stunning beauty, even more captivating than Ase Narumi. As an esteemed member of LSN, Uncle Mori swiftly approached her. Excuse me, miss. Might I trouble you to exchange this bankbook for a new one? He leaned one arm on the counter, presenting a charming smile to the staff member. I sincerely apologize, sir, but you will need to take a number first, she replied, unfazed by his charm. After politely declining, she glanced at her watch, appearing preoccupied with something. Yamami, what troubles you? Is there something on your mind? You've been checking your watch since earlier, Conan inquired, clearly familiar with the staff member named Yamami. Currently, the service is quite busy. I was merely noting when it would be noon. Perhaps we shall meet again, Yamami said, offering a brief greeting before placing a sign indicating a pause in service and departing from her station. Do you know her? Ran asked, leaning in with curiosity. Yes. Her name is Hirota Yamami. She joined this bank not long ago, and she is usually very kind to everyone. Conan nodded, noting that today's Yamami seemed somewhat different from his previous impressions. Chapter 46. The 1 billion yen heist. Hirota Yamami? That name seems familiar. Where have I heard it before? Lin Yuan tapped his forehead, the name Masami Aoyama evoking a sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall where he had heard it. Ah, she has vanished. That young lady has disappeared. Upon returning after completing his errands, Uncle Mori, upon noticing the absence of Masami Aoyama, exclaimed in surprise. His outburst interrupted Lin Yuan's contemplation. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further and opted to step outside for some fresh air. Conan, observing Uncle Mori's infatuated demeanor, felt a sense of embarrassment and followed him out. As they exited the bank, peculiar noises emanated from the adjacent parking lot, prompting both to rush over. Upon discerning the unfolding events, they quickly concealed themselves behind a vehicle. In the parking lot, a robbery was in progress, with two assailants clad in black, one wielding a shotgun and the other a pistol. Two security guards had already collapsed, while another was struggling to move a money box. What are you doing? At that moment, Uncle Mori and Ran approached after finishing their business, questioning the two robbers. The assailants, hearing the commotion, hastened their actions in a state of panic. Once they had fled in their vehicle, the remaining security guard shouted, "Help! Someone is robbing us!" As the car sped away, Conan promptly instructed Ran to call the police, while he hopped onto his skateboard to pursue the robbers. After Conan's departure, Uncle Mori, relying on his experience, directed, Ran, quickly inform the bank staff. I will check for any injuries. In my opinion, we should first secure that security guard. Lin Yuan obstructed the actions of the two individuals. Uncle Maori, somewhat perplexed, heard Lin Yuan's urgent call. Hurry up. Startled, he instinctively complied with Lin Yuan's command, executing a swift throw. What are you doing? Quickly pursue the robber. The guard, pinned to the ground by Uncle Maori, immediately protested in discontent. As Uncle Maori processed the situation, everything had already transpired, leaving him to look at Lin Yuan inquiringly. Stepping forward, Lin Yuan fixed his piercing gaze upon the guard, causing a flicker of unease within him. Robbery is typically punishable by a term of 3 to 10 years. However, bank robbery is considered the gravest form of theft, potentially resulting in the death penalty. For bank robbers, it is common not to leave any survivors, so consider yourself quite fortunate. Lin Yuan, engrossed in his own scientific exposition, noticed the guard lowering his head in embarrassment. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of encountering two benevolent robbers. With a sudden shift in demeanor, the guard lifted his gaze once more and declared, "Indeed, he is a kind-hearted individual. He would never harm me." However, upon the abrupt realization of his verbal blunder, the guard fell silent. Lin Yuan smiled and continued, "Just now, your plea for help was filled with righteous indignation, yet your demeanor while handling the money seemed rather joyful. Naturally, in the event of a robbery, banks typically close for a few days. It is only natural that you would feel pleased to enjoy a few extra days of rest." Lin Yuan continued to probe, while the guard hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. "Thus, you waited until the robbers had taken the money and departed in their vehicle before seeking help. Of course, it is also plausible that you feared the robbers might return to silence you." The guard appeared to waver, as the individual before him exerted considerable pressure. Lin Yuan sensed that the moment had arrived. The average response time for the police in the island nation is 8 minutes, and for a robbery of this magnitude, it would be even swifter. You likely have around 3 minutes left. Once the police arrive, it can no longer be considered a voluntary surrender. Thus, you have 3 minutes to decide whether to await a death sentence or face elimination by your accomplices. The guard lowered his head, hesitating as if recalling something. and ultimately divulged the details to Detective Maori. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, having just noticed the guard's peculiar behavior. With a slight distraction, the guard revealed his true nature, which only served to confirm one thing: I am indeed a genius. Lin Yuan was toying with her hair, and the sensation was utterly delightful. It felt reminiscent of her mother. Xiao Lan gazed at Lin Yuan, momentarily entranced, as she seemed to catch a glimpse of the shadow of Fei Yingri. I knew it. Uncle Mori also wore a look of realization, having perceived the resemblance of Fei Yingri in Lin Yuan, which instinctively compelled him to heed her words. No. Why would I listen to that woman? Uncle Mori's heart was engulfed in profound confusion. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed the handgun that the robber had dropped on the ground. He discreetly concealed it, for it might prove useful in the future. As for the possibility of being searched by Officer Mumu, who would suspect an elementary school student? While waiting in the parking lot for Officer Mumu to arrive, Uncle Maori explained the situation, and the police immediately began to interrogate the security guard. The guard recounted everything. Unfortunately, he did not recognize the other two accomplices, as they typically communicated through the internet. Lacking further leads, they could only proceed to question other bank staff. In the bank lobby, Hayakawa languidly awaited the arrival of Narumi Ase, feeling utterly bored by the inefficiency of the situation. Meanwhile, Conan, having failed to apprehend the thief, returned to the bank and, upon spotting Hayakawa, promptly inquired, "What is the situation?" Lin Yuan slightly pouted, gesturing towards the side. "That guard is an insider. Officer Magyar is currently interrogating him." Conan felt a jolt of surprise. He had yet to begin his investigation. How could they already ascertain the identity of the robber? He stealthily approached Officer Magyar from behind to eavesdrop. "Miss Hirota, where did you disappear to at such a critical moment?" At that moment, a reprimanding voice from the administrator echoed from the counter. Lin Yuan couldn't help but glance over, only to find Ase Narumi emerging from an unknown direction to assist Yame. "I just asked this young lady to help me with some business." Ase Narumi's explanation startled the administrator. After all, he was a prominent figure in their bank. Offending him could jeopardize his position, prompting him to flatter, "My apologies, Miss Yame. Please continue assisting this young lady." Yame, feeling flustered, lowered her head in apology. Ase Narumi, noticing Yame's anxiety, waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Miss Yame has already completed my business." The administrator, eager to ingratiate himself, attempted to engage, but upon realizing Ase Narumi was ignoring him, he wisely retreated. "Thank you." Yame expressed her gratitude, sitting at her station, her head bowed in contemplation. "Sister Narumi, have you taken a liking to someone?" Lin Yuan, noticing Ase Narumi lost in thought, immediately inquired with curiosity. "Not at all." Ase Narumi promptly denied, only then realizing Lin Yuan had somehow positioned herself beside him. Lin Yuan was not convinced. Squinting at Ase Narumi, "I merely intervened because I witnessed her being bullied," he stated. "Indeed, that is precisely the case." Ase Narumi fabricated a rationale, seemingly to reassure himself, reiterating it emphatically. However, his face bore a slight flush. Lin Yuan refrained from probing further, instead contemplating the possibility of orchestrating a match between them. The tool known as Ase Narumi was quite adeptly utilized. It seemed the opportune moment had arrived to secure him a wife. Conan appeared to be acquainted with someone named Yame. It would be prudent to reach out to Conan when time permitted. Lin Yuan was still contemplating when Takagi rushed out. "We have received a report indicating that a vehicle, presumably used by the assailants for their escape, has been discovered." "What? Where's the vehicle?" In light of the persistent lack of useful leads, Officer Muro's anxiety was palpable, causing his voice to rise. Takagi promptly disclosed the location of the car, prompting Officer Muro and Uncle Mori to hasten to the site of the discovery. Before departing, Officer Muro instructed two officers to escort the guard back to the police headquarters for further questioning. As they brushed past, Lin Yuan couldn't help but glance up at the guard, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Why was he smiling? "Lin Yuan, it is time to leave." Lin Yuan was still lost in thought when Ase Narumi roused him from his reverie. Once Officer Mega left, the other officers on the scene did not restrict anyone's freedom, and those who wished to depart did so. Chapter 47. The Rescue of Mayano Akemi. The two exited the bank, opting not to visit the shopping mall, but rather preparing to return home directly. After encountering such an event today, the desire to shop had completely dissipated. Upon arriving home, the sky had already darkened, and Ase Narumi busied himself in the kitchen while Lin Yuan organized his shopping list. He suddenly realized that there were numerous items he needed to purchase. From clothing to computers, there were over 100 different items. Oh, should he set up a laboratory for Shiho Mayano? The mere thought of Haibara Ai brought a subtle smile to Lin Yuan's lips. Wait, Haibara Ai, Mayano Shiho, Mayano Akemi. Suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to have an epiphany. Hirota Masami is none other than Mayano Akemi. Though he could not recall the specific plot, he remembered that Mayano Akemi would meet her demise in a certain case, which could very well be today. The bank robbery that occurred earlier was likely orchestrated by Mayano Akemi herself. No, I must go save her. Reflecting on the events of the day, Lin Yuan became increasingly convinced of his hypothesis, and as for the individual responsible for Mayano Akemi's death, it was highly probable that they belonged to that organization. It could even be Jin. Lin's initial fear was overshadowed by an exhilarating thrill, having cowered for so long. He felt he had brought shame upon the esteemed predecessors of the Traversers and the Readers. It was time to show some resolve. Currently, the information at his disposal was scant, if not entirely absent. Thus Lin's strategy was to proceed with caution, taking one step at a time. The impending death of Mayano Akemi indicated a potential for injury, necessitating the inclusion of various medical supplies, along with Ase Narumi. Confrontation with members of the organization seemed likely, and given the current circumstances, the odds were not in their favor. They could only compensate for this disparity with superior information and equipment. To prepare for any unforeseen events, it was prudent to carry props for feigned death. As for whether to consume the alcohol to grow larger, Lin recalled Conan's last transformation, where he appeared on the brink of death, and promptly dismissed the notion. After explaining the situation to Ase Narumi, he seemed even more anxious than Lin, promptly darting off to the neighboring clinic. Once preparations were complete, the two reconvened in a vehicle. This car, purchased by Ase Narumi, was essential as he was now the nominal president, requiring a vehicle to uphold appearances. The interior was crammed with an assortment of unidentifiable items. As Ase Narumi was eager to transport the entire clinic if he could, Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat, holding a butterfly-shaped voice changer. This was the version akin to Conan's that she had requested from Dr. Agasa after the bandaged man incident. However, Lin Yuan had found no use for it, thus leaving it abandoned in a corner. Adjusting it to mimic Uncle Mori's voice, she dialed Officer Magyar. Officer Magyar, regarding the case from earlier today, understood. Miss Akemi's address. Got it. Through the conversation, Lin Yuan not only acquired the address of Akemi Mayano, but Officer Magyar also mentioned the matter of the guard who had fled. He had been rescued by an unknown individual while on his way to the restroom. As the vehicle sped toward their destination, Lin Yuan contemplated, based on Officer Magyar's words, that the guard might indeed be affiliated with the organization, explaining the peculiar sensation she had experienced. It was entirely plausible that his surrender was part of a larger scheme. Lin Yuan etched this feeling deeply into his memory. He wished to avoid being at a loss in similar situations in the future. Upon returning home, Akemi Mayano found herself engulfed in confusion. The guard's confession took her by surprise, prompting Jin to arrange an early transaction with her. Sister, I will ensure your freedom, she thought, gazing at the photograph of herself and her sister on the table, her face softening with boundless tenderness. According to their agreement, by handing over the 10 billion yen to Jin, both she and her sister could reclaim their liberty. For her sister's sake, even knowing it was a trap, she would leap into it without hesitation. Steeling herself, Akemi retrieved the handgun concealed in her rental apartment, her expression regaining its resolute determination. Just as she arrived downstairs at her home, a red car revved to life, and Lin Yuan promptly signaled to follow. Bang! The two vehicles collided on the road. Akemi Mayano stepped out of her car, striving to maintain her composure. She still needed to meet Jin and could not afford to waste time. Oh, it's you, Mr. Ase, she exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the person who emerged from the car. It was indeed Narushi Ase, who had come to her aid earlier that day, leaving her with a favorable impression of him. Miss Mayano, how did you discern my true gender? Narushi Ase asked, astonished, as he was currently dressed in women's attire, and no one had yet recognized his true identity in this guise. Akemi smiled gently and replied, Mr. Ase, your demeanor does not deceive. Narushi Ase felt a blush rise to his cheeks as their gazes locked, creating a moment thick with unspoken tension. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Having resolved to perish alongside Jin, how could they be indulging in romantic musings? Clearing his throat twice to interrupt their gaze, Lin Yuan opted to address the matter directly. Mayano Akemi, I am aware of your true identity. He then proceeded to unveil his comprehensive plan. He instructed Mayano Akemi to don a bulletproof vest and carry a plasma bag for a simulated death, leaving the ensuing details to Lin Yuan. Compared to firearms and such, Professor Agasa was more than willing to assist. Trusting in Ase Narumi, Mayano Akemi acquiesced to the plan, as she found herself bereft of alternatives. Lin Yuan watched as Gongye Mingmei entered the vehicle, fervently praying in his heart. The training he underwent as a marksman had imparted to him that a sniper typically targets the abdomen. He could only hope that Genie shared such a habit, for a shot to the head would be catastrophic. No, it cannot be. It mustn't be. Before a desolate warehouse, Mingmei stepped out of the car, the broadcast she had just heard weighing heavily on her mind. The two robbers who had accompanied her in the heist had been silenced, a reflection of the organization's ruthless modus operandi, but it also implied that Genie might have been deceiving her from the very beginning. Recalling Lin Yuan's earlier plan, a bitter taste filled her heart as she removed her bulletproof vest. If Genie had indeed betrayed her, her survival could endanger her sister. I'm sorry, little one. I'm sorry, Narumi-san. She had no intention of fleeing. For that minuscule chance of possibility, she yearned to give it a try, for it had always been her dream. Where are you? Show yourselves. Mingmei shouted into the empty warehouse. You have worked hard, Gongya Mingmei. A chilling voice resonated, and as she turned, she found Vodka and Genie standing at the entrance. May I pose a question? Why did you kill those two? Mingmei's expression turned grave, her words laced with sorrow. Merely a matter of convenience. It is my customary approach, Genie replied, a smile gracing his lips as if he had accomplished something trivial. Now, you may hand over the money. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan instructed Ase Narumi to park the car, choosing to enter the warehouse alone. Ase Narumi realized he could offer no assistance at this juncture and remained in the vehicle, holding his breath upon catching sight of the two ominous figures. Though he did not recognize Genie and Vodka, he could sense the palpable aura of danger that surrounded them. Lin Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, waiting until the sound of a gunshot signaled the opportune moment for him to emerge from the darkness. Chapter 48. Akemi severely wounded. Upon seeing Akemi Mayano lying on the ground, blood seeping from her abdomen, Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief. His plan had unfolded without a hitch. Now, it was time to confront Jin. What a truly shocking scene it was. In broad daylight, two men dared to commit such an atrocity against a vulnerable woman. Lin Yuan spoke with a leisurely demeanor. At this moment, he was concealed beneath a black robe, his voice altered to sound aged, resembling a stooped old man. Qin Jiao furrowed his brows, his gaze sharpening instinctively. Prior to the arrival of Gongya Mingmei, he had already ensured that no one else was in the vicinity. Thus, the individual now present was likely an accomplice sought by Gongya Mingmei. Who are you? Qin Jiao inquired, raising his handgun, surprised that this Navi woman would seek assistance. Mr. He Zhejian is indeed quite the gracious host. Beneath the dark cloak, Lin Yuan remarked with a hint of amusement, fully aware of Qin Jiao's true identity. This knowledge was his trump card, and it was imperative to employ it now. The words of Lin Yuan resonated like thunder, and Jin made a concerted effort to maintain an air of composure. However, the slight tremor in his arm betrayed the turmoil within. Who exactly are you? Jin's icy demeanor dissipated, his voice rising significantly as his fingers rested firmly on the trigger. You may refer to me as the silver nuclear bomb that will obliterate the organization. Is that so? Then let us see if you can survive this. Jin moved with remarkable speed, firing 4 shots in rapid succession, the bullets piercing the dark cloak. Lin Yuan was taken aback, utterly surprised by the decisiveness of Qin Jiao. Instinctively, she attempted to evade the bullets, but their velocity was too swift. 1 shot went astray, while 2 struck her chest. Fortunately, she was clad in a bulletproof vest. However, another bullet impacted her thigh, which was now bleeding profusely. Lin Yuan understood that he must not reveal the slightest hint of abnormality. He immediately retaliated by firing his weapon. The gun was acquired at the scene of the bank robbery, and now it proved to be quite useful. He discharged 5 or 6 rounds in quick succession, all of which were narrowly evaded by Jin with an uncanny posture, save for 1 bullet that grazed Jin's arm, leaving a trail of crimson. Jin's prowess surpassed that of Ran Muri. In Lin Yuan's heart, a sudden exclamation arose. He had trained in karate alongside Mao Lilan, aware that she could evade bullets, though it required immense concentration. However, Jin's movements appeared remarkably effortless. At this moment, Jin himself struggled to maintain his composure. The sound of bullets piercing flesh was one he had encountered countless times, leaving no room for error. Even he would be significantly affected by a gunshot. Yet the figure clad in black before him exhibited no sign of reaction whatsoever. Was it a matter of exchanging life for injury? Jin found himself wavering. Although the black-clad individual was inferior in strength, their marksmanship surpassed his own. To forcefully eliminate the black figure would likely result in severe injury to himself. And should there be others lurking in the shadows, his capabilities would not suffice to ensure his escape. Observing Jin's inaction, Lin Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Having underestimated Jin's combat prowess, would he perish? Lin Yuan's mind raced with thoughts, and suddenly he recalled the organization's formidable leader. Perhaps he could intimidate Jin. It seems that Karasuma Rinya is doing quite well, having nurtured a subordinate of your caliber. The voice of Hayakawa was tinged with urgency, as the wound on his leg became increasingly unbearable. However, Jinai failed to perceive this urgency, for he was captivated by the name of that esteemed individual, a name shrouded in taboo. If it were merely his own name, a discerning mind could uncover it with some investigation. Yet, the name of that individual was known to only a select few within the organization. Retreat. Jinai cast a glance at the fallen Akemi Mayano, resolutely departing with Vodka. He was aware of the location where the 10 billion yen was concealed, and it was clear that Akemi Mayano's loss of blood left her with no chance of survival. As they left, Hayakawa hesitated to act immediately, fearing Jinai might return. After a brief moment, he finally shed his black cloak, 2 bulletproof vests, and the heavy helmet. Sister Akemi, it's time to rise. However, even after removing the vests, Mayano remained unresponsive, prompting Hayakawa to sense something amiss. He rushed to her side. Sister Akemi. The overwhelming scent of blood filled the air, instilling a sense of dread within him. As he helped Akemi Mayano to her feet, he realized that she was not wearing a bulletproof vest at all. Sister Narumi, please come quickly. Lin Yuan shouted outside, feeling somewhat at a loss. Sister Akemi, Why aren't you wearing a bulletproof vest? Mayano Akemi opened her mouth, but weakly could not utter a word, only faintly managing to whisper the words "I'm sorry." Lying on the ground, she gazed at the sky, her consciousness beginning to fade. Before coming here, she had already resigned herself to the thought of death, yet in the end, she could not save her sister. Shihoko, I'm sorry. Your sister is useless. If there is a next life, please do not choose me as your sister again. Remember to find someone who can protect you. Mayano Akemi reached out her hand, yearning to grasp something, but found herself powerless and eventually closed her eyes. After briefly stopping the bleeding, Ase Narumi carried Akemi toward the car. Inside, Akemi remained unconscious, though her previously anguished expression had softened somewhat. Sister Narumi, can you perform surgery on her? Lin Yuan inquired. Noticing Akemi's condition had slightly improved. If we take her directly to the hospital, they will report the gunshot wound. Ase Narumi shook her head, then nodded. With her capabilities, she could certainly perform the surgery, yet she was concerned about potential complications. Moreover, considering the circumstances of the day, if they indeed took her to the hospital, it was likely that Lin Yuan would only be able to visit her in prison afterward. The car sped toward Lin Hospital. Previously, Lin Yuan had extravagantly instructed Narumi to procure various medical instruments, and now the facility was fully equipped to meet the surgical requirements. The roads of Mihanacho were remarkably smooth, devoid of any bumps. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Ase Narumi rushed Akemi to the operating room while Lin Yuan rested on the sofa. After the tension had eased, Lin Yuan felt utterly drained, finding even the slightest movement of her fingers difficult. The bloodstains on her legs had dried, yet the wound continued to bleed. After the surgery, Akemi lay on the bed, and Narumi was uncertain when she would awaken. She had done her utmost. Even if they had brought her to the hospital, they could have only achieved this much. Attempting to convey this news to Lin Yuan, she discovered Lin Yuan had fainted on the sofa, her leg wound quite conspicuous. After performing yet another surgery, Ase Narumi let out a deep sigh. The following noon, Lin Yuan awoke in the hospital bed, her body still exceedingly weak, indicating that the injuries from the previous day were severe and that her formidable recovery abilities would require time. Taking a glance around, she noticed a man seated by Akemi's bedside. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as Ase Narumi, now donned in male attire. There was a certain resemblance in his features, yet his elegance from when he was dressed as a woman was absent, making her feel somewhat unaccustomed. It seemed she would have to refer to him as brother-in-law from now on. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, wishing he could play matchmaker for the two. As for Akai Shuichi, Lin Yuan had always regarded him as a scoundrel who, in the name of undercover work, abandoned his former girlfriend to deceive another woman. He justified his actions with the pretext of not being able to love two women simultaneously. If Mingmei truly intended to be with Akai Shuichi, Lin Yuan might very well intervene. Ahem. Lin Yuan coughed softly, interrupting Cheng Shi's heartfelt gaze. Cheng Shi, is Mingmei all right? Cheng Shi shook his head. A look of concern etched on his face. Mingmei's situation is rather delicate at the moment. There are no signs of deterioration, but neither is there any indication of improvement. Lin Yuan propped herself up and walked to Mingmei's bedside. The pallor that once marked her face had begun to fade, revealing a hint of color. What should we do now, Narumi? Should we take her to the hospital? Lin Yuan asked, her anxiety palpable as she noted Mingmei's lack of response. We can observe her for a couple of days. If there are no signs of improvement, we will have no choice but to seek hospital care, Narumi replied, his tone laden with helplessness, suggesting he felt equally powerless. Will she recover? Lin Yuan murmured to herself, then recalled her extraordinary regenerative ability and immediately inquired, Nari, do you remember my healing power? Is it possible for me to donate my blood to Mingmei? Could it provide some assistance? Chapter 49. At last, I have found you. Perhaps it can. You both share the AB blood type. Nari's eyes brightened, as he had always been perplexed by Lin Yuan's recovery capabilities. Perhaps it was indeed worth a try. However, upon turning to face Lin Yuan's pallid complexion, he shook his head again, saying, but you have already lost too much blood. Drawing more at this moment would be exceedingly perilous. Lin Yuan rubbed his face, attempting to appear more composed. It's fine. I feel quite energetic now. Observing Lin Yuan's stubborn demeanor, Ase Narumi found it difficult to refuse. All right. But you must follow my instructions from now on. If you feel any discomfort, you must speak up. Ultimately, Ase Narumi remained concerned and only extracted a small vial of blood. As Lin Yuan watched the crimson liquid being drawn away, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt as if his heart might cease to beat. After administering a blood transfusion to Mingmei, there were no immediate abnormalities apparent, allowing Narumi to remain at the clinic while Lin Yuan retreated to his room to rest. After indulging in a hearty meal at noon, Lin Yuan felt somewhat revitalized, shedding the sensation of impending doom. Another night passed, and Lin Yuan was uncertain how long he had slept before his strength began to return. Glancing around, he noticed that Ase Narumi was absent, likely still occupied in the adjacent clinic. Outside, a gentle rain pattered down as Lin Yuan ventured into the wetness, finding Narumi asleep beside the hospital bed. Treading lightly, he approached to assess the situation, but as he drew near, Narumi was startled awake. How is Sister Mingmei now? Lin Yuan inquired anxiously upon seeing Narumi's eyes flutter open. Her condition has improved somewhat, but it is still difficult to ascertain when she will awaken, Narumi replied. Rubbing his eyes, a look of joy mingling with fatigue on his face. Having responsibilities awaiting him at the office, Narumi washed his face before departing. As dusk fell and the rain intensified, Lin Yuan sat before the hospital bed, lost in thought while gazing at Mingmei. A wave of guilt washed over him. Lamenting his failure to investigate further, yet he also felt a sense of relief. Had anything untoward happened to Mingmei, he could hardly fathom confronting Xiao Ai. At a certain research institute in Tokyo, Jin did not conceal Mingmei's demise, convinced that under such circumstances, her survival was implausible. Upon learning this, Mayano Shiho not only halted her drug research but persistently inquired with the organization, which subsequently confined her to her room. She retrieved a few meager possessions from her pocket, a half-eaten chocolate bar and a single A drug, her entire belongings. Contemplating suicide by ingesting the A drug, she instead shrank in size and managed to escape from a refuse area. Where am I to go now? The rain dripped down upon her, and the death of her sister emboldened her to contemplate ending her own life, yet fate seemed to mock her cruelly. She was unaware of where in this world she might find refuge. Thoughts of Kudo, Shinichi, and Lin Yuan surfaced, two who, like her, had undergone a transformation. Perhaps they represented her sole glimmer of hope. No, I cannot burden him, Mayano murmured to herself, recalling that individual she had encountered only twice. Her grip tightening around her meager possessions, the last remnants of her existence. After attending to his corporate obligations, Ase Narumi hurried back to the clinic, finding solace in the fact that Mingmei exhibited no alarming signs. Boss, why do you look so pale? You should return to rest. I can manage things here. Observing Lin Yuan's ashen complexion, Narumi felt a surge of concern. Lin Yuan appeared weak and in need of ample rest. Boss. Noticing Lin Yuan's lack of response, Narumi cautiously shook him. What's wrong? As Lin Yuan felt someone calling out to him, he raised his gaze, remaining silent, his expression vacant, before rising and stepping outside. The rain fell heavier, the night deepening. Why do I feel such heartache? Pausing at the doorway, Lin Yuan stood still, allowing the rain to drench him. He sensed something of profound significance slipping away from him, and only when the icy droplets struck his skin did this feeling begin to fade. Standing there for what felt like an eternity, his clothes soaked through, he resisted the urge to return home. An instinct whispering that doing so would lead to a lifetime of regret. Guided by this feeling, Lin Yuan wandered aimlessly through the rain. What am I truly searching for? His voice quavered. He was uncertain of his quest, yet he knew he must pursue it. His pace quickened, transforming from a walk into a run. As passers-by began to sidestep him, Lin Yuan gazed down the road ahead, which stretched wide and long, seemingly endless. Exhausted, Lin Yuan collapsed onto the ground. Surrendering to the rain that lashed against his body, his fists clenched tightly, the nails piercing into his palms. Lin Yuan did not linger any longer. With each passing moment, the discomfort intensified. The rain was indeed torrential. Shiho Mayano wandered aimlessly along the embankment of the Iwajima River, the downpour rendering her vision increasingly blurred. She wished to press on, yet her body had reached its limit, and she weakly collapsed onto the ground. So be it. At last, I have found you. Little Ai. Lin Yuan gasped for breath, his gaze fixed upon the distant silhouette, and at last, his anxious heart found solace. Although this was merely their first encounter, he lifted the cold body of Mayano Shiho from the ground. Instinctively, he wished to hold her tighter, only to realize that his own garments were thoroughly soaked as well. Mayano Shiho's delicate visage was adorned with droplets of water. He could only wonder how long she had lingered in the rain. Lin Yuan, filled with compassion, yearned to wipe her face dry, yet with every attempt, the moisture seemed to multiply. Lin Yuan wished to shield her from the rain, only to realize the futility of his efforts. It was already late at night, and hailing a cab proved impossible. Consequently, he could only hold the girl in his arms and sprint towards the clinic with utmost urgency. Fortunately, the downpour had lessened somewhat. Lin Yuan bent his body as much as possible, holding her tighter to minimize her exposure to the rain. Quickly, take a look at her, he exclaimed, panting heavily as he entered the clinic. Xiao Ai had been drenched for such a prolonged period that she was at a significant risk of catching a cold. Upon turning to see Lin Yuan's state, Asahi Narumi was taken aback. This was the first time Lin Yuan exhibited such a flustered demeanor. Gazing at Lin Yuan, she then noticed he was cradling a little girl, curled up like a tiny kitten, dressed in ill-fitting garments, utterly soaked. Although she was curious about the girl's identity, now was not the moment for inquiries. With her clothes in such a state, illness was a stark possibility. After a brief examination, Narumi shook her head, reassuringly stating, "She is fine for now, merely a bit weak and running a slight fever. A dose of cold medicine and some rest should suffice." Hearing that Xiao Ai was not in grave danger, Lin Yuan let out a profound sigh of relief. However, he began to grapple with the dilemma of whether to change Xiao Ai's clothes. Not only were her garments soaked, but her hair and body were also drenched. Observing the worry etched on Lin Yuan's face, Narumi smiled knowingly. "Little boss, you should quickly help her dry off and change into something clean. Otherwise, her cold may worsen." Aware of Lin Yuan's true identity, Narumi surmised that the girl he had brought back must be of considerable significance, and as a man, he felt it inappropriate to assist. Furthermore, witnessing Lin Yuan's protective demeanor, Narumi could already anticipate the consequences of her involvement. Lin Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment. Realizing that this was not the moment for hesitation. "I shall take my leave first," she declared, as she cradled Ai and prepared to depart. She was halted by Ai Narumi. "Here's some cold medicine and antiseptic. Remember to administer the medication to her, and also, please attend to her wounds," Narumi instructed, gesturing towards Ai's delicate feet. The exquisite feet were bare, having traversed for quite some time without shoes, revealing several conspicuous injuries. Blushing, Hayakawa nodded slightly, accepted the cold medicine and disinfectant, and fled the scene. As she departed, Ai Narumi chuckled at her hasty movements, which appeared quite comical. Chapter 50, The Everyday Interactions. Upon returning home, Hayakawa retrieved a bath towel to dry off Shiho, and took her clothes to the dryer. At this moment, Lin Yuan harbored no wicked thoughts. After cleansing his body, he retrieved a hairdryer to gently dry Ai's chestnut locks, which gradually became soft and manageable. Wrapped in a towel, Ai resembled a delicate porcelain doll, albeit with a somewhat pallid complexion. He administered cold medicine and offered her some warm water, which the unconscious Ai instinctively swallowed. Observing her breathing grow steadier and a hint of color returning to her cheeks, Lin Yuan finally felt a profound sense of relief. Next, his gaze fell upon Ai's dainty feet, which were pristine and devoid of any unpleasant odor, resembling a work of art. However, the soles were grimy, marred by traces of blood. Lin Yuan fetched a basin of warm water, dampening a towel and carefully avoiding her wounds as he began to clean. The soles were so filthy that distinguishing the injuries proved difficult. Lin Yuan's heart ached for her, uncertain of how long Ai had been on her feet. Despite his efforts to be gentle, he inevitably brushed against her wounds, causing her to furrow her charming brows each time. After finally cleansing her feet, the basin of warm water had turned a deep shade of black. Gazing at her wounded soles, Lin Yuan's heart ached profoundly. He produced antiseptic and meticulously applied it to her injuries with a cotton swab. Each movement elicited a pained expression from Ai as she grimaced, but Lin Yuan, though reluctant, diligently treated each wound with unwavering care. Once finished, he changed into a fresh outfit and then sat by Ai's bedside. Lost in thought as he watched over her, Lin Yuan felt that there was nothing more blissful in the world than this moment. In the end, he returned Ai to her original attire. Although he had already acknowledged her, he remained unaware of her thoughts, should he be discovered. He would simply claim to have been cleaning her feet, which he believed would not pose much of a problem. The following day, Mayano Shiho opened her eyes and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The room was quite plain, devoid of excessive ornamentation. She recalled fainting by the Suji River, and now found herself here, either rescued by someone or captured by the organization. Due to her cold, her head felt somewhat foggy, leading her to deduce, if she were caught by the organization, she would likely be confined in a dark little room. So perhaps she had been saved by a kind-hearted person? No, given her current appearance, she would likely be taken to the police station. Could it be that she had encountered a twisted individual with a penchant for young girls? Mayano Shiho's previously relaxed demeanor became increasingly tense, as she envisioned her potential grim fate. Rising from the bed, she opened the door and discovered she was not being held captive, which provided her with a modicum of relief. The living room mirrored the bedroom, lacking any decorative elements save for the essential furniture. Mayano Shiho made her way to the kitchen, seeking a weapon to ensure her self-defense. Creaking open, the front door caught her attention, and she turned, hoping to see a woman enter, even if she were a perverse one. Reality, however, dashed her expectations as Ai Narumi stepped inside, having donned male attire since meeting Akemi. "You're awake? How are you feeling? Are you hungry? I'll cook something right away." Ai Narumi greeted her enthusiastically, already informed of her identity by Lin Yuan, as she was his sister-in-law. The more fervently Ai Narumi expressed her warmth, the more guarded Mayano Shiho became, increasingly aligning with her earlier suspicions. "Thank you. But I need to go home now. If I don't return soon, my family will worry." She bowed, her eyes filled with caution. "All right, where do you live? I can take you home," Ai Narumi replied, puzzled, as her only family member lay unconscious next door. Recalling Lin Yuan's prior instruction to keep things under wraps, Narumi decided to proceed with caution. Seeing Ai Narumi's willingness to let her leave momentarily stunned Mayano Shiho. Perhaps she had misjudged her. Simultaneously, her resolve to depart solidified, as she wished not to involve this kind-hearted person in her troubles. The address she provided led directly to the Kudo residence. A minute later, at the Kudo household, Mayano Shiho stood awkwardly at the door, surprised to find that the person who had rescued her lived directly across from Kudo Shinichi. Clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, she rang the doorbell repeatedly, yet no one responded. "Well, this is even more awkward. There can't be anyone inside. Kudo Shinichi is transformed into Conan and is currently at Muri's place. They must have left. You should head back. I'll wait for them here," Mayano Shiho insisted. Feeling the pressure of embarrassment, based on her previous investigation and the circumstances surrounding her, she was convinced that Kudo Shinichi had not perished but had reverted to childhood. Although she did not wish to involve Lin Yuan, she could implicate Kudo Shinichi, never anticipating that he had ceased residing there. Ai Narumi showed no intention of leaving. "Little one, why not wait at my house? Mayano Shiho felt momentarily lost. She truly had no other place to go. The Aga doctor's house was nearby. Did she really have to seek out Lin Yuan? Shaking her head, Mayano Shiho resolved to return with Narumi, intending to contact Kudo Shinichi before departing. Just as they were about to leave, Aga doctor emerged, curious about the sounds outside. There's no one here? He wondered, scratching his head, questioning if he had misheard. All right, you've just recovered. Take some time to rest. Back at home, Ase Narumi smiled and pointed toward the kitchen. I'll prepare dinner and introduce you to a new friend shortly. Seated on the sofa, Mayano Shiho regained her composure, still clad in ill-fitting clothing. Did he not feel curious? Reflecting on her peculiar situation, any normal person would likely have questions, at the very least offering her a change of attire. Thank goodness she had not been dressed differently. With this thought, Mayano Shiho felt relieved. Although she was now in a child's body, it did not imply that other men should see her. Adjusting her ill-fitting clothing, she suddenly noticed something unusual. After her body shrank, not only did her clothes become oversized, but her undergarments were also a tad loose. Yet now, Mayano Shiho's face flushed crimson as she called toward the kitchen. Did you change my clothes while I was unconscious? Ase Narumi shook his head, continuing his tasks. I'm not sure. Another person took care of you. Ase Narumi's words acted as a soothing balm to Mayano Shiho. The other person must have been his girlfriend, thus preserving her own innocence. Creaking open once more, the door revealed Lin Yuan, and upon seeing him, Mayano Shiho felt a rush of warmth. This was their third encounter. And although she wished not to burden him, fate had conspired to bring them together once more, filling her heart with an inexplicable sweetness. After the initial sweetness faded, the thought of Lin Yuan potentially having removed her clothing ignited her anger, yet within, she felt no aversion. You're awake. I bought you some clothes. I wasn't sure what style you'd like, so I picked out a few random pieces. Seeing Xiao Ai seated on the sofa, Lin Yuan approached, cheerfully raising the shopping bag in his hand. Lin Yuan was still unaware that Xiao Ai had deduced his true identity. He wished to conceal his secret for as long as possible, uncertain of how to address the matter concerning Mei, and could only wait for Mei to awaken before revealing everything. Chapter 51. Lin Tang's original flavor sherry juice suppressing the anger within her. Mayano Shiho took several shopping bags filled with clothing, which upon cursory inspection, appeared to contain over a dozen outfits. For reasons unknown, her initial fury transformed into a sense of bashfulness upon seeing the garments, as she spotted several pieces of lingerie among them. Blushing, she gathered the items and retreated into her room, feeling uncomfortable in her current attire and desiring a change. Once inside her room, Mayano Shiho secured the door and began to examine the clothes one by one. The assortment was diverse and aligned well with her aesthetic, save for the pink items. She tried on each piece, all of which fit her perfectly, and the lingerie was just the right size. At that moment, Mayano Shiho became even more convinced of her earlier conjectures. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa with a face full of anticipation, gazing toward the door. Wondering what attire Xiao Ai would don, each piece of clothing had been meticulously selected by him. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. After a full 30 minutes, Mayano Shiho finally opened the door. She wore a pink long-sleeve jacket with a purple lining, complemented by a khaki long skirt. How adorable! Lin Yuan was momentarily captivated. Observing his expression, Mayano Shiho proudly lifted her chin, realizing her allure over him was quite significant. By the way, are there any shoes? The slippers do not complement this outfit. Mayano Shiho weighed the slippers on her feet, feeling a twinge of frustration. Lin Yuan had purchased numerous garments, yet failed to acquire any shoes. This simply wouldn't do. Lin Yuan shook his head and pointed to Shiho Mayano's foot, saying, your foot was just injured. You cannot wear shoes yet. Upon hearing this, Shiho moved her foot and indeed felt a twinge of pain. She recalled the time she escaped from the organization when her body had shrunk, rendering her unable to fit into adult shoes, so she had walked barefoot. It must have been then that she had sustained the injury. Sitting on the sofa, she glanced at the soles of her feet and noticed several wounds, which had nearly healed. Instinctively, she lifted her foot, declaring, it's already healed. Hurry and find me a pair of shoes. However, Shiho soon realized that her gesture was somewhat unrefined. How could a young lady so casually display her foot to another, just as she intended to retract her foot? She felt Lin Yuan grasp her ankle. With such a serious injury, do not be stubborn. Otherwise, the one who suffers will be me. No, it will be you. Lin Yuan pointed at the wounds, her face filled with sorrow. Shiho Mayano blushed, nodding her adorable little head. Could you please release my foot? Lin Yuan also recognized that his actions were inappropriate, yet they were beyond his control. He released his hand and said, it's nothing, at worst. I can let you touch my feet in return. As he spoke, he lifted his foot, prompting a look of disdain to wash over the previously bashful face of Gonye Zhihui, who retreated several steps, with her feet liberated. Gonye Zhihui felt her aloof demeanor slipping away, and in a haughty tone, she declared, these are my own feet. I shall decide for myself, and I will wear shoes. No way. Lin Yuan wore an expression that brooked no refusal, declaring with authority, at the very least, you must wait until tomorrow to wear your shoes. While other matters could be negotiated, he would be deeply pained if any harm were to befall the body. The imposing presence of Hayakawa instilled a sense of security in Mayano Shiho, as if she were under the protection of another. Soon, however, Mayano Shiho regained her composure. She was unaccustomed to revealing her vulnerable side. By the way, did you remove my clothes last night? Mayano Shiho inquired about the events of the previous evening, uncertain and contemplating granting Hayakawa one final opportunity. Her words startled Hayakawa, who replied, "No, I did not. I merely wiped your feet. Yes, just your feet. Nothing of significance." Shiho Mayano did not believe Lin Yuan's words. Her gaze wandered, and her speech faltered, all indicative of deceit. Moreover, the state of her undergarments only fueled her frustration. Enraged, she exclaimed, You are bullying me." Suddenly, tears streamed down her face as she covered her eyes with her hands, her head lowered. Yet, beneath her hands, there were no tears. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled into a sly smile. To her, Lin Yuan remained oblivious to her diminished form. Although she wished not to burden him, fate had conspired to bring her here. She resolved to confess everything, but first, she intended to instill a little fear into Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt a sudden sense of unease and approached to offer comfort. However, upon getting closer, he noticed the playful smirk at the corner of her lips. "Ah, you little rascal, attempting to ensnare me," originally intending to console her. Lin Yuan turned and settled onto the sofa, observing Xiao Ai feigning tears. Surprisingly, she appeared rather endearing. Mayano Shiho, sensing Lin Yuan's proximity, felt her heart race even faster. After a prolonged silence without any action, a small gap formed between her fingers, allowing her to catch a glimpse of Lin Yuan gazing at her with a foolish grin. Her cheeks flushed, and after adjusting her mindset, she resolved to proceed with her plan to intimidate, a TX-4869. "Do you know what this is?" "It's the name of the medication you've been taking." Mayano Shiho turned away, fearing that facing Lin Yuan might reveal something amiss. "I know." Lin Yuan nodded slightly and continued, "I am aware that you are affiliated with that organization." "No, how could you possibly know my identity?" Mayano Shiho turned around, incredulously questioning him. Had she not perused Lin Yuan's dossier, she might have even doubted his allegiance to the organization. "Haven't we encountered each other twice before? If my deductions are correct, it is the organization that has dispatched you to ascertain whether Kudo Shinichi is indeed deceased. You appear to be in a state similar to mine, having ingested that particular drug." Lin Yuan recollected briefly before articulating his thoughts. This was a narrative he had previously crafted. Aside from matters concerning Mingmei, the implications of the other topics were negligible. "Are you not afraid that I might silence you permanently?" Mayano Shiho displayed a terrifying expression, as if to convey, "I, Mayano Shiho, am formidable." It certainly exuded an air of organization. "No, you have saved me twice, haven't you? I owe you 2 lives. If you truly intend to eliminate me, consider it a means of settling my debt." When Hayakawa spoke these words, her expression was imbued with sincerity. Gazing at the boy before her, whose face radiated trust, a peculiar sensation stirred within Shiho Mayano's heart. "Very well, I shall forgive you this time." Turning away, with the corners of her eyes slightly reddened, she resolved to abandon her plan to tease him. She did not wish for this boy to feel fear. "Hurry and wash up. You haven't had breakfast." "Are you not hungry?" At that moment, Narumi Asakai emerged from the kitchen. Having observed the atmosphere in the living room, he had endeavored to keep his voice low. Now, sensing the slight awkwardness, he stepped in to ease the tension. During lunchtime, the 3 exchanged introductions, and after the meal, their relationship deepened. Hayakawa remained silent about Akemi, fearing that revealing the matter might lead to unforeseen complications. These possibilities flickered through his mind, and he feared he might not be able to bear the outcomes. "Little Shiho, come and try the drink I made to accompany the meal." After they finished eating, Hayakawa brought out a cup of beverage from the kitchen and placed it before Shiho Mayano. She took a sip. It was exceedingly sour and filled with bubbles. Stifling the urge to spit it out, Shiho forced herself to drink down the concoction. "How is it?" Lin Yuan inquired eagerly. Shiho Mayano licked her rosy lips, feeling a touch of nausea. Meeting Lin Yuan's expectant gaze, she replied with a hint of pride, "It's all right." "What is the name of this beverage?" Lin Yuan exclaimed with excitement. "Zero sugar, original pear juice. If it tastes good, I will make it for you every day." Shiho Mayano, somewhat perplexed, thought to herself, "Isn't it just pear juice? Why such an odd name? Moreover, it tastes rather unpleasant." Although she silently criticized it in her mind, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Lin Yuan blinked. "I don't care. Let's call it Lin Tang's original flavor sherry juice." Then, with a proud expression, she declared, "Don't you think this name sounds particularly delightful?" Gongye Zhihui, with a resigned nod, replied, "Indeed, that name is quite charming." Meanwhile, Ase Narumi stood silently, his face devoid of expression, internally shouting, "I'm already full. I don't want to consume any more dog food." After lunch, Gongye Zhihui insisted on washing the dishes, and Lin Yuan followed suit. In the kitchen, there were 2 small stools, one for Zhihui and one for Lin Yuan. Little Zhihui asked, "Am I washing them clean enough?" Lin Yuan held a plate aloft, exhibiting it with the exuberance of a child. Shiho Mayano, however, paid her no heed, as she realized that Lin Yuan, who claimed to be assisting, was merely creating a ruckus and disrupting her dishwashing progress. Noticing that Shiho was ignoring her, Lin Yuan playfully smeared a bit of dish soap across her own hand and then swiped it across Shiho's face. Upon feeling the foam on her cheek, Shiho could not resist retaliating, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Naruase, who had initially intended to lend a hand, discreetly withdrew upon hearing the laughter emanating from the kitchen. Chapter 52. Shopping. After finishing the dishes, Lin Yuan needed to make a trip to the shopping plaza. She had spent the morning purchasing clothes for little Ai, neglecting her own shopping list entirely. The destination remained Maruden Department Store. Having frequented it often, Lin Yuan found that the shopkeepers no longer hesitated when she sought to buy more expensive items. At the entrance of Maruden, two figures lingered, one of whom appeared somewhat bashful. "Little Shiho, didn't I say I could manage alone?" Lin Yuan remarked, observing Mayano's shy demeanor. She had previously advised Shiho against coming along, concerned for her foot injury, yet ultimately succumbed to her stubbornness. "It's not my fault. You wouldn't let me wear shoes, and I'm perfectly fine now." To prove her recovery, Shiho took a couple of steps, her pace slow due to the slippers she wore. Earlier at home, regardless of Shiho's insistence, Lin Yuan had maintained an expression of disbelief. "I'm also wearing slippers, so it doesn't matter. No one will pay us any mind." Lin Yuan tapped his oversized slippers, which he wore without a hint of concern. The household possessed only a pair of children's slippers, currently adorning the feet of Xiao Ai. As the two of them strolled, both clad in formal attire yet donning slippers, they appeared somewhat incongruous. Passers-by often murmured about them, though their comments did not pertain to fashion. "Darling, shall we have a pair of twins like that?" The girl inquired eagerly of the boy beside her. The young man, however, wore a troubled expression. The soaring cost of living made the prospect of raising two children seem daunting. Such conversations echoed among various couples in the throng. Among the crowd, Gongye Shiho maintained a facade of composure, yet internally, she was rife with anxiety. Having been raised within an organization, she had always conducted herself discreetly. Sensing the slight tremor in Shiho's frame, Lin Yuan stepped closer and took her hand. "Though I could not be by your side before, I shall be with you from now on." Feeling the warmth of his palm, Gongye Shiho did not withdraw. Their eyes met, and they shared a smile, as if they were the only two souls in the universe. As they wandered through the mall, Shiho fully embraced her femininity, oblivious to fatigue. Contemplating her future residence at Lin Yuan's home, she yearned to decorate her room with him, which was a primary reason for her insistence on accompanying him. Upon reaching the clothing section, Lin Yuan could not resist selecting a dozen outfits for Shiho, to which she offered no objections. Aside from the matters concerning the time travel and Akemi, Lin Yuan has concealed nothing else. Mayano Shiho is well aware that Lin Yuan is not lacking in financial resources. "At worst, once I revert back, I can earn money to repay him, for I am a top-tier chemist." Mayano Shiho reassured herself in her thoughts. Despite this self-affirmation, she opted for more affordable clothing. Shiho selected a dozen outfits for Lin Yuan, all of which he purchased. It has been 2 months, and he has not acquired a single new garment, consistently wearing the old clothes from his childhood, which have become quite worn. It is time for a change. As they passed by a shop, Mayano Shiho suddenly came to a halt. "What is it, Shiho?" Lin Yuan inquired with a hint of curiosity. "It's nothing." After a brief moment, Shiho Mayano smiled slightly, brushed her hair back behind her ear, and continued walking forward. Lin Yuan gazed at the shop, the very establishment where she had previously purchased a music box. At the entrance, a music box was already displayed, showcasing the spinning wheel of fortune. Lin Yuan felt a blend of joy and shyness. He was delighted that Shiho liked the song, yet it was not an original composition of his own. Resolutely, he pledged to strive harder to match her excellence. Meanwhile, Shiho wore a smile, though she did not favor the song, finding its melody rather melancholic. She simply felt that the lyrics resonated with their current circumstances. The shopping list had proven utterly insufficient, as both Lin Yuan and Shiho had recently moved in and found themselves in need of numerous essentials. Having lingered too long at the Maruden department store, night had fallen, and their purchases were abundant, rendering them incapable of carrying everything home. They had no choice but to enlist the assistance of the store staff to deliver their items. The store was more than willing to help, considering them valuable clients, especially since they had paid a substantial delivery fee. After providing the address, the staff cheerfully departed. As the two prepared to head home, Lin Yuan could not resist slowing his pace while passing through the clothing section, glancing back with each step. Shiho, exasperated, shook her head and entered a clothing store, instructing the staff, "Please wrap up these 2 pieces of clothing." She pointed to 2 nightgowns as she spoke. Lin Yuan immediately excitedly went to the checkout. These were 2 sets of brown bear pajamas, identical in all respects except for a few details, one designed for a boy and the other for a girl. It was evident that they were intended for a pair of twins, either brother and sister or siblings alike. After an extensive search in the clothing store, Lin Yuan found no suitable couple's outfits for them. Eventually, he stumbled upon 2 pairs of pajamas. He contemplated for a long while, but hesitated to make the purchase for fear that Shiho would refuse. "These pajamas are perfect for you siblings," the staff exclaimed with a beaming smile as they wrapped up the garments. Shiho Mayano accepted the clothes, tugging at Lin Yuan, who was eager to argue with the staff, and led him away. Given your commendable behavior today, I shall reward you, she mused inwardly, though outwardly she maintained a proud demeanor. Don't expect me to help you carry the clothes. Handing the garments to Lin Yuan, she placed her hands behind her back and skipped ahead. Under the glow of the streetlights, their shadows intertwined. Suddenly, with a sharp gasp, Shiho cried out in pain, having moved too abruptly, although her foot injury had nearly healed. After an entire afternoon of shopping, discomfort had returned. Let me carry you. Lin Yuan squatted before Shiho Mayano, gesturing for her to climb onto his back. After a moment's hesitation, Shiho decided to trust him and did so. You were quite heavy. As he carried Shiho Mayano, Lin Yuan was suddenly reminded of those cheesy love lines. How could that be? Shiho instinctively replied, aware that women often concern themselves with their weight, and she was no exception, especially in front of Lin Yuan. Had she truly gained weight? Reflecting on her recent indulgences, Shiho Mayano had indeed resolved to embark on a weight loss journey. Yet, Lin Yuan's next utterance left her blushing furiously. Because you are my entire world. Lin Yuan's pace was unhurried, each step deliberate and steady. Mayano pressed her face against Lin Yuan's shoulder, her heartbeat quickening significantly. Not receiving a response from Mayano piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity. Could it be that his charming words fell flat? Considering Mayano's scholarly demeanor, it was quite probable she was rather straightforward, leaving him undeterred for future attempts. A sudden thought struck him. Why hadn't they returned in the staff's vehicle? He recalled the staff who had gone ahead to deliver goods. They could have easily taken their car back. A twinge of guilt washed over him. Had he realized this sooner, Mayano could have been resting by now. Did I forget? Mayano pouted, clutching her clothes, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. In truth, she had not forgotten. She simply yearned for more time together with him. Upon returning home, they found that the staff had already delivered their purchases, the items overflowing and cluttering the space. Asahi Narumi was not at home, having gone next door to accompany Akemi after the delivery. Although Akemi's condition had improved, she remained in slumber, a state beyond external influence, relying solely on her own strength to awaken. As for Asahi Narumi, he had delegated most of his company responsibilities to a person named Yuritani, only attending to matters of significant importance himself. Once home, Mayano retreated into her room with her little bare pajamas, emerging not again. Lin Yuan waited for a long time, but ultimately, she was unable to realize her dream of donning matching outfits with Shiho. Disheartened, she retreated to her room. Meanwhile, Mayano Shiho hid in her chamber, and after freshening up, she donned her little bare pajamas and blissfully lay on the bed. This was the most peaceful sleep she had experienced in 18 years. Chapter 53. Unbeknownst to my sorrow, the following morning, Mayano Shiho awoke from her slumber. Instinctively surveying her surroundings, she discovered she was still in that familiar room, which eased the tension in her heart. This lifestyle had always been her aspiration, though it felt within reach. It seemed somewhat unreal. If only her sister were here too. The thought of Mayano Akemi dulled Shiho's eyes. Oh, how I miss you, sister. Upon leaving her room, she encountered Lin Yuan, who greeted her with a yawn. This brought some solace to Shiho. Observing Shiho's demeanor, Lin Yuan recognized that this poignant, melancholic girl was once again lost in her thoughts. But such sentiments could not be altered instantaneously. They required the gentle passage of time for transformation. Little Shiho, hurry up and freshen up. We have tasks to attend to this morning. Lin Yuan pointed to the pile of items beside her, hoping to divert Shiho Mayano's attention. Shiho nodded in acknowledgement. In various corners of the house, small stools had previously been placed for Lin Yuan's convenience. Now, there were two. For breakfast, Lin Yuan prepared ham sandwiches, utilizing the readily available bread, ham, and an array of jams from the refrigerator. Shiho, come and eat, she called out, holding a sandwich as she sat at the table. Shiho was somewhat taken aback. The fact that Lin Yuan, who had once concocted an unpleasant pear juice and struggled with dishwashing, could actually cook was surprising. Curiously, she approached the dining table, gazing at the elegantly arranged ham sandwiches. She picked one up and took a bite. The flavor was decent. Shiho furrowed her brow. While the taste was indeed satisfactory, her usual busy schedule with experiments necessitated sweeter foods for energy, making this unfamiliar flavor a bit difficult to adapt to. Noticing Shiho's frown, Lin Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. Did she truly lack culinary talent? Shiho then walked to the kitchen and prepared a peanut butter and blueberry jam sandwich, bringing it back with a smile. Give this a try. Lin Yuan picked up a piece and took a bite. Don't you think it's a bit too sweet? Both peanut butter and blueberry jam are sweet, creating an overwhelmingly saccharine sensation. Is that so? Shiho also took a bite and realized it was indeed quite sweet. What could be the reason? Undeterred, she took another bite of the ham sandwich, which seemed to be more palatable in comparison. Ultimately, both of them enjoyed the sandwiches made by each other. For Lin Yuan, this was the first time Shiho had cooked for her, and a touch of sweetness only added to the charm. After finishing breakfast, Mayano Shiho took her belongings into her room, insisting that she would only enter once the room was properly arranged. Lin Yuan shook his head and returned to his room, his face brimming with anticipation. Upon seeing the familiar arrangement within, he suddenly recalled the figure in the black cloak from his dreams. shaking off those peculiar thoughts. He methodically disrupted the familiar setup of his room, replacing it with his own belongings. He positioned the bed in the corner, a gesture that instilled a sense of security. The desk was placed beside the bed, allowing for immediate rest after long hours of drawing comics. The wardrobe stood opposite the bed, filled with the garments purchased just yesterday. Lastly, the bookshelf beside the desk remained rather empty, containing only a solitary volume titled Einstein, His Glorious and Troubling Days. After completing the rearrangement, the atmosphere felt entirely transformed, infused with the essence of life, and Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Mayano Shiho extended an invitation for Lin Yuan to visit her room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a subtle fragrance that piqued his curiosity. After all, she hadn't purchased any perfume the previous day. Little Shiho, have you secretly bought perfume? Why is there such a lovely scent? Lin Yuan, displaying a rather straightforward demeanor, inquired. A fragrance? Mayano Shiho furrowed her brow, inhaling the air yet failing to detect any scent. Instead, she noted a pleasant aroma emanating from Lin Yuan himself. The two rooms were nearly identical in size, with furniture arranged in a similar fashion, differing only in color, making it difficult to discern any significant distinction. Lin Yuan, initially filled with anticipation, promptly lost interest. After all, how was this any different from entering his own room? Subsequently, the pair set about tidying up the remaining areas of the house. The residence was quite spacious, featuring a living room, kitchen, study, and 4 bedrooms on the first floor. Currently, Lin Yuan occupied 1 bedroom, Mayano Shiho another, while Ase Narumi had taken up residence in a third. The fourth, previously occupied by Yoshiko, now stood vacant. The second floor housed the master bedroom, a storage room, and an expansive studio. Aside from cleaning, Lin Yuan typically spent his time downstairs. Standing at the threshold of the master bedroom on the second floor, Lin Yuan felt a slight tremor coursing through his body, unsure of how to confront the memories that lingered there. In those recollections, he did not merely observe. He felt as though he had truly experienced them. Mayano Shiho took Lin Yuan's hand, and together they pushed open the door. Let it remain this way, she uttered, a sense of relief washing over her as she closed her eyes, savoring the moment, the obsessions within her soul dissipating. Sensing Lin Yuan's unusual demeanor, Mayano Shiho chose not to offer comfort but instead remained quietly by his side. Lin Yuan turned his head, gazing at Shiho's delicate visage, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. The most profound comfort is not found in words, but rather in the unwavering presence of companionship. In the adjacent studio, Lin Yuan contemplated the renovation of a laboratory, yet he chose not to disclose this plan to Shiho just yet. The company had begun to turn a profit. However, the demands for expenditure were ever increasing. Although there remained a considerable amount of liquid assets, he was resolute in ensuring that what he built for Shiho would be of the utmost quality. At noon, the ever-helpful Ase Naruhito returned to prepare a meal. And no matter what, Mayano Shiho insisted on lending a hand, much to Lin Yuan's chagrin as he stood by, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Cooking alongside little Shiho was indeed a privilege of his own. In the kitchen, Ase watched Shiho's adept movements, feeling somewhat superfluous. Had he intruded upon their cherished time together? After lunch, Ase returned to accompany Akemi, for his thoughts were wholly consumed by her. Observing Ase's departing figure, Lin Yuan shook his head in resignation, pondering how to address Akemi's feelings once she awakened. In contrast to the unfamiliar Akai Shuichi, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly choose to support Ase. In the afternoon, after deliberation, the two resolved to pay a visit to Dr. Agasa. At the doctor's residence, Shiho sat on the sofa, perusing a magazine while Lin Yuan engaged in hushed conversation with Dr. Agasa. The doctor was remarkably open-minded, showing no concern for Shiho's identity, and instead, he exhibited warmth and enthusiasm. Having raised a wayward grandson, he welcomed the addition of a granddaughter to compensate for it. What are you two up to? Shiho inquired, flipping through the magazine, feeling somewhat bored. After a brief exchange at Dr. Agasa's home, Lin Yuan and the doctor seemed to be conspiring about something. Shiho, having not been involved, found herself at a loss as half an hour passed, and she had already finished the magazine. With a yawn, Shiho approached and noticed Lin Yuan bend over the table, scribbling something, piquing her curiosity. You will find out shortly. Lin Yuan obscured the contents of the paper, revealing a mysterious smile. With a helpless shake of her head, Shiho Mayano revisited the magazine, pondering how childish it all seemed. Look. Lin Yuan handed the completed form to Mayano Shiho. Elementary school admission application? Haibara Ai. Mayano Shiho read aloud the contents on the paper, while Dr. Agasa approached with a bemused smile. What do you think of the name Haibara Ai? It was a collaborative effort between Lin Yuan and myself. Initially, I intended to use the character for love, but Lin Yuan insisted on sorrow. Dr. Agasa chuckled as he recounted the naming process. Changing names aside, why must you attend elementary school? Mayano Shiho, now Haibara Ai, furrowed her brow, for she had already obtained her doctorate. You currently possess the appearance of an elementary school student. Naturally, you must attend school. Lin Yuan wore a serious expression, yet her thoughts were already drifting towards the days of attending school and returning home together. Chapter 54, The Little Sorrow of Stealing Glances at Magazines During Class. A few days later, at tea in elementary school. Have you heard? Our class has a new transfer student. As soon as she arrived, Bumei excitedly exclaimed to her 3 companions. As the social butterfly of the young detective corps, Bumei relished in making new friends. And the prospect of a new transfer student thrilled her immensely. Is that true? Yuan Tai inquired with curiosity. Since Conan and Lin Yuan joined, there haven't been any transfer students. Guang Yin also lamented. I wonder what kind of person they are. Bumei clasped her hands in prayer, already contemplating how to befriend this newcomer. I hope it's a charming girl, Yuan Tai said, cradling his head with both hands, raising his eyebrows and revealing a mischievous grin. That's not it. That's not it. Regardless of whether they are male or female, personality is of utmost importance. Guang Yin shook his finger, appearing considerably more rational than Yuan Tai. Conan, what kind of person do you think they will be? Bumei turned to Conan, who had just taken his seat. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they turn out to be yet another bookish nerd, Conan casually speculated, seemingly indifferent to the identity of the new transfer student. So, are you admitting that you're a nerd? Lin Yuan also approached, teasingly glancing at Conan. Upon being questioned by Lin Yuan, Conan awkwardly lowered his head, pondering. Wait a minute, why would I consider myself a bookworm? Indeed, I was referring to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, what brings you here so early? Ayumi inquired with curiosity, as Lin Yuan usually arrived just in time for the final bell, and there was still over a minute before the class bell rang. Lin Yuan wore a mysterious smile, choosing not to speak as she returned to her seat. The ringing of the school bell echoed, instantly silencing the once lively classroom. The new homeroom teacher, Kobayashi Sumiko, entered alongside a petite girl. How adorable. The entire class erupted in whispers of admiration, their astonished gazes fixed upon the girl standing at the podium. Lin Yuan proudly lifted her head. Kobayashi Sumiko wrote the name of Haibara Ai on the blackboard and then introduced her. From today onwards, this classmate, Haibara Ai, will study with us. Let me see where she will be seated. The entire classroom was filled with eager expressions, and Jinta excitedly raised his hand, clearing the space beside him. Lin Yuan felt a sense of anticipation as he settled into his seat by the window in the last row. The back row, near the window, was indeed a place of auspiciousness, reminiscent of the homeland of kings. The true reason Lin Yuan occupied that spot was due to his consistent perfect scores in examinations. Although the teacher overlooked his tendency to doze off during class, there was a lingering concern about his influence on his classmates, which resulted in his placement at the back, without a deskmate. Not only had he been assigned to the most conducive seat for napping, but the teacher also thoughtfully left a space for Xiao Ai, demonstrating a commendable sense of camaraderie. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. Haiyuan Ai, indifferent to the invitations of others, wore an expressionless visage as she surveyed the classroom. Upon spotting Lin Yuan nestled in the corner, a subtle smile graced her lips. She strode directly towards the back, ultimately taking a seat behind Conan, at a desk that was currently unoccupied. The sight of Haiyuan Ai settling in elicited a palpable sense of disappointment among the classmates, Lin Yuan included. After organizing her backpack, Ai turned her head to see Lin Yuan's face, which bore an expression of discontent. She couldn't help but chuckle softly before reverting to her aloof demeanor. Although she did not entirely dismiss the idea of sharing a closer connection with Lin Yuan, the presence of so many peers in the classroom made her feel bashful. Fortunately, there was this particular spot available. Had there been someone seated beside her, she would have opted to sit next to Lin Yuan instead. With Ai choosing not to sit beside him, Lin Yuan resolved to take his own form of revenge by maintaining a steady gaze upon her. Ai, aware of the scrutiny from behind, would occasionally flush with embarrassment, though she soon acclimated to it. As the class progressed, the teachers at the podium displayed expressions of astonishment. The typically lethargic Lin Yuan, who usually succumbed to slumber until the end of the school day, was surprisingly wide awake. While he fixated on the new student, Haiyuan, she remained silent, and for Lin Yuan, her mere consciousness was a victory in itself. Each teacher shared this sentiment. However, Lin Yuan did not continuously stare at Ai, mindful of the possibility that it might make her uncomfortable. What could possibly be keeping him awake? Lin Yuan flipped through a brand new book, devoid of any trace of drowsiness. It seemed he had not experienced nightmares lately. When did that begin? Perhaps it was after his second encounter with Xiao Ai? Ever since he stopped having nightmares, Lin Yuan had adopted a routine of going to bed early and rising early. Now, he found himself reminiscing about the times when he would doze off in class. These books felt rather juvenile. Raising his gaze toward Xiao Ai, he discovered she was engrossed in her reading, which piqued his curiosity. Were these books truly so captivating? After enduring the long wait until school was dismissed, Lin Yuan swiftly packed his bag and approached Xiao Ai's desk, only to find that the book she was reading was actually a magazine. Xiao Ai appeared quite absorbed, only noticing Lin Yuan after a considerable time had passed. In a flurry, she hastily concealed the magazine, resembling a child caught in a mischievous act by a parent. Observing Xiao Ai's clumsy demeanor, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. His little Ai was still so endearing. What are you laughing at? Xiao Ai inquired, having hidden the magazine and feigning nonchalance. Ever since she started school, she had always been a model student, never once indulging in extracurricular reading during class. Now, She had been caught in the act. I find your situation rather amusing, Lin Yuan replied, eliciting a sudden blush from Xiao Ai. This fellow must be mocking her. Clenching her silver teeth, Xiao Ai glared at Lin Yuan, wishing she could bite him to shreds. Noticing Xiao Ai's small canine teeth, Lin Yuan smiled faintly, quite adorable. In an instant, Xiao Ai's face flushed, steam seemed to rise from her head, and her mind went blank. Lin Yuan, do you know classmate Hui Yuan? At that moment, Bumei approached, eager to befriend Xiao Ai, as was her social nature. Xiao Ai regained her composure, but offered no response, instead packing her bag and departing silently. Accustomed to darkness, she struggled with interpersonal interactions, instinctively retreating. Seeing Xiao Ai leave, Bumei felt a pang of sadness, fearing that Xiao Ai disliked her. Observing Bumei's sorrowful expression, Yuan Tai immediately interjected, just ignore her. Really, what a pretentious act. Hearing Yuan Tai's words, Lin Yuan shot him a disapproving glare, causing Yuan Tai to shrink back. Xiao Ai simply struggles with communicating. The assertive Lin Yuan stood firm in defense of her. Bumei, regaining her confidence, dashed forward once more. Where do you live? We can escort you home. Bumei beamed with a smile, resembling a little angel. 22, 2nd Street, Mihua Town. Xiao Ai blurted out, pausing briefly, that is where I currently reside. After speaking, she glanced back at Conan, who was pondering this familiar address. There was no one with the surname Hui Yuan in the vicinity, and upon noticing Xiao Ai's backward glance, his face flushed crimson. Lin Yuan stood at the back, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Why are you blushing? She said, giving a kick to the flushed Conan, her tone sharp. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. After being kicked by Lin Yuan, Conan's face lost its redness, and he felt a bit perplexed. Was she under some sort of influence? Such rudeness. Chapter 55. The little white mouse. Conan, are you referring to us? Asked Haibara, as she changed her shoes in front of the shoe cabinet. Mitsuhiko nodded. We must be on standby 24 hours a day to accept everyone's requests. Haibara, would you like to join us? Invited Ayumi, glancing at Lin Yuan, who was yawning at the back, a slight smile gracing her lips. Does Adagawa and Lin Yuan want to join? Jinta proudly declared, of course. They are my most esteemed subordinates. However, Ayumi was secretly watching Lin Yuan at the back, her earlier words sparking a thought in her mind. Did Lin Yuan truly join the Young Detective Club? Stepmei recalls that when the club was established, Lin Yuan was invited, but at that time, he was asleep and did not respond in person. Moreover, Lin Yuan never participated in the club's daily activities. It must be quite lonely for him. And there must be a reason for it. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. Stepmei shook her little head, believing it was solely due to the lack of a formal invitation. She decided to seek an opportunity to re-invite Lin Yuan to join the Young Detective Club. Guang Yan, unaware of Stepmei's peculiar behavior, continued to tease. Gentai's shoe cabinet is the place where we receive commission letters. Gentai added mysteriously. And we Haven Tea told the teacher, you know? As Lin Yuan glanced at the label on the shoe cabinet, she couldn't help but comment. Although teacher Kobayashi Sumiko may seem somewhat foolish, she is certainly not blind. Speaking of Kobayashi Sumiko, she is the relatively new homeroom teacher. Despite her often stern demeanor, Lin Yuan has always sensed that it is merely an act. At the very least, it ensures that her slumber during class remains undisturbed. Yuan Tai opened the shoe cabinet, stating, we receive numerous commission letters every day. However, the spacious shoe cabinet contained only Yuan Tai's shoes and his athlete's foot. Rubbing his head, Yuan Tai hurriedly explained, it's usually full. But today the detective club is on break, so we're not accepting any commissions. The others exchanged awkward smiles. Watching this familiar scene unfold, Conan couldn't help but reflect on how he too had been drawn into the junior detective club in much the same way. Yet, compared to then, the atmosphere now felt considerably gentler. Let us go play soccer at the park, Conan suggested, breaking the uncomfortable silence. The three younger members readily agreed, and Ayumi and Mitsuhiko dashed towards their respective shoe cabinets. Wait for me, Yuan Tai exclaimed as he hurriedly donned his shoes, only to discover an odd object inside. Upon removing the shoe, he found a commission letter. Come over quickly. There's a commission letter. The contents of the letter were rather straightforward, summarizing a meeting for Class A of the 1st grade. The three younger members showed great interest, yet Conan felt a sense of foreboding. Typically, the commission letters they received were either about finding cats or dogs, and this one seemed likely to be no exception. Moreover, the three younger members often slacked off, leaving Lin Yuan to take the lead. Haibara, Lin Yuan, you should join us too. Ayumi beckoned to the two behind her. Haibara followed suit, and seeing his partner heading that way, Lin Yuan naturally felt compelled to follow. That little girl has been watching you secretly, Haibara suddenly remarked, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. Lin, who was initially devoid of spirit, suddenly became alert, as an intense instinct for survival informed him that he was in grave danger. Listen to my defense. No, my explanation. Bumei is enamored with Conan. Yes, that very Conan. Do not be deceived by his charming appearance and striking features. In truth, he is quite the rogue, leaving a trail of broken hearts in his wake. Unlike me, who is utterly virtuous. After Lin Yuan spoke, he blinked his eyes, conveying his sense of grievance. Old Ku, for the sake of my happiness, I must sacrifice you. Hui Yuan Ai took 2 steps back in disdain, feeling she could not afford to associate with such a person. She noticed that Lin Yuan was becoming increasingly immature. She had merely intended to remind him to be more cautious and not to draw too much attention, yet his reaction was unexpectedly exaggerated. She couldn't help but glance towards Conan, who seamlessly blended into the persona of an elementary student. Could it be that the A drug also diminishes intelligence? Hui Yuan Ai found herself deeply skeptical. While a boy's immaturity might be forgivable, she, as a composed academic, valued intelligence greatly. It appeared she ought to conduct a thorough study on this little subject. Hui Yuan Ai's gaze turned to Conan. Upon arriving at Class A of the 1st grade, the trio eagerly approached to inquire about the commission. Could you please tell us what the task entails? Jinta, as the leader, was the first to ask. The client, Junya, replied, my brother vanished from home a week ago. That sounds like a kidnapping. Jinta exclaimed with excitement, not expecting that just after recruiting a new member, they would receive such a significant commission. Mitsuhiko, however, remained composed and intervened. Jinta, hold on. I remember we handled a similar case before. This sparked a recollection in him. The term brother reminded Ayumi of unsettling memories. Jinta inquired curiously, your brother isn't a cat, is he? He is my brother, 10 years my senior. Junya explained hastily. He said he was going to a friend's house, and since then, there has been no word. The police can't find him, which is why I sought your help. Have you received any ransom calls? Mitsuhiko continued to probe. Junya shook his head, and Jinta speculated, could it be he ran away due to family issues? My brother would never run away. Junya's voice rose significantly. Our relationship has always been excellent. Realizing it was not a case of searching for a lost pet, Conan also became intrigued and suggested, let us go to his house and investigate. The trio unanimously agreed. Ayumi took Hui Yuan Ai's hand, saying, come on, Hui Yuan. Hui Yuan Ai was taken aback but did not pull away. Instead, she followed behind. Lin Yuan observed the scene and smiled with contentment. Outside Junya's home, a police car was parked, prompting the 3 children to rush over. Even Bumei abandoned Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, why were you staring at Conan just now? Lin Yuan leaned beside Xiao Ai, wearing a serious expression, almost as if the words I am jealous were inscribed upon his face. As he gazed at her face, which was so close, Hui Yuan Ai's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, haughtily declaring, you are mistaken. I refuse to believe it. Are you perhaps infatuated with that little pretty boy, Conan? Lin Yuan wore a face full of grievance, on the verge of tears. Hai Yuan Ai, at a loss for words, became increasingly convinced of the cognitive diminishing effects of drug A, realizing that her plan to study laboratory mice needed to be expedited. She cast a deep glance at Conan, contemplating whether to draw blood or conduct an autopsy. Observing Ai still fixated on Conan, Lin Yuan turned her head away, her demeanor seemingly proclaiming, I am upset, and no amount of coaxing will remedy it. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's woeful expression, Hai Yuan Ai couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right. I was merely observing him as if he were a laboratory mouse. Ai hastily reassured, akin to soothing a child. Immediately, she turned to Lin Yuan, their eyes locking. As Lin Yuan lamented, I also consumed that medication. You could study me instead. Hai Yuan Ai instinctively averted her gaze, her ears flushing crimson. Fool. I cannot possibly regard you as a laboratory mouse. Chapter 56. Has he always been this brave? This is a standard police car. Guangyan leaned against the car window, continuing his informative discourse upon seeing the interior, noting that all the equipment had been upgraded to the latest models. Wow, where's that wireless intercom? Yuan Ta exclaimed. I want to order eel rice. Yuan Ta, that isn't for ordering eel rice, Guangyan replied with a hint of disdain, continuing, let us just order pizza instead. Bumei also wished to discern the structure of the police car, yet her short stature rendered her unable to see anything. Straining to rise on her tiptoes and jumping slightly, she still fell short. Let me assist you. Hai Yuan Ai appeared behind Bumei. As she spoke, she lifted Bumei, granting her just enough height to clearly observe the interior of the police car. However, Bumei's attention was entirely focused behind her. Her cheeks flushed. She whispered in a tone only she could hear. Thank you. The 3 children were equally astonished by this scene, never having expected this seemingly cold individual to exhibit such kindness. Lin Yuan smiled with relief, confirming her suspicions. Bumei was indeed a little angel, radiating positivity every day. She had the remarkable ability to transform the spirits of those around her. Even Xiao Ai was no exception. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing 2 police officers. Madam Nakata, if you receive any information regarding your son, please contact us immediately. The officers tucked away their notebooks, signaling the conclusion of their investigation. Thank you for your hard work. Madam Nakata bowed, her face etched with fatigue, appearing quite worn. The officers made their way to the police car, and the trio courteously chimed, thank you for your efforts, officers. One by one, they entered the house, prompting Madam Nakata to inquire, Junya, are these your friends? Yes. Junya nodded affirmatively. We apologize for the intrusion. The trio responded in unison. Come in, please. After ushering a few people inside, Madame Nakata asked, Junya, do you need to retrieve anything? Auntie, we will be leaving shortly, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Conan quickly declined, sensing the exhaustion in Madame Nakata's voice and wishing to avoid imposing further. Then I shall head to the kitchen, she said, turning away. Her son's disappearance had already drained her, leaving little energy for other matters. Upon reaching Junya's room, the trio immediately slipped into detective mode. Bumei peeked out cautiously, ensuring the hallway was empty before shutting the door. Wow, the room is so tidy, devoid of any odor. Upon surveying the space, Yuan Tai exclaimed, compared to this, my room looks like a doghouse. Is it truly possible to find clues here? Guang Yin pondered, eyeing the small room with skepticism. Conan, removing his backpack, affirmed, absolutely correct. The group dispersed, scouring the room for any leads. Observing Conan leading the search, Hui Yuan Ai couldn't help but ask, has he always been like this? Completely unreserved in revealing his true identity? Him? Lin Yuan glanced at Conan, retorting, of course. Every time at a crime scene, he is the most animated, and strangely enough, all the officers overlook him. At this point, Lin Yuan began to question whether Officer Muro was truly oblivious or if he and Kobayashi had some awareness. Conan interjected, don't joke, I'm incredibly brave, alright? Do you really think my brother Takagi is just an easy target? Hui Yuan Ai nodded, recognizing the little white mouse's strong desire to perform. She then glanced at Lin Yuan, who mirrored her posture, contemplating whether the effects of drug A were worth observing. Yuan Tai and Guang Yan's investigation soon veered off course. Both appeared utterly exhilarated, with Yuan Tai holding up a pair of shoes, exclaiming, you all must see this. These are exceptionally expensive air-cushioned shoes. Guang Yan echoed his excitement. Conan rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, none of this is relevant to the case. You should look for other clues. Oh, understood, Yuan Tai and Guang Yan replied, somewhat dejected, returning the shoes. After searching the room thoroughly without finding any useful leads, Conan's gaze turned towards Lin Yuan. This individual was undoubtedly more astute than he, and he could not allow him to continue idling. Thus, Conan approached and inquired, Lin Yuan, what are your thoughts? Lin Yuan stifled a yawn and remarked, you know, I have always been one to boldly hypothesize. All right, do tell me. Just how audacious are your hypotheses? Conan urged impatiently. Lin Yuan gazed at Conan, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Conan, do you not find your brother Junius' experiences rather familiar? Familiar? Conan felt somewhat perplexed, beginning to recollect. It did indeed seem somewhat recognizable. Was he not the perpetrator from that case? Observing Conan's bewildered expression, Lin Yuan began to concoct a tale. As the saying goes, a tidy room bears no strange odors. Either a cross-dresser or a gay man resides within. Your brother must have run away from home due to differing ideologies with his family. On his journey, he encountered two men in black engaged in a clandestine exchange. Driven by curiosity, he approached to eavesdrop, only to be struck with a blunt object. After being administered a substance, his body diminished in size, rendering him unable to contact his family. If only he had a voice changer, that would have been perfect. Oh, now it makes sense, Conan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder it felt so familiar. Was this not his own plight? He cast a resentful glance at Lin Yuan. Do you not share a similar experience? And you can still laugh? Turning away, Conan felt like a fool. Indeed, he would have to bear this burden alone. Perhaps he should conduct another search. At that moment, Ayumi emerged from beneath the bed, revealing the clandestine collection hidden by Junya. What are these strange paintings? She inquired, her face a mask of confusion. As a high school student, Conan's interest was piqued, but upon examining the content of the paintings, disappointment washed over him. In contrast to Conan, Jinta burst into laughter, exclaiming, they are truly awful. Ayumi nodded in agreement, right? Who could have painted such peculiar works? Pablo Picasso. Ai Haibara responded to Ayumi's query. Hikaru leaned closer to the painting, exclaiming, indeed, it is a replica of Picasso's Weeping Woman. Lin Yuan stepped forward and began to enlighten others. There were Van Gogh's sunflowers, Monet's water lilies, Gauguin's Yellow Christ, and Utrillo's suburban houses. Ever since his last shopping trip with Xiao Ai, Lin Yuan had fervently sought to enrich his knowledge in order to match her. And these were the artworks he had recently encountered. Could he be coerced into painting? Yuan Tai immediately speculated. Hikaru nodded, indicating that it was quite possible. As long as one could adeptly mimic the masterpieces, a swap with the originals could easily occur. No, it's not quite that simple, Conan observed, scrutinizing the artwork. While these imitations appear similar to a trained eye, they fall significantly short and fail to reach the level of forgeries. Chapter 57, Leading the Charge. Do you not find it peculiar? Lin Yuan pointed to a painting that bore a striking resemblance to a certain writer and remarked, all these artworks are oil paintings. But this particular piece is an exception. It is a sketch by Natsume S. Seiki. After speaking, Lin Yuan eagerly glanced at Haibara Ai, only to find her utterly unresponsive. Junya, believing this information to be pertinent to the case, hastily added, my brother's idol is Natsume S. Seiki, and he even showcased this painting at an art exhibition. However, since it was merely an imitation, no one was interested, except for one peculiar woman who greatly admired it. Peculiar woman? Conan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Junya continued. She was a woman wearing a round hat and dressed entirely in black. Conan's heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that Lin Yuan's audacious hypothesis was correct? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that his brother truly encountered individuals from that organization? I merely fabricated a story. It feels as though I have perused the script. I have genuinely forgotten the plot. However, if that organization is in dire need of funds, do they not simply resort to robbery? Why resort to kidnapping? It is likely nothing more than a coincidence. Conan immediately shook Junya, urgently inquiring, when did you see her? Junya, taken aback, replied, it was 10 days ago. Conan pressed on. Were there two individuals dressed in black accompanying her? Indeed, there were two people. Conan, reminiscent of a victim suffering from PTSD, recalled those two men who had assaulted him. Lin Yuan inquired with curiosity, Xiao Ai, do you believe it could be members of that organization? Hui Yuan Ai shook her head, stating, based on my understanding of that organization, they lack financial resources and resort to robbery and extortion rather than abduction. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Confident that we are destined to become a married couple, our thoughts so harmoniously aligned. Conan deduced that Junya's wallet, identification, and bicycle were likely still at home, suggesting he may have been abducted nearby. Promptly, he took the lead to search for anyone who might have seen Junya. Haibara Ai, eager to further investigate the white mouse, decided to follow suit. Wherever Ai goes, Lin Yuan is sure to follow, so he trailed along as well. This search continued until dusk. Exhausted, Conan and the three little ones collapsed in front of a convenience store. Ayumi pointed to a nearby shop and said, Conan, I'm a bit thirsty. Let's stop by the convenience store. Upon entering, they spotted Lin Yuan already at the checkout with several bottles of drinks. I thought you might be thirsty, so I bought you a few bottles, she said. As Lin Yuan spoke, he began distributing drinks among the group. Here you go, Xiao Ai. Hui Yuan Ai eagerly accepted her drink, only to find it was the same orange juice as everyone else's. For reasons unknown, she felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon taking a sip, her eyes narrowed with delight. It was the taste of pear juice, sweeter and more delicious than Lin Yuan's own concoction. Upon closer inspection of the bottle, she realized the original packaging had been torn off and replaced with an orange juice label. Stealing a glance at Lin Yuan, who winked at her, Xiao Ai's cheeks flushed crimson, and her nose tinged with a hint of sadness as she tucked the pear juice into the mesh pocket of her backpack. Why does he always pay attention to things she herself finds inconsequential? Conan took a sip of his drink, feeling the sugar invigorate his brain, and immediately turned his suspicion towards a man who had just made a purchase nearby. How could he buy just a pack of cigarettes with 1,000 yen? Rushing to the counter, Conan snatched the 1,000 yen note from the cashier. Inspecting it closely, he leaped down in a dramatic fashion, calmly declaring, hurry and call the police. That's a counterfeit bill. Leading the charge, he pursued the man, while the trio of kids trailed behind, curiously asking, how do you know that's a fake bill? Conan began to explain. A rational person would opt for a vending machine to buy cigarettes with 1,000 yen. However, this man chose to wait in line, suggesting he might be testing whether the counterfeit could deceive the cashier. Junya, perplexed, inquired, but what does this have to do with my brother? Conan turned back to clarify. Isn't your brother skilled at painting Natsume's Seiki? I suspect he may have been kidnapped and coerced into producing counterfeit bills. Yet, he hesitated, unsure about the men in black who had shrunk him. Fortunately, they were just children, and Conan managed to brush off the situation. Hui Yuan Ai gazed intently at Conan, her sharp eyes assessing the fluctuating intelligence levels of the little white mice, preliminarily deducing that drug A might impair cognition. Ignoring the children's bewildered stares, Conan affixed a tracker to a 1,000 yen note, continuing his pursuit of the man. Hey, you dropped your 1,000 yen. The man, startled by the mention of the money, snatched it up and hurried away without looking back. Unbeknownst to him, that impulsive action would ensure his future was free from financial woes. Conan concocted a few stories to distract the trio before discreetly following the man with his glasses. Hui Yuan Ai watched Conan's retreating figure and remarked, doesn't he fear that his true identity will be exposed with such bravado? There's nothing to be done about it. Lin Yuan sighed. Continuing, Conan is just like that. He is hard to change. Hui Yuan Ai couldn't help but feel anxious. If Conan's identity were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly implicate her and Lin Yuan as well. Then, she recalled the abandoned scare tactic plan. After exchanging thoughts, Lin Yuan smirked. Last time, Conan's mother had frightened them into wanting to flee, but this time, they would have to reclaim their dignity from her son. Well, Xiao Ai will help me get it back. All right, you should head back to Dr. Agasa's house. Otherwise, it might blow your cover. After formulating the plan, Hui Yuan Ai took charge. No, I need to ensure your safety before I go back. Lin Yuan said firmly, I am not really an elementary school student, so there is no need to worry. Hui Yuan Ai consoled her, to which Lin Yuan responded only with her unwavering gaze. All right, but you must leave in advance, otherwise, the plan to scare will be rendered futile. Lin Yuan promptly nodded, and Huiyuan Ai also recalled the terrified visage of Conan, revealing a hint of a mischievous grin. She called out to the trio, who had no intention of departing, and together they stealthily followed Conan. Alone, Conan adeptly wielded the spotlight of his protagonist status. The 1,000 yen had been spent by that man at the convenience store, and the proprietor distinctly remembered the change given and the exact amount tendered. With scant information at hand, the elderly janitor nearby offered assistance. The man had purchased a ticket for 500 yen and departed, inadvertently losing a 50 yen coin in the process. Conan immediately began to calculate, deducing that the man had traveled to the Dedujian station. Chapter 58. The scare tactic. Upon arriving at the Dedujian station, Conan was unable to locate the man, so he sought out a real estate agency, a warehouse. The agency's staff appeared perplexed, questioning why a primary school student would need to rent a warehouse in this day and age. Conan explained, yes, one that is somewhat remote, preferably in the suburbs, where activities would not draw attention. Let me take a look, he added. The staff member perused the transaction records and noted that such prime locations had seemingly been snatched up long ago. Undeterred, Conan pressed further. Could you please check when those individuals rented them? The staff member, growing impatient while flipping through a thick ledger, patted Conan on the head and remarked, by the time I finish, my livelihood will be gone. You and your friends should hurry along. Following the staff member's gesture, Conan glanced outside. The trio was pressed against the glass, while the others stood to the side. Gradually, the trio cleaned the glass before finally stepping inside. Lin Yuan, Conan, you traitor. Yuan Tai, Conan, do you think we can be deceived? Hikari, Conan, you always act alone in secret. Ayumi, please don't speak of Conan in such a manner. He must be worried about our safety, which is why he discreetly distanced himself from us. Conan gazed at Lin Yuan in bewilderment, questioning, what are you doing here? The three young ones appeared perplexed as well, wondering if something peculiar had entered our midst. All eyes converged upon Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan whistled softly as he stealthily approached Xiao Ai from behind. Darling, I'm scared. Give me a hug. Junia's thoughts lingered on his elder brother. As he inquired of the staff, Uncle, are there any novelists nearby? A novelist? Conan queried, puzzled. Why do you ask? Junia hesitated before responding. Because after my brother went missing, he made a phone call home. Then why didn't you mention this to us? Junia quickly clarified, because you didn't ask. Besides, it was my grandmother who answered the call. Her hearing isn't good. All she remembered was that my brother said he was with Natsume Seiki. The staff, intrigued by the prospect of solving a missing person case, which could lead to a paid day off and perhaps even a bonus, promptly replied. Natsume Seiki is no longer with us, but there is someone who resembles him, a bookstore manager nicknamed 1,000 Yen Bill. The three children immediately perked up, eagerly dragging the staff member along as they headed towards the bookstore. Upon arrival, they approached the manager directly. Haibara Ai was perusing a book on geometry, while Lin Yuan picked up a comic book. It was an Ultraman comic, which he had not continued drawing since losing his memory. An employee named Yengu, seeing the unfinished work, took the brush and began to draw, achieving even better results. Lin Yuan did not mind the imitation, as he was essentially working for himself. 1,000 Yen Bill, you little brats, get out. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from the front desk, and the four children were promptly expelled. Lin Yuan curiously approached the front desk, only to overhear the proprietor lamenting, I am certainly not so valueless. YISNT Natsume Seiki featured on the 10,000 yen bill. Perhaps one could even engage in a brawl with the figure on the note. It might be worthwhile. The sudden proclamation sparked a glimmer of realization in the boss's eyes. Indeed, I shall confront him. However, the thought struck him. He has been deceased for many years. Am I to contend with a ghost? He glared at the diminutive specter before him, bellowing, get out. Just leave. Ai Haibara also set her book aside and trailed behind Lin Yuan. Observing Lin Yuan being expelled, the trio of small spirits erupted into gleeful laughter. At that moment, Conan emerged from the bookstore, and the trio hastily inquired, Conan, is it this boss? Conan shook his head. I just inspected the storage room at the back. There were no printing presses for counterfeit bills. A printing press? The staff member exhibited a contemplative expression before responding. It seems the newspaper office next to the station has acquired a new press. Conan quickly pressed. What kind of people frequent there? The staff member continued. The president is a woman in a black top hat, but she operates right beside the police station. She wouldn't engage in counterfeiting. Seeing the increasingly outrageous speculations from the little spirits, the staff member lost interest in the conversation, offering a few casual remarks before departing. The trio, however, remained unconvinced, increasingly suspecting that the newspaper office held some secrets. Hikari queried, what does this have to do with Natsume Seiki? Seiki means to rest one's head upon a river and rinse one's mouth with stones. Lin Yuan interjected, providing insight. It is an idiom from Chinese culture, originating from a hermit's slip of the tongue, initially referring to those who live in seclusion. Nowadays, it pertains to individuals who behave strangely, much like Conan. The trio appeared utterly perplexed, casting bewildered glances at Lin Yuan. Conan grasped the underlying message, realizing the need to remain inconspicuous. Recalling the last time his mother had reprimanded him, he felt a chill run down his spine. No, he resolved to contact Officer Mugyur when he was alone. He feigned ignorance, exclaiming, "Oh dear, even the dimmest of minds wouldn't attempt to print counterfeit bills right next to the police station. Let us return." Seeing Conan's pretense, Lin Yuan felt a pang of urgency. She had merely intended to caution him, but there was still greater peril ahead. How could he simply escape? "Conan, you are in for quite the ordeal." With Conan's act of folly, the trio lost their sense of direction, uncertain of their next step. Lin Yuan spoke up. "In fact, I believe this is an ideal location for counterfeiting. The station offers convenient escape routes, while the police station is readily accessible for surrendering. It's simply perfect." Indeed. The three youngsters nodded in unison, their faces reflecting admiration. Even Conan found some merit in the argument. After their attempt to sneak away failed, they proceeded to the police station to report the incident. At that moment, Haibara Ai remarked, "Now that the case has been resolved, you should hurry and leave." Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. If they reported to the police directly, even if the officers were skeptical, Conan could still reach out to Officer Mugyur. Given the gravity of the situation, there was little chance of unforeseen complications. Moreover, Ai was not a mere elementary student. She sensed no presence of any organized individuals. So it was unlikely that anything would go awry. Without further hesitation, she turned to Conan and said, "I'll go buy some oranges." Conan looked puzzled, unsure of what this meant. Without overthinking, the group proceeded to the police station to file their report. The officers remained unconvinced, prompting Conan to directly contact Officer Mugyur. After instructing everyone to stay put, he left. The trio, undeterred by danger, sneaked into the newspaper office as soon as Conan departed, with Ai following closely behind. Concerned for Ayumi's safety, after reporting to the police, Conan recalled Masami Hirota, the perpetrator of the bank robbery. When he deduced the truth and arrived at Hirota's apartment, she had already vanished without a trace, and the police were unable to locate her, indicating that she had likely been silenced. Chapter 59. A familiar scene upon returning. Conan learned from the police that the others had already gone upstairs, prompting him to rush up. As he reached the door and heard the voices of the detective club, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, they were unharmed. He must act swiftly to escort them away. Just as he was about to open the door, a nightmarish voice echoed from behind, declaring, "The detective game ends here." That familiar phrase transported Conan back to the amusement park. Turning around, he was met with the dark muzzle of a gun. Inside the room, Hiroshi triumphantly displayed a stack of counterfeit bills, exclaiming, "Look at all this money." Ayumi gasped, "Wow, there is so much." Jinta began counting, envisioning all the eel rice bowls he could buy. However, Hiroshi noticed something amiss and remarked, "Why are there no right eyes drawn on these bills? They resembled Daruma dolls." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a woman in a top hat, brandishing a handgun, who continued, "Only after a wish is fulfilled will the right eye be drawn in gratitude." Behind her, several accomplices entered, swiftly overpowering everyone in the room. The woman aimed her gun at Ayumi, preparing to pull the trigger when a shadow darted in, knocking the gun from her grip. "Who are you?" she shouted in fury. The door opened to reveal Conan leaning against the frame, commencing his deduction. The individual responsible for the counterfeit bills had injured their hand, necessitating the abduction of Junia's brother as a replacement. As for the one threatening Conan, they had been rendered unconscious by a tranquilizer gun. While Conan pieced together the scenario, he positioned 2 iron barrels, using his enhanced shoes to knock out the others. Frustrated, the woman attempted to retrieve the gun from the floor, but a small hand moved faster than hers. Ai picked up the firearm, her expression resolute, aimed, and fired with precise efficiency. The bullet grazed the woman's hair, dislodging her hat and shattering the window. Startled, the woman collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by fear. The trio stood in stunned silence at this striking display, while Conan looked at Ai in astonishment, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity. The broken glass caught the attention of nearby officers, who rushed to the scene, and Officer Mugyur arrived shortly thereafter, taking credit for the resolution. Conan regarded the apprehended woman with a sense of disdain. She was frightened by such a minor incident. "You might as well confess everything about yourself and your organization," he demanded. "Organization?" the woman replied, bewildered. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Officer Mugyur interjected, "Conan, perhaps you've read too many detective novels. There's no organization. She's a habitual counterfeiter known as Silver Fox." As he held up the gun secured in an evidence bag, he added, "I can't believe you committed kidnapping so soon after being released from prison, not to mention illegal possession of a firearm. You may not get out this time." The woman protested, "I was just holding the gun. It was that brown-haired girl who fired." "What?" Officer Mugyur rushed to Ai's side, scolding, "How could you do something so dangerous?" However, Ai, covering her eyes, began to cry. Officer Mugyur felt a pang of familiarity at this sight, as if he had witnessed it before. Without hesitation, he comforted her. "It's okay. Uncle is to blame. Please don't cry." Conan also recalled that this scene mirrored Lin Yuan's first shooting incident. Although this girl exhibited far superior marksmanship, at least she wasn't nearly as off-target. With the case resolved, everyone prepared to head home. The trio, whose residence was to the north, parted ways immediately. Conan took it upon himself to escort Ai home. On the way, he glanced at the still-crying Ai, feeling a twinge of irritation. Could she be feigning her tears as well? A thought struck him. Lin Yuan had pretended to cry before. Could Ai be doing the same? Upon closer inspection, he saw no signs of deception. Her distress seemed genuine. Thus, Conan began recounting Lin Yuan's escapades, hoping to provide comfort. Ai, while feigning tears, listened intently. After hearing his story, she felt her performance slipping. She hadn't anticipated that Lin Yuan had such an amusing experience. Conan, oblivious to Ai's feigned sobs, decided to make his exit. Your home should be nearby. I'll head back now. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice and halted, curious. What did you just say? Ai attempted to maintain a serious demeanor, but thoughts of Lin Yuan's ordeal kept creeping into her mind, prompting her to turn away. This drug was developed by the organization. It's a shrinking formula that I personally concocted. Like you, I also ingested it to become small. Ai, are you? Conan recoiled in shock. I am not Ai, she replied, turning back, brushing her hair aside. Surely, that's the name I went by within the organization. Surprised. Aren't you Shinichi Kudo? Then, what about your companions? Conan's mind raced with troubling implications. Ai kicked a small pebble on the ground, revealing a mischievous smile. You guessed correctly. I told you, I live at 22, 2nd Street, Mihua Town, right next door to you. Conan, not pondering further, retrieved his portable phone to call Professor Agasa, but there was no answer. You Ai. Conan seethed with anger, considering the possibility of nearby accomplices belonging to the organization. He resolved to visit Professor Agasa's home first. I'll deal with you when I return. After uttering a stern remark, Conan hurried towards Dr. Agasa's residence. Upon arriving, he cautiously peered through the iron gate of the yard. Inside, all was tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. Since Lin Yuan's first bout of illness, Dr. Agasa had refrained from locking his door during the day, ensuring that he could be contacted swiftly in case of any issues. Conan was well aware of this, and after gently pushing open the iron gate, he approached the front door, pressing his ear against it, yet still heard no sound. Upon pushing the door open, he was met not with the anticipated scene of bloodshed and dismembered limbs, but rather the usual sight. The television was broadcasting a musical, and the coffee pot was still exuding steam. Could it be that the men in black had not arrived? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Conan called out loudly, Dr. Agasa! Dr. Agasa! The bathroom door swung open, and Dr. Agasa emerged, puzzled. Strange, why do I hear Shinichi's voice? Upon seeing Dr. Agasa, Conan felt tears welling in his eyes. Thank goodness, Dr. Agasa, you are safe. Dr. Agasa, slightly bewildered, was unaware of the intimidating plans at play. Lin Yuan sat in front of the computer, feeling somewhat speechless. Here I am, a person of both great stature and insignificance, seated at this desk. Yet you choose to disregard my presence? Should I perhaps utter something to enhance my existence? By the way, do you enjoy oranges? Chapter 60. I yearn for zero sugar. Original flavored snow pear juice. I apologize. Recently, Lin Yuan has frequently visited this place to seek study materials, and I've become quite enamored with online chatting, which has kept the phone line perpetually occupied. Dr. Agasa chuckled while scratching his head as he explained. I'm back. At that moment, Haibara Ai pushed the door open and walked in. How was your time with Conan? Lin Yuan eagerly inquired, implying whether she had avenged herself by thoroughly frightening Conan. It was quite delightful. Haibara Ai approached the sofa and retrieved a magazine from her bag, indicating that while she was uncertain of Conan's feelings, she was quite pleased herself. It turned out she had been deceived. Conan rolled his eyes, glancing at Professor Agasa. With a hearty laugh, Professor Agasa remarked that it was her own fault for forgetting his address. Conan immediately countered, stating that he lived right next door and that she usually came over directly when needed, rendering the address unnecessary. Moreover, who is she? Professor Agasa continued to explain that she was like him, having been transformed into a child after being administered a certain drug by her associates in the black organization. Hadn't they informed you? I asked, but that wasn't what I meant, Professor Agasa. Realizing his oversight, Professor Agasa added that if Conan wished to know the origin of Haibara Ai's name, he would have to inquire with Lin Yuan, as she was primarily responsible for it. Frustrated by Professor Agasa's inability to address the crux of the matter, Conan could not help but exclaim, I want to know how you know someone from the black organization. To which Professor Agasa replied, Oh, I found her. Lin Yuan proudly declared that this was something many could only dream of encountering. How could one not feel a sense of pride? Haibara Ai interjected softly, expressing, I initially did not wish to involve you. Yet unexpectedly, on a rainy night, I was brought back by him. She turned her head, and within her icy blue eyes, a flicker of emotion emerged. The organization had indeed dispatched me to investigate your household. During my first visit, I noted the pervasive dust, as if no one had resided there, leading me to return empty-handed. Upon my second visit, I was astonished to discover that all your childhood clothing had vanished. Coupled with the few cases of specimens that had shrunk identified during animal experiments, it became evident that Kudo Shinichi was not deceased, but had merely diminished in size. Conan trembled in fright, realizing that the organization's members were aware of my transformation. You should be grateful, Haibara Ai continued flipping through a magazine. I have altered your status to confirm deceased, as I find your existence as a test subject quite intriguing. However, should the organization learn of my betrayal, they may very well begin to question you anew. What? You betrayed them? Conan found this utterly astounding. Because my sister was murdered, Haibara Ai's gaze darkened with sorrow. She was killed by those within the organization, which prompted me to cease my research on the drug as a form of resistance. The outcome, as you can see, was dire. Though I did not intend to involve you, I believe we share similar fates. You should understand my position. Upon concluding her statement, Haibara Ai shifted her focus to Lin Yuan, valuing his opinion more than that of Conan. Before Lin Yuan could utter a word, Conan immediately erupted in fury, rushing forward with intentions of striking, vociferously demanding, "How could I possibly comprehend the thoughts of someone who has invented a lethal substance?" Upon hearing this, Haibara Ai lowered her head in sorrow, her complexion paling, her body trembling slightly, the once hopeful glimmer in her eyes now extinguished. With a resounding crash, the computer desk was instantaneously rendered useless. Step by step, Lin Yuan approached Conan, articulating each word with gravity. "You've really grown, haven't you?" Conan felt a jolt of surprise. It was the first time he had witnessed Lin Yuan so enraged. At that moment, Ai Haibara approached, gently taking Lin Yuan's swollen hand, bruised from smashing the table. "I long for a sugar-free pear juice. Shall we return home together?" Upon seeing Ai's helpless gaze, Lin Yuan's anger dissipated instantly. He cast a deep glance at Conan before departing with Ai for their shared abode. When Lin Yuan emerged from the kitchen with a glass of pear juice, he found Ai still seated on the sofa, her expression vacant, her eyes devoid of light. "Conan, how could you be so despicable?" Only when the pear juice was placed before her did a glimmer of life return to her eyes. Gazing at the beverage, Ai suddenly realized that, compared to the pear drink she had during the day, she yearned for Lin Yuan's homemade juice, the tangy, frothy concoction that was uniquely his. After taking a sip, Ai discovered that this time, the juice tasted significantly better than before. It was not as sour, and there was considerably less froth. She found herself enjoying it much more. And a subtle smile graced her lips. Ai laughed, and Lin Yuan joined in her merriment. The last time Ai had tasted the pear juice, he had sampled it as well, and its sourness had been nearly unbearable. He had never anticipated that Ai would endure such unpalatable fare for the sake of her own dignity. Touched by her sacrifice, he resolved to craft a more delectable pear juice. After discarding numerous pears, he finally made some progress. With a creak, the door swung open, and Professor Agasa entered alongside Conan. Conan, with an unwilling expression, offered an apology. "I'm sorry." Though he did not believe he was in the wrong, under Professor Agasa's persuasion, he recognized that the antidote depended on this woman. Moreover, it seemed that Lin Yuan shared a special bond with her, so he decided to do Lin Yuan a favor. Ai remained silent, continuing to sip her pear juice. Ignoring her, Conan directly inquired, "Can you now develop the antidote?" The research data was overwhelmingly vast. It was impossible for her to retain it all alone. Ai's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. "You must be quicker in revealing the location of that research facility." Conan's voice rose, prompting Lin Yuan to frown repeatedly. "I can't bear to scold anyone, and yet you dare to speak like that." Lin Yuan immediately positioned herself in front of Xiao Ai, gesturing towards a nearby bookshelf. "The research institute has been destroyed. You may want to take a look at that newspaper." Conan hurried to the bookshelf, studying the newspaper repeatedly until he finally accepted the grim reality. "Damn it. Is there truly no other way?" Conan lamented, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. After all, he had finally glimpsed a chance to revert to his former self. Was he truly prepared to relinquish it so easily? Xiao Ai suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "My sister once sent me several magnetic discs containing photographs. I returned them after viewing, but later I discovered that the information about the drug had vanished." Conan's excitement surged. "So, your sister possesses the magnetic discs with the drug information? We must hurry to find them." Xiao Ai shook her head. "It's futile. The organization has already dealt with that place. However, the professor who stored the photographs on the discs is Masaki Hirota from Nanyang University. He might know something." The surname Hirota struck a familiar chord with Conan, but he set aside his musings, focusing on the immediate task of obtaining the discs. Professor Agasa made a quick phone call to ascertain the professor's address, and the group prepared to set off. "Lin Yuan, are you not coming along?" Conan asked. Noticing Lin Yuan's immobile stance, "I have other matters to attend to," she replied. Chapter 61. The Weeping Xiao Ai on the way to the professor's residence. Professor Agasa drove while glancing at the road signs. "It's a 150-kilometer journey. I wonder if we can make it in 3 hours." Conan, seated in the passenger seat, wore a grave expression. "Professor Agasa, we cannot afford to be complacent." Professor Agasa inquired, "Are you speaking of Xiao Ai?" "Yes, That Lin Yuan has betrayed me. Professor Agasa, you must stand by my side. Conan's teeth clenched in frustration, angered that a brotherhood could be betrayed over a woman. Leaning closer to Professor Agasa, he whispered, "She claims to have defected from that organization, but she has never disclosed her true identity, and she knows nothing related to the organization. It is highly likely that she is deceiving us." Professor Agasa stole a glance in the rearview mirror. "You are overthinking. She is not that kind of person." Conan remained skeptical, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. "What concerns me more is Masaki Hirota. That name sounds familiar." Xiao Ai, sitting alone in the back seat with her back to the front, gazed out the rear window at the passing vehicles. Though Conan and the others spoke in hushed tones, their conversation pierced through the quiet of the car. Xiao Ai was not surprised by Conan's suspicions. After all, such skepticism was a normal response toward strangers. Only a fool would unreservedly trust her. Conan's inquiries prompted her to regain her composure, transitioning from the initial shock of her escape to a more reflective state. She began to reevaluate her experiences over the past few days and reconsider her feelings towards Lin Yuan. Perhaps her initial gratitude for being saved had evolved into something deeper, as she found herself increasingly reliant on him and unable to bear his absence. His meticulous care and attention to even the smallest details stirred within her a burgeoning affection. However, with increased affection came heightened concern. Conan's probing questions echoed in her mind. Though it was not her intention, she had indeed been the one to create the lethal drug. Despite her numerous objections, how could someone without even the freedom to choose interfere with the organization's decisions? She had contemplated countless times how much simpler it would be if she simply perished after taking the A drug. Yet, she could not die. For her life was a debt her sister had paid with her own. Did someone like her, destined to dwell in darkness, truly deserve happiness? Upon arriving at Professor Hirota's home, they were greeted by his wife, Mrs. Hirota. After knocking on the study door for an extended period without any response, Conan sensed that something was amiss. In a sudden burst of urgency, he leapt up to the tall window, discovering Professor Hirota lying in a pool of blood. Jumping down, Conan anxiously queried, "Is there a backup key?" Mrs. Hirota, bewildered by the situation, replied, "There is no backup key for this room. Professor Agasa, please assist me in breaking down this door," Conan urged. Professor Agasa, initially confused, complied under Conan's insistence. Mrs. Hirota was taken aback by this aggressive approach on her first visit to someone else's home. Xiao Ai, standing behind them, said coolly, "You are hitting the wrong side." Huh. Professor Agasa, puzzled, turned to Xiao Ai. "To break the door, you should strike the lock side." Professor Agasa quickly shifted his gaze to their positions. Conan, eager to open the door, had positioned himself by the lock, while Professor Agasa stood beside him, hitting the hinges. Realization dawned upon him. After repositioning, the door was easily broken down, confirming Conan's instincts. Officer Hugo arrived and, with Conan's assistance, successfully resolved the murder case. The assailant was one of Professor Hirota's students, who had impulsively killed the professor out of a misunderstanding, believing he was being threatened. As for the disks containing the information, they had been destroyed when accessed from a computer outside the organization. Witnessing Conan's successful resolution of the case, Xiao Ai's thoughts drifted to her sister. She reflected on how, at some point, their conversations had included two little boys. The boy her sister spoke of was calm, mature, and intelligent, seemingly able to resolve any issue. The boy she described was always ailing, foolish, and fond of seeking affection. During their last meeting, her sister had mysteriously mentioned something she needed to do, referring to that boy. But why? Why was he able to save her while her sister could not? Once home, Xiao Ai uttered not a word and retreated directly to her room. Lin Yuan observed that her eyes were swollen, as if she had been weeping for an extended period. Was it due to Conan, or were there other reasons? He yearned to approach her and say something, yet he found himself unable to take a step forward. He had refrained from following earlier because Shiho had mentioned her sister. Although she feigned a carefree demeanor, the sorrow within her was unmistakable. Thus, Lin Yuan chose not to accompany her, opting instead to retreat to the adjacent room. Mayano Akemi lay on the bed, appearing perfectly tranquil, as if she were merely asleep. Yet, an unsettling uncertainty loomed over when she might awaken. Surely, if Conan were here, he would undoubtedly perform better than he could. Perhaps Shiho would not have to suffer and could be reunited with her sister. He slowly made his way to Shiho's room. As he reached out to knock on the door, he ultimately paused, succumbing to fatigue as he leaned against the door. He could faintly hear her sobs from within, and he longed to enter and comfort her. However, the door felt insurmountably heavy, refusing to budge. When Shiho returned to her room, the moment the door closed behind her, her tears cascaded uncontrollably. She stifled her cries, unwilling to burden anyone with her worries. Feeling utterly helpless, she collapsed onto the floor, leaning against the door, burying her head between her knees. Why, oh why, was it she who survived? Why could he save her yet not her sister? Why? On the day her sister faced peril, was he unable to arrive in time? Shiho understood that her thoughts were selfish, yet she truly missed her sister. "Forgive me for my capricious thoughts," I am not the admirable Shiho Mayano that you deserve. Leaning against the wall, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to rush in and confess everything. Yet, he hesitated, fearing the consequences if Xiao Ai were to discover the truth. He despised himself for leaving her in the dark, or for any other reaction she might have. This potential outcome replayed in his mind like a persistent echo, one he could not bear to accept. His current life was too beautiful, and he cherished these days immensely. He feared that a single step further would shatter the delicate balance he had established. Forgive me, Xiao Ai, might you wait just a little longer? Once Sister Ming Mei awakens, I shall reveal everything. Can you pardon this selfish thought of mine? I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Chapter 62. Alienation. Observing Xiao Ai, lost in thought at her desk, Lin Yuan felt a pang of discomfort within his heart. During breakfast that morning, she had not sat beside him, but instead across the table. The distance between them seemed vast, and while he longed to wipe the grains of rice from the corner of her mouth, he found himself unable to reach her. Xiao Ai remained engrossed in her own affairs, avoiding his gaze entirely. He too refrained from looking into her eyes, acutely aware that they would betray his deception. On their way to school, Xiao Ai had chosen not to walk alongside him, but trailed silently behind, appearing calm and saying not a word. Although she was generally quiet, the mere span of fewer than 20 centimeters felt insurmountable. The class was under the instruction of Ms. Kobayashi, whose reputation for being stern had earned her the moniker of a mother tiger. The classroom was unusually silent, save for the incessant chatter of Jinta and Hayoma, who were animatedly discussing something, even drawing Conan into their lively exchange. Ms. Kobayashi, observing the escalating enthusiasm of the trio, pondered how to address the situation. Should she kindly admonish Jinta, saying, "Jinta-kun, you mustn't talk during class," or should she resort to a more severe reprimand? Recalling a previous incident where her inability to express anger had led to 2 students being injured, she resolved to take decisive action. With a sharp crack, her ruler struck Jinta's desk, producing a loud sound that startled the rest of the class, causing the more timid students to tremble. Ms. Kobayashi's voice rang out sternly. "If you continue to speak during class, you shall go home." Once she had dealt with Jinta, she returned to the front of the classroom, her heart heavy at the sight of the trembling students. Her gaze fell upon 2 students of particular concern, Jinta and Lin Yuan. In truth, Jinta was not a problematic student. Rather, he merely bore a striking resemblance to one of the troublemakers from her previous school, which caused her undue worry, especially with the upcoming parent-teacher meeting looming. As for Lin Yuan, he was undeniably a troubled youth, sleeping through his classes and engaging in everything but his studies. Although he displayed a positive attitude towards admitting his faults, he never made any genuine attempts to change. Many of his classmates had followed his lead down a misguided path. Fortunately, Ms. Kobayashi noted that at least he did not snore during his slumber, otherwise, her lessons would be in vain. However, recently, Lin Yuan seemed to have changed significantly. Ms. Kobayashi glanced towards his corner of the room, where he was reading instead of sleeping or doodling incomprehensible symbols. When had this transformation begun? It appeared to coincide with the arrival of Haibara Ai. As she cast her gaze upon the dazed Haibara Ai, an idea began to form in Ms. Kobayashi's mind. The morning classes soon came to a close, and during the lunch break, Ayumi looked at Lin Yuan, hesitating over whether to execute her previous plan, formally inviting him to join the Junior Detective League. "Ayumi, you can do this. Just approach him and ask with a smile if he would like to join the Junior Detective League. It's simple." Ayumi encouraged herself as she made her way to Lin Yuan's desk. "Hi, Lin Yuan-kun, did you not bring a lunch today?" Ayumi asked, still unable to voice her true intention. What if Lin Yuan responded, "Haven't I already joined the Junior Detective League?" How would she handle that? Will Lin Yuan feel that he is not regarded as a friend? Might he be saddened by this? Lin Yuan instinctively wanted to call out to Haibara Ai, as she had been the one preparing his lunchboxes during this period. However, the peculiar atmosphere between them left him momentarily speechless. "I forgot to prepare one. Perhaps I should just go and buy a bento." Just as he was about to leave, Haibara Ai approached him, carrying 2 lunchboxes. "I brought one for you," she said in a flat tone, devoid of emotion. Lin Yuan instinctively responded with a polite, "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Hui Yuan Ai was momentarily taken aback and replied, "It's nothing." She then settled at Lin Yuan's desk and began to enjoy her bento. Bumei, witnessing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Is your lunch ham sandwiches? Those are my absolute favorite." Lin Yuan felt a twinge of annoyance. It was the first time that Xiao Ai had taken the initiative to speak to him today, and he naturally wished to avoid any interruptions. Thus, he inquired, "Bumei, do you have anything else to discuss?" Bumei hesitated, unable to articulate her thoughts. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's distant demeanor, she decisively chose to withdraw, planning to seek another opportunity to ask her question. After Bumei departed, Lin Yuan settled down to enjoy his lunch, a ham sandwich akin to Xiao Ai's. The desk was quite small, forcing them to sit in close proximity, nearly touching. Yet, Lin Yuan realized he could scarcely perceive the presence of the other. It seemed as though an insurmountable chasm had formed between them. "What do you think Bumei is like?" Xiao Ai suddenly raised her head, her expression strikingly grave. Lin Yuan felt a sense of curiosity regarding the question posed. Was it perhaps due to being influenced by Bu Mei, prompting a desire to understand her better? Bu Mei, indeed, exhibited remarkable bravery, confronting every situation with a positive outlook, never indulging in petty whims, and always considering the feelings of others. Lin Yuan noticed the increasing dullness in Xiao Ai's eyes and wondered if he had perhaps spoken out of turn. He quickly corrected himself, asserting, "Of course. She is not like you. There is no need to say more." Xiao Ai abruptly interrupted him, her voice icy. "I have pondered this for a long time. We are still quite young and lack understanding of love. Our time together has been fleeting, and we hardly know one another. We must awaken to this reality. I believe it is best for us to maintain a certain distance." Having spoken her piece, Xiao Ai turned and departed without uttering another word or offering any explanation. Returning to her desk, she made a concerted effort to restrain herself from glancing at the boy. "I am a person whose hands are stained with blood. I am a mere rat, struggling to survive in darkness. Being with me would only bring you harm." Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. What did this mean? Was it to imply that our relationship had come to an end? Was it due to Bu Mei? Yet, it seemed I had never even confessed my feelings. Glancing at the bento box on the table, it contained simple ingredients, yet they were arranged with exquisite care. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that he had been rather selfish all along. He selfishly arranged everything for Xiao Ai, without ever inquiring about her thoughts. He selfishly made her eat the foods he preferred, disregarding her own tastes. He even selfishly assigned mundane tasks like lunch to Xiao Ai, yet she, like him, was merely a child. He even selfishly believed that Xiao Ai could only harbor affection for him. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Yuan felt dispirited and lacked interest in anything. He discovered that without Xiao Ai, nothing held any significance. Lying on the table, he found himself unable to do anything. He wished to explain, yet he had no understanding of what truly troubled Xiao Ai. Originally, Lin Yuan thought he was the sole person aware of her sorrows, but he now realized he was mistaken. Just like her name suggested, Emoji wa Ai, no one could fathom her pain. Chapter 63. The peculiar incident at Titan Elementary School. When school was dismissed, none of the students left, as it was their turn for duty that day. Inside the teacher's office, Kobayashi Seiko suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Obata, could you please call Lin Yuan from our class?" Mr. Obata, puzzled, replied, "Miss Kobayashi, why don't you call him yourself?" Kobayashi Seiko smiled wryly. "It seems they do not like me very much. I fear my presence might frighten them." In the classroom, after much hesitation, Ayumi approached Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, are you tired? Would you like me to help you clean up?" She intended to invite him once more, but upon seeing his pale complexion, she refrained. Shaking her head, she walked away, and Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that Ayumi was acting quite unusually today. Typically, she was always around Conan, yet today she seemed to gravitate towards him, asking a series of bewildering questions. Could it be that Xiao Ai was truly jealous of Ayumi? Although Lin Yuan knew Xiao Ai was not that kind of person, he could find no other explanation and decided he would inquire about it. "Lin Yuan, Ms. Kobayashi is calling for you in the office." A sudden voice interrupted Lin Yuan's thoughts. Turning to see the homeroom teacher from Class A, he felt a surge of curiosity. Why would Ms. Kobayashi ask another teacher to summon him? Never mind, he thought. He would inquire about it later. Lin Yuan decided to visit teacher Kobayashi first, as there might be an urgent matter to discuss. He could inquire about Bu Mei's situation later. "Lin Yuan, what kind of person do you think the teacher is?" As soon as he entered the office, teacher Kobayashi posed this perplexing question, devoid of his usual stern demeanor, appearing quite gentle instead. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of curiosity. Was there an intention to cease the pretense? To lay everything bare? Although teacher Kobayashi appeared rather fierce, with others dubbing her a mother tiger, I believe she possesses a kind heart and would not disturb my slumber. Kobayashi Sumiko frowned, pondering whether not disturbing someone's sleep truly equated to being a good person. Moreover, it was not that she was neglecting to be considerate. Rather, it was that you simply refused to change. With a sigh, Kobayashi Sumiko pressed on with her inquiry. "What do you perceive of classmate Hai Yuan? Why is everyone asking me such questions today? Is it that Xiao Ai is like this? And you, too, teacher Kobayashi?" Xiao Ai is a girl whose words I yearn to comprehend, yet remain ever elusive to my understanding. After much contemplation, Hayashihara provided a rather ambiguous answer. Kobayashi Sumiko displayed an expression of realization and inquired, "Would you be willing to have classmate Haibara serve as your study committee member?" Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. If Xiao Ai were to become his study representative, it would afford them more time to converse. However, their current circumstances left him in a quandary, pondering whether he should acquiesce. "If you remain silent, it shall be deemed your agreement." Xiao Linxingzi made the decision for him and promptly ushered Lin Yuan out of the office. Just as he exited, Xiao Ai entered. Lin Yuan was apprehensive about the potentially awkward questions that teacher Kobayashi might pose, but eavesdropping was hardly virtuous. The principal factor was that the homeroom teacher of Class A was nearby, prompting her to depart directly. "Classmate Haibara, what kind of person do you believe the teacher is?" Teacher Kobayashi asked once more. "The teacher is someone who feigns a fierce demeanor, yet is actually quite gentle, replied Haibara Ai. Her words caused Kobayashi Chizuko to question her own perception. Was her facade merely an exercise in futility? And what do you think of classmate Lin Yuan? Haibara Ai paused for a considerable time before responding. He is a fool. Kobayashi Chizuko was taken aback. What prompted such an assessment? She asked curiously. Have you two had a falling out? Haibara Ai shook her head. Teacher, why do you inquire? Because you harbor feelings for him. Teacher Kobayashi replied with a mysterious smile. During class, you often find yourself stealing glances at classmate Lin Yuan. Though you disguise it well, the concern and care in your eyes cannot deceive. Instantly, Haibara Ai's face flushed crimson. Though I am unaware of the events that transpired today, I must advise you not to let a fleeting thought lead to lifelong regret. Much like the childhood sweetheart of a teacher, I now wonder if he even remembers me. Haibara Ai was astonished to discover that teacher Kobayashi had such experiences. By the way, classmate Haibara, would you be willing to take on the role of study committee member for classmate Lin Yuan? Teacher Kobayashi inquired once more. Haibara Ai felt a mixture of surprise and intrigue. If she were to become his study committee member, would it allow her to sit beside him openly? After considerable contemplation, she hesitantly replied, May I think it over? Of course. However, before you decide, could I kindly ask you to keep an eye on classmate Lin Yuan for me? Teacher Kobayashi smiled. Haibara Ai nodded in agreement and then took her leave. Upon seeing Ai return, Lin Yuan's face brightened with a hint of surprise. Could it be that teacher Kobayashi had said something remarkable? That would be splendid indeed. After completing their duties, the three little ones mysteriously invited Lin Yuan, Ai. Would you care to join us in unraveling the bizarre occurrences at school? Ai seemed intrigued, having learned the details from the trio. The plaster statue in the art room had inexplicably changed its position. Someone had spotted a mannequin from the infirmary sprinting down the corridor, and the dean had mysteriously vanished. Ultimately, the group resolved to remain at school together to uncover the truth. As night fell, Conan discovered an unlatched window and swiftly climbed inside. While securing the window, he cautioned, It's too perilous. You should head back. The three little ones, reluctant to leave, resorted to lifting a heavy stone, intent on smashing the window. Conan, startled by their actions, exclaimed, Put that down quickly. I'll open the window for you. The window was not particularly high, and one by one, they climbed through. Ai, clad in a dress, found it somewhat cumbersome, prompting Lin Yuan to inquire, Ai, do you need assistance? After assessing the window's height and her own stature, Ai replied, You go ahead first, and then pull me up. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan decisively took action. Bumei, witnessing the scene, shyly cast a glance towards Conan. The attire she wore did not impede her ability to climb through the window, yet she yearned for Conan to assist her in that manner. Once inside, Conan promptly removed his shoes. The three youngsters were filled with an unusual excitement, oblivious to their surroundings. Yuan Tai, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, Why does the school seem so eerie at night? Bumei appeared quite exhilarated, exclaiming that this sensation was truly thrilling. Guang Yin whispered, We must remain vigilant. We cannot let the teachers find out. Conan, holding his shoes, replied with exasperation, The teachers will undoubtedly discover our antics, especially with your oversized footprints, Yuan Tai. Lin Yuan also mentioned his and Xiao Ai's shoes to the three little ones. Conan, why didn't you mention this sooner? The trio unanimously attributed the issue to Conan, and then excitedly dashed off to clean the shoes. Ayumi was the last to finish cleaning her shoes, after which they all departed to commence their investigation. Lin Yuan suddenly heard the voice of Guan Shuilong, but wasn't Bumei right beside her? Who could it be? Lin Yuan shouted into the darkness, but only the empty air responded. Haibara Ai, filled with curiosity, inquired, Are you afraid of ghosts? Chapter 64, Little Ai's Dream. Ghosts. Lin Yuan did not believe in such entities. However, disbelief does not equate to a lack of fear. The three little ones also asked, Are you alright? No one reacted, leaving Lin Yuan somewhat puzzled. Could it be that he had misheard? If there truly were someone present, his extensive training would have certainly alerted him, unless that individual bore no ill intent towards him. Shaking his head, he concluded he must have misheard. Let us proceed to the art classroom. Upon arriving at the art classroom, Jinta attempted to turn on the lights, but was halted by Conan, who warned that doing so would attract unwanted attention. Only Conan, Hiroshi, and Ai were equipped with flashlights. While Conan busied himself in search of clues, Lin Yuan remained vigilant, suspecting someone might be lurking nearby. Ai and Ayumi were engaged in conversation, the content of which remained a mystery. After investigating the art classroom, they continued to the infirmary. Hiroshi handed his flashlight to Ayumi, while Ai occasionally directed the beam towards Lin Yuan's feet, much to his embarrassment. Did he truly deserve to be treated as someone of lesser capability like Ayumi? A surge of rebellion welled within him, yet he ultimately refrained, for a true hero does not engage with phantoms. Ayumi lifted a white cloth draped nearby, revealing a frightening anatomical model, prompting her to scream and flee in terror. At the staircase's turn, she collided with a large box. Ayumi, are you alright? Ai asked with concern. Ayumi shook her head. I'm fine, but my handkerchief seems to have vanished. It must have dropped in the infirmary. Let me accompany you to retrieve it. All right, hand in hand, Ayumi and Ai headed towards the infirmary. Just as Lin Yuan intended to follow, he was interrupted by Jinta's startled exclamation. Ah! Jinta held up a Zhu Beiji doll inscribed with his name, though its head had now detached. Is someone trying to kill me? Jinta, frightened, collapsed to the ground, desperately trying to distance himself from the doll. Lin Yuan, intrigued, began to rummage through the box, uncovering a magical girl doll inscribed with the name Huan and a piece of fabric labeled Lin Yuan. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this fabric had been torn from a doll. Jinta, fret not. If anyone were to seek your demise, would I not be destined for ruin as well? Lin Yuan held the cloth, offering solace to Yuan Tai. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the direction of the infirmary. It was the voice of Xiao Ai. Lin Yuan hurriedly rushed over. Just as Conan and the others were about to follow, a shadowy figure appeared before them. Shiho, are you all right? As Lin Yuan ran, he shouted loudly. Hui Yuan Ai emerged from the infirmary, her face filled with panic. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, she immediately exclaimed, Bumei is missing. Xiao Ai, please try to remain calm. He urged. Lin Yuan held down Xiao Ai, her body trembling. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ai spoke. Just now, Bumei and I arrived at the infirmary. And when I turned around, Bumei had vanished. Lin Yuan felt a sudden shock. Could it be that person had acted? Xiao Ai, quickly. Let us search for Conan and the others. Grasping Xiao Ai's hand, the two hastened to the spot where they had previously encountered the dolls. However, Conan and his companions had vanished, along with the dolls themselves. A heaviness settled in Lin Yuan's heart. Could it be that Conan had also fallen into the clutches of that person, who could stealthily abduct everyone without a trace? Was it a member of that organization? The sheer ability to approach undetected suggested someone even more formidable than Jin. Haibara Ai also pondered the organization's involvement. When Ayumi was captured, it had occurred in the blink of an eye, without even a whisper. Who else could possess such prowess? Yet, why had she not sensed their presence? Was it the comfort of her stable life that had dulled her vigilance? Noticing the trembling of the person beside her, Lin Yuan grasped her small hand tightly. Do not let your thoughts wander. I shall protect you. A shiver ran through Haibara Ai as she turned her head away. I can protect myself. That is, after I am gone. In that moment, neither chose to flee. If it truly was a member of that organization, their only path to survival lay in confronting them. The only information they had was that Conan and the others had disappeared near the puppets, while Ayumi had gone missing in the infirmary. They could only hope to uncover clues in those two locations. However, the outcome was alarming. There were no leads, not even signs of a struggle. The three little ones had zero combat capability, but had Conan not reacted either? With no clues available, they had no choice but to search room by room. After scouring every chamber, they finally arrived at the entrance of Class B. I'm sorry, Xiao Ai, Lin Yuan said. I'm sorry, Lin Yuan, Haibara Ai echoed. They exchanged a knowing smile, a flicker of relief passing between them. Together, they opened the door, calmly accepting their fate. Yet, what awaited them was a grand misunderstanding. The mastermind behind it all was actually Teacher Kobayashi, alongside the newly involved guidance counselor, who had orchestrated this scheme to mend their relationship. As for the school's ghost stories, they stemmed from Teacher Kobayashi's anxiety about the upcoming parents' meeting, leading to an early rehearsal. With the misunderstanding resolved, they parted ways to return home. That night, Haibara Ai lay in bed, replaying the day's events in her mind. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded her. Sister, what should I do? Yet, that evening, Haibara Ai maintained a smile, for she had dreamed of her sister, recalling their childhood together. Young Shiho Mayano was remarkably clever, having realized early on that she was different from others. A persistent group of loathsome men in black surrounded her, preventing her from attending school, playing games, or making friends. Yet, little Shiho was indifferent, for she had a sister who adored her. Her sister attended to her every need, teaching her lessons in place of school. But her sister was rather foolish. The simplest of knowledge was already known to Shiho. It was her sister, the silly one, who needed to read the same book repeatedly to grasp the content, which was always the same. Shiho listened intently, understanding that it was the best her sister could offer. With no one else to play games with, her sister joined her in a solitary pastime, hide and seek. Her sister would always let Shiho hide while she sought. If Shiho was found, her sister would be quite upset. But if Shiho remained hidden, her sister would beam with joy, urging her to hide well after she vanished. Yet, Shiho feared her sister might not find her, so she always hid in a few familiar spots. With no friends of her own, her sister became her sole companion. However, her sister deceived her, claiming that friendships outside could only be maintained through letters, which meant they could not see each other often. Yet Shiho knew her sister had been taken away by those detestable men in black. When her sister departed, Shiho began to rebel. She longed to be with her sister. Yet the consequences of her rebellion were unbearable. When her sister returned, Shiho joyfully embraced her. Her sister desperately tried to extend her sleeves to cover her wounds. But Shiho noticed everything. Sister, I truly miss you. Chapter 65. The Survival Instinct Test Location, Dr. Agasa's house. Lin Yuan tapped away at the keyboard. feeling an inexplicable sense of irritation. Ever since returning from school, although Xiao Ai no longer deliberately avoided him, she maintained a subtle distance. This ambiguous closeness evoked in Lin Yuan a certain state of being, friendship tinged with the potential of romance. Should he confess his feelings? Remembering that he and Xiao Ai still had not defined their relationship, Lin Yuan deemed it necessary to prioritize his confession. Shaking his head, he resolved to set aside these troubling thoughts, recognizing that a confession warranted careful consideration. Lin Yuan continued his work, refining the online chat webpage. The reason it wasn't was that smartphones had yet to be released. As for the previously planned game development, it had to be abandoned due to hardware limitations. The game about acquiring a distillery could indeed be realized, yet Lin Yuan was already aware of the consequences it would bring. On the first day of release, Jin would come knocking by afternoon, and by evening, they would be preparing to feast upon their own banquet. The choice to develop the chat webpage primarily stemmed from Dr. Agasa. Ever since Dr. Agasa became enamored with online conversations, he devoted his days entirely to chatting on the internet, which made Lin Yuan see a lucrative opportunity. The webpage was now fully developed, requiring only maintenance and the updating of minor features. Conan, observing a large box of letters beside him, couldn't help but complain. Why are there so many letters after just a month? Dr. Agasa, engrossed in his research and inventions, offered consolation upon hearing Conan's lament. You are a renowned high school detective. It's only natural that many detective enthusiasts would write to you. Conan felt a surge of pride upon hearing this. Astonished that even during his month-long absence, so many fans still remembered him. Lin Yuan, come help me open these letters, Conan exclaimed, his tone brimming with pride. Work in progress. Do not disturb, Lin Yuan replied with an eye roll, returning to his task. Conan then turned to Dr. Agasa, who, emulating Lin Yuan, immediately resumed his own research, also stating, work in progress, do not disturb. Chuckling softly, Conan felt somewhat exasperated. He merely wished to boast, yet none cooperated. However, upon examining the contents of the letters, Conan was relieved that Lin Yuan hadn't come to assist. All the letters were addressed to his father, Yusaku Kudo. Had Lin Yuan seen them, he would surely have endured relentless ridicule. He swiftly tossed the letters meant for Yusaku Kudo into the box, feigning nonchalance. Who would have thought I have so many fans, and each letter is written with such sincerity? Conan pretended to marvel. Are those letters not meant for your father? Lin Yuan immediately dismantled the facade ruthlessly. Conan, astonished, exclaimed, how did you know? Did you sneak a glance at my letter? Lin Yuan approached Conan's side, questioning the need for stealth when the envelope clearly bore the inscription to Yusaku Kudo. Professor Agasa, standing nearby, added insight. Remarking on the recent popularity of your father's Baron Knight series, suggesting that receiving such a multitude of letters was entirely plausible. Unconvinced, Conan rummaged through the pile of envelopes once more and indeed discovered a letter addressed to Shinichi Kudo. The correspondent was Teiji Moritani, extending an invitation for Shinichi Kudo to attend a tea gathering. Intrigued, Conan inquired, Professor Agasa, are you familiar with Teiji Moritani? Professor Agasa nodded, explaining that he is a professor of architecture at Tokyo University and a leading architect of his time. Lin Yuan continued. The architectural style designed by Moriya Teiji is entirely symmetrical. Even his name has been altered from the original Moriya Sadaharu to the symmetrical Moriya Teiji. Conan gazed at the invitation in his hand, pondering why such a renowned figure would extend an invitation to him. Dr. Agasa stroked his chin and speculated. Architects can be considered artists. Like us, they require mental stimulation to ignite their creativity. Well, Moriya Teiji has certainly found the right person, Lin Yuan remarked, expressing admiration. With your knack for attracting trouble, Conan, you are bound to provide him with a true shock. Conan immediately retorted with frustration. I've told you countless times. This is a case calling for me, the illustrious detective. Dr. Agasa deftly shifted the topic, saying, Shinichi, in your current condition, you cannot attend the tea party. Would you like me to go in your stead? As he spoke, a droplet of drool escaped the corner of his mouth. Although Shiho had not moved into Dr. Agasa's home, she had taken over his dietary regimen. With a focus on Dr. Agasa's health, Shiho meticulously monitored his meals, making indulgent high-fat and high-carbohydrate foods a distant fantasy. Attending this tea party would not only allow for a sumptuous feast, but also enable a stimulating exchange of ideas with the genius artist Moriya Teiji. Ignoring Dr. Agasa's eager eyes, Conan couldn't help but think of his own partner. How is it that you two are so thoroughly managed by a young girl? Conan quipped. Lin Yuan may be excused. It is merely a matter of desire for her physique. Yet, Dr. Agasa, how could you two behave in such a manner? Dr. Agasa chuckled heartily, remarking, Shiho, this is also for the good of my health. Lin Yuan was unconcerned. In this world, there are no men who fear their wives. Only those who respect them. Conan remarked with disdain, you resemble a sycophant. You don't understand, Lin Yuan shook his head. A one-sided affection is what we call a sycophant, while a mutual pursuit is the essence of sweet love. Conan immediately nodded enthusiastically, finding this notion profoundly reasonable. After all, he and Ran were indeed immersed in a delightful mutual devotion, weren't they? So, have you both reached that stage? You seem a bit off lately. Not at all. Lin Yuan quickly retorted. Our relationship is thriving, and I am on the verge of confessing my feelings to her. Conan chuckled. Then you should act swiftly. Would you like some guidance from your senior? You should focus on your own Ran, instead. Lin Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Although it was a slight improvement over the large black chicken, it still amounted to the same thing. Wouldn't that mean it would take over 20 years to confess? Dr. Agasa inquired with curiosity. Shinichi, how have you and Ran been lately? She keeps asking me every time I call when I will return. Given my current situation, how could I possibly go back? Conan lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. Lin observed mysteriously. Is it possible that Sister Xiaolan is not merely inquiring about your return, but rather hinting at something of deeper significance? Conan, slightly perplexed, watched as Lin pointed to the computer, stating, I recently updated a survival instinct test feature. You might want to give it a try. A survival instinct test? Conan, intrigued, took a seat before the computer, deciding to explore this new feature. After all, Lin had traversed a path that took Conan over a decade to complete in just a matter of days. Seeing Conan's keen interest in the functionality, Lin felt reassured that the morning had not been in vain. Currently, the chat platform boasted just over 1,000 users, a number achieved with the assistance of UNZ, prompting the need for additional features to attract more users. UNZ not only recommended the platform among classmates, but also joined a magic enthusiast group chat, where lively discussions flourished daily. Chapter 66. The Confession Gift. Glancing at the glaring 0 score, Conan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be a glitch in the website. He found the outcome utterly unacceptable. Indeed, Lin Yuan's expression was as expected, and Conan's persona as a straightforward boy remained intact. Below, answers awaited exploration. Conan immediately scrolled down, unwilling to accept the notion that he might truly score a 0. However, upon viewing the standard responses, he felt an epiphany, as if the previous years of his life had been squandered. I believe we could incorporate an emotional state into personal profiles, suggested Haibara Ai, who had unexpectedly appeared behind the group. When did you arrive? Conan thought, startled, as he swiftly closed the web page. Could it be that this woman had witnessed his potential 0 score? Haibara chuckled softly, recalling the answers Conan had provided. What a quintessentially oblivious boy. Thankfully, he was not quite as he seemed. She turned her gaze to Lin Yuan, placing the lunchbox she held on the table. Dr. Agasa, I brought your lunch. Remember, you mustn't indulge in any other snacks. Dr. Agasa nodded eagerly, while Conan, feeling embarrassed, made a hasty exit. Lin Yuan contemplated Xiao Ai's earlier words, which seemed to be a splendid suggestion. However, the absence of supervision raised concerns about potential chaos. Yet, upon reflection, this is an island nation. Why should I overthink it? After Lin Yuan reached a conclusion, he joyfully returned home with Xiao Ai for dinner. On the way back, Conan pondered over the recent survival instinct test and paused by a telephone booth. After all, Moriya Taichi was the only one who had ever written to him, and he could not let him down. Therefore, Conan resolved to ask Ran to attend the tea party in his stead. Ran, I've been busy with cases lately. Could I trouble you to attend the tea party for me? Conan got straight to the point. Ran appeared somewhat puzzled. Tea party? Conan clarified. Yes, I've already sent the invitation to your home. Honestly, after all this effort to call, it's for this reason. Ran couldn't help but complain, but then her tone shifted. I can agree, but you must accompany me to see a matinee movie on Saturday. Wait a moment, Conan wanted to refuse. But Ran's eager tone left him at a loss for words. Shinichi, which do you prefer, red or blue? Ran suddenly inquired. Conan was taken aback, recalling the survival instinct test, and immediately replied, red. Red, it's indeed red. I knew you would choose red. Ran's cheerful voice came through the phone, bringing relief to Conan. Choosing something the other person liked was undoubtedly the right choice. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan took a bite of curry rice and said, Xiao Ai, I plan to go out this afternoon to purchase some items. Is there anything you need? I can bring it back for you. Xiao Ai lifted her head, a hint of doubt shimmering in her icy blue eyes. She didn't want to be a burden to Lin Yuan, yet she was aware that this boy was unconcerned with such matters. She felt unworthy of him, believing that he deserved someone far better, yet selfishly, she was reluctant to let him go. Xiao Ai perceived herself as a complex contradiction. The ingredients at home have run out. I will accompany you, she said softly, tilting her head. How adorable is Xiao Ai's head tilt. Lin Yuan found himself devoid of any resistance. He had originally planned to purchase a confession gift to surprise Xiao Ai, only to discover that she would be accompanying him. Although his intention to buy a gift was thwarted, the purpose of the gift was indeed for Xiao Ai. How could he possibly refuse the opportunity to enjoy a date with her? After their meal, the two of them proceeded to wash the dishes together. Despite Xiao Ai's repeated refusals, she could not withstand Lin Yuan's insistence. Having already contributed little in the kitchen, she felt compelled to assist with the dishwashing. Their shopping destination remained the Marudan department store. Upon entering the mall, several enthusiastic shopkeepers greeted them warmly, for they were indeed the store's fortunate patrons. Lin Yuan responded one by one, discovering that his current state was far more leisurely. Shopping for the first time with Xiao Ai seemed to have a clear purpose, as they always headed straight towards what they needed to purchase. Now, even their pace had slowed considerably, akin to truly savoring life and relishing the date with Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, would you like to have some milk tea? Lin Yuan inquired, gesturing towards the nearby milk tea shop. Xiao Ai glanced at the shop and shook her head. Milk tea contains a significant amount of sugar, which can lead to obesity and various cardiovascular diseases. I certainly don't wish for you to resemble Professor Agasa in the future. Professor Agasa sneezed, rubbing his rumbling belly, contemplating whether or not to indulge in a snack. Xiao Ai turned her head and said earnestly, in comparison, juice and vegetable juice are the best beverages. If you're thirsty, I suggest you drink water. If you crave a drink, I can prepare some for you when we return home. I've recently learned how to make several types of juice. With that, Xiao Ai swiftly pulled Lin Yuan away from the domain of the milk tea shop. But Xiao Ai, why are you salivating? Lin Yuan remarked. Noticing her eyes still lingering on the milk tea shop, Lin Yuan smiled gently and said to Xiao Ai, I shall step out for a moment to use the restroom. Xiao Ai nodded, swallowing hard. Please return swiftly. I shall await your return here. Lin Yuan evaded Xiao Ai's gaze and entered the milk tea shop. I'll have a cup of bubble tea, please. As for the reason behind just one cup, those in the know understand. The owner chuckled. It's buy one, get one free. We don't sell single servings. Lin Yuan spat out a mouthful of old blood. Is this directed at me? I'll give you 2 cups worth of money. You only need to provide me with 1 cup. The boss chuckled foolishly, remarking that such actions would tarnish the reputation of his modest establishment. Puffed Lin Yuan coughed up another mouthful of blood in exasperation. How could this boss be so stubborn? Never mind, 2 cups it shall be. All right then, the boss, brimming with energy, swiftly prepared the milk tea. Lin Yuan held 2 cups of milk tea as he walked towards the distant Xiao Ai. At that moment, another customer entered the milk tea shop. 1 cup of bubble tea, please. The owner called out, glancing at Lin Yuan's retreating figure. Sure thing, I'll prepare it right away. The loud voice echoed, filled with disdain. Children these days have no shame, flaunting their affection before a 30-year-old single dog like me. Lin Yuan caught the remark, feeling as though the entire world harbored ill will towards him. Upon seeing Xiao Ai, he managed to suppress his dismay. This is utterly sinful. Xiao Ai shook her head upon seeing the milk tea, yet her mouth watered in anticipation. Lin Yuan deftly inserted the straw and presented it before Xiao Ai, casually wiping away the droplet of liquid at the corner of her mouth. An occasional slip is of no consequence. Xiao Ai, blushing, nodded slightly. Lowering her gaze to align with the bubble tea, she took a sip, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. How utterly adorable. Lin Yuan felt that his recovery speed had increased tenfold as he picked up his cup of milk tea and took a sip. The sweetness was reminiscent of the feeling of love. As a punishment for your temptation, you are not allowed to have dinner tonight. Xiao Ai suddenly looked up, speaking earnestly. Lin Yuan was deeply touched. He had not anticipated that Xiao Ai would remember him while simultaneously confronting the milk tea. However, Xiao Ai, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not punish me. I am not as rotund as Dr. Agasa. Chapter 67. The date at the shopping mall's second stop, the two paused before a photo booth. This newly popular photographic method employs computer effects and simple models to produce whimsical images. Moreover, no staff is required for the photography, and the photos can be obtained immediately. Many people affix a large headshot sticker to their letters. Xiao Ai, let us capture a large headshot together. Lin Yuan pointed at the photo booth, extending an invitation. Xiao Ai glanced at the distance, a flicker of interest evident in her ice blue eyes. She had a penchant for magazines and often scoured the internet for various materials, so she was certainly aware of the existence of such photo booths. However, given her current circumstances, it seemed rather inappropriate to capture any visual documentation. Xiao Ai shook her head. That organization must be frantically searching for her now. If she took a picture, it was highly likely they would discover her whereabouts. Don't think too much, Lin Yuan reassured, grasping Xiao Ai's hand. How could the organization possibly suspect that someone who has escaped would have the inclination to take silly pictures? Besides, in our current guise, they wouldn't recognize us. But they knew what I looked like as a child. Xiao Ai protested, but before she could finish, Lin Yuan had already pulled her into the photo booth. As long as we use the most outrageous effects, they will surely not recognize us. Lin Yuan drew the curtains, enveloping the small space in a cocoon of intimacy, leaving only the two of them within. The atmosphere grew momentarily ambiguous. Xiao Ai, clutching her milk tea, retreated repeatedly, seeking refuge in the blind spot of the camera, thereby shattering the delicate tension. Like a startled hamster, she nestled into the corner, her hands tightly cradling a hazelnut. Lin Yuan observed the milk tea in Xiao Ai's hand, feeling perplexed. He had long since consumed his own milk tea in just a couple of sips and had no recollection of where it had been discarded. Why was Xiao Ai drinking her milk tea so slowly? It appeared to still be nearly full. Could it be that it had transformed into imported milk tea? Lin Yuan shook her head, dismissing those peculiar thoughts, and consoled, let me take a picture for you to see. With that, she selected the most extravagant filter available. No, wait. Xiao Ai attempted to intervene, but Lin Yuan had already pressed the shutter button. Don't worry, that organization has no idea what I looked like as a child. Just as the words left her lips, the photograph was produced. Lin Yuan glanced at the image and realized that the device seemed remarkably intelligent, akin to an automatic camera. She immediately beckoned Xiao Ai to come and take a look. Xiao Ai scrutinized the photograph in Lin Yuan's hands, then cautiously eyed the camera. It was reminiscent of a hamster spotting a hazelnut, yet wary of a formidable foe nearby intent on seizing its prize. Ultimately, curiosity about the photograph prevailed. Xiao Ai tiptoed over, playfully concealing her face with a cup of milk tea. Upon finally seeing the picture, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the photograph, Lin Yuan had transformed into a figure even more rotund than Professor Agasa, her mouth wide enough to rival that of a legendary monster. All right, now it's your turn to try. Lin Yuan promptly seated Xiao Ai and was about to select a special effect when she shooed him away. Subsequently, Xiao Ai immersed herself in play, neglecting even her beloved hazelnut milk tea, which lay forgotten. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of jealousy. He had intended to take a photograph with Xiao Ai, but the situation had turned out quite differently. As Xiao Ai's pictures emerged one after another, Lin Yuan glanced at a few but soon lost interest. The facial effects were ostentatiously exaggerated, rendering her almost unrecognizable. Her essence completely vanished. Ultimately, even if he were to take a picture with Xiao Ai, it would result in the portrayal of entirely different individuals, which seemed unnecessary. Observing Xiao Ai's enthusiastic demeanor, he surmised that it would take some time before she would tire of this. Thus, Lin Yuan busied himself by exploring the various effects available: anime style, hip-hop flair, and realistic aesthetics. Lin Yuan ultimately beheld a wedding dress effect, renowned for its highest usage rate and exceptional acclaim. The wedding gown. Hee. Lin Yuan could not help but indulge in fantasies. No, still too young. This is too sinful. However, upon reflection, it is not illegal, after all. As Lin Yuan pondered, he realized that fate had been kind to him. His dreams had surprisingly manifested into reality. Before him lay a photograph. The final image of Xiao Ai, a wedding portrait, featuring her original visage. Surely, it must be a mistake. It must have been a fleeting illusion from the abrupt awakening this morning. Lin Yuan gently patted her own face, intending to retrieve that photograph for a closer look, only to have it snatched away by Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, is that not a wedding portrait? Lin Yuan inquired with eager anticipation. Xiao Ai tucked the photograph into her pocket and turned her head, exclaiming, "No, you are mistaken. I refuse to believe it. Show me." Lin Yuan immediately feigned innocence, insisting that if they were to look, it should be at these, but that particular photograph was out of the question. Xiao Ai tossed the previous photo aside, picked up her hazelnut milk tea, and departed. With one hand, she carefully reached into her pocket to smooth out that photograph, ensuring it would not become creased within. At the very least, it was not yet the right time. At the third stop in the shopping mall, Xiao Ai skipped gaily into the cosmetics store. Lin Yuan had always yearned to see that photograph, yet there was but a solitary one. No way. And devoid of any compassion, Xiao Ai glanced toward the cosmetics store, recalling the picture taken earlier. Surely, after applying makeup, it would appear even more exquisite. Moreover, it had been quite a while since she had adorned her face. Naturally endowed with beauty, Xiao Ai seldom required makeup, especially while residing within the organization where it was unnecessary. Only when visiting her sister would she apply a light touch of makeup. The occasions on which she had beautified herself were indeed few and far between. Just as she contemplated entering, Lin Yuan halted her. Curiously, Xiao Ai inquired, "What is it? Do you think I still have a long way to go before I need makeup?" Lin Yuan shook her head, expressing that cosmetics, at this moment, could lead to skin damage and provoke allergies. In more severe cases, it might even cause skin inflammation. "I don't care, I want to wear makeup." Xiao Ai's demeanor resembled that of a girlfriend playfully pouting. It seemed to be the first time Xiao Ai was indulging in such playful charm. Lin Yuan, feeling a moment of softness, conceded, "This time, but no makeup in the future." A sly smile crept upon Xiao Ai's lips. Yet her cheeks flushed upon hearing Lin Yuan's next words. "Moreover, you look splendid without any makeup." Just as Xiao Ai was about to enter, she was halted by two female shop assistants. One of them remarked, "This is not a playground for little ones." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan contemplated taking Xiao Ai away. It was not out of embarrassment. Rather, he genuinely feared that these cosmetics might adversely affect her. Ultimately, it would be Xiao Ai who would suffer the consequences. Moreover, she looked truly enchanting without any makeup. However, Xiao Ai was unwilling to relent. The thought of having just displayed her charming side felt shameful, and such a hard-won opportunity could not be relinquished so easily. Furthermore, during her previous visits to cosmetic stores, the attendants had not treated her this way. Should she now be subjected to a different standard? With a determined spirit, Xiao Ai placed her hands on her hips and indignantly retorted, "Are you implying that I am not a customer?" Chapter 68. Continuation of the date. The attendant immediately smiled apologetically and said, "No, I meant that if you are here for your mother." Xiao Ai's gaze sharpened. Another attendant whispered, "Perhaps we should assist her with the makeup, surely." Once their mother arrives, she will definitely purchase cosmetics. Upon hearing this, the attendant finally ushered the two inside. Children, what is your relationship? The attendant inquired while applying makeup. Just as Hayato was about to respond, Xiao Ai interjected, friend, I am quite displeased. Lin Yuan turned her head away, resembling a timid young bride. The shop assistant, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but smile faintly, recognizing the undeniable affection between the couple who were clearly reluctant to admit their relationship. How enviable it is to possess such a childhood bond. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, the assistant resumed her duties. Lin Yuan, no longer feeling anger, realized that he had yet to formally confess his feelings, and their relationship remained unconfirmed. It was imperative to settle on a time for the confession soon. Resolute, Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards the girl. However, he found himself utterly bewildered by the myriad of cosmetics surrounding him, prompting him to wander aimlessly. Amidst the array of unfamiliar beauty products, one particular item captured his attention. Its exquisite packaging seemed to beckon like a young maiden, inviting him to come and play. Lin Yuan approached and discovered that it was a lip balm, its delicate pink packaging remarkably alluring. Composed of entirely natural ingredients, it was completely harmless. However, the price of 29,999 yen was daunting. Lin Yuan couldn't help but voice her disdain. A length of merely 10 centimeters. Was it crafted from gold? Even if one possessed wealth, such extravagant spending was unwarranted. Let us depart. At that moment, Xiao Ai appeared behind her. Lin Yuan turned his head and discovered that Xiao Ai had merely applied eyeliner and a lip balm. However, her appearance was now utterly transformed. Her ice blue eyes, accentuated by the eyeliner, resembled the stars in the sky, captivating in their allure. A subtle blink mirrored the twinkling of stars. Her delicate lips, after being adorned with the transparent lip balm, blossomed like cherry blossoms, reflecting a myriad of colors. They appeared crystalline and lustrous, enchanting all who beheld them. Lin Yuan's sudden daze led Xiao Ai to mistakenly believe that he was upset due to her makeup. She immediately clarified, I merely applied eyeliner and lip balm. It won't have any adverse effects on my health. Lin Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, causing Xiao Ai to take several steps back in surprise. Was he enchanted? She waved her hand in front of Lin Yuan, finally bringing him back to reality. Really, what are you daydreaming about? Let us go. Just as they were about to leave, the shop assistant curiously inquired, may I ask where your mother is? Without pausing, Xiao Ai replied softly, she passed away shortly after I was born. The shop assistant felt a pang of guilt welling up within her heart. As Lin Yuan passed by the shop assistant, she softly remarked, my mother has also passed away, not long ago. The assistant could not help but sink into the chair, exclaiming, I truly deserve this. Two solitary souls walked together, ensuring they would no longer experience loneliness. At the fourth stop in the mall, the two paused before the entrance of a luxury store selling handbags. Lin Yuan recalled that Xiao Ai often lingered on the pages featuring designer handbags while perusing magazines. Clearly enamored with those exquisite creations, should he consider purchasing a handbag as a gift for Xiao Ai? Lin Yuan adds another gift to his confession. Currently, there are two gift options. One is the previously considered lipstick, priced at a mere 29,999 yen, which is indeed a bargain. The other is a designer handbag, which Xiao Ai adores. Although choices are available, Lin Yuan does not intend to make a purchase at this moment. A gift must carry an element of surprise. Buying it now would reveal it to Xiao Ai, thereby stripping the gift of its significance. Xiao Ai gazes at the designer handbags in the luxury store and cannot help but chuckle. In her previous life within the organization, Xiao Ai frequently used research funds to acquire various designer bags, indulging in a small act of rebellion against the organization. However, the organization, accustomed to easy, robbery, and swift, extortion methods of earning, remained indifferent to Xiao Ai's antics. As she walks into the store, she reminisces about the bags left behind in the organization. Having purchased numerous bags during her time there, her fascination with such items has only deepened. Lin Yuan followed closely behind, ready to act at a moment's notice. Xiao Ai noticed and said earnestly, Lin Yuan, although we have yet to define our relationship, I must remind you that in any relationship, financial matters are of utmost importance. Therefore, please refrain from secretly purchasing these handbags for me. I do not wish for our emotions to be swayed by financial concerns. Lin Yuan felt a warmth in her heart. What a wonderful girl she is. Unlike those who demand exorbitant sums. Never mind, I am fortunate to have encountered Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, fret not, for I am not lacking in wealth. Lin Yuan immediately interjected. No, this is a matter of principle. The money I previously spent will be repaid once I earn enough. Xiao Ai's unusually serious expression concealed her inner thoughts. At the very least, this would be before our marriage. The luxury store employees, clearly trained in their craft, did not obstruct the two. Rather, no one approached them to offer assistance. Wow. This is actually a dedicated store for fushui. There are so many fushui bags. This is the latest design. How come this hasn't been released yet, and yet it's here? Upon entering the store, Xiao Ai found herself immersed in a sea of bags. Exclaiming with delight, much like a child. Perhaps she truly was still a child at heart. Hello there, little one. You seem to know quite a bit about fushui bags. A sudden voice broke into Xiao Ai's excitement. It belonged to a woman with short golden hair, adorned with a light purple hat, her face graced with a gentle smile. She appeared to be a mixed heritage, much like Xiao Ai. You're... Xiao Ai exclaimed, recognizing the figure before her. You are the founder of fushui. Fushui Campbell Mujixia. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of curiosity, as if it had echoed in his memory. Fushui, slightly taken aback, inquired, little one. You actually know who I am? Xiao Ai eagerly nodded. Fushui is my favorite brand. I've seen your interview on television. How delightful. Fushui smiled softly. I participated in just one interview, and I never expected you would have seen it. An interview? Lin Yuan was no longer entangled in her thoughts. After all, she was a celebrity, someone he had likely heard of on television. President, the car is ready. At that moment, a man approached respectfully. Fushui nodded, and then picked up the latest handbag beside her. Little one, consider this handbag a gift from your aunt, all right? No, I can't accept it. Xiao Ai quickly shook her head in refusal. Fushui gently placed the handbag in Xiao Ai's hands, smiling softly. Let this be our little agreement. When you grow up, you shall buy a handbag designed by your aunt, okay? Xiao Ai wanted to decline further, but Fushui had already departed. Once seated in the car, Fushui took out her own bag, revealing a golden ginkgo leaf within. The feeling of childhood companionship was truly delightful. She closed her eyes, slightly intoxicated by the moment. In another decade, would he appear? Chapter 69. After the date for Lin Yuan, who had never been in love, the essential trifecta of a date consisted of dining, watching a movie, and strolling. As it was not yet mealtime, and Xiao Ai had punished herself by foregoing dinner, their only option was to watch a film. Xiao Ai, shall we go see a movie? Lin Yuan pointed towards the nearby cinema, her face radiating anticipation. The dimly lit theater, with its empty corners, promised an exhilarating experience. Xiao Ai nodded in agreement, neither rejecting nor hesitating. Today, she donned a pair of high heels, albeit only 3 centimeters in height. A subtle reflection of the height difference she shared with Lin Yuan. This disparity in stature often suggests a hierarchy in social interactions, where the taller individual exudes greater confidence. By slipping into these 3-centimeter heels, Xiao Ai could momentarily escape the shadows of her past, feeling a sense of equality between the two. However, given her current physical state, even these modest heels began to inflict discomfort, especially after walking for over an hour. Her ankles ached and the soles of her feet throbbed. Yet a brief respite during the film would likely mask any signs of distress. Entering the ticket hall, Xiao Ai found a seat. Upon discovering the film slated for screening, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Are you certain you wish to watch this film?" "Of course," Lin Yuan replied with resolute enthusiasm, determined to see it. Even if it was a horror film, she turned on her heel, leaving behind a stylish silhouette, convinced of her own charm. However, upon closer inspection, she was instantly taken aback. In comparison to this movie, horror films seemed utterly trivial. The glorious yet tormented days of Einstein. It was exceedingly intense. And every screening room was dedicated to this singular film. Lin Yuan recalled having read this book before and found it quite enjoyable. However, it was filled with intricate academic knowledge, rendering it utterly tedious for the average person. Even if adapted into a film, how much better could it possibly be? Choosing to watch such a movie on a date would almost be akin to a death sentence. Hesitantly, he turned to Xiao Ai, contemplating the cancellation of their cinematic plans. Yet, Xiao Ai smiled and nodded, seemingly filled with anticipation. No, the words he had spoken must be honored, even if it meant weeping in the process. The winds howl coldly at the Ishui River, and a brave warrior departs never to return. With immense courage, Hayashi trembled as she approached the ticket counter. "Please give me 2 tickets. Lin Yuan felt as though uttering these words was akin to making a pact with the devil, with the price being his very soul. "I apologize, but the tickets are already sold out," the ticket seller replied with a smile. "A private screening? Is this film so immensely popular?" Lin Yuan perceived the ticket seller's smile as exceptionally amiable, almost as if they were an angel sent by heaven to rescue her. "Xiao Ai, I inquired just now. This film is exceedingly explicit and violent, rendering it unsuitable for our viewing." Upon Lin Yuan's return, she concocted a flimsy excuse about being unable to procure tickets, deeming it too embarrassing. "Impossible," said little Ai, clutching the promotional brochure for the film, which was undoubtedly a legitimate documentary. "Did you not manage to secure a ticket?" "How could that be?" Lin Yuan vehemently denied, turning on her heel to depart. "You're heading the wrong way," little Ai remarked as she watched Lin Yuan exit the cinema, only to find that she had already vanished from sight. "How peculiar," little Ai mused, her curiosity piqued. As Lin Yuan exited the cinema, he naturally sought to find a few moviegoers from whom he could purchase their tickets at a premium. However, after waiting at the entrance for several minutes, not a single soul appeared. This left Lin Yuan pondering whether the cinema was engaging in ticket manipulation. "Friend, do you require a ticket?" A voice suddenly resonated, akin to a celestial melody. Lin Yuan felt an unprecedented warmth towards these scalpers. A rotund man clad in a black suit beamed with a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum, waving a bundle of movie tickets in his hand. Lin Yuan immediately said, "Please bring me 2 tickets, preferably in the corner with adjacent seating." The scalper appeared greatly troubled. "You are aware of how coveted these tickets are? Especially for such prime locations." Lin Yuan impatiently inquired, "Just say whether you have them or not." "Yes, we do," came the reply. But the scalper has extracted 2 tickets from a stack, and his face has once again brightened with a smile akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, indicating that an additional sum is required. "Isn't it merely money? What is the big deal? Just bring me 2 tickets." Lin Yuan is affluent and certainly not short of funds. "All right then, 1 ticket for 50,000, 2 tickets for 100,000. Huh, this is truly considering oneself as a fool." Lin Yuan cast a glance at the scalper, whose once friendly smile had transformed into a repulsive visage. After completing the payment, Lin Yuan staggered back to the cinema. "Xiao Ai, come here quickly. I need to recuperate." As Lin Yuan departed, a slender figure approached from behind the scalper. "Boss, I never imagined that within such a brief span, I could earn more than 2 months' salary. I also didn't expect that after waiting for so long, I would encounter such a foolish patron." The scalper glanced at the movie ticket in his hand and promptly discarded it into the trash bin, remarking that only a fool would be interested in such a film. Upon returning to the cinema, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that Xiao Ai already possessed 2 movie tickets. Curiously, he inquired, "Where did you obtain your tickets?" Xiao Ai gestured toward a nearby area, explaining, "I learned that a scholarly organization has reserved the entire cinema. As long as you answer their questions, regardless of whether you are correct or not, you receive a movie ticket. So, I secured one for you as well." Lin Yuan lamented, "So my money was spent in vain?" Lin Yuan felt as though he had been struck hard, his emotional wounds bleeding profusely. "Xiao Ai, we are allies, yet you stab my heart so fiercely." Dejectedly trailing behind Xiao Ai, he found solace in the fact that the 2 movie tickets were indeed for adjacent seats. Upon entering the screening room, Lin Yuan realized that perhaps venturing out today was ill-advised. First, he had been targeted by the milk tea shop owner, then swindled by scalpers. And now even his seating arrangement was conspiring against him. While the tickets were for adjacent seats, there lay a corridor between them. Gazing at the virtually empty cinema, which, to be precise, housed only 3 individuals, himself, Xiao Ai, and a member of an academic enthusiast organization, he pondered whether to change his seat, given the absence of other patrons. Resolving to act on his thoughts, Lin Yuan stealthily began to shift his position. At that moment, the academic enthusiast member spoke up. "Young man, our organization values rules above all. Once a seat is chosen, one should not move," said an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, walking unsteadily. Lin Yuan feared that if the old man lost his breath, the event might commence right then and there. He decided it best not to engage in a confrontation with him. Lin Yuan, filled with melancholy, returned to her seat. As for producing those 2 movie tickets, that was preposterous. If Xiao Ai were to discover that she had spent 100,000 yuan, she would be ridiculed for eternity. Observing Lin Yuan's sulky demeanor, Xiao Ai couldn't help but chuckle softly. They had yet to define their relationship, and with others present, sitting together would only amplify her embarrassment. The film soon commenced. Narrated from Einstein's perspective, chronicling his life. In a brief span of 1.5 hours, the film not only detailed Einstein's existence, but also elucidated the concepts of special relativity, general relativity, the photoelectric effect, and quantum mechanics. Chapter 70. The journey home. Upon the film's conclusion, Lin Yuan felt as though she were nearing her own end. Noticing Lin Yuan's despondent state, Xiao Ai smiled gently, taking her hand and suggesting, "Let's choose another film next time." Xiao Ai's mention of a next time revitalized Lin Yuan instantly. It implied that she was not opposed to dating her. Without hesitation, she proposed, "How about tomorrow? We could watch another movie." Xiao Ai was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "How could one go to the cinema every day?" You make a valid point," Lin Yuan replied obediently, asserting, "Then let's make it the day after tomorrow. That way, it won't be an everyday affair. Tomorrow would be perfect for purchasing a gift, and the day after, she could confess her feelings, an impeccable plan." Sighing deeply, Xiao Ai reflected that perhaps spending time watching movies with this fellow was not such a bad idea after all. "Xiao Ai, let's return home after dinner," Lin Yuan insisted, adamant that all 3 essential components of their outing must not be overlooked. Dining out was not only expensive but lacked nutritional value. If time was scarce, an occasional meal out was acceptable, but since they had ample time, it was better to return and cook. Thus, it seemed Xiao Ai had relinquished her punishment of forbidding Lin Yuan from having dinner. This strategy of retreating to advance was quite effective. Lin Yuan quickly nodded, affirming, yes, let's return home for a meal. Have you forgotten the purpose of our outing?" Xiao Ai rolled her eyes at Lin Yuan and then inquired, "By the way, didn't you mention that there was something you needed to purchase?" It was at that moment that Lin Yuan remembered he had come to purchase a gift, while Xiao Ai was there to procure ingredients. However, the delightful ambience had transformed their outing into what felt like a date. "Oh dear," Lin Yuan feigned ignorance. "I completely forgot." Xiao Ai, exasperated, produced a list and said, From now on, if there's anything you wish to buy, just let me know, and I will jot it down for you. The list was densely filled with a variety of ingredients. Lin Yuan felt a slight pang in her nose. During this period, Xiao Ai's culinary creations were not only delectable, but also nutritionally balanced, to the point where Lin Yuan began to feel as though she was gaining weight. It turned out that Xiao Ai had invested so much thought and effort behind the scenes. Xiao Ai, thank you. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. After purchasing the ingredients, the two prepared to head back. At the entrance of the mall, Lin Yuan held the ingredients while Xiao Ai still cradled her milk tea. Xiao Ai, why haven't you finished your milk tea yet? Lin Yuan could no longer contain her curiosity and finally inquired. It's been such a long time. There's quite a bit here. I can't finish it all. Would you mind helping me with it? Xiao Ai raised the milk tea and placed it in front of Lin Yuan, a sly smile gracing her lips. Lin Yuan excitedly accepted the milk tea, oblivious to Xiao Ai's suppressed laughter. Could it be that today marks the unlocking of a new achievement? With a racing heart and trembling hands, he took a sip, only to discover that the milk tea had already been consumed. At this moment, Xiao Ai could no longer contain her laughter. Observing Lin Yuan's woeful expression, she earnestly consoled him. It is generally advisable to consume milk tea within 3 hours. It has now surpassed that time frame, which could be detrimental to your health. How impressive Xiao Ai was, accurately calculating how to finish the milk tea within 3 hours. Yet, was that truly my concern? By doing so, you will lose me. Fine. I shall ignore you for a whole minute. With a triumphant smile adorning her lips, Xiao Ai skipped ahead merrily. Suddenly, she misstepped and fell to the ground. Lin Yuan hurriedly set down the ingredients in his hands and helped Xiao Ai to her feet. Xiao Ai, are you alright? Are you injured? Xiao Ai moved her ankle and replied, I'm fine. She attempted to stand again, but as soon as she put weight on her right foot, her face contorted in pain. Don't push yourself. Lin Yuan hastily assisted Xiao Ai to a nearby seat, gently removing her shoe and sock from her right foot. There was noticeable redness and swelling around her ankle, suggesting a possible sprain. Curiously, her heel was also slightly abraded. Lin Yuan then noticed Xiao Ai's shoes, which were approximately 3 centimeters high heels. He removed the sock and shoe from her other foot, discovering that while there was no swelling or redness around her ankle, the heel was slightly abraded. The case was solved. The blisters on her heel were a result of wearing high heels, which had caused her to lose balance and fall. I'm fine. Let us return, Xiao Ai insisted as she attempted to withdraw her feet but was unsuccessful after a couple of tries. From now on, you must refrain from wearing high heels. Lin Yuan set aside Xiao Ai's high heels and gently began to massage her swollen ankle. Xiao Ai's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly lowered her gaze. After a moment, she attempted to rise to her feet. She appeared considerably improved, yet her gait remained somewhat unsteady. Should we go to the hospital? Observing the anguish etched on Xiao Ai's delicate features, Lin Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. There's no need for a hospital visit. After all, I hold a Ph.D. in chemical biology. Those doctors may not be more adept than I am. Xiao Ai offered a faint smile, feigning a demeanor of lesser discomfort. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, crouching before Xiao Ai, indicating for her to climb onto his back. I'll carry you home, he offered. No, I can walk by myself. Xiao Ai stubbornly pushed against Lin Yuan, only to find she could not budge him. Didn't you punish me by forbidding dinner before? Let this be your substitute for that punishment. Xiao Ai's eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears. She was taken aback that he remembered such a joke of a punishment so vividly. It seemed they were meant to be equals. Why then, should he accept her punishment? She blinked hard, willing the tears not to fall. Xiao Ai did not want to cry, for she understood that tears would not alter her reality. On the day her sister passed away, she had wept through the night, and whenever she thought of her sister, the tears would flow endlessly. Yet, her sister would never return. Xiao Ai recognized her sister's wish for her to live happily. However, she stubbornly believed that this life was a price paid with her sister's own, compelling her to tread carefully, to remain hidden like a mouse in the shadows. Only in this way could she honor her sister's sacrifice. Xiao Ai, hurry up, Lin Yuan urged, noticing her lost in thought. As she gazed at Lin Yuan's back, Xiao Ai bit her lip and climbed on. Sister, I'm sorry. Thank you. Didn't you say we need to say thank you between us? Just be sure to take the ingredients. Xiao Ai's lips curled into a smile. Since we've already exerted ourselves today, I'll make you a little extra for dinner. As for Professor Agasa, he can continue his diet. Upon returning home, Xiao Ai insisted on cooking. Yet, with each step, her brow furrowed. Lin Yuan immediately restrained her, forbidding any further movement. Ultimately, Lin Yuan took over the cooking, while Xiao Ai perched on a chair beside him, offering guidance. Despite her supervision, Lin Yuan's culinary skills resulted in a lengthy endeavor that stretched over several hours. This was unfortunate for Professor Agasa, having eaten little at lunch. He contemplated sneaking a snack, but the image of Xiao Ai's stern expression deterred him entirely. Chapter 71. Tea party on the 2nd, there was no school. As noon approached, Xiao Ai remained in her room, having yet to emerge, and she had not even eaten breakfast. During the period of Lin Yuan's visit, He knocked on the door twice. Although Xiao Ai responded, she had no intention of coming out, nor did she allow anyone to enter. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that she was experiencing those particular days that women have each month? Yet, given Xiao Ai's current condition, that seemed implausible. Should he perhaps boil some extra hot water? Shaking his head, he dismissed such peculiar thoughts from his mind. Lin had initially intended to purchase a gift, but upon witnessing the peculiar state of Xiao Ai, he felt reluctant to leave. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from Xiao Ai's room, prompting Lin to swiftly retrieve the spare key. Upon entering the room, he discovered Xiao Ai sprawled on the floor, one hand cradling her ankle while the other tenderly rubbed her backside. As he comprehended the situation, Lin immediately realized what had transpired. Xiao Ai's injury had evidently worsened, and in her attempt to do something, she had lost her balance and fallen. Observing her anguished expression, Lin felt a surge of frustration. Why didn't you inform me that your injury hadn't healed? Lin Yuan assisted Xiao Ai onto the bed, noticing that the swelling around her ankle had worsened significantly. I'm almost better. I just lost my balance a moment ago, Xiao Ai insisted stubbornly, determined to demonstrate her recovery by attempting to take a few steps. However, as soon as she exerted pressure on her right foot, her delicate face contorted in pain. After several attempts, she ultimately abandoned the idea of walking. It must have been another fall that exacerbated her ankle injury, leaving Xiao Ai feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yes, you should change your clothes first. We will head to the hospital shortly, Lin Yuan suggested, recognizing Xiao Ai's strong will. No, I don't need to go to the hospital. I just need a few days of rest, Xiao Ai firmly rejected. That's not an option this time. You must listen to me. Also, is the injury on your backside serious? Lin Yuan was at a loss, caught between exasperation and amusement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai covered her backside and stepped back. I'm fine, don't come near me. What is there to see about a child's bottom? After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he left decisively. Xiao Ai's face was flushed, and it was unclear whether she was angry, shy, or perhaps a combination of both. Upon exiting the hospital, she sat in her wheelchair, resembling a disgruntled figure. Her pout, so pronounced it seemed capable of holding an oil bottle. All right, don't be upset, someone reassured her. The doctor has said that as long as you refrain from walking for the next few days, you will recover swiftly. Lin Yuan pushed the wheelchair and comforted. That doctor doesn't even have a higher degree than I do. He must have made an erroneous diagnosis. Xiao Ai was reluctant to admit her misdiagnosis from yesterday. Indeed. My little Ai is the brightest. Lin Yuan couldn't help but gently tousle Xiao Ai's hair. He realized that there were numerous advantages to her being in a wheelchair, such as the newfound freedom to affectionately ruffle her hair. Her soft, tea-colored locks, imbued with the fragrance of shampoo, mingled with an indescribable, subtle scent. It felt utterly delightful. No, my hair is a mess. Xiao Ai turned her head, clearly aware of how height played a significant role in social interactions, and the sensation of her hair being disheveled was rather unpleasant. I understand. Lin Yuan gently tidied Xiao Ai's hair once more, for the affectionate gesture must endure. Feeling the mischievous hand that had been playfully ruffling her hair disappear, Xiao Ai couldn't help but feel a tinge of annoyance. Though the sensation of being patted on the head was delightful, she felt as though she were being treated like a mere child. Xiao Ai, allow me to take you to a wonderful place. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone. Xiao Ai felt a tinge of curiosity, yet she did not refuse, for she was aware that she had no authority to decline at present. As for the good place that Lin Yuan mentioned, it was, of course, the tea gathering hosted by Maria Teiji. By this time, it was already afternoon, and Xiao Ai had neither partaken in breakfast nor lunch, as her own culinary attempts had proven rather unsatisfactory, while the food from outside left her feeling uneasy. Lin Yuan naturally recalled the tea party that Maria Teiji had invited Kudo Shinichi to yesterday. Conan would also be attending, which meant there would even be post-dinner activities. Simply perfect. Finding Maria Teiji's residence was not a challenge, for he was a renowned architect. A casual inquiry to anyone would suffice. Upon arriving at Maria Teiji's doorstep, Shiho, with a look of curiosity, inquired, "Is this esteemed gathering the splendid occasion you mentioned?" "Indeed, it is right here." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Xiao Ai inquired, "Do you possess an invitation?" "No." Lin Yuan should have responded appropriately. Xiao Ai was momentarily speechless. "So how do you plan to get in?" "There are 2 security guards at the entrance." "Leave it to me." Lin Yuan patted his chest, then guided Xiao Ai towards the entrance. "Uncle, my mother went in ahead of time, without a thought for me and my sister." Lin Hua spoke to the security guard in a childlike tone, inquiring, "Will children be allowed at the tea party?" The guard was momentarily perplexed. However, the individuals eligible to attend the tea party were either affluent or of high status, people he could not afford to offend. Sensing the guard's hesitation, Lin Hua continued, "My sister has been injured. May we enter to find our mother?" After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he gave the wheelchair a gentle push. Xiao Ai, feeling exasperated, thought to herself, "Didn't you promise to take responsibility? In the end, it's still up to me, you insufferable man." Reluctantly, Xiao Ai began to put on a charming act. Uncle, may I come in? How adorable. Lin Yuan discovered that Xiao Ai's acting was truly exceptional, nearly on par with his own, a mere half a pound of scrap iron against 8 taels of gold. Moreover, seated in a wheelchair, she was simply irresistible. The security guard hesitated but ultimately permitted their entry, reasoning that the 2 children were unlikely to cause any trouble, especially since the little girl appeared quite well behaved. Shortly after their entrance, a professional team arrived at the venue. Conan, brimming with excitement, yearned to discover which fan was so desperate as to invite him. He dashed inside upon alighting from the taxi. Conan, you must possess an invitation to enter, Xiaolan called out, following closely behind and presenting the invitation to the security guard. Uncle Maori straightened his suit, eagerly anticipating the inaugural meeting between the genius architect and the renowned detective. The 2 security guards relaxed somewhat, realizing that a child was merely accompanying an adult to the tea party. Upon entering the courtyard, the trio was astonished by the perfectly symmetrical architectural style. Uncle Maori began to enlighten them. This is the architectural style of the European Middle Ages, specifically the Stuart dynasty. Huh, Conan pondered, somewhat perplexed. As this was not typical of Uncle's style, Xiaolan, with admiration, inquired, Father, you possess knowledge of architecture? I was once dubbed a mobile library. Uncle Maori stood tall, relishing the admiration directed towards him, and posed a question. Do you notice anything while observing the left and right sides? Xiaolan scrutinized her surroundings, discovering something that led her to the central fountain in astonishment. If one stands in the middle, the views of the garden on both sides are identical. Even the buildings are the same. Uncle Maori approached and continued his exposition. This is the design of bilateral symmetry. Professor Sengoku spent much of his time in Europe and thus has a particular fondness for European architectural styles. As he spoke, he retrieved a small cheat sheet from his pocket. Chapter 72. The meeting of Xiao Ai and Xiaolan. Uncle Maori continued his exposition while referring to the cheat sheet. Being of shorter stature, Conan found himself at the perfect height to glimpse the notes, clearly reading the characters inscribed upon it. Xiaolan, however, remained oblivious to the cheat sheet, her attention wholly captivated by the garden. This is the first time I've encountered such a stunning garden. I am honored that such a beautiful young lady appreciates my design. A gentle voice drew near. It was Sengoku T2, the host of the tea party. I am Mao Lulan, and this is my father and Adagawa Conan, Xiaolan said, offering a slight bow before explaining. We have come on behalf of Shinichi Kudo, as he was unable to attend. I see, Sengoku T2 remarked thoughtfully. Realizing that Kudo had not made an appearance, Conan interjected, pointing to the side. This uncle is also a detective. Uncle Maori cleared his throat and stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Maori Kagoro. Oh, Sengoku T2 exclaimed in surprise. So you are the illustrious sleeping Kagoro. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. The tea party commenced. Lin Yuan maneuvered the wheelchair to a secluded table in the corner, where fewer people gathered, thus avoiding any encounters with Xiao Ai. After securely fastening the wheelchair to prevent it from shifting, he said, Xiao Ai, it is quiet here. Stay put while I fetch you something to eat. Xiao Ai nodded, but as she observed Lin Yuan's departing figure, a sense of melancholy washed over her. The table loomed a bit high, and the wheelchair felt rather low. She found herself unable to reach the tabletop. After a couple of futile attempts, she decided to relinquish her efforts. Never mind, I shall wait for him to return and assist me. As Lin Yuan navigated through the crowd, he recognized several familiar faces. He had seen Xiao Ai on television, though he couldn't quite recall her name. Upon glimpsing the delicacies laid out on the table, Lin Yuan felt as though he had ventured into the wrong venue. The cuisine was exquisitely presented, which only implied a meager quantity. Numerous plates adorned the table, yet each contained merely a few biscuits, a small piece of sandwich, or a couple of slices of toast. Fortunately, none of the attendees had come solely for the purpose of dining. Each held a cup of red tea, intent on expanding their network. Although it was merely a tea gathering, they occasionally helped themselves to a morsel or two, leaving little remaining. Lin Yuan did not leave anything to chance. He ensured that each dish retained a touch of its essence. After his departure, the already exquisite food appeared even more refined. Upon returning to Xiao Ai's side, Lin Yuan placed the culinary delights upon the table. Lin Yuan, I cannot reach it, Xiao Ai lamented, resembling a child in her expression of dismay. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan could not help but tousle her hair once more. Xiao Ai attempted to evade his touch, but the confines of the wheelchair left her with no choice but to endure. Recognizing the moment, Lin Yuan elevated the wheelchair slightly and released its restraints. Once Xiao Ai regained her freedom, she awkwardly maneuvered the wheelchair closer to the table. Having missed both breakfast and lunch, she indeed felt a pang of hunger. You should eat too, Xiao Ai exclaimed as she picked up a small piece of bread, only to realize that Lin Yuan remained unmoved. I am not hungry at the moment. Lin Yuan shook his head. He had consumed a modest sandwich in the morning, while Xiao Ai had eaten nothing at all. With such a limited supply of food, he certainly could not indulge himself. The growl of his stomach betrayed him. Lin Yuan awkwardly scratched his head. as if his body required a substantial amount of nourishment to maintain its recuperative abilities. Having skipped lunch, he now found himself quite famished. I shall go and fetch something to eat. Lin Yuan departed directly, seemingly leaving behind an apology for those attending the tea party. Xiao Ai's gaze lingered on Lin Yuan as curiosity peaked within her. Upon observing the whispers and gestures of the attendees, she grasped the situation, her eyes slightly reddening. I am fine with being a little hungry. I simply do not wish for you to be looked down upon. Please, come in. This is the venue for the tea gathering. Moriyateji led the trio to the rear garden. The garden was equally enchanting. Xiaolon couldn't help but exclaim, "Come, do not be shy, please indulge in the afternoon tea." Moriyateji encouraged, offering Xiaolon a chance to savor the delicacies. At that moment, they noticed that the table had long been cleared, leading to a rather awkward silence. Moriyateji grinned. Who was responsible for restocking this? All the pastries had been crafted by his own hands. He had anticipated the tea gathering and, therefore, prepared less, considering that making an abundance alone would be quite tiresome. To ease the tension, Xiaolon picked up the last remaining cookie and praised, "It truly is delectable." Moriyateji coughed lightly and engaged in conversation with Uncle Maori. Fortunately, there was still an ample supply of black tea, allowing the tea party to continue. Xiaolon lifted a cup of black tea and, spotting Lin Yuan in a corner, promptly approached to greet. "Hello, Sister Xiaolon." Lin Yuan immediately greeted them. He had just witnessed a few individuals enter, but having recently engaged in mischief, he dared not approach them. "Hello, is this the new student that Conan has been talking about, Haibara Ai? Why is she sitting in a wheelchair?" Mao Lilan inquired curiously upon seeing Ai. Ai injured her foot yesterday, so for the time being, she can only use a wheelchair, came the reply. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Xiao Ai, would you like your sister to push you for a stroll in this garden? It is the most beautiful garden I have ever seen." Mao Lilan inquired, preparing to push the wheelchair. Xiao Ai turned her head away, her small hand gripping the wheel, clearly resisting. She perceived Lilan to be akin to a Yumi. However, while Yumi was merely a child, Mao Lilan, being an adult, naturally invited comparison. One represented the grace of a dolphin, while the other evoked fear, dwelling in the dark depths of the sea like a shark. This dichotomy filled Xiao Ai with a sense of self-loathing, leaving her unsure of how to interact with her. Xiao Ai's resistance made Mao Lilan feel somewhat awkward, ultimately attributing it to the shyness of a child. "What a shy little one, just like Conan," Lilan remarked, playfully ruffling Conan's hair. Conan, accustomed to such gestures, was indifferent to others touching his head. Instead, he was curious about Lin Yuan and Xiao Ai, wondering if they were on a date. Was their relationship progressing so swiftly? Should he seek some guidance? "By the way, did you come here with Dr. Agasa?" Lilan looked around. Lin Yuan tugged at Xiao Lan's hem, signaling her to crouch down, and with an air of mystery, remarked, "We have sneaked in." Xiao Lan understood immediately and nodded, adding, "If anyone inquires, you should say you entered with your sister." Xiao Ai observed the conversation between Lin Yuan and Mao Lilan, her gaze dimming, lost in her thoughts. After a brief exchange, Xiao Lan returned to Uncle Mao Li's side. "Was my earlier behavior towards that girl inappropriate?" Xiao Ai pondered in silence for a considerable time before suddenly speaking up. Lin Yuan also noticed the peculiar behavior of Xiao Ai just now. Could it be that Xiao Ai harbors a dislike for Mao Lilan? However, to Lin Yuan, Mao Lilan is akin to an elder sister, and Xiao Ai holds great significance in his life. Is it possible that a dilemma of choosing between the two might unfold? "Xiao Ai, do you truly dislike Mao Lilan?" Lin Yuan tentatively inquired. Xiao Ai shook her head and, with a sense of despondency, remarked, "She is akin to an angel, while in comparison, I appear as a hideous monster." "Xiao Ai." Lin Yuan gently grasped Xiao Ai's shoulders, preventing her from evading. "You have never been a monster. It is merely that you have lingered in the darkness for too long." Chapter 73. Riddles. By the way, Mr. Maori, as a renowned detective, would you mind engaging in an intellectual quiz with me? Suddenly inquired Moriyateji. An intellectual quiz? Uncle Maori expressed his curiosity, raising his voice significantly, drawing the attention of those around them. Indeed, it concerns the computer login password for a company managed by 3 individuals. I believe, as Detective Maori, you should find it quite easy to solve. Moriyateji's voice also grew louder. "Ah, that would be the famous sleeping Kagoro." Upon this reminder from Moriyateji, the crowd recognized Detective Maori and gasped in unison. "Professor Moriya, please proceed." Uncle Maori adjusted his collar. He certainly could not afford to lose face in front of so many people. "Very well, here are the profiles of the 3 individuals." Moriyateji retrieved a stack of documents from his inner lining. The password consists of 5 katakana characters. The time limit is 3 minutes. Everyone, please join in the contemplation. All present took a sheet detailing the profiles of the 3 individuals, while Moriyateji produced an hourglass to commence the timing. Uncle Maori examined the documents in his hands, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, utterly at a loss. Lin Yuan had no interest in the riddle, and he found himself bored, observing a group of people scratching their heads in confusion. Suddenly, he noticed the reflection glinting off Conan's glasses. What on earth? Conan is cheating. Is no one going to intervene? Are you all blind, or simply oblivious? Lin Yuan felt a sense of responsibility not to fuel Conan's arrogance as he cast his gaze upon the documents laid out on the table. The three names were entirely distinct, their birth dates disparate, and their interests varied in every conceivable way. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that it was better to boldly hypothesize and take it easy. Never mind, there's no need to hold oneself to the same standards as Conan. If one is going to cheat, then let it be. Lin Yuan decisively reclined, continuing to observe the monkeys. The answer is Momotaro, Xiao Ai remarked softly. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. Indeed, my dear Ai is remarkably clever. As for the reason behind this answer, he was indifferent. Passing by Uncle Mori, Lin Yuan wore a mischievous smile. At that moment, Uncle Mori, engrossed in the documents in his hands, appeared somewhat distorted with anxiety. The thought of losing face in front of so many was unbearable for him. The answer was Momotaro. A faint sound suddenly echoed in his ears, leaving Uncle Mori feeling somewhat unreal. He glanced around, while Lin Yuan had already returned to his seat. What could that sound be? Uncle Mori mumbled to himself. Could it be that my prolonged contemplation has awakened my subconscious, and that voice was merely my subconscious revealing the answer? It must be so. Uncle Mori increasingly embraced this possibility. The answer is Momotaro. Just as Conan prepared to announce the answer, Uncle Mori interjected. All eyes were on Uncle Mori. Upon hearing the answer, Moritani Teiji's expression morphed into something grotesque, as if a realization struck him. Conan felt a twinge of frustration. He had been overshadowed by Uncle Mori. Detective Mori, could you please explain why the answer is Momotaro? Indeed. The onlookers began to clamor. Uncle Mori, scratching his head, felt a bit awkward, silently pleading for his subconscious to save him. Their zodiac signs were the monkey, the rooster, and the dog, all companions of Momotaro. Conan seized the opportunity to respond, determined to reclaim his lost glory. This is what I wanted to convey. Uncle Mori quickly acquiesced, riding the wave of the situation. Correct answer, Detective Mori, and this young lad as well. Moritani Teiji announced the answer, prompting applause and cheers from the crowd. Uncle Mori displayed his signature smile, though internally he lamented the unreliability of his subconscious. As a reward, I invite Detective Mori and this young child to tour my exhibition room. Oh, and Miss Ran should join as well. Moritani Teiji proposed, his face adorned with an enigmatic smile. Professor Moritani, could you possibly allow 2 more children? They won't be a bother, Ran hesitantly requested. Moritani Teiji, unfazed, replied, of course, no problem at all. The group made their way to the exhibition room, during which Ran offered to push Ai's wheelchair. Ai neither directly declined nor accepted, appearing somewhat reluctant. Ran did not press further and let Lin Yuan take over. Aren't you afraid my answer might be incorrect? Ai suddenly inquired from her wheelchair. Impossible. Even if it were wrong, it would be the question at fault. Lin Yuan resolutely declared, moreover, I am not asking Uncle Mori to respond. Even if the question is incorrect, it is he who would feel ashamed. Xiao Ai, initially touched by his unwavering trust, was suddenly overwhelmed with exasperation upon hearing those words. Soon, they arrived at the exhibition hall, where an array of architectural photographs adorned the walls, an impressive multitude indeed. Xiaolon, come and take a look. This is the location of the incident from the last case. Conan pointed to one of the photographs. Xiaolon approached and recognized the building depicted, exclaiming, indeed, this is Mr. Kurikawa's house. Uncle Mori began to boast. Mr. Kurikawa was murdered by a maid, and it was I who solved this case. This house was my first design when I started my career, and those in the background are my works post-30. Moriya Taichi remarked with a nonchalant tone, devoid of emotion. Gazing at the architectural photograph, he chuckled softly. In my youth, my aesthetic sensibilities were rather immature. I suggest you refrain from scrutinizing them. Oh, Uncle Mori awkwardly nodded and continued to move forward. Moriya Taichi followed behind Xiaolon and inquired, by the way, Miss Xiaolon, are you well acquainted with Kudo Shinichi? Xiaolon nodded. I suppose so. We grew up together, attending the same school until high school, but we haven't seen each other for quite some time. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed her features, but she quickly brightened, saying, however, Shinichi's birthday is approaching, and we plan to watch a movie together. Moriya Taichi smiled. How exciting. I trust your gift is already prepared? Xiaolon's cheeks flushed with shyness as she replied, not yet. Both Shinichi and I have red as our lucky color, so I plan to gift him a red casual shirt. That sounds splendid. I am certain Kudo Shinichi will appreciate it. At the mention of Kudo Shinichi, Xiaolon bashfully turned her gaze away. A photograph on the wall caught her attention, prompting her to ask, is this the Mihua building? Indeed. A fleeting look of disdain flickered across Moriya Taichi's face. The date venue is the Mihua Cinema inside. We have agreed to meet at 10 o'clock tonight. Xiaolon, lost in her joyous reverie, failed to notice. This building is my proud masterpiece. It is the most suitable place for a romantic rendezvous. Moriya Taichi squinted with a sly smile. Xiao Ai, let us also watch a movie here tomorrow. Lin Yuan gently shook his wheelchair and inquired. Xiao Ai felt a flicker of temptation, yet she still shook her head, stating, It is rather inconvenient for me in my current condition. Let us wait until I am better. Oh, come now. Lin Yuan playfully insisted. You have a wheelchair. It is no trouble at all. Xiao Ai found herself at a loss. If she did not acquiesce, she would likely be pushed along regardless. You are all welcome to join us. However, little ones must not stay up late. Suddenly interjected Moriya Teiji. Lin Yuan nodded. Moriya T2 spoke with reason. Xiao Ai, let us go to the movies at 7 tomorrow. Chapter 74. The detective team under attack. It was the third day, still no school. Throughout the morning, Lin Yuan remained at home tending to Xiao Ai, yet she insisted on managing her own affairs, not wishing to burden others. As noon approached, with only 7 hours remaining until their evening rendezvous, Lin Yuan grew increasingly anxious about the unpurchased gift. Flipping through a magazine, Xiao Ai suddenly remarked, If you have something to attend to, you may go ahead. How did you know I had something to do? Lin Yuan felt a tinge of curiosity. Had her intentions truly been discerned? Since the morning, you had gazed out the door for a longer duration than you had looked at me, clearly yearning to venture outside. Xiao Ai raised her head, her icy blue eyes fluttering momentarily. Was it that conspicuous? Lin Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Could it be that Xiao Ai had discovered her previous act of stealing glances? Are you able to manage on your own? Lin Yuan hesitated and inquired about the necessity of purchasing a gift. All right, I am certainly not a fragile girl. I can take care of myself. Xiao Ai replied softly. Fine, I shall return shortly. Do not forget to meet me at 7 this evening for the movie. I know, you are quite the nag. Xiao Ai remarked. A smile gracing her lips as she observed the boy's retreating figure. Given Lin Yuan's recent peculiar behavior, Xiao Ai formed a conjecture, eagerly anticipating their evening rendezvous. At Professor Agasa's residence, Conan was troubled over his impending date with Ran. Why didn't you decline her invitation sooner? Professor Agasa poured himself a cup of coffee, savoring its fragrant aroma before taking a sip. I simply cannot. Every time Ran mentions a date, her expression is filled with such anticipation that I find it impossible to refuse her. Conan lay on the bed in exasperation, before sitting up, his face alight with expectation. Professor, could you possibly create a robotic doppelganger of Shinichi Kudo? Professor Agasa, caught off guard, spluttered coffee as he responded, No matter how clever I may be, I cannot accomplish such a feat. That is true, Conan sighed, reclining back onto the bed. At that moment, a news broadcast on the television captured Conan's attention. Ammonium nitrate explosives have been stolen from the Eastern Powder Depot, with the quantity so substantial that the police are baffled as to how the perpetrator managed the heist. Currently, there is no information regarding the suspect. Professor Agasa wiped the coffee off his clothes, gravely noting, This is indeed a serious matter. Indeed, Conan nodded. Recalling the knowledge he had acquired in Hawaii, mixing ammonium nitrate with plastic could yield a formidable explosive. The television continued with another news item. Last night, Mr. Kurikawa's residence was set ablaze, adversely affecting the neighboring residents. Mr. Kurikawa's house was destroyed? Conan recalled seeing it in a photograph just yesterday, leaving a strong impression. Professor Agasa approached with his coffee, stating, It seems there has been an uptick in arson cases recently. A phone rang, prompting Conan to lower the volume of the television. Professor Agasa answered the call. Hello? May I speak with Shinichi Kudo? A strange voice emanated from the other end, which Professor Agasa immediately recognized as being altered by a voice changer. Please hold on a moment. He covered the mouthpiece and whispered to Conan, Shinichi, this call is for you, and it seems the caller is using a voice changer. Exercise caution. A voice changer? Conan replied skeptically as he took the receiver. What is so peculiar? Adjusting my voice changer, he said, Hello, I am Shinichi Kudo. I was the one who stole the explosives from the Eastern Powder Depot. The caller wasted no time, startling Conan with their audacity. Now, provide me with your phone number. Conan quickly retorted, I have no intention of sharing my number with someone like you. So, you wish to sever the only means of contacting you? The voice on the other end turned notably colder. Conan relented, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. My number is 080-432-0242. The sound of a pen scratching against paper confirmed that the number was noted. Now, go to Greenfield Park by the Tamanokawa River. There is something particularly interesting awaiting you there. Greenfield Park? Why should I go there? Conan questioned, feeling the discomfort of being manipulated. If you don't go, those children may be in jeopardy. With that, the caller abruptly hung up. Alarmed, Conan grabbed his skateboard and dashed outside. I must investigate immediately. Professor, please contact Officer Magyar. Be careful on your way. Professor Agasa advised, having also sensed the call's abnormality. Conan stood on his skateboard, racing to Greenfield Park. He fortuitously encountered Lin Yuan returning from her gift purchase and enlisted her assistance. In the park's open area, the trio of boys were engrossed in a remote-controlled airplane, with Jinta and Hakuba evidently engaged in a tug-of-war over it. Conan rushed over to inquire, Hakuba, what is the story with that airplane? Ayumi exclaimed in delight. A man with a long beard gave it to me. Hakuba replied, deftly maneuvering the plane. Jinta chimed in excitedly. He even said it was a bomber. Bomber? Conan's senses heightened as he examined the remote-controlled airplane. A black object was affixed beneath its body, highly likely to be explosives. Hakuba handed over. Conan lunged for the remote control. Naturally, Hakuba was reluctant to relinquish it, and Jinta, oblivious to the peril, thought Conan was merely trying to seize the plane. Shoving him aside. It's my turn next. Conan, pushed to the side, shouted, "There's a bomb attached." Bomb. The three boys were instantly alarmed, their grip on the remote faltering, causing it to plummet. Lin Yuan was unaware of the unfolding events, yet upon hearing the explosion, he grasped the gravity of the situation. With swift reflexes, he managed to catch the remote control just before it fell to the ground. Conan let out a sigh of relief and promptly seized the remote to operate it. However, the remote-controlled aircraft spiraled out of control. And despite Conan's attempts to break the control key, there was no remedy. The plane hurtled directly towards the three little ones. Had it been commandeered by another? Haibara swiftly scanned the surroundings and eventually spotted a suspicious figure atop a high-rise across the river, clad in a black hat and a gray trench coat. With a long beard, the individual was observing this side through binoculars, just as the plane was about to collide with the three small figures. Conan utilized his shoes with enhanced power to kick the remote control away, thereby averting the crisis. Lin Yuan felt a surge of anger, as he had not anticipated that anyone would set their sights on the trio. While he could somewhat accept the targeting of Yuan Tai and Mitsuhiko, the thought of any harm befalling Shiho, who held a special affection for Ayumi, left him at a loss for how to explain it to Shiho. Lin Yuan immediately contacted Xiao Ai using the armband created by Dr. Agasa. Xiao Ai, the three members of the Young Detective League were just attacked by a bomb. Lin Yuan briefly recounted the events that had just transpired. Is Bume all right? Xiao Ai's voice was tinged with concern. Bume is fine, thanks to my quick reflexes. I was able to avert the crisis. Lin Yuan comforted, while taking all the credit upon himself. Upon hearing that Bume was unharmed, Xiao Ai felt considerably relieved. Have the criminals been apprehended? Not yet, so I will be heading out to capture them now. It might take a while before I return. Well, please take care. Chapter 75, The Unusual Bomb. Conan, what is the current situation? As Lin Yuan observed Conan hanging up the phone, she approached him and inquired. There is still a bomb in the plaza of Mihua Station. I must head there immediately. Conan exclaimed, hastily activating his skateboard. Don't rush. Let's take a taxi instead. Lin Yuan also intended to follow, yet he was reluctant to share a skateboard with Conan. Upon hearing this, Conan promptly dismounted and opted for a vehicle, which would undoubtedly be a swifter choice, and one that came at no cost to him. The two swiftly arrived at the plaza, where Conan hurriedly exited the car. And as soon as Lin Yuan settled the fare, he vanished without a trace. Left with no alternative, Lin Yuan had no choice but to search for the location of the bomb on his own. During their conversation on the way, Conan had mentioned that the clue regarding the bomb was concealed beneath a tree. Lin Yuan searched every tree but found no bomb. Instead, he stumbled upon an abandoned kitten. Upon opening the cage, a pure white cat emerged, meowing incessantly as if pleading for someone to adopt it. Should he take it in? Lin Yuan immediately dismissed the thought. Xiao Ai had a deep affection for animals, yet she was perpetually anxious about the possibility of being discovered by the organization, which might mercilessly harm even the smallest creatures. I am truly sorry, little kitten. My home is not under my control. Gently stroking the kitten, Lin Yuan resolved to take it to a shelter for stray animals. The kitten seemed to sense the lack of intention to adopt it, its cries growing increasingly mournful. At that moment, a kind-hearted elderly lady approached. The kitten swiftly wriggled free from Lin Yuan's grasp and leaped into the woman's arms. Dear child, is this cat yours? It is absolutely adorable. The grandmother cradled the kitten, nuzzling it against her cheek, her face radiating joy. This cat was abandoned. I discovered it just beneath the tree a moment ago. Lin Yuan shook her head and explained, It appears you have been forsaken by your master. How pitiable. The kitten continued to meow incessantly in the old lady's arms, seemingly lamenting Lin Yuan's earlier reluctance to offer it refuge. Dear child, will you take it in? The old lady gazed at the kitten with great fondness. However, Lin Yuan had been the first to discover the kitten, and she felt it would be improper to take it away. Lin Yuan thought of Shiho. If he were to bring this cat home, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Yet, a wave of concern washed over him. Perhaps now was not the right moment. His family would never agree to take it in. Thank you, young one, the kindly old lady smiled. I believe this little kitten must be hungry. I shall take it home. Cradling the kitten, she picked up the cat carrier and hailed a taxi. Just as she settled into the vehicle, Conan rushed over. Conan, have you found the bomb? Lin Yuan inquired, noticing Conan's anxious demeanor. The bomb is in that cat carrier. We must hurry and catch up, Conan exclaimed. Yet he remained stationary, evidently waiting for Lin Yuan to get into the taxi. You've changed, Guzi, Lin Yuan remarked as they climbed into the vehicle. Unable to suppress his sarcasm, Conan ignored him, reveling in the comfort of the ride. He then turned urgently to the driver. Sir, please, pursue that car ahead. Understood. The driver responded eagerly, accelerating with zeal. However, just after rounding a corner, the car ahead became ensnared in traffic. The driver couldn't help but grumble. What a dramatic rush, and we barely moved. Conan leapt out of their taxi, charging towards the car in front. Lin Yuan, feeling somewhat awkward, compensated the driver generously. Upon receiving the extra fare, the driver beamed, affirming that his boss was indeed correct. Extra work pays off. Conan emerged from the preceding taxi, clutching the cat carrier, anxiously contemplating how to address the imminent bomb threat. Lin Yuan also approached, discovering that the bomb's countdown had merely 4 minutes remaining. Conan, do not panic. There is an open area not far from here, and it will take us only 2 minutes to reach it. Lin Yuan immediately offered comfort. Conan also calmed down and resolved to follow Lin Yuan's advice. On their way to defuse the bomb, Lin Yuan inquired, Conan, who do you think the bomber might be? Conan stroked his chin in contemplation, uncertain for the moment, though it was quite likely someone whom he had offended during his previous investigations. Wait a minute, Lin Yuan teased. Is there a chance for someone you incarcerated to come out? Conan speculated. It is very possible that it could be a relative of the criminal. Old Co. Could it be that person was wrongfully accused by you? Impossible. Conan immediately retorted, his confidence in his deduction unwavering. Well, one can never be too sure. Lin originally intended to continue teasing Conan, but he discovered that the bomb's timer had been halved, and the countdown was accelerating significantly. Conan also noticed the anomaly in the timer and immediately shouted, run. After just a few steps, Lin observed that the timer had stopped. But when he moved forward another 2 paces, it resumed. After several tests, Lin confirmed a safe zone extending several meters. While running, Conan realized he was suddenly alone, and a sense of foreboding crept in. Could it be that Lin had been blown to bits? Yet, there was no sound of an explosion. Turning around, he found Lin perfectly safe beneath a street lamp. Conan, come here. I want to show you something amusing. Lin Yuan excitedly showcased her recent discovery. Conan, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself, this is a bomb. Is it meant for play? Soon. Lin Yuan's playful antics attracted the attention of the bomb perpetrator, rendering the previously safe distance of several meters no longer secure. The countdown was reinitiated. Old K, take the bomb to an open area on your skateboard. Without hesitation, Conan accepted the bomb. The countdown instilled a sense of urgency in him, yet fortunately, the skateboard proved reliable, allowing him to reach the open area just in time. Ultimately, both the skateboard and the bomb were sacrificed, and the explosion's shockwave even affected the vehicles on the road. Conan was caught in the blast, crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Ran and Sonoko found themselves in a clothing store. Ran picked up a red shirt and exclaimed excitedly, this will be the gift. Sonoko teased, I never expected you to choose such a vibrant piece. Embarrassed, Ran clarified, it's because this color is my lucky hue, not because of Shinichi. Indeed, Sonoko chimed in. On your birthday, receiving a beloved gift from someone special will surely win Shinichi over. Sonoko, stop joking. Ran's cheeks flushed even more. In the background, a news segment reported Conan's resolution of the bomb incident, but the 2 girls were too engrossed in their banter to notice. At the hospital, Uncle Mori and Dr. Agasa, upon receiving the notification, hurried to the scene. The 3 young ones gathered around the hospital bed. Shiho had also wanted to check on the little white mouse's condition, but her wheelchair made it inconvenient, and she was turned away by Lin Yuan and Dr. Agasa. Fortunately, the explosion had occurred at some distance from Conan, and he sustained only minor injuries, regaining consciousness swiftly. Chapter 76, Remote-Controlled Bomb. Conan, he's awake. Upon seeing Conan's eyes open, Yumi beamed with joy. Jinta, filled with concern, asked, Conan, are you all right? As Conan surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, still somewhat dazed, he realized, this is the hospital. Conan, what exactly happened? Please tell me. Uncle Mori, visibly agitated, expressed his genuine concern for Conan. Dr. Agasa restrained the enthusiastic Uncle Mori, advising, let's save the questions for later. We should call the doctor to ensure everything is all right. When the doctor arrived and conducted an examination, he reassured them, he is fine and can be discharged tomorrow. Just as the doctor departed, Officers Megure and Shiratori entered. Conan, please recount the entire sequence of events. Conan glanced at Lin Yuan, questioning, why don't you explain everything to them? Me? Lin Yuan was perplexed and replied irritably, I was inexplicably conscripted by you and subjected to 2 bomb attacks. What am I supposed to explain? That you are a Grim Reaper, and that being near you inevitably leads to various incidents? Conan, with a furrowed brow, reiterated his stance. How many times must I clarify? I am not a Grim Reaper. It is the cases that summon me, the great detective. However, he had yet to disclose the entirety of the events to Lin Yuan, and now seemed the opportune moment to recount them. Upon hearing Conan's account, Officer Megure stroked his chin and remarked, I see. So you took the bomb away to neutralize it? By the way, Officer Megure. Conan pointed to the flip phone beside him. The hospital forbids mobile phone usage, yet the perpetrator may still contact Brother Shinichi. Fear not. Officer Megure reassured him, Doctor. Agasa has informed me that this is a private ward, devoid of any medical apparatus, hence you may use your phone freely. After explaining, Officer Megure approached Officer Shiratori to discuss the case further. Conan, feeling a bit embarrassed, added, I apologize, Dr. Agasa, but the skateboard was destroyed in the explosion. Is that of any significance? How could you engage in such perilous endeavors? Your life was almost at stake. Uncle Mori chastised him sternly, And what about Shinichi Kudo? Isn't that person after him? Dr. Agasa promptly clarified. Because Shinichi was unavailable, he sent Conan to assist. What sort of individual behaves in such a manner? Uncle Muri clenched his fists, seething. When next we meet, I shall give him a sound thrashing. Conan, sweating profusely, was even more resolute in concealing his identity. By the way, Officer Magyar, do you know what type of bomb it was? Conan inquired once more. Officer Magyar nodded. Yes, both times, plastic explosives were used. Indeed. Conan recalled the individual who had previously called him, now certain that he was the one who had stolen from the Oriental Powder Depot. Officer Shiratori, flipping through his notebook, added, the bomb on the remote-controlled plane was an impact bomb, while the one in the pet carrier was a timed bomb fitted with a timer. Uncle Muri raised a question, but why did the timer stop in the middle? Officer Magyar speculated. It could be that the timer malfunctioned, or perhaps the perpetrator had some reason to halt it. No. In fact, both instances could be classified as remote-controlled bombs. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke, capturing the attention of the crowd. Uncle Mori contemplated employing his usual tactics against Conan, but ultimately restrained himself, as this was a lucrative opportunity worth 20 million. As for Officer Magyar, he was already quite self-aware. Having one Conan was manageable, and the addition of another posed no issue. Lin Yuan, have you uncovered something? Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Although the bomb on the remote-controlled plane was designed to be triggered by impact, Conan's attempt to control it with the remote was in vain. It was evident that the true remote was in the possession of the perpetrator, who could detonate it at will. The timer in the cage initially displayed 4 minutes, but suddenly halved, and then ceased altogether. After several attempts, I discovered that the timer only paused when it remained fixed in a specific location, indicating it was under the perpetrator's control. Uncle Mori exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. It is clear that the perpetrator is targeting Shinichi Kudo alone, and the remote bomb is intended to avoid collateral damage. Officer Magyar nodded in agreement. There was indeed a possibility of that. But is it truly to avoid innocent casualties? Uncle Mori's speculation was met with skepticism from Lin Yuan. If the intention was to spare the innocent, the second bomb's power was excessively formidable. A slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic casualties. By the way, Officer Magyar, could the timer's halt indicate that the perpetrator is nearby, or that there are items in the vicinity that the perpetrator wishes to preserve? Lin Yuan speculated that, regardless of the circumstances, the timer would eventually cease, which appeared quite peculiar. Officer Magyar suddenly realized that this indeed presented a viable avenue for investigation. Officer Shiratori, grasping the implication, promptly set about conducting inquiries. Regardless of the outcomes of the investigation, the police would continue their efforts based on the characteristics they had sketched. Officer Magyar gestured towards the 3 youngsters. Jinta, brimming with excitement, handed a sheet of paper to Conan, exclaiming, "This is it. We worked on this for quite a while." Conan received it and exclaimed in astonishment, "I didn't expect the drawing to be so remarkable. All the features have been captured perfectly." Lin Yuan recognized him. It was indeed the figure who had previously observed the crowd from atop the building. Besides this, do you recall any other distinguishing features? Officer Magyar continued to inquire of the 3 young ones. They racked their brains, but could not conjure any further details. Finally, Ayumi remarked, "I detected a sweet scent on him when he handed us the remote control." Jinta and Hakuba shook their heads, indicating they had not noticed any scent. Uncle Muri, perplexed, asked, "Is it a fragrance or something else?" "I'm not entirely certain, but it doesn't quite resemble perfume." Ayumi lowered her head, striving to recollect. "I understand now. If any other clues arise, do not hesitate to inform me." Officer Magyar sighed. The current leads were indeed scant. Very well. The trio was filled with enthusiasm. As dusk approached, Hakuba suggested, "Should we not return home?" Jinta concurred. "Indeed, and moreover, Conan has recovered." Ayumi took Conan's hand, assuring him that no matter what difficulties he faced, she would come to his aid immediately. Witnessing Ayumi's gesture, Hakuba and Jinta were filled with jealousy. Jinta expressed his envy. "How fortunate Conan is." Hakuba, equally envious, feigned indifference. "We both wish we could fall ill too." Uncle Muri rested his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing. "You certainly have a way with words." Lin Yuan discreetly slipped away with the trio, opting to distance herself from Conan, lest unforeseen incidents transpire. Such occurrences would undoubtedly hinder her evening rendezvous. Regarding the bomb perpetrator, Lin Yuan firmly believed that within the established safety perimeter lay a structure he was reluctant to detonate. If the police were to pursue this lead, capturing the assailant would be inevitable. Chapter 77, beginning with bomb. Ending with explode. Barely had they vacated the hospital room when the phone rang anew. The atmosphere within the room fell silent, akin to the countdown of a bomb. As each person bore an expression of alarm, Conan answered the call, while Uncle Mori urged, "If it's the culprit on the line, allow me to converse with him." Nodding in acknowledgement, Conan accepted the call. "I didn't foresee you locating that bomb. However, the time for childish games has elapsed. Hurry and summon Kudo." Came the emotionless voice from the other end, revealing that the discovery of the bomb had not caught him off guard. Uncle Mori took over the call, switching to speaker mode, declaring, "Indeed, it is now an adult's turn to engage. Who are you?" Yisnt Kudo emerging. The voice on the line grew increasingly agitated. Uncle Mori adjusted his collar, asserting, Kudo is not present. I am the renowned detective, Kagoro Mori, and I shall handle you from here. Very well, listen closely. For I shall only say this once. 5 bombs have been planted along the Tokyo circular line. Upon the mention of bombs, the gravity of the situation enveloped everyone in the room. Furthermore, the locations of these explosives were within densely populated areas. The bombs were set to detonate at 4 o'clock. If the train speed fell below 60 kilometers, they would explode. After sunset, they would also detonate, with the clue indicating that the bombs were installed at XX of X on the Tokyo circular line. Each represents a Chinese character. Good luck, Detective Mori. No sooner had the words left the caller's lips than the line went dead. Uncle Mori scoffed, dismissing it as mere bravado. Surely, bombs could not be positioned along the circular line. Yet, with 2 bombings already occurring, the possibility of truth in the perpetrator's words loomed large. Officer Magyar wore a grave expression, acknowledging that should any calamity unfold, he would bear the blame. Thus, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. In any case, I shall first contact headquarters. Magyar retrieved his phone, dialing the police department to report the unfolding events. At the station, the group hurried through security, racing to board the train. Ayumi led the charge, urging, Lin Yuan, hurry. If not, we shall miss the train. Lin was originally strolling leisurely at the back. With time still on her side before 7 o'clock, even if she missed this tram, there would certainly be another. However, with Satomi surging, she felt compelled to at least put on a show of urgency. Lin Yuan rushed forward and suddenly realized that Guang Yin and Yuan Tai were in dire straits. Unable to keep pace with Bu Mei, who evidently still had energy to spare. Once they boarded the tram, Guang Yin leaned against the seat, panting, Great, we made it. Bu Mei, sitting comfortably, appeared quite exhilarated, exclaiming, What a stroke of luck for us today. Huh? Encountering a bomb attack, and you dare to call that lucky? Bu Mei, you are far too carefree. Lin Yuan could not help but voice his frustration. Sitting alone, he now merely wished for a peaceful journey home to watch a movie with Ai. After spending 3 hours with Conan, he had encountered 2 bomb threats. Fortunately, Conan's current situation prevented him from going on a date with Ran. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have considered a different venue for their film outing. He opted against taking a taxi home because that would mean first escorting the 3 little ones back. While it was manageable to deal with Ayumi alone, Jinta and Hakuba were simply too much of a time-consuming hassle. Inside the dispatch room of the Tokyo circular line, disbelief washed over the train commander. What? A bomb has been planted on the circular line? Indeed, this is the latest notification from the police department, confirmed the train operations manager, who had just verified the information. The commander immediately declared, I will order the train to halt for inspection right away. No, the train must not stop. The manager slammed his hand on the table, then elaborated, the police department has informed us that from 4 o'clock onwards, if the train speed falls below 60 kilometers per hour, the bomb will detonate. What? But there are only 3 minutes until 4 o'clock. The commander glanced at his pocket watch, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If the bomb were to explode on the train, it would result in the deaths of hundreds. The manager promptly issued orders. Quickly instruct all trains to maintain a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. The commander urgently inquired, what about the trains that are currently stopped at the station? Order them to depart immediately. In any case, all trains must not come to a halt until the bomb is found. The commander swiftly relayed the instructions, and the trains on the circular line accelerated significantly. Lin Yuan sat in the tram, oblivious to any irregularities. It had been 4 hours since they had left. And Ai, confined to a wheelchair, was unable to move freely, leaving her uncertain about any unforeseen incidents. What would we typically be engaged in at this hour? Lin Yuan gazed out the window. Around 4 o'clock, they were likely watching television together, followed by preparations for the evening meal. Ai was cooking nearby, while she lent a hand, despite often claiming that her assistance was more of a hindrance. Nevertheless, she never chose to distance herself. Should I reach out to Ai? Lin Yuan gazed at the detective badge in his hand, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Lin Yuan, are you there? Suddenly, the voice of Ai emanated from the detective badge. Lin Yuan immediately replied, I am here. Then, a silence enveloped the two. Meanwhile, Ai, clutching the detective badge, felt a twinge of frustration. It had only been 4 hours, yet she found herself unable to resist the urge to reach out to him. But truly, it was rather difficult to suppress. Moreover, being confined to a wheelchair was quite inconvenient. She wished to prepare a glass of juice for him upon his return. Yet her aching foot rendered her unable to stand and make it. On the tram, Lin Yuan too was at a loss for words. Should he confess that he missed her? That would be excessively sentimental. After much contemplation, Ai finally inquired, when will you be back? Just as Hayashi was about to respond, the train emitted a series of notification sounds. Dear passengers, due to an unforeseen emergency, this train will not be stopping at Mihua Station. Upon hearing this clearly, Lin Yuan immediately covered the detective's badge, wishing to spare her any concern. What is the matter? Did something happen on the tram? Ai inquired eagerly, having clearly heard the alert sound. After Lin Yuan and others finished their prompt tones, they comforted, it's all right. A minor incident just occurred, and it will be resolved shortly. Really? Xiao AI expressed a hint of skepticism. I will hang up now. I will be able to return shortly. Lin Yuan promptly severed the connection with the detective arm badge, remarking that the more one speaks, the more vulnerabilities emerge. As for the unforeseen circumstances, Lin Yuan remained uncertain, yet it was evident that Conan could not escape his entanglement. Inside the hospital room, Dr. Agasa suddenly inquired whether Ayumi and the others would also take the circular line back. Conan felt a jolt of anxiety. Lin Yuan, being affluent, would undoubtedly take a taxi home, but he was unsure if he would bring Ayumi and the others along. To err on the side of caution, Conan decided to reach out to Ayumi. Ayumi, can you hear me? On the train, the trio had grown somewhat anxious, but upon hearing Conan's voice, they felt considerably reassured. Ayumi exclaimed with delight, Conan, I can't hear you. Conan pressed for information. Where are you now? On the circular line. Indeed, that scoundrel Lin Yuan had abandoned them. Conan broke into a cold sweat. I heard that. Are you speaking ill of someone? Lin Yuan approached Bumei and spoke lightly. Conan was momentarily at a loss for words, yet the presence of Lin Yuan provided him with a sense of reassurance. Yuan Tai, visibly shaken, stammered, Conan. What on earth happened? Mitsuhiko speculated. Could it be that something starting with the word explosive was placed on the train? Mitsuhiko, you ought to phrase your inquiries with a bit more subtlety. Lin Yuan took the detective badge from Bumei and inquired. Is it something that begins with bomb and ends with explosive? Chapter 78. Never returning home. Do not worry, such a situation does not exist. Conan decided to initially conceal the circumstances to prevent the detective trio from becoming anxious. He planned to contact Lin Yuan privately when alone. However, Officer Mori was on the phone, speaking unusually loudly. Thus, it was not necessarily the case that the bombs were concealed on the circular line train. Conan promptly muted the sound. Yet Officer Mori's words still reached the ears of the three young ones. Bomb. Are we doomed? Bumei exclaimed, her voice tinged with fear. Conan reassured her. Do not fret. I will surely locate the bomb. As the leader of the Junior Detective League, Yuan Tai could no longer contain himself. How could such a matter be left solely to Conan? We must do something too. Yuan Tai's fervent declaration invigorated Bumei, who had been frightened. It appeared the bombs were indeed on the train. They had to find them. Junior Detective League, let us set off. The trio was eager to embark on their mission but was interrupted by Lin Yuan. Are you certain the bombs are on the train? What if they are on the roof or underneath? The trio halted simultaneously, feeling somewhat awkward, having not considered such possibilities. They turned to Lin Yuan with curious expressions. Bumei, hand me the detective badge. I need to ask Conan some questions. Reluctantly, as AI had already become aware of the situation aboard the train, Lin Yuan had to resolve the incident swiftly to prevent further anxiety for AI. All right, Bumei nodded. The trio did not depart. They were merely children. And their determination to seek out the bombs relied solely on youthful zeal, despite their underlying fears. Does the speed drop below 60 at 4 o'clock? Is the sunset XX at X? Very well, I will contact you with any new clues. After conversing with Conan, Lin Yuan learned several hints from the perpetrator. Among them, the most concerning for Lin Yuan was the indication that an explosion would occur after sunset. It had been explicitly stated that the bomb would begin at 4 o'clock, yet the explosion time remained nebulous, merely stated as after sunset. Was the perpetrator engaging in deception, or could he not control the timing of the explosion? Yuan Tai, you go to the front few carriages. Hikaru, you check the middle carriages. I will investigate the rear carriages. Bumei, stay here and maintain contact with Conan. Should you discover anything suspicious, inform either Conan or me immediately, understood? Lin Yuan ceased her internal turmoil, rather than dwell on these matters. It would be more prudent to see if they could locate the bomb directly. No, I wish to search for the bomb as well. Bumei protested, unwilling to sit idly by and contribute her efforts. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort at Bumei's insistence. Among the trio, Bumei undoubtedly possessed the greatest courage. If she were to discover the bomb alone, her curiosity would surely compel her to examine it. Other than Conan and Haibara, no one else could restrain Bumei. Very well. Bumei shall accompany me. We shall communicate through the detective armband should any issues arise. Lin Yuan made a concession, and Bumei joyfully followed behind him. What on earth? Yuan Tai wore an expression of disdain, lamenting that not only could they not compete with Conan, but now they were also outdone by Lin Yuan. Do not worry, Guangyan said nonchalantly. Lin Yuan is not competing with Bumei. He is with Haibara. In the hospital room, Officer Mu hung up the phone, informing that the headquarters had established a joint command center. I am heading over now. Would you like to join me, Mori? Uncle Mori saluted. Yes, I will accompany you. The train's malfunction quickly drew media attention, and soon the television was awash with news about the Tokyo Circular Line. At home, Xiao Ai watched the news. Her heart filled with anxiety. After contacting Lin Yuan, she sensed that something troubling had transpired. However, she refrained from probing further, knowing Lin Yuan must have his reasons. The news on the television confirmed her suspicions. Should I reach out to him? Xiao Ai tightly gripped the detective badge. As the pin pricked her fingertip, blood began to trickle down, causing her to wince and release her hold. No, I cannot contact him now. It would only distract him. In a restaurant, Xiaolan and Yuan Zi were enjoying afternoon tea. Yuan Zi took a sip of coffee and remarked, "The dress you chose earlier looked lovely. Red suits you very well." "Thank you. This month, both Shinichi and I have red as our lucky color," Xiaolan replied, her face beaming with happiness and bashfulness. Seeing her friend's blissful demeanor, Yuan Zi couldn't help but chuckle. "Speaking of which, I haven't seen Shinichi in ages. I should join you." Xiaolan panicked, shaking her head vigorously. "But the movie we are watching is quite dull, and Shinichi is even more boring." Observing Xiaolan's flustered state, Yuan Zi burst into laughter. "I'm just joking. Who would want to be a third wheel?" "Xiaolan, you are so easy to tease." Xiaolan blushed. "Yuan Zi, you're such a tease." Yuan Zi pressed on. "I can't believe your dad actually agreed to let you watch a midnight movie. Has he already consented to your relationship with Shinichi?" She raised an eyebrow playfully. "Absolutely not." Xiaolan vehemently denied. "Dad is strongly opposed. I just pretended not to hear. He is probably discussing what to have for dinner with Conan." On the train, Lin Yuan sat in the last carriage, gazing out at the tracks while pondering. It was clear that if the speed dropped below 60 kilometers, an explosion would occur. But the critical point was that it would also explode after sunset. Moreover, how did the bomb pass through security and board the train? Bumei sat beside him. Her head lowered in despondency, appearing as though she had something to say but hesitated. Yuan Tai and Guang Yin had not found any suspicious items and were now gathering here. The other passengers on the train began to notice the unusual atmosphere, clamoring to disembark. Some irate individuals even attempted to jump out of the windows, only to be stopped by the train staff. "Bumei, why have you been looking at me so often lately?" Lin Yuan could not contain his curiosity at seeing her steal glances at him again. Bumei hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. She recalled that she had yet to formally invite Lin Yuan to join the Young Detective Club. "Are you planning to invite me to join the Young Detective Club?" Lin Yuan recalled the conversation he had with Ai regarding this matter, though he had never truly given it much thought. Bumei nodded her adorable little head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Since you were asleep at the time, I wasn't sure if you had agreed." All right. I consent to joining the Young Detective Corps." Lin Yuan gently caressed Bumei's head. Compared to Ai, there is a subtle absence of an elusive fragrance. Is there uncertainty?" Lin Yuan felt as if he had grasped something significant. Was it possible that the conditions for detonating the bomb were beyond the control of the perpetrator? Otherwise, why would such an ambiguous detonation time be provided? What could it be? As the train traversed a grand bridge, Lin Yuan noticed a dark object in the middle of the tracks, emitting a red light. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It was light. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan comprehended everything in an instant. The criminal did not need to pass through security checks. All they had to do was install the bomb on the tracks. By setting the timer to 4 o'clock, the bomb would detonate if there was no light for a certain duration. Lin Yuan immediately contacted Conan, who also reached out to Officer Murrow. The command room received the orders and began to take control. The train sequentially entered the branch line, coming to a halt without any explosion, surviving the ordeal. The trio disembarked from the tram together. "What a relief, we can finally get off." Yuan Tai stretched languidly, declaring that he would never rush home again. Lin Yuan felt somewhat speechless. "Is this the reason you all stay up all night solving cases with Conan?" Chapter 79. My name is Haibara Ai. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Having successfully defused the bomb, Lin Yuan no longer feared complications. Instead, he took a taxi to return the 3 little ones home. If he had chosen to take the bus, he might have unwittingly encountered some bus hijacking incident. In just 5 short hours, 3 bomb attacks had left Lin Yuan utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Now, all he desired was to return home safely and rejuvenate with Ai. "I am back." Lin Yuan pushed open the door, feeling for the first time that the outside world was exceedingly perilous. She truly wondered what a day in the life of a popcorn person might be like. "You're back." Ai hurriedly turned off the television, revealing a bright smile. In an effort to alleviate Lin Yuan's concerns, she resolved to feign ignorance about the events that had just transpired. However, the choked sobs betrayed her. Ai, what is the matter?" Lin Yuan hurriedly approached Ai, her eyes slightly reddened, as if she had been crying. "Do not worry. I am perfectly fine, am I not?" Lin Yuan once again delivered a gentle pat on the head, and it was delightful to feel Ai's soft touch. Inhaling the faint, elusive fragrance, he found himself somewhat entranced. "No, you've tousled my hair," Ai exclaimed, turning her head away in a haughty manner, desperately blinking her eyes to prevent tears from falling. Yet, to Lin Yuan, she appeared irresistibly adorable regardless of her demeanor. "All right, let us go out to the movies. The timing is just perfect." However, a thought struck her. What about dinner? Compared to dining out, Ai preferred to cook her own meals, especially when on a date. It would be utterly perfect to bring along a bento crafted by her own hands. "Very well, we can dine out. Didn't you say that an occasional indulgence is acceptable?" Lin Yuan's culinary skills leave much to be desired, and with Ai's current cooking inconveniences, dining out emerges as the most favorable option. "Very well." Ai nodded in agreement, resolutely deciding that she would prepare the dishes herself for their next date. In the hospital room, Officer Magyar, having successfully neutralized the bomb, instinctively gathered with Conan. To his astonishment, everything aligned perfectly with Kudo's deductions. Officer Magyar sighed in reflection, casting a glance at the unperturbed Mori, who had been idly passing the time. A twinge of nostalgia for the capable Kudo stirred within him. Excellent. Dr. Agasa glanced at his watch, noting there were still 20 minutes until sunset. Indeed, a stroke of luck. However, as Officer Magyar gazed at the setting sun, a somber expression took hold of his countenance. It was premature to celebrate. The number of bombs retrieved was merely a quarter of the stolen explosives. A shockwave of realization swept through the group, dispelling their earlier elation. At that moment, Officer Shiratori entered. Officer Magyar, I have investigated the architects of the nearby buildings, including residential homes, and they bear no connection to the case. Uncle Mori lowered his head in disappointment, having hoped Shiratori might provide some valuable information. Conan, glancing at the television, inquired, Officer Magyar, where were the bombs on the circular line installed? Where indeed? Officer Magyar scratched his head, trying to remember, mostly in residential areas, with one located on a bridge. Could it be this very bridge? Dr. Agasa pointed at the news on the screen. The news segment quickly flashed by, transitioning to reports of consecutive arson cases. This triggered a memory for Conan. He recalled having seen this bridge in the burned houses in Moriya Teiji's exhibition room. It seemed this bridge might have been designed by Moriya Teiji. Conan began to offer a hint. However, Uncle Mori, unappreciative, promptly switched off the television, declaring such distractions unwelcome. Conan felt an urge to inject a dose of urgency into Uncle Mori, but the moment was not right. He persevered with his hint. The houses that were torched in those arson cases, whoever designed them might hold intriguing revelations if investigated. Intriguing revelations? Officer Shiratori's gaze sharpened as he looked at Conan. Meanwhile building. When Lin Yuan and Xiao Ai arrived here, it was almost 7 o'clock. Xiao Ai? Which movie shall we watch? Lin Yuan pushed Xiao Ai in front of the poster for the romantic film Red Line Legend. The meaning was unmistakable. Xiao Ai smiled knowingly and pointed to a nearby poster, saying, let us watch this one. All right. Lin Yuan joyfully agreed, declaring that even if it wasn't a romantic film, it mattered not. What was truly important was the company with which one watched the movie. However, upon catching sight of the poster, Lin Yuan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Einstein's Days of Glory and Sorrow too. Is this film truly generating such a fervor? The first installment was just released yesterday. No, I cannot yield. For the sake of the future family legacy. Xiao Ai, I am utterly enamored with this film. Lin Yuan's voice grew increasingly faint, ultimately conceding defeat. Nonetheless, the family position is also acceptable. Xiao Ai, observing Lin Yuan's disgruntled expression, couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, she yearned to watch the Red Thread Legend, yet they had yet to solidify their relationship. Attending a movie together now gave Xiao Ai a sense of not being on a date, but rather indulging in a clandestine affair. Watching a romantic film should undoubtedly wait until their relationship is officially established. Otherwise, what will remain for the future after this moment? The cinema in the Mihua building is quite spacious, rendering the possibility of it being entirely booked out non-existent. Lin initially intended to purchase tickets for the corner seats. Yet those coveted spots were exceedingly sought after and had long since vanished. The film was set to commence shortly, and in stark contrast to its predecessor. The second installment was nothing short of a disappointment. The first film, at least, could be regarded as a legitimate educational documentary. The sequel, however, could be aptly described as a fantastical romantic action film. It narrates the tale of Einstein, who, while delving into quantum mechanics, uncovers a parallel space-time portal, ultimately embarking on a journey of scientific cultivation in this alternate reality to vanquish the formidable antagonist. The storyline is exceedingly surreal. As for romance, the director, adhering to the notion that everyone has their own love story, crafted excessively melodramatic romantic subplots for each supporting character. Regarding the action sequences, one need only observe the other cinemagoers to grasp the situation. The majority of those attending this film were likely seeking a less populated screening room to engage in their own intimate endeavors. Above, a whimsical romance unfolded, while below, an action spectacle was in full swing. Truly, a remarkable blend of fantastical romance and action. Lin Yuan, with her thick skin, left Xiao Ai blushing furiously. Had she not been seated in a wheelchair, she would have departed long ago. 2 hours later, Xiao Ai exited the screening room, her small head filled with overwhelming astonishment. She could no longer face Einstein. Meanwhile, Xiaolan bid farewell to Yuanzi. This is far enough, Yuanzi declared, preparing to return home. Remaining any longer would render her an unwelcome third wheel. Thank you for keeping me company today, Xiaolan said, as Yuanzi walked towards the subway. She cheerfully encouraged Xiaolan, be sure to deliver a great report next time. At the very least, aim for his first kiss. Xiaolan, her face flushed with shyness, eagerly headed towards the Mihua building. Xiao Ai, shall we go out for a meal now? Lin Yuan has abandoned the idea of confessing today, especially after watching the magical romance action film. Should he consider tomorrow? No, tomorrow is Conan's birthday, which is bound to bring more surprises. The day after tomorrow seems to be Children's Day, which appears to be a splendid choice. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that, unknowingly, he had become accustomed to the irregularities of the calendar days, even managing to calculate the date of tomorrow and the day after, a true conundrum. Shall we take another look at that film? Xiao Ai pointed to the movie poster beside them, her face brimming with anticipation. Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless, merely hoping that it was not an odd film. Upon clearly seeing the poster, her face instantly lit up with surprise. Xiao Ai was referring to the poster of The Legend of the Red Thread. To prevent Xiao Ai from having second thoughts, Lin Yuan hurriedly rushed to purchase tickets. Observing the boy's delighted expression, Xiao Ai couldn't help but smile. How could she overlook Lin Yuan's eager gaze? She decided to regard it as a reward for his obedience during this period. As for what movie to watch after they confirmed their relationship, Xiao Ai couldn't help but recall the couple she had seen in the cinema earlier. Muri Ran entered the cinema and immediately spotted Xiao Ai, who was sitting alone. She thought of greeting her, but then remembered that Xiao Ai seemed to harbor some dislike towards her. Xiao Ai also noticed Muri Ran and recalled Lin Yuan's earlier words. Muri Ran was Lin Yuan's sister. Sister, you say? Xiao Ai clumsily maneuvered her wheelchair towards Ran. Extending her small hand, she introduced herself. I am Haibara Ai. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Muri Ran squatted in front of Xiao Ai, smiled gently, and replied, likewise, pleased to make your acquaintance. Chapter 80, The Princess and the Prince in the Hospital Room. What did you say? All designed by Professor Moritani? Officer Magyar exclaimed in shock as he took the investigation materials from Officer Shiratori, examining them one by one. Beginning with Mr. Kurikawa's residence, followed by the Mizushima, Yasuda, and Akutsu households, the houses that had been set ablaze were all creations of Professor Moritani prior to his 30th year. Officer Shiratori commenced his report meticulously. Uncle Muri approached, scrutinizing the materials. It certainly does not appear to be a coincidence. Conan recognized that it was time for him to contribute, directly offering a clue. Perhaps the perpetrator placed a bomb on the circular line, intending to destroy the bridge designed by Professor Moritani. Officer Magyar nodded repeatedly, uncharacteristically beginning to speculate. It is possible that the perpetrators of both cases are one and the same. Uncle Muri also began to summarize. The culprit might actually be an enemy of Moritani Taichi, or someone envious of his accomplishments. The provocation towards Kudo Shinichi might merely be a diversion to conceal their true motives. The earlier deductions had exhausted Officer Magyar's mental faculties, leading him to agree with Uncle Muri's perspective, with Officer Shiratori also finding it plausible. Very well. Let us consult Professor Moritani. Uncle Muri scratched his head, pondering the location of the professor's residence. Lying on the bed, Conan discovered a point of suspicion. All the burned works were those of Professor Moritani prior to his 30th birthday. This enigma could perhaps only be clarified by consulting Professor Moritani himself. Just as he contemplated how to proceed, Uncle Muri provided assistance. Uncle, I know the way. Allow me to lead. Conan exclaimed as he jumped up, donning his clothes and dashing ahead. What are you saying? Your health is still fragile. Conan paid no heed, urging him forward. I am perfectly fine. Hurry up. On their way to Moritani Taichi's residence. The vehicle passed by the location where the pet box bomb had ceased its countdown earlier that day. Nearby stood only an apartment building and a children's park. Officer Magyar gazed out the window, unable to suppress his irritation. Cursed bombers, how much time have we wasted? Officer Shiratori, standing nearby, remained speechless, noting that it seemed he was the one conducting the investigation. Officer Magyar, aside from giving orders, are you not merely directing from a different location? Conan also looked out the window, ultimately directing his attention to the streetlights. The design of the streetlights seemed somewhat familiar. Inside the cinema, after Lin Yuan purchased his movie ticket, he discovered that Xiao Ai was conversing with Mao Lilan. This revelation filled him with a mix of joy and surprise, prompting him to resolve to inquire with Conan whether he would be joining them shortly. Are you here on a date? As Lin Yuan approached, he heard the voice of Mao Lilan. Xiao Ai calmly shook her head. We are merely here to watch a film. Lin Yuan stepped forward immediately, displaying the movie ticket he had just purchased. We are here to see The Legend of the Red Line. Ah, Mao Lilan also produced her own movie ticket. We are attending the same film, albeit in different screening rooms. Lin Yuan then realized that Mao Lilan's birthday was on the 4th, while his was on the 5th due to his late purchase. By the way, Sister Xiaolan, we are about to go for dinner. Would you like to join us? Lin Yuan gently pushed Xiao Ai, extending an invitation. Mao Lilan hastily declined, exclaiming, No, thank you. I've already had dinner. She had dined with Yuan Zi earlier. And even if she had tea, she would prefer not to be a third wheel. Let us meet after the movie. Xiao Ai waved goodbye in agreement. With nearly an hour remaining before the film commenced, the two decided to visit a Western restaurant. Due to Xiao Ai's limited mobility, Lin Yuan took it upon himself to handle all the arrangements. Observing the boy bustling about, Xiao Ai felt a pang of guilt for being a burden. Once my foot heals, shall we return here together? Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Was Xiao Ai taking the initiative to invite him out on a date? Why did she say that? Xiao Ai lowered her head, resembling a child who had committed a mistake. It's because I have always been in a wheelchair. Unable to assist in any way. What's wrong with being in a wheelchair? It is precisely in a wheelchair that I can enjoy the freedom to pat heads. Lin Yuan gently patted Xiao Ai's head. Do not overthink. Envision your wheelchair as a magnificent white steed, and you as the princess riding upon it. A princess is not burdened with toil. So, would you be inclined to join me for dinner, my dear Princess Ai? Xiao Ai leaned slightly, evading the large hand above her, and began to cooperate. Then, noble knight, please assist the princess in preparing for dinner. Knight? Lin Yuan shook his head, his expression gravely serious. I do not wish to be a knight, for in fairy tales, the princess ultimately ends up with the prince. As the face drew ever closer, Xiao Ai did not turn away. Instead, at the last moment, she extended her hand. All right, my prince, your princess is in dire need of sustenance. Lin Yuan's face flushed crimson. The atmosphere had been so delightful moments ago that she could hardly contain herself, and now it seemed rather awkward. The dinner concluded in an exceedingly peculiar ambience. Lin Yuan promptly contacted Conan, indicating that if he were to come over, all subsequent arrangements would be immediately terminated. Old K, what are your plans regarding your date with Ran? As soon as the call connected, Lin Yuan went straight to the point. At that moment, Conan had just arrived at the entrance of the Mauritani residence, his mind consumed by the case at hand. Only after Lin Yuan's reminder did he recall the evening's date, and he began to feel conflicted, uncertain of how to proceed. Could I possibly ask you to inform Ran that Shinichi Kudo has encountered a case and will be unable to attend the appointment? After a lengthy silence, Conan finally spoke. Given his current circumstances, it was utterly impossible for him to keep the engagement. Upon hearing that Conan would not be coming, Lin Yuan felt a mix of relief and sympathy. Meanwhile, Ran remained seated in the lobby, her gaze fixed on the entrance, her face radiating happiness and anticipation. She hoped that in the next moment, Shinichi Kudo would walk through the door, ready to explain his prolonged absence. They would then enjoy a movie together. And when the clock struck midnight, she would present him with a gift and wish him a happy birthday. And then, she would certainly give him a thorough lesson in karate. Lin Yuan was at a loss as to how to shatter Xiaolan's delusions. Conan, perhaps you should reveal your true identity as Shinichi Kudo to her, he suggested. After a prolonged silence, Conan sighed and ended the call. He would have to resolve the case first and then apologize to Xiaolan. Following Officer Magyar, he entered the residence of Moriya Teiji. Officer Shiratori presented the investigation's findings and inquired whether Moriya had any enemies. Unfazed by the police presence, Moriya leisurely lit his pipe. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence. However, I am usually preoccupied with work, so I have no idea who might harbor ill will towards me. As he inhaled from his pipe, the air was infused with the rich aroma of premium tobacco, which reminded Conan of a remark by Ayumi. The perpetrator carries a distinctive fragrance. This immediately aroused his suspicions towards Moriya Teiji. Chapter 81. You are my hope. While Moriya Teiji conversed with Officer Magyar, Conan stealthily slipped out of the room. He traversed the spacious hall and the long corridor, arriving at Moriya Teiji's exhibition room. Observing the photographs of the arson-destroyed buildings, Conan made a startling discovery. They were not entirely symmetrical. When I was younger, my aesthetic sense was still immature, so do not dwell on it. Moriya Teiji's words resurfaced in Conan's mind. At that time, he had dismissed it as mere modesty, but now it seemed laced with disdain. At that moment, something covered by a black cloth caught Conan's attention. Upon lifting it, he uncovered a model of a city. My dream town, Nishitama City. The familiar name reminded Conan of a case he had solved while still Shinichi Kudo, coupled with the design of the streetlights within the city model, which resembled those adjacent to the children's amusement park. Conan grasped the truth. Moriya Teiji was the true perpetrator. Although lacking concrete evidence, Conan had grown significantly since his days as Shinichi Kudo. If evidence was absent, he would create it instead. Finally, he summoned everyone to the exhibition room under the guise of Shinichi Kudo. Officer Magyar, I have deduced the identity of the arsonist and the bomber. Before Conan could finish, Uncle Mori interrupted. Wait, I know who the criminal is. It's Officer Shiratori. Concealing himself behind the door, Conan, upon hearing Uncle Mori's declaration, could not help but activate his watch's tranquilizer gun, yet ultimately refrained from taking action. Oblivious, Uncle Mori continued his elimination method. Officer Shiratori, you have always admired Professor Moriya's father, and even suspected that Professor Moriya set fire to kill his own father. After firmly believing this, you proceeded to destroy Professor Moriya's works one by one. Your respect for his father has now transformed into vengeance against his son. Furthermore, every time the perpetrator made a call, you conveniently happened to be absent from the scene. Shinichi, is this not your line of reasoning? Uncle Mori asked confidently over the phone. Conan held his forehead in despair. Uncle Mori was utterly hopeless. No, Uncle Mori, stop. The true criminal is actually Professor Moriya, the designer of those works. What? The three of them gasped in disbelief, with Uncle Mori vociferously expressing his outrage. How could a designer destroy their own creations? Officer Magyar awkwardly laughed while holding his phone. Compared to the doubts of his own brother, he had more faith in the consistently reliable Kudo. Professor Moriya had achieved great success in his youth, but after turning 30, his aesthetic sensibilities shifted. He believed that only perfectly symmetrical designs could be deemed flawless. To take responsibility for his creations, he resolved to destroy them one by one. Everyone, please observe the photographs on the wall. Ignoring Uncle Mori's repeated interruptions, Conan laid out his deductions. The others approached and examined the architectural photographs on the wall. Officer Magyar, utterly perplexed, remarked, "These designs are undeniably exceptional." Officer Shiratori, eager to cooperate, exclaimed at one of the house photographs, "This bridge is not perfectly symmetrical." Conan continued his reasoning in agreement. Moreover, the Nishitama city designed by Professor Moriya has also been halted due to the mayor's arrest. Officer Shiratori continued to collaborate. So, Nishitama city was also a product of Professor Moriya's design. Furthermore, the streetlights and the pet box bomb are identical to the nearby streetlights. Conan concluded. The professor, not wanting to destroy the streetlights representing Nishitama city, chose to halt the bomb, did he not? Moriya Teiji remained remarkably composed, chuckling softly. Shinichi Kudo, your reasoning is indeed entertaining. However, it appears you lack evidence. Conan too smiled, relishing the thrill of diverging from convention. The evidence lies behind the model box. Officer Shiratori approached, revealing props used by the perpetrator to disguise himself. Impossible. I clearly hid them in the safe in my study. Moriya Teiji exclaimed in shock, inadvertently revealing his slip. Realizing he had exposed himself, Moriya Teiji produced a lighter. Do not approach. This may appear to be a lighter, but it is actually a bomb detonator. At that moment, Conan entered, declaring, I have already removed the batteries. Witnessing this, Officer Magyar commanded Officer Shiratori to apprehend Moriya Teiji as if orchestrating a grand army. Finally capturing the perpetrators sent waves of excitement through the group. However, Moriya Teiji did not confess like other criminals but rather laughed coldly. Do you think this is the end? There is still one building I wish to destroy. Following Moriya Teiji's gaze, they saw a photograph of the Miha building. They speak of the collapse of the bubble economy and lack of sufficient funding for construction. And for this reason, it has become my greatest failure. You cannot possibly comprehend my aesthetic. Inside the Miha building, AI, the movie is about to start. Let us go in. Lin Yuan gently guided Xiao Ai into the screening room. Meanwhile, Mao Lilan remained seated in the lobby, awaiting the arrival of Kudo Shinichi. Although Lin Yuan longed to express his true feelings to Xiao Lan, some matters are best articulated by Conan. As the two entered the screening room, they were suddenly met with the thunderous sound of a series of explosions. Lin Yuan was still bewildered by the situation when the shockwave from the explosion struck, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Xiao Ai, seated in her wheelchair, was merely pushed away by the force of the blast and remained unharmed. Xiao Ai, are you all right? Lin Yuan sprang up immediately, grasping the wheelchair to evade the falling debris from the ceiling. Xiao Ai clutched her head, her eyes vacant, murmuring incessantly, Indeed, I am a harbinger of misfortune. The explosion did not last long, and tranquility returned to the screening room. Only then did Lin Yuan notice Xiao Ai's distress. Xiao Ai, are you all right? The only response was Xiao Ai's trembling form and her continued murmurs. Xiao Ai. Lin Yuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced her tightly, never anticipating that Xiao Ai would ponder so deeply. It is all my fault. Had I not wished to watch the second movie, none of this would have transpired. Xiao Ai was engulfed in a whirlwind of self-reproach. Lin Yuan held the girl tightly in his arms until her body ceased to tremble. Little Ai, I understand your constant worry about being a burden to me. However, do you realize that without you, I have merely existed in a daze, devoid of purpose? You have never been a burden, rather. You are the hope that sustains my life. Little Ai lifted her gaze to the boy before her. His eyes were clear, reflecting only her image. Chapter 82. Beneath the Ruins, Room 5. Room 5. As the echoes of the explosion faded, Xiaolan dashed towards Room 5. She recalled that Lin Yuan and Little Ai were inside watching a movie. Such an incident must have terrified them. Yet, the entrance to Room 5 was obstructed by fallen debris, and no matter how loudly she called, there was no response from within. At that moment, the phone at the front desk rang, and Xiaolan curiously approached it. May I ask who this is? Is this Xiaolan? The voice on the other end was strikingly familiar. It belonged to the long-missed Shinichi Kudo. Xiaolan felt a surge of emotion, nearly weeping. But the frightened crowd around her restrained her tears. What are you doing? Why aren't you ever here during crucial moments? This happens every single time. Do you have any idea what I am facing right now? Conan, panting heavily, leaned against the emergency exit door. Hearing Xiaolan's choked voice made his heart ache. I know. I'm at the emergency exit. Just now, I squeezed through the gaps in the rubble. However, the shockwave from the explosion has distorted this door. And no matter how hard I try, I cannot open it. With every word Conan uttered, he gasped for air, having exhausted all his strength while navigating through the debris. By the way, are there any suspicious items like suitcases or briefcases in the hall? Suspicious items? Xiaolan glanced around and spotted a handbag behind a nearby chair. I don't know what this is. It's not only heavy, but quite large as well. There's even a digital timer on it. Upon hearing Xiaolan's description, Conan gritted his teeth. Mori Takashi had indeed placed the largest bomb here. Be careful, that is a bomb. How much time is left? Xiaolan opened the handbag, striving to remain calm. There are 47 minutes remaining. Conan immediately checked his watch, calculating that the bomb was set to explode at 12:03. Damn it. What does the extra 3 minutes signify? Time ticked away relentlessly, and the rescuers had yet to arrive. Only 18 minutes remained. As Conan stared at his watch, his anxiety deepened. With the anticipated rescuers still absent, perhaps they could only rely on themselves. Xiaolon, do you have scissors? Muri ran, slightly confused, replied. I have scissors in my sewing kit. What do you need them for? Conan paused, his tone grave. I need you to defuse the bomb. Eh? Xiaolon panicked. She had rarely even seen a bomb, let alone defuse one. Listen carefully, do exactly as I instruct. Conan pulled out the bomb design he had seized from Mori Takashi. Wait, I'm coming to your side. Lacking confidence, Xiaolon thought that perhaps being closer to Shinichi Kudo would bolster her resolve. The bomb does not have a vibration sensor, but still, exercise caution. Conan reminded her while studying the design. Xiaolon grasped the handbag containing the bomb and approached the twisted door left by the explosion. Shinichi, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you clearly. Shinichi Kudo's voice instilled courage in Xiaolon as she tore open the handbag. The glaring red digits on the timer were alarming. If she mishandled this, it could be a countdown to her demise. For a moment, Xiaolon was lost in thought. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself. Xiaolon, are you all right? Conan, not hearing her response, grew worried. I'm fine, Xiaolon declared, pulling out the scissors with determination. I am ready. She gazed at the bomb once more. Shaking off her panic, she could not let Shinichi down. First, remove the outer casing. It should come off easily. Xiaolon removed the casing. And this simple first step bolstered her confidence. I've opened it, Shinichi. It's time to cut the wires. If we get the sequence wrong, it could be our end. Conan's tone turned serious. First, cut the bottom yellow wire. Xiaolon located the yellow wire and hesitated, her hands trembling despite her preparation. She took deep breaths, attempting to calm her nerves. Inside room 5, little Ai, stay still. I will see if I can clear the debris at the entrance. Lin Yuan gently positioned Xiao Ai in a visible spot, earnestly advising her. Xiao Ai has always had a tendency to shoulder all the blame herself, often contemplating self-sacrifice. It truly evokes a sense of sorrow. How wonderful it would be if Xiao Ai could change such a mindset. Yet, if she were to transform, would she still remain the same Xiao Ai? Lin Yuan did not dwell on this contradictory issue any longer. After confirming that Xiao Ai was unharmed, he approached the gravel at the entrance. Initially, there were no fallen rocks at the doorway, and many people rushed out. However, a collapse later ensued, blocking the exit with debris. As he meticulously cleared the rubble, he discovered that a massive ceiling tile was obstructing the entrance. Fortunately, when it fell, its edges struck the ground, creating a narrow fissure. After much effort, involving punches and kicks, he finally achieved a breakthrough. As he removed the fragments, a modest passageway was revealed. While an adult might struggle to pass through, it was certainly no challenge for a child. Xiao Ai, let us crawl out through here. Lin Yuan gestured towards the adjacent passage, indicating for Xiao Ai to disembark from her wheelchair. The gap was exceedingly narrow, rendering the wheelchair incapable of passage. Xiao Ai strained to maneuver the wheelchair backwards. Explosions and falling debris posed an imminent threat. Each was perilous in its own right, coupled with her own limited mobility. Survival seemed an insurmountable challenge. You should go ahead, don't worry about me. Xiao Ai contemplated a myriad of spiteful words, wishing to incite disdain in the boy, to compel him to abandon his efforts to save her. Yet, in the end, those words remained unspoken. Xiao Ai, trust me, we will surely escape. Haibara lifted the girl before him and made his way towards the cleared passage. Shiho instinctively reached for the wheelchair, but at the moment the boy lifted her, she released her grip. As the two of them crawled into the passage, the sound of an explosion echoed once more. The already fragile ceiling suffered another blow, and large chunks of concrete began to rain down. In an instant, Lin Yuan shielded Xiao Ai beneath him, preventing her from being struck by falling rocks. The debris stirred up a cloud of dust, and when it settled, the two found themselves ensconced within a heap of rubble. Xiao Ai, are you unharmed? Below the wreckage, their space for movement was limited, their faces nearly touching, warm breaths mingling in the air. I am fine. What about you? Are you injured? Xiao Ai remained unscathed. Sheltered beneath him, Lin Yuan attempted to move his body slightly. Fortunately, he was not gravely injured. The most serious issue was the back of his head, which seemed to have struck a falling rock. Perhaps due to the adrenaline coursing through him, Lin Yuan did not feel any discomfort. This was also his first time seeing Xiao Ai up close. Her delicate face resembled a finely carved sculpture, and her icy blue eyes were incredibly captivating. Ah! She even had double eyelids. If only they were not trapped beneath the ruins. Chapter 83. Red and blue. The subsequent explosion sent Uncle Maori into a panic. Officer, is Xiaoran all right? Officer Megure immediately responded, Maori, that is not where Xiaoran is. Moriya Taichi watched from the sidelines, reveling in the chaos, as it was precisely the outcome he desired. Do not worry. Your daughter has 15 minutes before she is obliterated. Uncle Maori furiously grabbed Moriya's collar, demanding, speak. What must be done to defuse that bomb? Moriya Taichi sneered repeatedly, seemingly already envisioning the moment of the bomb's detonation. Inside the cinema lobby, I've cut it. Xiaoran wiped the sweat from her forehead and, following Conan's directions, severed another wire. It seemed there was still time. If she could cut the black wire, the timer would cease. Conan let out a sigh of relief. Thus far, Everything was proceeding smoothly. Is it the black one? Xiaoran located the black wire and cut it decisively. With several experiences of cutting wires behind her, she had grown more resolute. Shinichi, the black wire is cut. But the timer hasn't stopped. Furthermore, there were still 2 wires remaining, one blue and one red. Conan was taken aback. Those 2 wires were not even depicted in the bomb schematics. With 4 minutes remaining until the explosion, Uncle Maori, his eyes vacant, staggered toward the building. Xiaoran. I'm coming over now. Officer Shiratori immediately blocked Uncle Maori. Mr. Maori, do not go. The rescue team is already handling it. Uncle Maori, utterly despondent, could not break free from Officer Shiratori's grasp. Moriya Taichi watched this scene mockingly, his eyes filled with disdain. Is this what the tragic love between a father and daughter looks like? Buildings do not require love. Life does not either. Beneath the rubble, the effects of adrenaline had faded, and Lin Yuan felt his consciousness slipping away, his body growing cold, and his breathing weakened significantly. He reached into his pocket, where a prepared gift lay. It was meant for number 5, but now it seemed there was no opportunity to present it. A full day loomed ahead, feeling interminably long. Yet perhaps it was for the best. Ai, I'm sorry. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Boom. The clock struck midnight. And Lin Yuan lost consciousness completely. Lin Yuan, are you all right? Please wake up. Ai shook his shoulders repeatedly, but there was no response. Tears fell in an instant. Reminiscent of a child mourning the loss of a cherished toy, rendering her motionless. She clutched the boy tightly. Why? I invented that deadly substance. Death is well-deserved. But why must it ensnare others? My sister has left me. Are you going to leave me too? My throat hurts so much. I wish to drink pear juice. You big liar. Please wake up. Did you not promise that if I wanted pear juice, you would make it for me? My head hurts so badly. Could you please stroke my head? I'm no longer afraid of you messing up my hair. In the lobby. What should I do? Do I need to cut both? Xiaoran gazed at the 2 remaining wires, uncertain how to proceed. One was the detonation wire. Cutting it would trigger an explosion. Conan immediately intervened, raising his voice significantly. How can that be? Xiaoran stared at the countdown, her hand trembling around the scissors. Darn it. Which one should I cut? Conan repeatedly examined the bomb's blueprints, unable to find a solution. Boom. The clock struck midnight, and Xiaoran, despairing, leaned against the door, her hands dropping limply. Shinichi, happy birthday. I may never have the chance to say this again. Conan slumped against the door, dejected, the schematics slipping from his grasp. Just cut whichever color you prefer. Xiaoran was taken aback. But what if I cut the wrong one? If it's wrong, then it's wrong, Conan smiled, finding solace in the inevitability of the explosion. In that case, cut the color you like best. You need not worry. I will always be with you. Even if we die, we shall die together. A door separated the 2 childhood friends, yet a light perpetually connected them. The explosion caused a secondary collapse. Rocks crashing down where they had once stood. Conan retreated to avoid the debris while Xiaoran clutched the bomb and moved away. As she contemplated the 2 wires that determined the fate of many lives, memories flashed through her mind. Which do you prefer, red or blue? Then let it be red. Both Shinichi and I have red as our lucky color in May, so we must watch this film. Xiaoran resolutely raised the scissors, her gaze firm. Xiaoran. Xiaoran. Conan pounded on the door, but there was no reply. Just as he was about to call Xiaoran, rescue personnel arrived. Quickly. There's a little boy here. The rescuers cleared the debris and called out. Little brother, let us go. As the rescue worker picked Conan up to leave. Wait. There are still people trapped inside. Conan shouted, struggling. All right, just wait a moment. The rescuer rammed the door with his shoulder, but it would not budge. It won't open. Prepare the rock drills. The rescuer muttered to himself. Today is my wedding anniversary. It seems I won't be able to enjoy it. Conan paused, recalling Moriya Taichi's earlier words. I specifically reserved 3 minutes for you. Be sure to enjoy it. Conan instantly comprehended. This was about relishing the experience of his birthday for 3 precious minutes. Wait. He recalled a question Moriya Taichi had posed during a tea party. That is quite exciting. You must have your gift ready, correct? Not yet, because both Shinichi and I adore red, and our lucky color is also red. At that time, Moriya Taichi had worn a cryptic smile. Had he already orchestrated everything then? A trap of red and blue. Xiaoran, do not cut the red wire. Conan incessantly knocked on the door, but his voice was inaudible from within. Rescue personnel swiftly carried Conan away, as the falling debris posed a significant danger. Time ticked away. And just as Rand severed one of the wires in the final 2 seconds, the clock struck 3 minutes past midnight. The bomb had not detonated. And everyone realized that it had been disarmed. A wave of jubilation swept through the crowd as the rescue efforts commenced. A beam of light pierced through the rubble. Hurry over here. There are 2 children. The girl appeared unharmed but was visibly shaken. The boy, however, had sustained a severe head injury. Call an ambulance. Chapter 84. Fear of losing you. Sunlight streamed into the room as Haibara Ai rubbed her eyes, awakening in a hospital bed. Upon surveying the room's decor, she recognized it as a medical facility. The air was permeated with the scent of disinfectant, and Dr. Agasa was resting at the bedside. Am I saved? Haibara Ai murmured softly, realizing that she did not see Lin Yuan anywhere nearby. Was he in another bed? That seemed likely. His injuries were more severe than her own. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. Dr. Agasa. Dr. Agasa. Please wake up. Haibara Ai urgently shook the doctor awake. Ah, Ai, you're awake. I'll go fetch a doctor. Dr. Agasa yawned, sitting up. Upon noticing Haibara Ai's anxious demeanor, he assumed she was facing some issue. Dr. Agasa, please don't leave. What happened to Lin Yuan? Haibara Ai implored impatiently. Lin Yuan? Dr. Agasa rubbed the back of his head, grinning foolishly. Who is Lin Yuan? A new friend of yours? Dr. Agasa's words sent a shiver through Haibara Ai. Did something happen to Lin Yuan, prompting Dr. Agasa to hide it from her? Stop joking, Dr. Agasa. Is Lin Yuan? Is he all right? She continued to shake him, her coughs persistent from inhaling too much dust beneath the rubble. Dr. Agasa looked bewildered. Ai, are you seriously injured? I'll get you a doctor right away. Sitting on the bed, Haibara Ai cradled her head in her hands, sinking further into despair. The patient's vital signs are normal. And there are no issues. She may be discharged immediately. The hallucinations may stem from trauma-induced memory confusion, which should resolve with some rest. The doctor arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Dr. Agasa escorted the doctor out of the ward, observing Haibara Ai sitting in a daze. He reassured her, Ai. We can go home. Yes. Home. Haibara Ai eagerly leaped from the bed and dashed toward the exit. Dr. Agasa might be deceiving himself. Yet they could not simply move Lin Yuan's family away. Once they returned home, she would uncover the truth. Dr. Agasa followed behind, hailing a cab towards the direction of Datemaki. At the entrance to Dr. Agasa's home, Haibara Ai caught a glimpse of her previous residence from afar. The front door was tightly locked, obscuring the interior. Just as she intended to approach, she felt Dr. Agasa pull her back. Conan was in Dr. Agasa's living room, experimenting with various new gadgets. Upon seeing Haibara Ai enter, he immediately mocked her. You, woman, did you really have to go to the movies alone? Only to end up in the hospital? Haibara Ai's heart sank. Do you remember who Lin Yuan is? Lin Yuan? Conan's expression turned perplexed, and then a mischievous grin formed. I know Lin Yuan Kimi. Are you a fan of hers? Do you want her autograph? Haibara Ai could hardly contain her frustration. I'm talking about Lin Yuan who lives across the street. Across the street? I recall they moved out a long time ago, Conan replied. Ai, you must be hallucinating. The doctor mentioned your memory is confused. You should rest. Dr. Agasa expressed concern. Memory confusion? Hallucinations? Haibara Ai clutched her head, feeling lost. I do not have memory confusion. Lin Yuan is not an illusion. Haibara Ai muttered to herself, racing out of Dr. Agasa's house. She had to see for herself, following her memories. She arrived at the front gate. The yard was dilapidated, overgrown with weeds, suggesting it had been uninhabited for quite some time. The sign reading Lin's Financial Services was rusted and worn. Haibara Ai gently lifted it, but no key fell as she had hoped. Ai, this family moved long ago. Let's go back. Dr. Agasa had caught up, attempting to pull her away. Could it truly be just an illusion? Haibara Ai shook her head, her memories of Lin Yuan growing hazy. Doctor, you go back first. I want to take a look inside. She broke free from Dr. Agasa's grasp and sprinted back. Without hesitation, she climbed over the gate. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door. She yearned to find Lin Yuan sitting on the sofa, greeting her with a simple, you're back. Yet reality shattered her hopes. The door was locked, and she could not open it. Impossible. Impossible. Haibara Ai trembled, refusing to accept this reality, shaking the door desperately. The weathered lock succumbed to her persistence and fell away. The house was cloaked in dust, corners filled with cobwebs, revealing no signs of habitation. The furniture in the living room, once arranged by her design, now appeared entirely different. Hey, Ai, you can't just barge into someone else's home. Doctor. Agasa had followed her over the gate, now breathless. Ignoring him, she ventured further inside. Opening the first door, she entered Lin Yuan's room. The familiar decor, which she had seen countless times, was unmistakable. Doctor, look. I've seen the furnishings in this room. Lin Yuan is not an illusion. Dr. Agasa hesitated. Isn't it normal for a room to look like this? Yes. But what does the room's arrangement signify? Haibara Ai's hope began to dim again. No. There is one more room. If I can just get into the room I used to stay in, I will prove that I lived here. With renewed determination, Haibara Ai opened the next door, only to be met with yet another disappointment. The room was completely empty, devoid of any signs of life. Perhaps it really is an illusion. She clutched her chest, tears streaming down her face. Isn't it better if it's just an illusion? After all, you've always feared burdening him. A voice echoed in her ear, and Haibara Ai managed a bittersweet smile. Indeed, if I didn't exist, I wouldn't be a burden to him. But why did it hurt so much? Wait, who is speaking? Is it a hallucination? Well, if you're experiencing hallucinations, it's only natural to hear voices too. You truly are pessimistic. Didn't that boy say you were not his burden, but rather his hope? The auditory hallucinations echoed once more, yet Haibara Ai had long succumbed to exhaustion and slumber. Upon her eventual awakening, she gazed around in bewilderment. Surrounding her were Professor Agasa, Ran Muri, Conan, and Kagoro Muri, all adorned with expressions of concern. With her eyes slightly moist, Haibara Ai reached up to dry her tear-streaked cheeks, only to realize she was tightly clasping another's hand, the hand of someone she believed lost forever. Someone who had become both her beacon of hope and the embodiment of her aspirations. The grip of that hand was both tangible and ethereal. She embraced him firmly, desperate to prevent his disappearance once more. Thank goodness I have not lost you. Chapter 85. Who is this person? Can I marry her? In room 4 of the hospital, Professor Agasa exclaimed with delight, Ai, you have finally awakened. I shall summon the doctor at once. Overjoyed, he continued, it is splendid that you have come to. Tears of relief cascaded down Ranmuri's cheeks. She had been plagued with guilt for her inability to safeguard them. Honestly, those two children are emulating adults on dates. Kagoro Mori grumbled nearby, his tone laced with concern. The doctor arrived promptly, conducting a brief assessment before delivering his verdict. This girl exhibits no issues. The concern lies with this boy. Physically, he is unharmed, yet a head injury has resulted in cognitive impairment. This often accompanies memory decline and loss. But we are currently unable to conduct tests to ascertain the specifics of his condition. You may take him to familiar places, and should any unusual reactions arise subsequently, return to the hospital for further evaluation. Haibara Ai also noticed the peculiar behavior of Lin Yuan, who trailed behind her in silence, resembling a devoted shadow, wherever she ventured. He followed. It was early morning, and in hopes of aiding Lin Yuan's swift recovery, they opted not to linger in the hospital. At the entrance of the Lin family home, Haibara Ai gazed at the foolishly grinning Lin Yuan, a smile gracing her lips. Although the current circumstances were dire, she had not lost him. Even if Lin Yuan were to remain this way for a lifetime, she would ensure his well-being. Typically, the keys could be found behind the sign. Should he forget them, he could check there. Haibara Ai pointed to the Lin financial sign, suggesting Lin Yuan give it a try. This phrase was once spoken by Lin Yuan to her, but now the roles had entirely reversed. The distinction lay in Lin Yuan's lack of response, as he stood vacantly in place. With no other choice, Haibara Ai demonstrated, retrieving the key from behind the sign and then replacing it. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan move, she felt an exhilaration akin to that of a mother teaching her child to walk. Remember, if you forget the keys in the future, come here to check, she reiterated, having prepared herself for the possibility that Lin Yuan may never return to his former self. Doctor, you may head back now. We can manage on our own, she declared, opening the door and addressing the figure behind her. The others had already returned home, while Dr. Agasa lingered due to his concern. All right, if anything arises, just call for me. Dr. Agasa hesitated briefly before acquiescing, knowing he resided just across the street and could quickly arrive if needed. Goodbye, doctor. With Dr. Agasa's departure, Haibara Ai and Lin Yuan stepped into the courtyard. The absence of decay and rampant weeds offered her a measure of solace. She feared she might be ensnared in a dream, dreading the moment Lin Yuan would vanish. This is the living room, this is the kitchen, this is your room, and this is my room. In her efforts to help Lin Yuan regain his normalcy, Haibara Ai guided him through the entirety of the ground floor. Hahowever, the results were far from evident. Lin Yuan continued to follow behind her in a dazed manner, his silly demeanor possessing a certain charm. Should she take him to the second floor? Haibara Ai pondered this thought, recalling that Lin Yuan had only taken her to the second floor once before. It was the room of his parents, and he had appeared quite sorrowful at that time, lingering at the doorway without entering. Haibara Ai felt a wave of indecision. If she were to take him to the second floor, would it evoke painful memories for him? However, that very floor might hold the most profound memories for him, potentially aiding in his recovery to normalcy. Reflecting on Lin Yuan's current vacant expression, despite her commitment to care for him for a lifetime, she found herself yearning for the Lin Yuan of the past. All right, let us go to the second floor. Haibara Ai called out, her resolve firm. When no response came, curiosity prompted her to turn her wheelchair, only to discover that Lin Yuan had entered his own room, standing still before his desk. The desk was sparsely adorned with a few books and a photograph. It was the picture taken during their previous photo booth session, featuring a bridal filter effect. In her daily life, Lin Yuan seldom entered Haibara Ai's room as a gesture of respect. Thus, she placed the photograph directly upon the table. Haibara Ai felt a twinge of shyness. Contemplating wedding photos even before their relationship was firmly established seemed somewhat audacious. Stop looking, she exclaimed. Although she wished to reclaim the photograph, her movements were hindered by the constraints of her wheelchair. Haibara lifted the photograph, his muddled mind gradually clarifying, evoking a sense of profound familiarity. Who is this person? Can I marry her? Xiao Ai's hands froze as she snatched the photo, and tears could no longer be contained. Ignoring the pain in her feet, she threw herself into the boy's embrace. Who are you? Could you please let me go? Lin Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seemed he had misspoken, inadvertently declaring his intention to marry while gazing at someone else's wedding photo. Yet, was he not an adult? How could such thoughts cross his mind? Moreover, why was this girl embracing him? Xiao Ai stared at him in astonishment. Could it be that he had forgotten her? Do you not remember me? Xiao Ai inquired cautiously. I'm sorry, but it appears I do not recall, he replied. Lin Yuan gazed at the girl in the wedding photograph, feeling an uncanny resemblance to herself. Yet, she held no recollection of the girl whatsoever. Amnesia? Xiao Ai recalled the doctor mentioning that it could potentially lead to memory loss. Should she consider visiting the hospital? However, Hui Yuan Ai quickly dismissed the thought. If it were indeed amnesia, a trip to the hospital would yield no benefit. By the way, what is our relationship? I feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy towards you. Lin Yuan whispered softly, a disconcerting emptiness enveloping his mind. Had it not been for an instinctual awareness of the significance of the girl before him, he would have long since lost himself in the depths of oblivion. Xiao Ai pondered for a moment before recounting the entirety of their shared experiences. Is it truly so fantastical? After listening, Lin Yuan felt as though he were watching a movie. Aside from the protagonist, who else could share such an experience? Ah, that would be Huiyuan Xiao Ai, wouldn't it? I kindly ask you to take care of me always. Lin Yuan softly expressed her gratitude, although the girl before her exuded warmth. She bore no recollection of her. Moreover, had she perhaps been too excessive in her past actions? Though Huiyuan Ai had undergone a transformation into a child, she still inhabited the form of a young one. How could one expect a child to care for her? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's address, Xiao Ai's eyes dimmed. Lin Yuan remains the same Lin Yuan, yet there lingers an inexplicable sense of estrangement. Are you hungry? Would you like to have a late-night snack? Xiao Ai swiftly regains her confidence, resolved to assist him in reclaiming his memories. Even if he cannot recall his own identity, it is sufficient that he is still present. It is quite late now. You should rest. Lin Yuan shook her head and glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight, and children ought not to stay up late. No worries. No worries. Just as Xiao Ai was about to head towards the kitchen, her wheelchair was pushed into the room by Lin Yuan. Your foot must be injured. You should rest early. Chapter 86. Half-brothers Haibara Ai rubbed her eyes and stifled a yawn. In the morning, she had busied herself until 8 o'clock, striving to help Lin Yuan regain her memories. Ultimately, exhaustion prevailed, and it was only upon Lin Yuan's insistence that they both retreated to rest. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already noon. Though she had only slept for 4 hours, Haibara Ai endeavored to rouse herself. She could not afford to sleep any longer. It was time to venture out. Today would be dedicated to aiding Lin Yuan in recovering her memories. As she opened the door, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Was someone cooking? It could not possibly be Lin Yuan. Her culinary skills barely passed muster. Could it be Professor Agasa? Upon entering the living room, she was taken aback to find the dining table filled with people. Conan, the 3 young detectives, and Professor Agasa. Xiao Ai, come quickly and taste this. The dumplings are exceptionally delicious. Professor Agasa exclaimed, devouring them one after another. Indeed, indeed, they are even better than a French feast. Mitsuhiko chimed in, holding a dumpling that was too hot, making him a bit tongue-tied. I never expected Lin Yuan's dumplings to be this delectable. Ayumi remarked with a touch of grace. Lin Yuan, please serve me another bowl. Jenna stated bluntly, raising his empty bowl. Seeing this, the others followed suit, clutching their empty bowls and forming a line. Ah, the innocence of youth. After finishing the last dumpling, Conan initially planned to act nonchalantly and refrain from eating anymore, but the tantalizing aroma proved irresistible. In the end, he obediently joined the queue. Lin Yuan, in a state of resignation, meticulously wrapped dumplings, adding another bowl for a few guests. After parting with Xiao Ai in the morning, sleep eluded him. The environment, both strange and familiar, stirred a sense of restlessness within him. Fortunately, he decided against sleeping. Realizing that after Xiao Ai had cared for him for so long, it was his turn to tend to her. He resolved to prepare a meal for her. After much hesitation in the kitchen, he ultimately opted for dumplings. Just as he finished wrapping them, a group of people burst in, claiming to be his friends, evoking a sense of familiarity in him. It was noon, so he invited them to join for lunch. However, he was taken aback by their enormous appetites. Even the little girl named Bume managed to consume 2 bowls and still wanted more. Thankfully, he had plenty of ingredients. And Lin Yuan transformed into an unyielding dumpling-making machine. After sending the others away, he approached Xiao Ai with a bowl of dumplings. You were asleep earlier, so I didn't want to disturb you. I made these for you. I hope you like them. Xiao Ai accepted the dumplings, their warmth just right. Not at all scalding. Observing the others relishing their meals, she felt a twinge of skepticism, primarily due to her previous experiences with Lin Yuan's cooking. No matter how unappetizing it might be, it must be presented as exceptionally delicious. She took a gentle bite, and the broth burst forth in her mouth, igniting her taste buds in an explosion of flavor. Truly delightful. With her eyes squinted in delight, she couldn't help but praise him. Could amnesia perhaps awaken his culinary talents? As long as you enjoy it. Lin Yuan smiled and continued wrapping dumplings. After such a long time of busy activity, all the dumplings had been devoured by others, and she had not eaten a single one. Once lunch concluded, Dr. Agasa patted his belly, revealing a blissful smile. It had been ages since he had eaten so heartily. The 3 little ones lounged on the nearby sofa, unexpectedly enjoying a delectable lunch while visiting their injured classmate. They felt a twinge of guilt. No. They must assist Lin Yuan in some way. They immediately pulled Dr. Agasa into a discussion. Conan stealthily crept into the kitchen. Ren initially intended to join him but was skillfully diverted by excuses. He feared Lin Yuan might uncover his true identity. Lin Yuan, have you truly lost your memory? Conan mused as he picked up a bowl and rinsed it under the tap. He had never washed dishes before. He was merely pretending. If all goes as expected, I have indeed lost my memory. Lin Yuan's hands did not cease their movement. Do you still remember me? Conan inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. I have lost my memory. How could I possibly remember you? Lin Yuan halted his actions, gazing at Conan as if he were a fool, before abruptly shifting his tone. However, My instincts tell me that you are an extraordinarily dangerous individual. Being near you can only lead to trouble. Conan instantly ceased his movements, his heart brimming with indignation. You've lost your memory, yet you still mock my Grim Reaper attributes. Do you think I desired this? No, it's the case that beckons me. Conan's eyes sparkled with realization, and filled with deep sorrow and indignation, he embraced Lin Yuan. In truth, you are my brother. It's only been a few days since we last met. How could you have forgotten everything? Spare me. Lin Yuan abruptly pushed aside Conan, who was attempting to wipe his snot and tears on him, with a face full of skepticism. If you truly are my brother, why do we look so different? Conan placed his hand on Lin Yuan's shoulder, his expression grave. We are half-brothers. His declaration was merely an attempt to take advantage of Lin Yuan. For this individual's deductive skills surpassed his own, and he was incessantly ridiculed by him, unable to compete. He decided to indulge in some verbal amusement during this period of amnesia. Observing Lin Yuan's incredulous expression, Conan fabricated another story. Is your name not Lin Yuan Adagawa? My name is Conan Adagawa. The surname Adagawa is exceedingly rare. Does that not indicate we are indeed brothers? Brother, do call me older brother. Lin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Conan, snatching away the bowl he had been incessantly fiddling with. It was the last one, and once it was washed, the task would be complete. Shiho had confided in me about the identity of Adagawa Lin Yuan, merely a guise adopted after consuming the shrinking drug. Conan was instantly engulfed in embarrassment. That wretched Haibara had directly divulged the truth of his former self. How could I possibly take advantage of him now? No, wait. Is it not true that someone who has lost their memory should not be subjected to stimuli? At that moment, Ayumi called out to everyone. We unanimously resolved to assist Lin Yuan in regaining his memories. Ayumi clenched her small fist, rallying the group. But how shall we proceed? Jenna scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps if we take Lin Yuan out for a stroll, he might encounter something familiar, and that could lead to the restoration of his memories. Mitsuhiko suggested. In that case, you could go watch a movie. Dr. Agasa produced a stack of movie discount vouchers and placed them before the group. Watch a movie. Lin Yuan was engulfed in a profound sense of unease, as though watching a film was an exceptionally distressing endeavor. The three little ones, noticing Lin Yuan's reaction, were immediately filled with delight. Lin Yuan must have a striking impression of the movie. Surely, if we watch it together, it will aid in the restoration of his memories. Xiao Ai felt a twinge of hesitation, primarily due to the vivid recollection of yesterday's events. Yet, the prospect of regaining lost memories was enticing enough to consider. Very well. Let us proceed to the cinema. Lin Yuan gazed at the hopeful expression on Xiao Ai's face and nodded in agreement. This girl held great significance to him, and he could not bear to disappoint her. However, I must change my attire, as this outfit has become soiled from cooking. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, she returned directly to her room. Xiao Ai also decided to change into the outfit she wore on their first movie date. Chapter 87. The Girl is Weeping. Xiao Ai. It's time to set off. Just as Hayakawa was about to knock on the door, his hand suddenly froze mid-air. A vivid image surfaced in his mind. He too had once been at that door, but in stark contrast, a girl had been weeping. Had he inadvertently caused her sorrow? Suddenly, a realization struck him. There was something of profound significance that he had concealed from her. Yet, the nature of that secret eluded his memory. Hayakawa, what is troubling you? Ai watched him, her face etched with concern as he appeared lost in thought. Noticing his silence, she gently shook his arm. I am fine. Lin Yuan pressed his forehead gently and spoke softly, gazing at the girl before him, both familiar and yet foreign. He resolved that he could no longer allow her to suffer. It's all right. Xiao Ai breathed a sigh of relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered. She wore the same dress from their first movie together, naturally without high heels, for he disdained them. Yet, Lin Yuan exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Gamera. Gamera. We must watch Gamera. Upon arriving at the cinema, the trio exclaimed in unison. Conan, somewhat speechless, recognized that Gamera was a film he had watched since childhood. Though he had shrunk in stature, it did not imply a desire to revisit it. For heaven's sake, we are the young detective corps. We ought to view the demon murder case showing in Thor's Hall. The trio immediately protested, arguing that encountering murder cases daily necessitated a lighter cinematic experience. Yuan Tai wore a grimace, lamenting that watching such films required considerable mental effort. Kagoro nodded in agreement, suggesting they opt for a more light-hearted film instead. Ayumi turned to ask, Haibara, which type of movie do you wish to see? Haibara Ai tilted her head. Aren't you here to assist Lin Yuan in regaining his memory? Shouldn't we inquire about his preferences? The trio felt a wave of awkwardness as they lowered their heads, having entirely overlooked Lin Yuan. As for me, Lin Yuan gazed at the posters outside the cinema, momentarily filled with hesitation. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a film poster for Einstein, Days of Glory and Sorrow. An instinct whispered to him that this film could aid in the restoration of his memories, yet he could not shake the image of the girl weeping against the door. It seemed as though it would only deepen her sorrow. Let us watch Gomera instead, he proposed. Lin Yuan pointed to a poster in the distance and spoke slowly. Why? Why not choose that film? Xiao Ai lowered her head, her previously expectant gaze dimming in an instant, murmuring softly. She noticed Lin Yuan's unusual reaction upon seeing the movie poster, but why would she make such a starkly different choice? Was it a desire to avoid recovering her memories? Or was there some underlying concern? Conan felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped that Lin Yuan would side with him. Perhaps we should watch the movie separately. How can it be like this? Are you trying to undermine the unity of the young detective corps? Yuan Tai immediately clenched his fists. Exactly. Conan, are you unwilling to help Lin Yuan recover her memories? Ayumi also posed a question. Ultimately, Conan yielded under Yuan Tai's insistence. And the group decided to watch the Godzilla movie together. Hooray. Go Godzilla. Don't let that man-eating spider monster defeat you. Its head is the weak point. Conan gazed at the excited trio in disbelief, thinking to himself, really, why must I endure such a tedious film? Lin Yuan shook her head and gazed at Conan. I actually find this film quite enjoyable. Foolish.